A massive tower, impossibly tall, has appeared in the city's center. The surrounding area is in ruins, smoke and debris filling the air. A colossal tower dominates the cityscape, casting a crimson shadow over the ruined streets. News reports flash across a nearby screen. It was called Apocalypse. A massive tower looms, casting a crimson shadow. News reports speak of apocalypse, but the tower itself calls for humanity. A message appears: if you wish to stop the fall of humanity, respond to the call of the tower. Below, two options glow: accept or decline. A figure screams, for humanity. The panel shows a determined face, a sword gleaming at the bottom, underscoring their commitment to answering the tower's call. They are among those deemed qualified to face the challenge. Surrounded by fellow warriors, their weapons raised, the figure charges forward. For humanity, they cry, a battle cry echoing their unwavering resolve. The warriors' charge is met by a sudden, powerful force. The text reveals their adversaries, the Tower Walkers. He stares up, eyes blazing with defiance, as the Tower Walkers close in. Their snarls echo the threat. He counters, a blur of motion. His counterattack is swift, a brutal slash cleaving through the air. Blood sprays. He continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur of motion, slicing through multiple foes. Blood splatters across the panel. The final foe falls, a massive beast collapsing under the relentless assault. Dust and blood cloud the air. The dust settles, revealing a glowing blue crystal in the victor's hand. It appeared as a reward for clearing the tower. The victor holds aloft the prize, the Stone of Regression. It rewinds time, allowing a return to the past. I will. The victor's resolve is clear, the Stone of Regression held firmly in their grasp. The power to rewrite the past is theirs. Let you know after using it. A sinister grin spreads across the victor's face as they hold the Stone of Regression aloft. Their eyes gleam with a dangerous light. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, engulfing the figure. His eyes widen in shock. A wave of blue energy surges from below. A bright blue light shines from the center, confirming their suspicions. He went, right, one of them asks. It looks like it. Another replies, their voices filled with a mix of awe and apprehension. Damn it. Now that it's come to this. A man's face contorts in frustration and fear as a monstrous creature lunges towards him. He clenches his fist, a surge of blue energy crackling around it. To hell, me too, he shouts, a defiant roar in the face of certain death. Many of the walkers chose to regress. The tide begins to turn. Pa, there they go again, a voice sighs, weary of the recurring threat. Now, those guys are the last, right? A weary voice confirms the finality of the situation, as two figures stand amidst a desolate, rubble-strewn landscape. It should be, no, one of them mutters, uncertainty clouding their voice as they gaze upon a large, imposing structure emanating a strange, ethereal glow. Broken swords and tattered banners litter the ground before it. It has to be a regression to the past that can redeem one's failures and mistakes, they whisper, the words hanging heavy in the air above the battlefield's ruins. Molten fire erupts from the creature's maw, a horrifying spectacle amidst the battlefield's ruins. A wave of fire explodes from the creature's mouth, engulfing the warrior in a fiery blast. Let's go, Yunoan, someone urges. Yunoan, soot-stained and breathing hard, grips his sword, his expression grim. Yunoan, a questioning voice trails off. Yunoan stands over his fallen opponent, his fists clenched. The scene is ravaged, magma cracks the earth around them. Yunoan stands over his defeated foe, a single word hanging in the air, you. The volcanic landscape reflects the intensity of the battle. Did you? Yunhuan questions, his voice laced with disbelief. The defeated opponent, eyes downcast and bleeding, whispers a single, remorseful word, I'm sorry. Yunhuan's victorious gaze lingers on his bloodied opponent. A single word escapes his lips, a chilling whisper, Jae-won. Yunhuan's eyes, narrowed and intense, focus on something beyond the dust and debris. A flicker of something akin to sorrow crosses his face. Yunhuan's gaze softens, a hint of sadness lingering in his eyes as he reflects on what he's seen. The question hangs in the air, a stark white against the dark background. What happens to the present that they have left behind? A swirling vortex of purple energy dominates the panel, suggesting a powerful transition or shift is about to occur. He steps through the shimmering portal, leaving the swirling snow and the unanswered question behind. A new journey begins. He arrives in a dark, seemingly empty space. Faint blue particles drift down. "I will not be going back," he declares, his face grim. "You are truly an amazing human," a voice says. A colossal ice dragon looms, its icy breath swirling. The text reveals, throughout the times this tower has been made, there has been no human that has challenged the 99th floor alone this whole time. He stands resolute amidst a blizzard, a graveyard of swords behind him. His declaration echoes, "I will not be returning." "I will," he vows, his gaze unwavering, a sword held aloft, splitting the image of his determined face. The blizzard rages on. He grips his sword, the blizzard swirling around him. Climb the tower? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing through the storm. Who? A weary sigh escapes him as a series of fragmented images flash before his eyes, glimpses of a brutal battle, figures clashing amidst a storm of steel and shadow. The final image shows two figures facing each other at the top of a tower, silhouetted against a bright light. This time, a voice declares, the image shifting to reveal a monstrous, fanged maw, close up and menacing. Its monstrous jaw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, snaps shut. A chilling presence fills the air. "I will be able to harvest a very valuable product," a voice declares, the words chilling in their cold calculation. The title card appears, "The World Afterward." A stark, bold declaration hinting at a world transformed. A tranquil sky, a few birds perched on a power line. The scene is peaceful, a stark contrast to what came before. The camera pans upward, revealing a clear blue sky. Power lines stretch across the frame, a peaceful contrast to the previous scene. A hand reaches into a bag of force stick chips. The scene is peaceful, a stark contrast to the tension of the previous moments. The scene shifts. Next on the news, a caption reads, indicating a change in focus. A man in a hoodie examines a bag of chips. "Some have fallen out." "Huh? What's wrong with this?" "The bag's busted," he observes, a slight frown on his face. A caption explains, due to the dust storm, it would have been hard to see a clear sky nowadays. "Appa, you're a thief, right? Were you secretly eating the chips?" The accusation hangs in the air, a playful yet pointed question directed at the man in the hoodie. "It's not like that," the man in the hoodie explains, deflecting the playful accusation. He adds, "since the weather is also not suitable for outings." Emergency news interrupts their conversation. A sudden earthquake hits a Seoul neighborhood. The man bends down, scattering his snacks as the ground shakes. The tremor is small, so far causing no harm. But the monitoring station reports the earthquake's intensity is steadily growing. A hand brushes aside fragments of what looks like broken bone, the earthquake's intensity escalating. It's announced that something must be done in advance. Regarding the government's response to the escalating earthquake, a young man in a hoodie notices something peculiar. "Hey, what is that?" he asks, his gaze fixed on an unusual package in a nearby store. Two other figures, observing the same object, share his confusion. A hushed whisper cuts through the air, "They are planning to BZZZ." The fragmented message hangs heavy, leaving the onlookers more unsettled than before. A scream pierces the air, AAACK. The onlookers react with alarm, one asking, "What is that?" The scene is chaotic, filled with motion and a sense of impending danger. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of dust and debris. The impact echoes. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the blow. Debris scatters across the ground. A cry of pain, AACK, echoes as shards of ice scatter across the ground. A cry of pain, AACK, escapes him as he's sent flying, shards of ice scattering in his wake. He lands hard, tears streaming down his face. He cries out, "Wah," a sound of pain and exhaustion. Dust settles after a struggle. A voice calls out, "Is everyone all right?" A man cradles a younger person, concern etched on his face. He asks, "Hey kid, are you okay?" The kid replies, "Yeah." Meanwhile, another voice calls out, "I called an ambulance, it'll be here shortly." The child whimpers, "Thiefappa." The man holding him looks concerned, asking, "But, what's that?" A chaotic scene unfolds. Debris rains down from a collapsing building, dust and smoke filling the air. He falls, tumbling through the shattered remains of the building, dust and debris swirling around him. He lies still amidst the rubble, the fight seemingly over. The title card appears, World. Chapter 1. The world is introduced. A gradient of dark to light gray fills the panel, suggesting a vast, undefined space. The camera pulls back, revealing the setting, England. A large, imposing tower dominates the skyline under a brooding, moonlit sky. The scene shifts to Japan. A woman and a young child gaze out a window at a colossal tower piercing the clouds. The word Japan appears below. Including Seoul, unidentified gigantic structures appeared in different cities across each country. People have given the colossal structures a name, Nightmare Towers. And then, a tremor shakes the ground. A summons appears, a golden rectangle against the black. The text proclaims, "You have been nominated as a tower walker who will save the world. Will you comply with the summoning?" Below, options, accept or reject. The character selects OK, accepting the challenge. Tower walker? The question hangs in the air as a finger taps the accept button. A bright light flares. His eyes widen in shock as a bright orange light engulfs him. Three figures stand on a crumbling platform, bathed in golden light. They accepted the summoning and entered the tower's battlefield, receiving the interface system's blessings. A sword, helmet, and a book lie on the ground, surrounded by gold coins. They could obtain items and skills like in a game. But they soon realized that this isn't anything like a game. A massive warning blazes across the sky, the word warning repeated in multiple languages. Dust motes dance in the golden light, as onlookers below stare upwards in stunned silence. His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror replacing the stunned silence. The warning in the sky is clearly visible, even from this angle. The sky above cracks open, revealing a blinding white light. A tower impact is imminent. The warning echoes, a looming threat over a family and their world. The scene shifts to reveal a vast, imposing tower. Construction workers bustle around its base, oblivious to the impending danger. "Is that what the outside of the tower is like?" a voice exclaims, a mixture of awe and apprehension coloring the words. The tower looms, massive and imposing. Construction workers continue their tasks, unaware of the looming threat. It's a breathtaking sight, but the air crackles with unspoken tension. "Hey, Mr. Hio. What's that?" one worker asks, pointing. Another replies, "Huh?" Their curiosity is piqued by something unseen, adding to the growing sense of unease. "What is that?" "Isn't that a human?" one worker shouts, fear evident in their voice. Another yells, "Hey! It's dangerous. Someone call the cops or 119. A non-human figure, dark and imposing, stands silhouetted against the dusky backdrop. A clawed hand, immense and dark, descends. The creature's shadow stretches across the ground, silencing the workers' panicked cries. The monstrous maw snaps shut, a terrifying display of jagged teeth. The creature's shadow consumes everything. The monstrous maw devours several smaller creatures in a blur of motion. The monstrous maw closes, the impact a blur of motion. A great disaster unfolds. Monsters poured from the tower, a devastating impact. A loud, distorted announcement blares across the ravaged landscape. The sound is barely audible, overwhelmed by the chaos. A massive explosion erupts. The explosion throws people in every direction. Debris rains down as they scramble to escape. Artillery fire erupts, a barrage of shells exploding in a chaotic maelstrom. Amidst the artillery barrage, a monstrous orcish face fills the panel, its mouth agape in a ferocious roar. The orc's roar is cut short. A massive, clawed shadow erupts from below, its dark form eclipsing the orc. The demonic figure bursts from beneath the orc, sending it flying. smaller demons swarm around them, adding to the chaos. The orc is sent flying, a shower of rock and debris raining down as the demon unleashes its full power. The demon's attack leaves the orc defeated, its power overwhelming. Because of the monsters that poured out from the towers, the city lies in ruins. A lone, damaged tower stands amidst the devastation. The camera pulls back, revealing the full extent of the devastation. Wrecked tanks and shattered buildings stretch as far as the eye can see under a cold, gray sky. A lone, damaged tower stands as a grim monument to the city's destruction. A third of the world's population was annihilated. The scale of the destruction is almost incomprehensible. The enormity of the loss hits them. A young woman weeps, covering her face. The man beside her stares, mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief and horror. The sheer scale of the catastrophe is etched on their faces. The people inside the tower could only watch the devastation unfold. A stark announcement appears: they've been nominated as a Tower Walker, tasked with saving the world. The announcement echoes, leaving them stunned. A Tower Walker, the weight of the world now rests on their shoulders. Who will save the world? The question hangs heavy in the air. Then, a rallying cry: everyone! Let's climb the tower. That's right. It definitely said that we can save the world. A voice, filled with newfound determination, rings out. Let's go, one voice cries. Another adds, whatever. Let's do this. The group heads forward, their resolve solidified. The last hope of mankind, those with special powers and qualifications, move forward. If they attack the tower together, this nightmare will definitively end. To prevent the fall of mankind, the Walkers, their final stand against the encroaching darkness begins. The monstrous creature lunges, its spiked weapon aimed at the tower. The text confirms, it has begun its attack. The defenders move as one, a blur of motion against the monstrous beast's attack. Their coordinated defense is a desperate attempt to repel the onslaught. The beast's attack is repelled. A brief, dark silence follows. Ha! This is really. A hand reaches out, touching a cold, fractured stone wall. So this is why we can't pass through, a voice observes, the group gazing at a massive, impassable rock formation blocking their path. What's the problem? We can just break it down, right? One voice suggests. Another counters, you think you can solve the problem in such an ignorant. A spiked ball slams down, shattering into pieces. That's done. One of the warriors mutters, looking at the shattered remains of the spiked ball. Another warrior exclaims, huh? A third warrior stands nearby, observing. A warrior exclaims, hey? What is this? A large, luminous blue crystal lies shattered on the ground, catching the light. The rock is shining though? The shattered crystal fragments continue to glow, even as the warrior questions the strange phenomenon. A rare stone, it seems. What the heck? You can go back to the past using this? The warrior's disbelief is palpable. No way. How can there be a cheat key item like that? Everyone, I will. A declaration hangs heavy in the air, the warrior's resolve evident despite the gravity of the situation. Huang Yinchang, leader of the Tower Walkers, grips a glowing blue crystal. His expression is grimly determined as he declares, use and confirm it myself. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts from the crystal. Huang Yinchang activates its power. Yinchang unleashes the crystal's full power. A surge of blue energy blasts his opponent, who recoils in shock. The blast leaves Yinchang's allies stunned, their faces etched with worry as they watch him. He really. A voice trails off, filled with awe and perhaps a touch of fear, as a brilliant, ethereal light blooms in the center of the panel. The light fades, leaving only stunned silence. Disappeared, someone gasps, disbelief coloring their voice. But will the leader be able to come back? The question hangs heavy in the air, a somber reflection of the uncertainty left in the wake of the disappearance. Shouldn't he come back to the present even if he went back to the past? Like Captain America? One man asks. Sakamoto, the former science teacher, considers this a thoughtful expression on his face. He simply replies, maybe. Sakamoto's thoughtful expression deepens. He might not come back after all, he muses, a serious tone in his voice. Huang Yinchang definitely must have gone back to the past, he adds, his gaze intense. But the timeline split into parallel ones, so he won't be able to meet us again, Sakamoto explains, referencing leading cosmological theories to clarify the situation. The planet splits, a brilliant, searing light erupting from the fissure. Debris flies into the void of space. The aftermath settles. A stark declaration appears: the universe's timeline has split. Two planets now hang in the void, a visual representation of the fractured timeline. The moment Huang Yinchang vanished into the past, our world and his became completely separate. I know you understood nothing, a voice states, cutting through the horrified murmurs of the onlookers. Anyway, what I'm sure about is. The speaker's words trail off, leaving the audience in suspense. The speaker reveals a crucial fact: Huang Yinchang traveled back in time. Despite Huang Yinchang's journey to the past, the narrator reveals a crucial detail: this world remains unchanged. The tower items, it seems, are unaffected by his temporal displacement. The stone's properties are revealed: it will send everyone back to their individual timelines at the moment they were summoned to the tower, memories intact. Have never lied, the text confirms, emphasizing the stone's reliability. Of course, this is only a theory, the man says, holding the time travel stone. He adds, we can't leave out the possibility that all the people who've used this stone fell into the same timeline. He continues, holding the stone aloft, since these items are beyond human imagination. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a stormy sky crackles with lightning, a stark contrast to the previous scene. In the world outside the tower, a second tower impact occurred. The sky crackles with furious energy. A second tower is struck. Crimson energy surges, engulfing the structure in a fiery maelstrom. The crimson energy intensifies, consuming the second tower in a devastating inferno. A wave of crimson energy explodes outwards, consuming everything in its path. The crimson energy wave obliterates its target, leaving behind only shattered fragments. The demonic beast lunges forward, a blur of motion. Its attack is swift and brutal. A final, desperate warning, before all mankind on Earth is destroyed. A monstrous swarm of creatures descends upon a tall tower, a storm raging in the blood-red sky. The walkers had to make a decision. A dark, imposing tower looms under a stormy, blood-red sky. A hand, reaching upward, holds a glowing blue stone. The text above reads, either go to the past using the rare stone. Or, the narrator offers, another option presents itself. A stark choice unfolds before the character. A bloodied sword lies embedded in a large, dark rock. The reddish-brown earth around it hints at a recent struggle. Stay here and die. The chilling words hang in the air, a stark declaration of victory. A desperate cry, "Ask," escapes him as he's thrown back, a blur of motion and blood. He impacts the wall, a jarring thud echoing the force of the blow. The creature collapses, its form shattering into fragments. Multiple figures are thrown back, tumbling through the air amidst a flurry of debris. The aftermath of the creature's destruction is chaotic. Aguk. Save, cake. A desperate cry pierces the chaos as a monstrous creature collapses, its many limbs twitching in its final moments. It's over, there's no hope now. One character despairs. Another, face grim, adds, damn it, since it's come to this. The defeated air hangs heavy. One character holds a glowing crystal, his face grim. Yeah, this life's already screwed anyway, he declares, accepting his fate. He stands amidst the rubble, a broken sword lying nearby. The faint glow of energy surrounds him, a whisper of hyuk echoing the grim acceptance in his eyes. Sorry. But we don't have any more chances now. He mutters, his voice heavy with defeat. He leans against a pillar, the faint glow of energy fading. He collapses, his body hitting the ground with a thud. Blood stains the cold stone floor. A monstrous creature engulfs him, a final, horrifying scream implied by the word AI, erupting from the panel. He swallowed whole. A final, desperate cry, di, escapes before the monstrous maw closes completely. A blur of motion. Eyes glowing, he retaliates. His counterattack is swift, a blur of motion as his blade flashes. The attack connects, a brilliant flash of energy erupting. The attack shatters the creature, a brilliant, cyan energy tearing through its form. The creature disintegrates, leaving only scattered remnants and a lingering cyan glow. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the creature's final, desperate swipe. Debris rains down as the monster finally disintegrates completely. He asks, "Are you okay?" A slight, almost imperceptible, smile plays on his lips, despite the green stains marring his face. "Yes, yes," he replies, his voice weak but his gaze resolute. The green stains on his face are a stark reminder of the recent struggle. "Funny, these be asterisk stards," he growls, a surge of energy erupting around him. He walks towards them, a lone figure against a backdrop of powerful foes. A cold, ethereal light illuminates the scene, highlighting the imposing figures arrayed before him. He surveys the scene, a single thought echoing in the silence: all ran away? The question hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the overwhelming power he wields. A chilling wind whips through the desolate landscape. Snow falls softly, blanketing the scene in a layer of white. He stands alone, a figure of immense power amidst the silence. Tears stream down his face as he whispers, "Thanks," a single word carrying the weight of unspoken gratitude and exhaustion. For enduring through it to the end. A silent tribute to perseverance. The hopes were a single, luminous blue crystal, resting in an outstretched hand. The crystal shatters, releasing a burst of brilliant blue light. A fist, glowing with blue energy, explodes forward. The text below reads, "The people not being controlled." The panel shows two figures, their faces partially obscured. The text above them explains, "By the rare stone." One seems concerned, the other looks on with a knowing smile. "Let's go." A declaration cuts through the tension. The text below clarifies their purpose: those that try protecting the present and not the past. Mankind's final, forlorn hope. Two figures lie together, seemingly defeated, in a cold, desolate space. But then, a figure emerges from the shadows. His eyes, sharp and determined, meet the viewer's gaze. He stands, defiant, above his fallen comrades. Game over. The finality of the words hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the defeated figure lying on the ground. Carpe diem. The Latin phrase appears, a stark reminder against the backdrop of defeat. It's a call to action, a defiant whisper in the face of game over. Huff. A single word, heavy with exertion, hangs in the air. He lies defeated, blood staining his face and the cracked earth around him. His weapons lie discarded nearby. A ragged breath escapes him. He's barely alive. Coughing, he struggles for breath. "When?" he whispers, his voice barely audible. He lies defeated amidst the rubble, blood staining his clothes. His labored breaths are a testament to his exhaustion. A fiery blast engulfs the area, leaving behind only smoldering rubble. Did it go wrong? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the devastation below. A pained groan, qua, echoes from the shattered ground. Blood stains the cracked pavement. A final, desperate lunge. He grasps at the weapon, but it's too late. The attack connects. He shouts, "This way, you monster!" luring the creature towards a seemingly advantageous position. A desperate cry rings out, "J1! Don't!" He's moving at incredible speed, a blur of motion, toward a seemingly unavoidable danger. J1 arrives, a blur of motion. "Worry anymore," he shouts, his blade flashing as he intercepts the danger. "Just." J1 breathes, his blade still poised. The tension remains palpable. Jaehwan attacks with a swift, powerful slash. "Okay," he grunts, the impact a blur of motion. His blade connects, a swift, powerful blow. Jaehwan grunts, "Okay," as the impact echoes. "Die now." The attacker's battle cry rings out, a vicious declaration. A dark disc, attached to a chain, spins through the air, a blur of motion. It spins, a blur of icy blue, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. He's hit. Blood sprays as the masked figure is pierced, the icy weapon shattering into fragments. The masked figure, wounded but defiant, moves in a blur, blood spraying from the fresh wound. The masked figure collapses, leaving only a large, imposing axe in the dust. How many died? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the following statement. Fortunately, it seems no one did. A sigh of relief escapes the speaker, the tension visibly easing from his shoulders. And the ones who were injured can recover if they rest, he states, a hint of grim determination in his voice. If we continue like this, we might be able to reach the last floor. The group celebrates their small victory, a shared smile illuminating their faces despite their injuries. Healing magic flows, mending wounds. One of the group, a dark-haired man, raises an eyebrow. He questions, his expression unreadable. Below, another voice, barely audible, whispers, that's. The panel reveals the true dragon sword, a legendary weapon resting on the 85th floor, imbued with the energy of the sun and moon. It has waited 1,000 days and nights for its destined owner. A man grips the true dragon sword. Just as Yunhuan predicted, they might reach the legendary weapon's power. He grips the true dragon sword, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. I thought everything was going to go smoothly to reach the last floor, he thinks, a hint of unexpected challenge in his tone. His eyes widen, a look of dawning realization and perhaps a touch of grim determination settling on his face. The easy confidence is gone, replaced by a stark assessment of the challenge ahead. The 98th floor, the Room of Flames. A monstrous, fiery beast looms before him. He stands defiant, sword drawn, before the gaping maw of the fiery beast. The inferno within its mouth threatens to consume him. He strikes. A fiery blast erupts from his sword, engulfing the beast. He breathes heavily, the beast's fiery axe lies broken and melting on the ground. Phew! He groans, the exertion evident. He coughs, a ragged sound that punctuates the silence following the battle. The defeated beast lies broken, its fiery axe now a puddle of molten metal. He breathes heavily, his face streaked with grime and sweat. Victory is his, but the cost is clear. He collapses, a cloud of dust billowing around him as the fight concludes. The final blow lands. A shockwave erupts, shattering the ground. He grits his teeth, eyes wide with a fierce, pained expression. Blood streaks his face. A pained cough escapes him, a harsh kook. Blood continues to flow from his wounds. His eyes, wide and filled with despair, reflect the single word that fills the panel, how futile. Shards of ice drift down, a silent testament to the battle's conclusion. A group celebrates, their smiles bright against the backdrop of shattered ice. One says, all the victories we shared together. A wistful smile touches his lips. All the time we spent, he reflects, the image of a devastated city a stark contrast to his expression. His wistful smile fades, replaced by a grim determination. Blood streaks his face, a stark reminder of the battle's toll. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely reptilian with a large horn, rises before him. Burning energy pulses within its chest. The creature unleashes a devastating blow. Its impact sends tremors through the ground. Was it all to face a dog's death? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the brutal fight that just concluded. Like this? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing the brutal fight's aftermath. A monstrous reflection fills his eye, a horrifying glimpse of the power unleashed. The monstrous form looms closer, its fiery red eye burning into view. A smaller figure, seemingly a defeated opponent, is flung away in the wake of its power. A blinding flash of light erupts, obscuring the scene. The light clears, revealing a desperate struggle. He's disarmed, his opponent's blade poised above him. The blade falls. A blur of motion ends with a resounding impact. He connects, a fiery explosion erupting where they clash. A fiery killik explodes from the point of impact. The impact sends molten rock and fire spraying outward in a chaotic burst. Jae-hwan! Snap out of it! The cry rings out as he's engulfed in flames, his face contorted in pain. Yoon-hwan! The name is whispered, a plea hanging in the air. Yoon-hwan moves in a blur, his sword flashing. A powerful strike connects, sending a shockwave through the earth. Yoon-hwan's attack sends his opponent flying, a fiery trail marking his trajectory. The impact of Yoon-hwan's attack reverberates, a fiery shockwave spreading outward. Are you going to leave me to beat this monster, Alo? He shouts, strained and desperate, as the monster's attack continues to rage. Alo arrives, a blur of motion, his sword flashing. His sword strikes, a red beam of energy erupting from the impact. A single drop of blood falls. A spray of blood blossoms across the panel, marking a swift, brutal end. He lies on the ground, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and pain. Dust and blood coat his face. Blood streaks his face, a grim testament to the brutal exchange. His eyes remain wide, reflecting the shock of defeat. A gloved hand, stained crimson, clutches a broken sword. Blood drips from the wound. Blood spatters across the white background, a stark contrast to the crimson. The fight continues. Blood sprays, a brutal end to the clash. The warrior stands victorious, blood staining their blade and the fallen beast below. A single, powerful word explodes across the panel, okay. The battle is over. A single, stark okay hangs in the air, a testament to the warrior's swift victory. A single tear rolls down his cheek. The warrior's face, etched with exhaustion, speaks volumes. The battle's toll is clear. Yoon-hwan! A desperate cry escapes his lips, a raw plea amidst the chaos. A powerful blow connects, sending a shockwave of fiery debris across the ground. The beast reels from the impact, its burning form collapsing in a heap of fiery debris. The fiery debris settles, leaving only ash and silence in its wake. A blur of motion. Something streaks across the panel, leaving a trail of fiery debris in its wake. A powerful whooshing sound fills the air as the fiery streak impacts. A blinding flash of light erupts. The impact throws him back, a blinding explosion of light and energy engulfing him. The force of the blast sends him reeling, a fiery vortex consuming him. He's thrown back, battered and bruised, debris raining down around him. His face is a mask of pained defiance. Despite the brutal blow, a feral grin spreads across his bloodied face. He rises, defiance burning in his eyes. He retaliates with a powerful kick, sending debris flying as the ground cracks beneath the force. He counters, his sword a blur as he swings with devastating force. The opponent is sent sprawling, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. A close-up on the victor's eye, a steely glint reflecting the dust settling after the blow. His gaze is intense, unwavering. The defeated foe lies broken, a powerful energy still crackling from the victor's blade. Dust motes dance in the dim light. The victor stands amidst the fiery debris, their cape billowing slightly in the still air. The defeated opponent lies broken below. What's that? A voice gasps, a note of alarm coloring the words as a glowing object streaks across the dust-filled air. That light. A voice whispers, filled with awe and apprehension as a bright beam cuts through the dust, leaving a trail of fiery orange. Is it? A voice trails off, filled with wonder and a hint of fear, as the light intensifies. A blinding light erupts, filling the panel. A fiery blast erupts, shattering the ground. Debris flies as a wave of intense heat radiates outward. He grits his teeth, eyes blazing with fury. The impact of the blast leaves him battered, but unbroken. He's sent flying, a blur of motion against the fiery orange explosion. He impacts the ground hard, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. A blinding flash of light erupts as the attack connects. Debris flies as the force of the attack sends shockwaves through the cracked earth. The title card appears, The World of the Fallen. Chapter 2 begins. The world of the fallen awaits. The camera pulls back, revealing a scene of devastation. A large stone pillar stands amidst the rubble, stained with blood. The air hangs heavy with the aftermath of battle. Dust motes dance in the dim light, settling on a blood-stained pillar. The scene is one of utter devastation. Molten rock flows, a river of fire carving a path through the ravaged landscape. The air crackles with residual heat. A cough echoes through the still air, the only sound amidst the cooling lava. A ragged cough breaks the silence, the sound swallowed by the cooling lava. A ragged cough echoes, the sound swallowed by the cooling lava. The creature's form, partially obscured by the flow, is clearly wounded. The creature collapses, its body half submerged in the cooling lava. "Let's go, Yunhuan," he urges, his face grim despite the victory. Blood stains his clothes, a testament to the hard-fought battle. A gruesome close-up reveals a deep gash across the defeated opponent's neck, blood streaming down his armor. The defeated warrior slumps to the ground, his cloak stained crimson. He clutches his neck, the wound clearly severe. His broken gauntlet lies on the ground, blood staining the cracked stone. His gaze, fierce and narrowed, locks onto something unseen. "You." He grits out, the word a low growl. "I'm sorry," he whispers, the words barely audible above the crackling energy. His expression is unreadable, obscured by shadow and swirling dust. Jae-hwan. The name hangs in the air, a whispered recognition. His face, bloodied but defiant, is etched with a grim smile. Kim Yoon-hwan. The name appears, a stark declaration against the backdrop of a brutal fight. Jae-hwan's opponent lies defeated. In this desolate and brutal tower, a trio of figures celebrates. Their smiles are wide, reflecting a shared victory. He never lost his smile. The walkers gave him the nickname, Smile Knight. And thus, the Smile Knight. The panel focuses on his face, now showing a hint of strain beneath his usual cheerful expression. The Smile Knight's cheerful facade crumbles. For the first time, his expression is devoid of its usual warmth, replaced by a grim determination. Lost his smile for the first time. Go. The command is sharp, devoid of the Smile Knight's usual warmth. His grim determination intensifies. He obeys, his face grim, his ragged clothing testament to a brutal fight. The command's weight hangs heavy in the air. "Get lost quick," a voice commands, "before I change my mind." The figure turns, his back to us, his tattered cloak a testament to recent conflict. He lies wounded, blood staining his cloak. Dust motes dance in the dim light, highlighting the grim reality of his defeat. The victor walks away, leaving the defeated figure behind. Blood stains the ground, a stark testament to the battle's ferocity. A close-up reveals the victor's face, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He breathes heavily, chest rising and falling. He holds up a blood-stained stone, muttering, "Jae-hwan, that bastard, did he notice it?" As expected, this stone looks very dirty. Blood stains the steps. A trail leads upward. "Jae-hwan, you are a much stronger person than I had thought." The words hang in the air, a testament to the unexpected strength displayed. Coughing, he descends the steps, blood staining the stone. "Thanks to you, I got clarity," he says, his voice raspy but resolute. He sits heavily, blood soaking his armor. The injury is severe. "You'll definitely be able to climb to the top of this tower." He sits, gazing out at the sunset from the tower's interior. Night falls. He remains seated, the sunset now a memory. "If it's you." He grits his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. "It's really such a relief that you're in this world," a voice says, a palpable sense of relief washing over the scene. Heavy boots land on the dusty ground. The weight of them speaks volumes. The name Jae-hwan appears, a clear introduction of a new character. This is Jae-hwan. A warm sunset glows beyond an arched gateway. Leaves drift through the air, a peaceful scene contrasting with the intensity of what came before. Blood drips from a stone ledge, a stark contrast to the serene sunset visible through an arched gateway. Fallen leaves drift in the warm evening air. The scene shifts to a blood-stained floor. Fallen leaves drift in the fading light, a serene sunset visible beyond an arched gateway. The fight is over. Fallen leaves drift across the blood-stained floor, the setting sun casting long shadows through an arched gateway. He stands before a weathered stone gateway, his back to the viewer. The cloak he wears is torn and stained. The setting sun casts a long shadow. He rests a hand against the weathered stone, a single, withered leaf clutched in his palm. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across his face. His eyes gleam with a chilling mirth. His chilling smile widens, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He anticipates something. "Let's go," he declares, the anticipation palpable. The moment has arrived. He walks away, the fallen leaves swirling around him. The moment is tense, his back to us. Ahead. The word hangs in the air, a simple directive, yet heavy with unspoken tension. They move forward, into the unknown. A cold, metallic gleam reflects the dim light. They enter a dimly lit corridor, a shaft of brighter light ahead. Dust motes dance in the beams. A brilliant, blinding light erupts from the passage ahead. He stares ahead, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The light's intensity seems to have left him breathless, sweat beading on his brow. "Is this a?" He begins, his voice trailing off as he gazes upon a breathtaking, icy landscape. Towering, jagged formations of ice pierce a swirling, snow-filled sky. A vast, icy expanse stretches before him. Jagged peaks pierce a sky swirling with snow. The cold wind bites. A snowy field. He looks around, uncertainty etched on his face. A blizzard rages. Jagged ice formations rise from the snow, a chilling landscape. The blizzard continues, the landscape a desolate expanse of ice and snow. Jagged formations rise from the white drifts, a harsh and unforgiving terrain. He pushes onward, breath ragged, a huff escaping his lips. The blizzard whips around him. Huffing, he pushes through the blizzard. The wind howls around him. He collapses, the blizzard momentarily obscuring his form. A bright blue energy explodes from him, the repeated OK echoing the force of the blast. The blue energy explodes outwards, a shockwave rippling across the icy landscape. The shockwave continues, shattering the ice into a blizzard of shards. He's sent flying backward, a blur against the icy shards. A blizzard of ice shards erupts, a frozen explosion engulfing him. He bursts through the icy explosion, a figure moving with surprising speed amidst the shards. He moves in a blur, a flurry of motion through the icy debris. He stumbles, a pained irk, escaping his lips as the impact throws him off balance. "You rat-like bastard! Have you finally given up?" His opponent's voice rings out, filled with scorn. He counters with a powerful blast of energy, a whirlwind of icy force erupting from his body. Ice shards cling to his arm, a testament to the attack's power. He grits his teeth, a grim determination etched on his face. "No way," he mutters, disbelief coloring his voice. The ice shards remain embedded in his arm, a stark reminder of the near miss. "How about you?" he sneers, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. Ice clings to his clothes, a testament to the recent battle. "Already tired of playing with me," he sneers, ice shards clinging to his hand, a chilling display of power. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, obscuring the scene in a flurry of motion. The blue energy dissipates, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The title card appears, The World of the Fallen. Chapter 3 begins. The world of the fallen awaits. The journey begins. A dark, icy landscape stretches before us, hinting at the challenges ahead. Huffing, the traveler pushes onward through the glacial landscape. The journey is proving arduous. Finally, the traveler reaches the summit. A vast, icy expanse stretches before them. Huff. The traveler stands before a colossal, ice-encased creature. Its immense form is partially revealed, hinting at a power beyond imagination. He breathes heavily, a low mph, escaping his lips. The traveler stares, awestruck, at the colossal, ice-encased beast before him. This childish hide-and-seek again? A voice, weary but resolute, cuts through the icy silence. He appears, a blur of motion, his presence shattering the frozen stillness. His face contorted in agony, he clutches a ragged cloth to his mouth, blood dripping down his chin. It's been 10 years since he arrived on the 99th floor. He recounts his journey, stating, "I went through numerous dangers on the 98th floor as well." The weight of his past experiences is palpable. He pours a viscous, crimson liquid onto his arm, a stark contrast to the pale, scarred skin beneath. "But the dangers of the 99th floor cannot compare," he states, his voice firm despite the evident pain. He finishes his statement, "The dangers of the 99th floor," he insists, "pale in comparison to what awaits him." He gasps, "MPHH," a pained sound escaping his lips. His face is strained, eyes wide with exertion. The frost dragon Velikisis, boss of the 99th floor, emerges, a chilling presence filling the scene. Velikisis unleashes his icy breath, a torrent of frigid air that makes even breathing a struggle. The dragon's words echo, "To have come to the forgotten earth." A chilling revelation hangs in the frigid air. He grips his weapon, a grim expression etched on his face. "If it weren't for the equipment that the other workers left behind, I would have died long ago," he states, his voice heavy with the weight of his survival. He displays his weapons, a real dragon sword from the 85th floor and frost-resistant armor gifted by Yunhuan. These items were crucial to his survival. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He prepares for what lies ahead. And then, he attacks. The bracelet glows, its fiery symbols pulsing with power. It is the bracelet of the Fire King. Han Seal. The name hangs in the air, a whispered revelation. A close-up reveals Han Seal's face, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. His hair whips around him. A wave of ice, sharp and powerful, erupts from Han Seal. Han Seal sits beside a figure shrouded in ice, a single word echoing the scene's chilling atmosphere, "I'm sorry." Seal's face softens, a faint, sad smile gracing her lips. A subtle shift in the icy blue light surrounding her hints at a change in the atmosphere. Seal's quiet reflection continues. "If I were just a bit stronger." She thinks, her hand clenching the prayer beads. The camera pulls back, revealing a scene of devastation. Broken weapons litter the ground, stained with blood. Seal's face, partially obscured, is grim, a trickle of blood staining her hair. Seal collapses, the lower half of her body obscured by darkness. Blood stains her clothes and hair. "Look here," a voice commands, the speaker's intense gaze filling the panel. His eyes, narrowed and fierce, reveal a chilling determination. "Jae-hwan." The name hangs in the air, a stark command. Jae-hwan, startled, mumbles an apology. "Ah, yeah, sorry." He looks slightly embarrassed, clutching his mug. "Are you going to try again?" The question hangs in the air, directed at Jae-hwan, who sits quietly at a simple wooden table, seemingly considering his next move. "Yeah, I should go," Jae-hwan declares, finally making his decision. He rises from the table, leaving his contemplation behind. Jae-hwan sips from a mug, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I think I'll really be able to crack it this time," he mutters, confident in his resolve. "Oh, is that so?" a voice responds, a hint of relief in the tone. "That's a relief." The blacksmith of Adipose, Jae, is introduced. His expression is one of quiet confidence. The village was reclaimed after the defeat of the 50th floor boss, the monster dragon Eltemenes. Now, a magnificent fountain stands in the village center, shaped like the defeated Eltemenes, its form a testament to the victory. Water cascades from its mouth, a symbol of renewal. The camera pulls back, revealing the village of Adipose. A colossal fountain, shaped like the defeated Eltemenes, dominates the center. Water pours from its mouth, a symbol of cleansing and renewal. The harsh reality of the front lines is laid bare, walkers were killed or injured almost daily. A single white flower is placed on the body. A grieving soldier weeps nearby, while another solemnly attends to the fallen comrade. But they never lost hope. The priests established a new emergency rescue team, tasked with recovering soldiers no longer able to fight. A tattered banner, bearing their symbol, flutters in the wind. The blacksmiths, tirelessly working, forged weapons to freely distribute to the soldiers fighting for the people. He takes a thoughtful sip from his mug. As for the blacksmiths left in Ada pose, the narration continues, adding context to the scene. The camera focuses on a section of a metal apparatus, possibly part of a larger machine or structure. Its design suggests a mechanical function, perhaps a lever or component of a forge. A weathered sign, emblazoned with a blacksmith's anvil and the letter J, comes into view. Jay's voice cuts through the silence. "It seems that you're the last one." The blacksmith, working the glowing metal, shrugs. "It's fine, you're the only customer I have anyway," he says, continuing to hammer. "But more importantly, there aren't any others." The blacksmith explains, "There aren't any materials coming up from the lower floors. I don't have many ores left." His words reveal a looming supply shortage. The blacksmith continues, revealing that until a couple of months ago, they had a consistent supply of minerals. This adds context to the current shortage. He takes a slow sip from his mug, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It's a matter of course," he murmurs, the implication hanging heavy in the air. "Since there are hardly any living humans," he states, his gaze intense, a grim understanding settling over his features. He continues, a grim weight in his voice, "left within this tower." The implication hangs heavy in the air. "I don't know what year it is right now." The speaker's uncertainty underscores the unsettling nature of their situation. There have been well over 10 tower impacts. The sheer number underscores the scale of the disaster. The camera pans across a devastated cityscape. A lone, towering structure stands amidst the rubble, untouched. The narration states, "And there hasn't been a person climbing up the tower." A lone figure stands amidst the ruins, a cloaked man in the summoning area. He has been there for some time. The human beings on Earth. I guess they've all been wiped out, huh? The cloaked figure observes the summoning circle, his words a grim assessment of the situation. He hangs his head, the weight of his grim assessment heavy upon him. The summoning circle, a testament to humanity's extinction, remains before him. His gaze falls, a sigh escaping his lips. The weight of his failure, the weight of a world lost, is almost too much to bear. Ahem, a voice clears, breaking the silence. "While you have been going up and down the tower." The blacksmith, his face etched with concern, watches the protagonist. "Has there been anything you've been especially worried about?" the blacksmith asks, his concern evident. "Though I'm sure it's always the same," he adds, a hint of knowing in his tone. Now that he thinks about it, a troubled expression crosses his face. The weight of unspoken worries is palpable. At the place where the stone of regression was found, he stands before a weathered stone slab, etched with ancient symbols. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. He observes the stone slab, noting the strange markings etched into its surface. A tower within a tower, a nightmare within a nightmare. It could be that it was just someone's scribbles. "I don't know what it means either," he muses, still gazing at the enigmatic markings on the stone. The mystery deepens. He runs a hand through his hair, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. "There wasn't anything," he mutters, the weight of the unsolved mystery evident in his posture. "Apparently, old lady Hiran disappeared the day before yesterday." The news hangs heavy in the air, a new piece of the puzzle. One does not age in the tower. If someone were to disappear within the tower, it would be for one of two reasons. Either they went back in time, or they were erased from existence. A man, his face etched with grim determination, holds a glowing crystal aloft. Two men, wounded and desperate, clutch glowing crystals. Fear and urgency are etched on their faces. Or a bloodied man grins, a cruel, victorious smile twisting his lips. The setting sun bleeds through an arched doorway behind him. The text reads, "They jumped off the tower." Blood stains the stone ledge below. The image shows Hiren of Hiren Potion and Jay of Jay's workshop. They were two of the last supporting walkers left at Ada pose. Hiren's face is etched with strain, sweat beading on his brow. His gaze is intense, focused on something unseen. He grits his teeth, the strain evident on his face. The effort is immense. He finishes his drink, a calm expression on his face despite the fiery explosion visible outside the window. Jay, a voice calls, the speaker's lips curling into a smirk. The scene shifts to a close-up of his face, highlighting the amusement in his eyes. Teach me the smithing skill, Jay requests, his words a direct challenge. Jay grips the blacksmith's hammer, preparing to strike. The intensity of his focus is palpable. He brings the hammer down with tremendous force. A smirk plays on his lips. He watches, confident in his victory. The scene shifts to a dark, star-filled sky. A voice booms across the star-filled sky, "Human, are you finished with your game of hide-and-seek?" A figure emerges from the water, their armored foot breaking the surface. The waves part, revealing more of their form. Since the creation of the tower, a history unfolds, heavy with untold stories. Of the tower, there's never been anything like it in history. A colossal, icy beast emerges, its form a terrifying spectacle of sharp, crystalline structures. A human, alone, stands before the colossal ice beast on the 99th floor. The sheer scale of the creature dwarfs him. The ice beast speaks, its voice echoing across the desolate 99th floor. "I admit, you're quite an amazing human." The ice beast continues, its voice a low rumble, to be acknowledged for the last time, by a monster rather than a human. His eyes narrow, a flicker of something cold and resolute hardening his gaze. "It'll be such a shame when it's time for me to kill you," he says, the words a chilling prelude to the coming violence. "It's a shame, but that's impossible, human," he states, his words laced with a chilling finality. A surge of icy energy erupts behind him. From behind him, a colossal, icy beast materializes. Its form is vaguely reptilian, its body a swirling mass of sharp, crystalline shards. "I don't know," he replies, his voice barely a whisper. The blade of his sword glows faintly, reflecting the icy light of the beast behind him. "I don't think that's necessarily the case, though," he counters, a hint of defiance in his tone. His sword's glow intensifies. He moves with a blur of motion, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The wind whips around him as he advances. His sword flashes, a blur of motion. The attack is swift, precise. "That armor you're so proud of," he sneers, a cold glint in his eyes. It's slowly chipping away. The icy armor, once a formidable shield, begins to crumble under the relentless assault. With a final, powerful blow, the icy armor shatters completely. A bright blue energy core is revealed within. How arrogant, the thought hangs in the air, a silent judgment on the shattered armor and the exposed energy core. "I'm done playing with you." The declaration hangs heavy, a stark shift from the previous battle. The fight is over. A final, decisive blow. Blue energy explodes outward, leaving a trail of icy shards in its wake. He bursts through the icy maw, leaving a trail of shattered ice in his wake. He bursts forth, a blur of motion, leaving the icy structure in ruins behind him. A powerful shockwave erupts. A powerful shockwave follows, the impact echoing the previous attack's force. A lance of ice pierces the air, a blinding flash of blue energy trailing behind it. The icy lance continues its trajectory, a trail of shimmering blue energy streaking across the desolate, snow-covered landscape. It strikes its target with a violent burst of icy energy. The icy blast connects, a shockwave erupting outwards. The shockwave dissipates, leaving only a swirling vortex of ice in its wake. Ice shards and blood fall amidst the lingering frost. Blood stains the snow, scattered amidst shattered ice shards. The aftermath of a brutal fight. A single, stylized Korean character fills the panel, Jung, meaning end. He's surrounded by a blizzard of shattered ice, the remnants of a devastating attack. Blood stains his arm. The fight is over. Blood stains the shattered ice. The fight is over. A monstrous figure rises from the shattered ice, its icy form menacing. Glowing eyes pierce the gloom. He's trying to fight to the end. The monstrous figure struggles against the overwhelming odds. The monstrous figure falls, defeated. Although you annoyingly manage to withstand it, a voice booms. The defeated figure is shown, blood staining his cloak, as the narrator continues, "The fate that you will meet." Jae-hwan lies defeated, ice shards piercing his body. The words "is bitter for loneliness and" hang in the air, foreshadowing his grim fate. Jae-hwan Hyung. A whispered name hangs in the air, a lament for the fallen. Jae-hwan. The name, a choked whisper, is a testament to loss. Grief consumes him. Tears stream down Jae-hwan's face, a stark contrast to the icy grip encasing him. Jae-hwan's grief intensifies. He realizes, with a heavy heart, the fact that it's futile. A colossal, icy creature emerges, its chilling presence filling the scene. "Hey," it calls out, the sound echoing with an unsettling power. The creature's icy form looms larger, sharp shards of ice lining its massive frame. Its presence is intensely cold. Ice shards cling to his bloodied face. He glares, defiant despite his wounds. "You're really talkative," his opponent remarks, a chilling indifference in their tone. Ice clings to the wounded man's face, he remains defiant. A blinding flash of light erupts. A wave of icy energy explodes outward, shattering the surrounding enemies. Shards of ice rain down. He moves in a blur, a shard of ice extending from his hand, striking his foe. The ice shard connects, shattering the creature's arm in a spray of frozen fragments. A blur of motion. The ice shard continues its deadly trajectory. The ice shard connects, a shockwave erupting outward. "You act like you're strong, but it's just going to be piercing again," a voice sneers. The attack continues, a flurry of ice shards piercing through the air. "Give it up, human. You can't defeat me with that skill alone," the opponent declares, his voice brimming with confidence. Ignoring his opponent's boast, he attacks with renewed ferocity, his weapon a blur of motion. He is sent sprawling, a bloody scrape marring his skin. The attack was swift and brutal. He explains, "I started tower raids later than other walkers. Due to that, I missed out on things like hidden skills." This reveals a crucial weakness, explaining his earlier defeat. The narrator explains, "and hidden class, etc., revealing the protagonist's lack of access to advanced skills and classes due to his late start in tower raids." Two figures, a witch and a fire mage, stand menacingly behind him, highlighting the advantages he's missed. "So I completely gave up on other skills," he explains, his words echoing his actions as he delivers a powerful blow, shattering the scarecrow opponent. Solely focused on one thing, his strike is piercing. Pierce. The attack connects, sending the scarecrow figure flying. And pierce, the attack continues its course. The attack continues, piercing enemies countless times. Observers question the protagonist's skill, one wondering if he was a wasp in a past life. The narrator then reveals that his peers call him piercing. But piercing senses a change in his own technique. The power feels different, evolving. Piercing attacks with newfound power, his sword a blur. The technique has evolved. His piercing attacks have become faster, stronger, and more accurate. The result is evident in the blood spattering his face. It wasn't just a simple movement, his attack reached a level comparable to hidden skill class techniques. And because it's not a skill, he doesn't tire from using it, as it doesn't drain spiritual power. Despite the seemingly limitless nature of his attack, he admits, this is still a bit overwhelming. His face is strained, blood streaks across his brow, reflecting the intensity of the ongoing battle. He counters with a furious, blinding flurry of blows. The sheer speed is almost impossible to follow. He landed hundreds of blows, a furious, blinding attack. Yet, his opponent only received a scratch. "I pierced him several hundred times, but all he got was a mere scratch." A blinding blue energy erupts. The attacker is thrown back, the force of the impact clearly visible. The attacker is engulfed in a blinding blue energy blast. "Okay," he groans, the word barely audible above the roar of the energy. "Shit," he curses, his face contorted in pain. It's too late to. The attack overwhelms him, a blue energy surge engulfing his form. Too late to dodge now. The attack connects, a wave of blue energy engulfing him completely. He endures the full force of the attack, eyes wide with shock and pain. A blinding beam of energy erupts, engulfing him completely. That light is. He wonders, a sense of dawning recognition in his voice. Definitely. The confirmation hangs heavy in the air. His eyes widen, a grim realization dawning. It's definitely him. The same one I saw on the 98th floor, he thinks, confirming his worst fears. It's that light, he exclaims, recognizing the ominous glow. Then, the ominous glow intensifies. A golden energy erupts, cleaving through the opponent's arm. Blood sprays. He roars in pain, his face a mask of agony as blood streams down his cut arm. The golden energy of the attack still swirls around him. His pained roar echoes, a guttural cry of agony. A wave of icy energy explodes outward, shards of ice scattering in its wake. The attack connects, a blinding flash of light and energy erupting. Shards of ice scatter as the attack's force dissipates. The icy shards settle, revealing a massive, clawed foot. It's the monster's, its size dwarfing the surrounding debris. The monster's leg sweeps down, a blur of motion. Ice shards scatter as it moves. The monster's powerful leg connects, sending ice shards flying. He staggers, blood streaming down his face. How? He whispers, disbelief etched on his battered features. Dare. The monstrous figure looms, its icy form radiating an aura of chilling power. Its single, malevolent eye fixes on its opponent. You. The monstrous figure's single eye burns with cold fury, its words a chilling prelude to the coming attack. TSK. Again, that wasn't enough, he snarls, his face bruised and bloodied. I was going to completely destroy its jaw. His words reveal a frustrated determination. He attacks again, a blur of motion as his blade flashes. Ice shards burst forth, a flurry of crystalline wings taking flight. Are you feeling confident just because you got me once? The icy wings spread wide, a challenge echoing in the words. I shall put an end to this now. The icy dragon's wings flare, energy crackling as it prepares a final, decisive attack. The icy dragon unleashes its attack, a torrent of glacial energy erupting from its wings. The icy blast hits its target. A blinding flash of light obscures everything. The icy blast connects, a brilliant flash momentarily obscuring the impact. The flash fades, revealing a sword's icy edge piercing the air where the opponent stood moments before. Shards of ice explode outwards, a blizzard of frozen destruction. Okay. The ice shards dissipate, revealing the aftermath of the attack. The ice shards shatter, leaving only a swirling vortex of frigid air in their wake. He's sent flying, a blur against the icy shards. The impact echoes, a sharp crack splitting the air. He slams into the ground, a grimace twisting his face. Piece of shit, flying attacks again, he snarls, the words laced with frustration and pain. Damn it, at this rate, I stand no chance against him, he groans, his face a mask of despair and defeat, blood staining his torn clothing. He stumbles back, desperately trying to maintain his footing amidst a blizzard of ice shards. The ground cracks beneath him. A monstrous, ice-encrusted creature looms, its chilling presence filling the panel. Sharp, glacial shards jut from its body, its single, glowing eye fixed on the fallen opponent. How unfortunate, human, the creature sneers, its icy gaze unwavering. If only there were at least 10 more humans like you, the creature taunts, you might have been able to take me down. The human, battered and bleeding, simply replies, shut up. The creature continues its taunting monologue, if only your fellow mankind didn't get fooled by the nightmare stone, your destiny would have been completely different. How unfortunate. His face, marred by cuts and grime, is a mask of grim determination. The taunts sting, but they fuel him. Nightmare stone? The question hangs in the air, a chilling thought echoing his grim determination. He moves in a blur, a desperate question hanging in the air. What is he saying? A monstrous, ice-encrusted dragon lunges, its massive form a blur of motion. The ice dragon's attack hits with a powerful shockwave. The dragon's massive claw swipes through the air, a powerful gust of wind following in its wake. The dragon's attack leaves a deep gouge in the earth, rocks scattering in its wake. A powerful gust of wind still swirls around the crater. The dragon, its form partially obscured by swirling snow and ice shards, lets out a pained groan. Its icy breath mists the air. A large, gleaming sword pierces the air, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. The dragon's pained groan echoes through the icy landscape. The dragon collapses, its massive form shuddering as the sword is withdrawn. A chilling silence descends upon the icy wasteland. He breathes heavily, leaning on his sword. The aftermath of the battle hangs heavy in the air. He exits the doorway, breathing heavily, huff. The blood stains on his clothes are stark against the gray stone. That was close. He breathes, the words a testament to the near miss he just experienced. He leans against a wall, sweat dripping down his temple. Even if one of those claws had slightly brushed me, I would have been screwed, he mutters, his voice laced with relief. A wall of ice shards rises, a chilling testament to the near miss. He narrowly avoided a fatal attack. The monstrous creature looms, its icy form a chilling presence. If only your fellow mankind didn't get fooled by the... Its words trail off, leaving the threat hanging in the air. The creature reveals the object's name, Nightmare's Stone. The panel shows a wounded man, sweat dripping from his brow, his face streaked with blood. Tears stream down his blood-streaked face. His defeat is evident. Nightmare's Stone, huh? He mutters, defeated. Tears stream down his face, a stark contrast to his grim determination. He's wounded, defeated, but his gaze remains fierce. The title card appears, The World of the Fallen. Chapter 4 of The World of the Fallen begins. 5 years have passed. The scene shifts to a desolate, icy landscape. Jagged, snow-covered peaks rise from a frozen wasteland. A vast, frozen expanse stretches before us. Snow falls softly, blanketing the icy wasteland. The scene is desolate, hinting at a harsh and unforgiving environment. A blur of motion. Ice shards explode outwards as a powerful attack connects. The attack connects, sending a shockwave of ice and energy outwards. The user has reached their limits: level, stamina, impotence, and agility. A new title is earned, Nightmare of the 99th Floor. Huffing, he touches a glowing, rectangular panel. The Nightmare of the 99th Floor has reached his limit. So many things are popping up. The Nightmare of the 99th Floor is overwhelmed, massive shards of ice erupting around him. The Nightmare of the 99th Floor is shattered, its icy form collapsing into a heap of shards. The Nightmare of the 99th Floor is defeated. Its icy body shatters, leaving only fragments of glittering ice. Hey, there! A voice calls out, the speaker's face partially obscured, but a hint of weariness is visible in his eyes. What on earth is this thing called Nightmare's Stone? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of confusion and apprehension clear in the unspoken tone. A monstrous, dark claw emerges from the snow. You are already aware, a voice states, confirming the ominous presence. The creature's form begins to solidify, a monstrous figure emerging from the icy depths. It is already aware of the answer. From the icy depths, a monstrous form rises. Everything, it begins, its voice echoing the weight of the coming confrontation. Will be made known to you on the last floor, the monstrous form declares, its words echoing ominously as it rises further from the depths. A detailed description of the ice dragon sword appears, its power explained, a weapon imbued with the breath of the ice dragon Belkisus, manifesting only when its wielder's fighting spirit ignites. A sword? It doesn't really look like a sword. Doubt hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previously described legendary weapon. He holds a dark, angular blade. Is it a dagger, he questions, a hint of uncertainty in his gaze. His eyes narrow, a fierce intensity hardening his gaze. He scrutinizes the weapon, suspicion etched onto his face. A dark liquid splatters across the ground. The dark liquid continues to spread, staining the ground. It pools and ripples, a sinister residue. The dark liquid continues its ominous spread, splashing and splattering across the ground. He stands before a dark, swirling void, a question forming on his lips: is this the door? He's reached the final floor. A dark, inky expanse stretches before him, a swirling void that seems to breathe. I'm finally on the last floor, he confirms, his voice a quiet statement of fact. He stands at the edge of the void, a grim determination etched on his face. Shall I get started? He asks, the question a mere formality. He begins, plunging his blade into the abyss. Dark liquid erupts, a chaotic spray against the gray sky. From the abyss, a shadowy figure emerges, cloaked in darkness. It rises slowly, a chilling presence in the desolate, icy landscape. Black ichor erupts from the abyss, spreading across the frozen wasteland. Of Chapter 04. Chapter 04 begins. Dark, swirling energy fills the sky, ominous and foreboding. A warning. Proceed with caution. Shall I get started? A voice, calm yet ominous, cuts through the silence. A dark, inky substance spreads across the sky, blotting out the light. It resembles spilled liquid, expanding rapidly. From the inky blackness, a figure emerges, cloaked and ominous. They stride across the snow-covered landscape, the dark substance swirling around them like a storm. The figure stops, a chilling presence settling over the desolate landscape. The title card appears, The Shadow. Chapter 5 begins. The ominous title, The Shadow, hangs heavy in the air. The chapter title, The Shadow, is all that fills the void. A dark, inky expanse, disturbed only by subtle, swirling currents. From the swirling darkness, a figure emerges. He is young, his face grim, dirt smudged across his skin. His eyes, though, hold a steely resolve. His eye, a striking gold, glows with an intricate pattern. A power stirs within. This place is. The words hang in the air, a sense of mystery and perhaps unease filling the space. He stands before a wall of fragmented memories, images flashing, a dragon, a town, a candle, figures he seems to recognize. A sense of profound loss, or perhaps revelation, hangs heavy in the air. The fragmented memories fade, leaving only a stark black void. A single, white, swirling line appears, hinting at a new, unknown path. He gazes upward, a single tear tracing a path down his grime-stained cheek. Is this the current view of the tower? He wonders aloud, his voice a low murmur. The view shifts, revealing a vast, ornate chamber. Spawn circle, a caption reads, while another text bubble whispers, Adofo. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched, almost deserted town. Buildings stand half-collapsed, overgrown with vegetation. A sense of quiet decay hangs in the air. Ah damn, you're already here, he mutters, a look of surprise and perhaps a touch of apprehension in his eyes. I thought you'd go to the village first, he says, a slight frown furrowing his brow. Surprise and a hint of concern linger in his expression. He sheathes his sword, the motion swift and practiced. A grim satisfaction settles on his face. Ah, please, there's no need to be on edge, he says, a reassuring tone in his voice. I forgot and didn't send out an important message, so please wait right there for a second. Be comfortable, please. He pauses, a slight smile playing on his lips. On the outside, this looks like it's something good. He scowls, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. But in reality, it's merely an antique, so it has plenty of annoying parts to it. He mutters, his gaze fixed on the glowing artifact before him. A bright orange message appears, congratulations. You are the first to fully clear the tutorial of the game within World 294. Your astonishing achievement will be permanently recorded in the Immortal Library, Akashic record. This record will be preserved. This record will be preserved, only to be viewed by the Great Land's monarchs. The protagonist's eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of their achievement. A message appears, proclaiming their achievement. You are the first to fully clear the tutorial of the game within World 294. The protagonist's eyes widen, and they ask, what is this? Tutorial. The protagonist questions, their voice filled with confusion. The implication hangs heavy in the air. A cloaked figure stands over a battlefield, a glowing orange rectangle obscuring their face. Defeated soldiers lie submerged in the dark water, their bodies half hidden. Close up on a soldier's wide, terrified eyes. His face is contorted in fear, as dark water swirls around him. He stumbles, legs churning against the rushing water. The current pulls him under. My, was that too shocking for you? A voice asks, the words hanging in the air. Still, it'd be great if you don't, a voice says, the words appearing alongside a polished, expensive-looking shoe. The implication is clear, someone is watching, and they're not pleased. A warning hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with threat. Because if you do, the unseen speaker continues, their words a chilling prelude to something far worse. A wave of energy erupts, a violent backlash to the unspoken threat. The figure deflects the energy wave with a glowing tablet, sending a shockwave that sends their opponent sprawling across the icy ground. Ice shards spray as the shockwave continues to rip across the battlefield. You might get swallowed by your emotions. The warning hangs in the air, amidst the falling ice shards. Rain falls, obscuring the figure. Only glowing eyes pierce the darkness, revealing a shadowy, lion-like form. The rain continues, but the figure emerges further from the shadows. Its lion-like form becomes clearer, though still largely obscured. Though partially obscured by shadow and rain, the lion-like figure's form is clearer now. A voice observes, though, it looks like that's a bit too late. Metallic droplets, like mercury, fall through the darkness. The lion-like figure is consumed. Ah, but you've endured it quite well despite being a human, so don't be so upset. The voice echoes, a calm counterpoint to the recent destruction. Bubbles rise in the darkness, a silent aftermath. A single exclamation point punctuates the dark, starry expanse. Something is emerging from the depths. A colossal, shadowy form continues its ascent, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from within its depths. The colossal form breaks the surface, water cascading down its immense body. The colossal figure emerges fully, water spraying as it rises from the depths. It stands, imposing and dark, amidst the churning water. Water droplets fall, the colossal figure now fully submerged. The scene is dark, ominous. Water cascades from his hair, revealing a face etched with grim determination. His eyes, though weary, hold a steely gaze. You're recovering, faster than I expected? The words hang in the air, a question laced with surprise. Its monstrous form shifts, a low growl rumbling. The creature's recovery is clearly exceeding expectations. Who the hell are you? He demands, his voice tight with suspicion. The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as dark energy swirls around him. I've been chatting without introducing myself. I was just so glad to see you. The woman exclaims, her relief palpable. To think you've reached the 100th floor of the tutorial. This has never happened before. The woman's astonishment underscores the protagonist's unprecedented achievement. I am the demon beast train, a voice booms. A shadowy, beast-like figure emerges from the darkness, its blue fangs bared. The owner of the nightmare tower that you've just cleared, the beast-like figure reveals, his identity adding a chilling twist to the narrative. A shadowy figure looms, silhouetted against a blinding light. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. His brow furrows, sweat beading on his chin. If everything up till now is merely a tutorial, he muses, does that mean there's still a main game? Man, you even have an excellent understanding, a voice booms, the shadowy figure's eyes gleaming. But before that, there's something I need to show you, the shadowy figure declares, a hint of mystery in his tone. A golden light streaks across the bottom of the panel. A golden streak flashes across the darkness. What's this? A voice exclaims, filled with awe and uncertainty. What's this? It looks like some sort of game? One man's voice expresses confusion and a hint of disbelief as he looks down at another, sweat beading on his brow. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness yet somehow radiating power, emerges. He gestures dramatically, a sinister smile playing on his unseen lips. The background suggests a powerful force has been unleashed. He watches, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. What's this door? I guess it's opening. A sense of wonder, and perhaps apprehension, mixes with his confusion. Seal's decision is revealed, he's joining the party. The panel focuses on his intense gaze, hinting at the weight of this choice. Seals joined the group. A voice, seemingly from outside the immediate scene, comments, it's very refreshing to see a scene like this once in a while. Seal, smiling slightly, asks, it's fine, right? Three's better than two, a voice declares, as Seal joins the group, solidifying their numbers. Nice to meet you. My name is Jae-hwan, he says, introducing himself. I'm from Seoul, the Republic of Korea, and my main weapon is the sword. He stands confidently amongst his companions. Yee-yo, those nostalgic faces we'll never get to see again. A voice exclaims, a bittersweet farewell echoing the end of an era. He soars through the air, a blur of motion, surrounded by a flock of shadowy bats. He cuts through a bat, blood spraying across the stone walls. The attack is swift and brutal. Oh! Now! It's going to happen soon, someone shouts. A voice calls out, hey, Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan's face, bloodied and wide-eyed, is shown. Really, no one would have expected it until this point. The narration underscores the unexpected turn of events, highlighting Jae-hwan's bloodied state and the shock surrounding his current predicament. Stop looking at me and get back to fighting, yeah? Jae-hwan, bloodied but defiant, urges his opponent to continue the fight. His expression is a mixture of grim determination and weary annoyance. When you're watching the tragic future, Seal. The panel shows a desolate battlefield, blood splattered on a wall, broken flags and weapons scattered around a lone, defeated figure. Seal lies wounded on the blood-soaked ground, his eyes closed. A voice pleads, open your eyes. Seal, please. The scene is grim, a battlefield littered with the remains of the fallen. Jae-hwan's face is bloodied, but a grim smile plays on his lips. He whispers, I'm sorry. The narrator adds, you can't help but tear up. Jae-hwan's face, marred by wounds, is a mask of grim determination. A voiceover reflects on his state, how was it? Are your memories coming alive again? Sadness, anger, regret. The voice continues, there's bound to be useless emotions left even for events that have already passed. As for you, Mr. Jae-hwan, I will give you a new opportunity, a voice declares. Jae-hwan's eyes, wide and intense, fix on something unseen. Mr. Jae-hwan, you can. The voice trails off, leaving the statement hanging in the air, full of unspoken potential. Jae-hwan waits, his gaze unwavering. A predatory gaze pierces the darkness. Burning gold eyes and a chilling, sharp-toothed grin reveal a monstrous presence. Restart this game from the beginning. The words appear, a stark command against the black backdrop. Honestly, isn't it such an amazing benefit? A figure, partially obscured, chuckles, their words dripping with a chilling amusement. It's something that only exists in novels in your world, the shadowy figure sneers, a monstrous, glowing-eyed beast looming behind him. The absolute one who starts anew with all their memories intact. The shadowy figure's words hang in the air, a chilling explanation of the power he wields. His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. This isn't the end, he questions, his voice laced with defiance. Wasn't it supposed to save the world if you completed the tower? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his previous defiance. A golden message appears, a stark choice presented, congratulations. You've been selected as the Tower Walker who will save this world. Will you respond to the call? Below, two options glow, accept or decline. I got fooled. The character's voice is filled with dawning realization as dust swirls around them, obscuring their form. The dust clears, revealing a monstrous figure looming before him. Its gaping maw and single, malevolent eye fill the frame. Right from the beginning. A chilling revelation hangs in the air, foreshadowing a long-hidden truth. A desolate cityscape unfolds. The leaning Tower of Pisa stands amidst the ruins, a stark monument to a fallen world. Snow falls softly on the shattered buildings. The snow falls on the ruined city. There was no way to stop the impact of the tower. The only thing we could do was... A man gestures at a wall covered in diagrams and notes, explaining the aftermath of the tower's collapse to his two companions. To continue clearing the tower, they gather their weapons. Swords, an axe, and a spiked mace are laid out, ready for use. Golden fragments rain down, the remnants of a shattered enemy. The redemption of humanity was... A single, powerful statement hangs in the air, leaving the audience pondering the weight of the words. A golden light erupts, bathing a multitude of outstretched hands in its glow. Bloodstains mar the skin, a testament to the struggle. Hope, perhaps, flickers in this desperate reach. The golden light fades, leaving only the text, merely just one of our wishes. A chilling revelation hangs in the air. But a single word, heavy with unspoken implications, hangs in the air. You should have known that, the figure in the dark suit states, his words hanging heavy in the dimly lit hall. He stands tall, a stark contrast to the cloaked figure before him. I will, the cloaked figure declares, their voice firm despite the ominous darkness surrounding them. A determined glint shines in his eyes. He's ready. Never go back to the past, a voice commands, echoing a resolute decision. A chilling laugh escapes the shadowy figure. Ha! The sound echoes, underscoring the ominous presence. The shadowy figure's laughter, ha, echoes ominously, a chilling sound that underscores the threat. A monstrous blue head, sharp teeth bared, hurtles towards the viewer. The speed is intense. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. The monstrous head hurtles forward, a blur of blue and sharp teeth. You're still on about that past? His opponent's words hang in the air, a challenge amidst the chaos. The man's eyes, narrowed and intense, reveal a simmering anger. I'll let you know, clearly, he states, his back to a colossal, glowing eye. The sheer size of the creature dwarfs him. The speaker confirms, with no item on this tower, and with no item in the great land. The implication hangs heavy in the air. I cannot send you back to the past, the being declares, its words final. There are no items capable of such a feat. His jaw tightens. Defeat stings, but his gaze holds a grim determination. He will find another way. What's that supposed to mean, he questions, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. There was surely an item named Stone of Regression. His eyes widen, a stark realization dawning. If only your kind didn't get fooled by the Stone of Incubi, a voice echoes, the words heavy with implication. A monstrous, ice-encrusted creature looms, its chilling gaze fixed on the viewer. Your fate would have turned, the caption ominously states. Upside down. How unfortunate. The narration reflects the grim reality as the man, battered and bruised, stares up, his fate seemingly sealed. Let me correct that, a voice cuts through the silence, a new presence emerging from the shadows. That wasn't the Stone of Regression. The voice's correction hangs in the air, a glowing purple crystal the only visual confirmation. But it wasn't. The figure before them, cloaked in shadow and purple energy, reveals the truth, but the Stone of Incubi. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, those who used the Stone of Incubi did not regress to the past. Images flash, a man smiling, a father cradling his baby, a scientist gesturing at a diagram. The protagonist stares, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. But, rather, we're stuck in a dream made by the incubus. The revelation hangs heavy, the protagonist's figure silhouetted against a warm, hazy light. Before the 77th floor, I would have never imagined. The creature, a monstrous figure with glowing eyes and sharp teeth, holds a pulsating purple crystal. Its expression is one of grim revelation. To think there would be a race so obsessed with regressing to the past. The creature's voice is laced with disbelief, its gaze intense as it holds the glowing crystal. A young man, cloaked and shadowed, stands amidst swirling embers. His expression is unreadable, yet a quiet strength emanates from him. You humans were probably the only ones to do this, a voice observes, the words hanging heavy in the aftermath of the event. The young man's face, partially obscured, shows a hint of grim determination. Sure, that might be the case, the young man replies, his tone nonchalant. A demonic figure grins, great. Now, shall we start the main game? A blinding golden light erupts. The demonic figure's grin widens. The game begins. It's not returning to the past, a voice declares. A bright orange screen appears, proclaiming, tutorial cleared. The game has truly begun. It's just starting the game again, a voice clarifies, dismissing any notion of time travel. The screen prompts, will you continue onto the main game? The player must choose. I believe you'll make a rational decision. A hand presses the NO button on a glowing interface. The ominous figure behind it watches intently. He stands before a gaping maw of shadow, two enormous, glowing eyes staring down. A question mark and exclamation point hover above, reflecting his uncertainty. Thanks to you, I now know the reality behind the tower. A revelation hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. A glowing, rectangular tablet materializes, its surface blank. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, emerges. Its face is partially obscured, but glowing eyes and sharp teeth are visible. The figure tilts its head back, a look of awe and perhaps slight fear on its face. The word O is written in the panel, reflecting its reaction. A blinding light erupts, obscuring the figure. The light fades, revealing a description, Tower of Nightmare, tutorial mode. It's the second work of the Nightmare creator, tentatively titled Citadel of Regret, designed to test those who answer the incubus's dream. A voiceover explains, I was already inside the incubi's dream the tower had made. His eyes narrow, a fierce intensity hardening his gaze. If that's the case. He begins, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Then, a monstrous transformation. A bestial visage, sharp teeth bared, glowing eyes burning with primal fury. He steps into the water, the dark liquid swirling around his armored foot. The transformation is complete. His transformation complete, he stands resolute, a dark cape billowing behind him. I will hunt you, he vows, his gaze unwavering. His eyes blaze with fierce determination. The hunt begins. He sets his jaw, a grim determination etched on his face. And go to the unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. He continues his ascent, heading to the next floor. The unspoken threat hangs heavy. I will hunt you, he vows, a grim determination etched on his face. Dust motes swirl around him in the dim light. He walks onward, his torn cloak billowing behind him as he strides through shallow water. The setting sun casts a warm glow on the scene. He grips his sword, a grim determination etched on his face. The setting sun illuminates the dust on his cheeks, highlighting his resolve. He resolves to press onward. And move to the next floor, he declares, his grip tightening on his sword. Are you talking about the next floor, he asks, but his question is met with a chilling declaration, there is no such thing. This is where the tower ends. I don't believe anything you bastards say, he declares, his skepticism unwavering. A taunting voice replies, is that because you don't feel like you've had enough clearing rewards yet? Ha ha. As expected, you probably don't want to leave with just memories as your reward. A blinding beam of energy erupts from the monstrous creature's maw, a wave of raw power aimed directly at its target. The energy blast impacts, but a figure's foot remains planted, the force seemingly absorbed into the ground. Dark tendrils of energy recoil. Ha! Really? He scoffs. All right. What do you want? Hidden item? Hidden skill? I'll give you everything. You deserve it, the figure declares, his back to us, a shadowy aura swirling around him. I don't need anything like that, he replies, his voice firm, his grip tightening on the sword at his side. The offer is refused. A blinding flash of light erupts. The light fades, revealing a monstrous figure. Its form is shadowy, yet its glowing blue maw and sharp teeth are terrifyingly clear. Three eyes burn with malevolent light. Don't you want to go back to the world you know? The monstrous figure asks, its voice a low growl. I'm sure you've already expected this when you realized that the Nightmare Tower was in a dream. The monstrous figure says, its voice echoing the unsettling truth. There is nothing like the tower's impact, the monstrous figure declares, a chilling certainty in its tone. What? What do you mean? The other character responds, clearly confused and apprehensive. The monstrous figure's gaze is unwavering, a grim determination etched onto his scarred face. His companion, mouth agape, looks on in stunned disbelief. Hey! You're late, one of them calls out. The other, flustered, replies, sorry. There was a lot of traffic on the way here. You bought the movie tickets, right? One asks. The other replies, oh. I forgot. Gosh. You really? I'll buy it, so let's just go. Quickly. One of them exclaims, taking charge of the situation after the other forgot the movie tickets. They're clearly in a hurry now. What is this? They're moving incredibly fast, a blur against the bright sky. He slows, the blur of motion fading. A grim determination sets upon his face. He impacts the ground hard, a cloud of dust erupting around him as he lies still. He moves in a blur, a dark figure streaking across the ground. The impact echoes. He lets out a harsh, triumphant laugh, ha 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 ha. Sweat beads on his brow, his expression grim despite the victory. I see that you are now getting a grasp on the situation. The victor's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling assessment of the unfolding events. Nobody is dead, a voice states, the words stark against the image of a woman and child on a bus, seemingly unharmed. Isn't that amazing? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the gravity of the previous events. All your family and friends. A voice booms, the words chilling. A shadowy figure, seemingly monstrous, observes a man on his phone, a subtle hint of menace in the air. This one is looking at something interesting, the voice adds, its tone suggesting a sinister plan. For those of you who have a unique group, the voice announces, I think this is good news. A beat later, the voice adds, I nearly forgot to show. The speaker reveals the most important part, a shadowy, canine-like creature with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. Its presence is both menacing and intriguing. How are the patients doing? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the shadowy, unsettling background. They have not regained consciousness, the report is grim, delivered in a low, somber tone. The speaker's head is bowed, his silhouette stark against the dark background. A row of patients lies unconscious in hospital beds. The scene is dimly lit, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken worry. He leans over a patient, his face etched with worry. Tears stream down his cheeks. Is that me? He whispers, his voice barely audible. Another voice, colder, cuts through the silence. Are you surprised that you look cleaner here? Even though decades have passed here, the narrator states, establishing the passage of significant time within this mysterious location. In his world, only a month has passed. He lies unconscious, connected to a respirator. A shadowy figure emerges, its form indistinct but menacing. A single, glowing yellow eye is visible, along with a set of sharp, blue-tinged teeth. It seems to writhe, its dark mass shifting and unstable. Furthermore, you could never beat me, the shadowy figure declares. Its words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the protagonist's limited experience. What exists between you, who only had the chance to finish the tutorial, and me? The creature continues, leaving the statement unfinished, its power implied. A huge gap between that of a dragon and a human. The shadowy figure's words emphasize the insurmountable difference in power. The image of a dragon's head, superimposed over a sword, visually underscores this point. That's nothing, he grits out, a defiant glint in his eyes despite the visible wounds. His resolve is unwavering. If you're a dragon. The words hang in the air, a challenge whispered against the backdrop of the ongoing battle. He smirks, a confident glint in his eyes. The battle continues, but his expression suggests he's already won. I've already caught one, he states, his grip tightening on the sword. The confident smirk remains. A low chuckle escapes him, ha! The beast's eyes glow, a predatory intensity filling its gaze. You arrogant punk! He snarls, eyes blazing with fury. The beast lunges. The beast's attack connects. A blur of motion, a flash of fur and teeth. The beast's attack lands. A swift, brutal blow. The impact echoes. A title card appears, The World of the Fallen. Chapter 6 begins. The world of the fallen awaits. The world stretches before us, a vast, empty expanse. A desolate landscape, hinting at the challenges ahead. A weathered wooden crate, seemingly abandoned, sits in the desolate landscape. The scene is silent, yet a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. A cloud of dust settles, revealing a small, weathered wooden crate. It sits alone, near a crumbling wall. "Jay," a voice whispers. He's battered, bruised, and bleeding, but his eyes burn with defiance. "I'm here." A figure emerges, wounded but resolute, clutching several vials. The figure reaches a dilapidated, dimly lit room. Dust motes dance in the lone shaft of sunlight piercing the gloom. Cobwebs hang heavy in the corners. A single candle flickers on a rough-hewn table. The question hangs in the air, barely audible, "Jay?" A hammer falls, sparks flying as it strikes the metal. The sound is heavy, echoing the unspoken tension. Sweat beads on his brow, his face grim. He continues to hammer, the rhythmic blows a testament to his unwavering focus. That's 72 times, counting yesterday's attempts. I'd been challenging him without missing a day, but no matter how much I attacked, I couldn't hurt him. He pauses, his inner monologue revealing the futility of his relentless assault. But despite the relentless attacks, he's still alive. A grim determination sets in his face, sweat beading on his brow. I don't know why, but he doesn't intend to kill me, he thinks, a flicker of confusion crossing his face amidst the ongoing battle. So, no matter how many days it takes, he vows, wiping sweat and blood from his face. Determination hardens his gaze. No matter how many years. His vow hangs heavy in the air, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Endure it. The monstrous maw gapes, a chilling promise of the pain to come. I have to endure it, because that guy is the product I'll sell. His resolve hardens, a grim acceptance etched on his face. He leans back, a grim expression on his face. And he's a very special product at that. The words confirm his reluctant acceptance of the situation. He adds, a chilling finality in his tone, as a cultivator. The implication hangs heavy in the air. This is the first time I experience this. A man in a suit, his hands clasped, observes a bowl of popcorn. A sense of unease hangs in the air. A definition appears: a cultivator ensures a product successfully adapts to this great land by helping it mature through a two-stage cultivation process. The first stage of cultivation is selecting the best seeds. For figures, each carrying a seed, descend towards a waiting hand. The 4 seeds are deposited into a large, clawed hand. A caption explains, the good seeds are found through the tutorial game. These selected seeds, we're told, will rapidly grow and advance through the main game. A seedling sprouts, small but vibrant, held in the large, calloused hands of a powerfully built man. His face is contorted in a grimace, a mixture of exertion and grim determination. This two-stage cultivation process involves carefully watering and fertilizing selected seeds. But this particular seed refuses to advance to the next level. A single, intense eye opens. Its gaze burns with a fierce, golden light. The question hangs heavy in the air: should I just kill him off? The wounded figure, impaled by spears, lies before the unseen speaker. Since dying inside the tower doesn't mean the soul will disappear. The speaker's words, a chilling revelation, hang in the air above the fallen figure. A chilling thought crosses the speaker's mind: but what if I damage his soul because of the gap in our power? The concern is palpable, a stark contrast to the previous confidence. 3 shadowy figures emerge, their eyes glowing ominously. A palpable sense of dread fills the air. A central figure sits, a shadowed, demonic presence. 3 larger, looming figures rise behind him, their glowing eyes intense. The atmosphere is heavy with menace. The shadowed figure speaks, a low murmur of apprehension: the harvesters won't overlook it if I do that. His words hint at a dangerous risk. I need to grow him well without scratches and sell him, the shadowed figure declares, his words revealing a chilling plan. It's time for me to slowly rise to an upper-class demon. His ambition is clear, a ruthless pursuit of power. He sits alone, a bleak landscape behind him. The young man's expression is grim, his thoughts heavy as he reads the words floating above: you have to pay back the loan you borrowed to buy it. The weight of his debt is palpable. He grips his sword, a grim realization dawning. He's such a special product that even the gods, who say they don't do business with demons, contacted me. The weight of this revelation adds to his burden. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupts, ominous and powerful. He strains against the encroaching darkness, muttering, "This is seriously driving me crazy." The dark energy continues its relentless assault. He unleashes a blinding golden energy, a wave of power pushing back the encroaching darkness. What is it you want? The question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst the fading golden light. There must be a reason you're doing this. The words hang in the air, a quiet plea amidst the swirling golden energy. Hey, look here. Aren't you getting tired of this? The words cut through the golden energy, a challenge in the midst of the ongoing struggle. His expression is grim, determined. He deflects the golden energy with a swift, powerful strike. The force of the blow sends shockwaves outward. If you start making your way to the main game, a voice warns, the words appearing as a thought bubble above a figure deflecting blinding energy blasts with effortless grace. His expression is grim, determined. So why the heck won't you do it? The voice demands, the question hanging heavy in the air. A dark figure lunges forward, motion blurred, intent clear. Ha! Seriously? The dark figure's sneering face looms closer, eyes blazing. A blur of motion. The dark figure attacks. He moves in a blur, sword flashing. A powerful strike. The sword falls, a clean strike. He staggers, wounded. A shadowy figure looms, its eyes burning bright. A blur of motion. The shadowy figure strikes, its weapon a flash of gold. He's sent flying, a pained grimace twisting his features as he impacts the ground. Ice shards explode outward, a violent spray of frozen fragments. The ice shards scatter, a blizzard of frozen fragments. He coughs, a ragged sound, blood staining his lips. His face is bruised and battered, a testament to the brutal fight. Ah! Just tell me something, he demands, his voice strained. What do you want? The other replies, the question sharp and defiant. I'm telling you, I'll give you all the hidden skills and hidden items you want. So why do you keep acting pointlessly? The monstrous figure roars, its words a frustrated counterpoint to the human's defiance. I am trying to hunt you and move to the next floor, the monster snarls, its frustration evident. The human, leaning against a jagged ice formation, retorts, You keep saying that. What should I do for you to make you move on to the main game? The monster demands, its frustration escalating. The human's face, bloodied and weary, is shown in close-up. Caught you, the monster declares, a smug satisfaction in its tone. It was worth waiting for this guy's patience to run out. Then, there's something I want to ask you, the monster says, its tone shifting from triumphant to inquisitive. A new phase of their encounter begins. Don't be too surprised, the monster warns, its voice a low rumble. A new revelation is coming. Too surprised, Mr. Jae-hwan. The truth is your universe. The monster's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling revelation. Does not just consist of one dimension, the monster declares. Jae-hwan's reply is immediate and firm, I already know. The monster scoffs, hey? Really? Jae-hwan remains calm. Below, the narration explains, string theory, many worlds theory, etc., also exist on our Earth. The narrator explains, this universe consists of a single mainstream dimension called the Great Land. Further details are promised. The other man gestures expansively. And there are countless frontiers that branch out below it, he explains, indicating a vast, star-filled expanse. He continues, among those countless frontiers scattered across this dimension, Earth is one of the smaller planets. A vast, star-filled expanse is shown, with Earth visible as a small, pale blue dot. And we call this planet World 294. The narrator's voice is calm, almost matter-of-fact, as the small blue dot of Earth hangs in the vast cosmic expanse. In this nightmare tower, a close-up reveals a character's intense gaze. A small, glowing blue planet is visible behind him, a stark contrast to the dark surroundings. Walkers acquire skills and items, building their status within this treacherous tower. The text explains the mechanics of progression as the character's determined gaze remains fixed. The towering structure, a colossal spire piercing the heavens, is revealed. It stands upon a world bathed in ethereal blue light, a system of the Great Land. Adaptation is key to survival here. They get the opportunity to go to a new world. And for demons like me, the narrator's voice trails off, the implication heavy with unspoken potential. A shadowy figure, monstrous and vaguely reptilian, looms in the background. A multitude of eyes, swirling and vibrant, fills the panel. They seem to emanate from a vast, shadowy being, partially revealed at the bottom. Its presence is immense, ominous. The shadowy figure, its eyes a swirling vortex of countless others, holds aloft a glowing orb. We play an indispensable role, helping in the games, it states, its voice echoing the vastness of its being. Why is that? He asks, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb and the shadowy figure. Doubt and suspicion cloud his expression. Why am I taking part in this kind of thing? He questions, his doubt palpable. The vast, ethereal expanse surrounding him only amplifies his uncertainty. Who knows? A voice muses, the vastness of the surrounding space echoing the uncertainty. But I don't think that's what you're really curious about. A monstrous, glowing blue maw looms closer, its sharp teeth a stark contrast to the dark void. It lunges forward, a blur of motion. The creature's attack is swift and brutal. Out of all the frontiers that exist, why? A voice trails off, the question hanging heavy in the crimson-hued air. Was the Nightmare Tower summoned on this crimson plane? A colossal structure rises from the blood-red earth, its ominous presence filling the panel. But it's summoned on your earth? The demonic figure gestures dramatically, his words emphasizing the Nightmare Tower's unsettling arrival in a desolate, crimson landscape. The protagonist stands firm, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of ruined buildings. That's what you're curious about, right? The demon's question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst the desolate, crimson landscape. You are curious as to why you and your kind are facing. The demon's voice trails off, his expression unreadable, yet a hint of something akin to amusement plays on his lips as he surveys the ruined cityscape. Are facing such a fate. The demon's words hang in the air, a chilling finality to his statement. His gaze, sharp and knowing, lingers over the devastated landscape. It is a mere coincidence that your world was chosen, the demon states, his words dripping with ominous implications. His form is partially obscured, yet his chilling tone leaves no doubt about the gravity of his statement. Enough, the demon declares. The panel shows a tattered, damaged teddy bear lying amidst rubble, a birthday tag is visible. What he was about to ask is left unsaid. His eyes narrow, a grim determination etched on his face. The demon's words clearly haven't broken him. For what purpose are you running this Nightmare Tower? He demands an answer, his resolve unwavering. The shadowy figure responds with a single, chilling word, what? Its eyes gleam, a sinister smile playing on its lips. What rewards do you get for doing this work? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the shadowy figure. Its response is a stammered, that's. Its expression is one of clear unease. I am just volunteering, the shadowy figure insists, but a nervous chuckle follows. From the look in your eyes, you don't seem to believe me. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. Surprisingly, us demons quite like volunteering, the shadowy figure reveals, a surprising statement that contradicts his earlier nervous demeanor. Some demon friends of mine are taking care of walkers from other planets, and... He trails off, a hint of weariness in his gaze as dark, smoky tendrils swirl around him. He continues, a chilling laugh escaping him as he reveals, it's someplace where humans, monsters, and demons are all living peacefully, ha. The smoky tendrils writhe around him, intensifying the unsettling atmosphere. A cryptic message appears, etched across a blood-red backdrop, the monarch has sent you a message. You cannot kill the product you are awaiting. The monarch's message appears, a stark warning etched against a blood-red backdrop, you cannot kill the product you are cultivating. You should not continue your conversation any longer. Well then, do you believe my words now? The shadowy figure, its monstrous face barely contained within a sharp suit, asks, a chilling smirk playing on its lips. His eyes, narrowed in furious concentration, burn with a cold fire. The embers of a recent battle still glow around him. He breathes heavily, the lingering embers of the fight still glowing around him. His resolve remains unbroken. What a load of bullshit, he mutters, his voice laced with frustration. We see Jaewon's profile. Level 100. His title, Ex-Nightmare of the 99th Floor. He's reached the limit. Jaewon's stats are revealed: level 100 swordsman, with the unique ability, EX, Tenacity. All his attributes, strength, agility, vitality, spirit, and magic, have reached the maximum of 100. He's hit the limit. Jaewon, the level 100 swordsman, lies wounded in a desolate, icy wasteland. Jagged ice formations tower around him, a stark contrast to the dark pool of blood spreading on the snow. Now, there are only the consequences. Jaewon's sword lies discarded in the snow, near a spreading pool of his blood. Wounded and bleeding, Jaewon drinks from a small vial. His expression is grim, determined. Jaewon, his face grim, mutters, "No more stats to raise." He clutches a small, possibly magical, item. Jaewon unleashes a furious attack, his eyes blazing. A monstrous, shadowy creature erupts from him, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying roar. Despite his furious assault, the monstrous form remains elusive. But I still can't reach it, Jaewon realizes, his frustration palpable. Jaewon's attack connects, a flurry of blows against the monstrous form. Blood spatters across the icy ground. Jaewon lies defeated on the icy ground, his sword discarded nearby. Blood stains the snow. Jaewon, defeated and bloodied, lies in the snow. A question hangs in the air: can humans be completely reduced to just numbers? Perhaps, could this world's system be? Jaewon's bloodied face is shown, his expression one of grim determination despite his injuries. Jaewon's eyes blaze with fierce determination. He unleashes a powerful surge of energy. The energy surges outward in a blinding flash. What was that? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the unexpected energy surge. Just now, a strange feeling. He clutches his chest, a look of confusion and concern etched on his face. This is... His eyes widen, a look of dawning realization and perhaps alarm replacing his earlier confusion. A faint golden light emanates from within him. A crystalline structure, radiating a powerful golden light, erupts from within him. Particles of light scatter across the dark background. The golden light fades, leaving behind a crystalline shard. An illusion? The question hangs in the air, a doubt clouding the recent events. Golden energy pulses from his hand, a potent magic swirling. Was it all an illusion? The golden energy dissipates, leaving only the lingering question: was it real? The golden light fades, leaving behind only shimmering particles. Doubt lingers. These things took the form of fine particles. The golden light has dissipated, leaving only shimmering dust motes in its wake. The particles coalesced, forming a rough cube shape. It continued to shift and reform. I instinctively understood that these particles were the truth. He realized they were fundamental forms, the very essence of this world. A chilling revelation: the monarch has sent word, they cannot kill the archmage. Voluntary work, you say? A skeptical frown deepens on his face. His eyes narrow, a flicker of barely contained anger in their depths. The skepticism intensifies. Then what's a monarch? A king, he asks, skepticism etched on his face. The other figure's response is immediate: oh. You're finally interested. The other figure explains: monarchs are the rulers of the great land. Those who have cleared the main game and entered the great land are revealed. Monarchs rule this new world. Two figures lie defeated on the colossal hand, their forms fading into ethereal blue light. The victorious monarch stands above them, his axe resting on the giant's flesh, a grim testament to his power. These candidates are usually recommended to a faction by the monarchs. His gaze hardens. Recommendation for a faction, he questions, a hint of skepticism in his tone. That's right, the creature confirms. Your destiny is determined by the monarch you choose. Beastlane, the shadowy figure, makes a solemn vow. If you happen to follow my words, I will stake my honor as a demon. He emphasizes his commitment by holding the young king's sword. Beastlane continues, his vow unwavering, and do everything in my power to help Mr. Jaehwan be under the command of an excellent monarch. Of course, that'll be the case only if you will willingly participate in the main game. A beat of silence hangs in the air. Then, a single, thoughtful ellipsis appears in a speech bubble. You're talking like an insurance salesman, one of them remarks, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Ha? Me? What led you to that conclusion? No way. The speaker's disbelief is clear. I got it. I'll do as you say. The speaker's agreement hangs in the air, a stark contrast to their previous disbelief. Exactly 10 days from now, he states, a grim determination etched on his face. The weight of the upcoming deadline is palpable. I'll be leaving this place, he declares, his voice firm despite the somber atmosphere. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. He departs, the word departure etched starkly against the black background, a final, impactful statement. The title card appears, Chapter 17, The World Afterward. 9 days later. He stands, sword raised, a grim determination etched on his face. The battle continues. A defeated foe lies broken on the ground. Above him, a triumphant ha, fuck echoes. Sweat beads on his brow, a grim determination etched on his face. He grips his sword, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. He's been doing that same shit all day today, a voice scoffs. What an attention seeker. Okay. I just need to wait a bit longer. It's almost there, a voice declares, the words hinting at a powerful, imminent event. A shadowy, monstrous form looms, its glowing eyes intense. I was tricked by those nightmares and purchased this garbage tower of all things. The monstrous figure laments, its words revealing a crucial piece of the puzzle. Yes, this is all because of those nightmare bastards, the monstrous figure snarls, confirming his earlier lament. His rage is palpable. The monstrous figure explains, the tower I bought right away because they said it was personally built by a Meister rank nightmare. A smaller, anthropomorphic figure chimes in, dear customer, this is basically a giveaway if a Meister rank product is this cheap. It was an antique from the first generation, with a production year impossible to determine. Had it been a recent model, a function would have existed to force end the tutorial without damaging the product. The shadowy figure, apron-clad, dumps a packet of something into a bowl of cereal. Tiny figures cry out as they're submerged. Give back the decline button, it demands. This damned first-generation tower cannot end the game without the product's permission, a voice booms. A monstrous figure, its face a mask of furious defiance, screams "No! I don't want to. I'm going to fight against you," he mutters, his finger hovering over the decline button on a glowing interface. The monstrous figure behind him continues to rage. Of course, what can I do? My only sin is poverty, he sighs, a resignation settling over his features. Anyway, since it activates normally, I've got to use it. He makes his decision. He collapses onto the sofa, exhausted. A small, crying ghost-like creature floats above him. But this'll end by tomorrow, a voice declares, a hint of resolve in the tone. The exhausted man and the crying ghost remain, waiting for the dawn. A monstrous, shadowy figure exhales, a plume of dark energy escaping its maw. Full, it breathes, the sound heavy with menace. Claws, long and sharp, extend from the shadowy figure. They gleam menacingly in the dim light. The shadowy figure lunges. A key summary appears, outlining the game's rules and the Great Land's secrets. Players must adapt to survive, explore 12 regions, and discover the identities of the monarchs. A message appears, the game master wants to end the tutorial. Returning to World 294, the player can join the main game without losing memories. The choice is clear, accept or refuse. Have you memorized all the data I've provided? A voice asks. Yes, thanks, the player replies, confirming their readiness to proceed. A sinister figure, clad in a sharp suit, grins widely, revealing sharp teeth. He gestures towards a glowing orange doorway, a clear invitation for the cloaked swordsman standing before him. Now then, hurry, and press accept, the sinister figure urges. Will the swordsman take the offered deal? The swordsman faces a stark choice, yes, or no. His decision hangs in the balance. Ah, I've waited so long for this day to come. I'm so moved, I'm shedding tea. The beast-like figure's words express overwhelming emotion. A blinding flash of light erupts as the beast unleashes a powerful attack. The beast's attack connects, a blur of motion and sparks. The dust settles. A single, polished shoe is visible, belonging to Mr. Jae-hwan. Just what do you think you're doing? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing over the still settling dust. He stands amidst the golden dust, a long sword held close, his gaze unwavering. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Golden dust explodes as he strikes, a swift, decisive blow. You should be able to tell by looking. The words hang in the air, a challenge as golden dust motes slowly drift down. A hand extends, receiving the ornate, golden-hilted sword. It's a weapon of immense power, its presence palpable. Starting now, he declares, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. The golden-hilted sword rests at his side, ready. I'll be hunting you, he vows, his declaration accompanied by the glint of his drawn sword. Dust motes swirl around him, a testament to the intensity of his resolve. His blade flashes, a golden blur of motion. The attack is swift, decisive. He moves in a blur, sword flashing. A powerful strike connects. The sword connects, a powerful blow. Dust and debris erupt. After I was able to see these particles, a new perspective is revealed, illuminating previously unseen energy. The movement of his pierce has been unstable. Every time he used it, the energy felt erratic. He senses something wrong. I perceived a strange feeling of disharmony, he thinks, his expression strained. A wave of dark energy erupts, a palpable sense of malice washing over him. A feeling, a certain sense, was awakening within him. His eyes blaze with newfound power. A golden light erupts, radiating power. The golden light intensifies, forming a blinding flash. A blinding golden energy erupts, engulfing the figure. The golden energy explodes outward, a blinding flash. Is this? The question hangs in the air, a whisper of uncertainty following the blinding golden explosion. What it feels to be alive? The question hangs in the air, a desperate, pained whisper from the man bathed in golden light. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning understanding. He moves in a blur, a silver flash slicing through the air. The attack connects. A flurry of dust and debris obscures the aftermath. The dust clears, revealing a foot, clad in dark, futuristic boots, landing with a powerful impact. Blue energy swirls around it. Dark tendrils of energy lash out, a whirlwind of blue and black power. The man in the suit watches the swirling energy subside, revealing floor 81. Truly, it's my first time seeing a being like you, he observes, the words echoing the strangeness of the creature revealed on floor 91. A monstrous claw, dark and clawed, fills the panel. It would have, the text states, leaving the sentence unfinished, hinting at a devastating potential. It would have been better for the both of us if you had done this from the start. A monstrous, shadowy figure looms, its glowing blue fangs and eyes a terrifying contrast to the dark form. Don't you agree? The monstrous figure presses, its words a chilling challenge. What are you planning to do? The monstrous figure demands, its question hanging heavy in the air as it observes its opponent's actions. In any case, if you don't have my approval, aren't you unable to end this game? The monstrous figure asks. Of course. Truthfully, I. The opponent begins, his reply left unfinished. I had given up a long time ago, trying to get your approval, the monstrous figure confesses, his words revealing a prolonged struggle for acceptance. This time, let me ask you instead, the monstrous figure declares, shifting the dynamic of their conversation. Why do you think this tutorial game? He begins, a question hanging in the air. His face etched with grim determination, he counters, would it continue indefinitely? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the monstrous figure's claim. This Tower of Nightmares is. The ominous words hang in the darkness, a chilling revelation about their perilous location. The game is programmed to automatically end 100 days after the tutorial is cleared. A grim revelation within the Tower of Nightmares. A sudden realization dawns. The game ends in 100 days. Only 100 days remain. The weight of that deadline settles heavily. So Mr. Jae-hwan, a voice booms, as a monstrous, tentacled creature looms over him. The deadline draws closer. All you have to do is be captured in this manner, and then obediently participate in the main game, the monstrous creature declares, its words chillingly simple. A figure is thrown violently to the ground, the impact muffled by the darkness. The fallen figure is revealed to be clutching a golden weapon. Demon Beastlane, a voice declares. In the Great Land, a voice questions, the one known as the cajoling gentleman? Correct? A glowing eye, partially visible, suggests a powerful, shadowy figure. The shadowy figure reveals more. You've been alive for 784 years, traversed 128 different worlds, and kept up the noxious cultivation, using the races who live there as targets. How did you? The shadowy figure's voice is filled with disbelief, his question hanging in the air as he stares at the immense, alien structure before him. You were planning to send me over to Harvester, the Monarch of Darkness, weren't you? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a stark revelation shattering the previous moment's disbelief. You, just who are you? The question hangs in the air, a swirling vortex of golden light the only answer for now. The golden light coalesces, revealing a monstrous figure in a sharp suit. Its bestial face is a mask of furious rage, teeth bared in a snarl. Who else? The monstrous figure demands, its rage palpable. The golden light intensifies, hinting at further threats to come. If you would entrust to me, till the culmination of the monarch of the first cultivation. The monstrous figure's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling prophecy. A cruel smile stretches across his face, eyes gleaming with a chilling determination. He accepts the prophecy. I'm the product that you have raised here for several decades, he declares, a chilling certainty in his tone. Well, not anymore, he retorts, the declaration cutting through the air like a blade. A surge of energy radiates from him. He unleashes a furious attack, a whirlwind of motion and energy. The attack connects, a blinding flash of light and energy erupting. The impact reverberates, a wave of energy washing over everything. A sinister grin spreads across his face. I'm the product you've been raising here for several decades, he declares. Well, not anymore, he retorts, a defiant glint in his eyes. The decades of manipulation end here. He attacks with a furious flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion. The attack culminates in a blinding flash, the word OK echoing the impact. The aftermath. A dark cloud of smoke and debris hangs in the air. A blinding flash of light erupts, then fades, leaving only a swirling vortex of energy in its wake. He unleashes a powerful blast of energy, a surge of blue light erupting from his hands. The energy blast connects, a blinding flash of blue light engulfing the target. The blast disperses, revealing a creature momentarily stunned, its form partially obscured by lingering energy. The creature stumbles, its claws scraping the ground as it falls. The attack clearly connects. It collapses, a blue light pulsing from within its chest before fading to darkness. A blinding flash of light erupts as the creature is struck. Debris flies outward in a chaotic spray. The attack sends the creature flying, a blur of motion against the dark sky. Debris rains down as it crashes into the ground. The creature lies defeated, dust settling around it. Its attacker stands victorious, a faint blue energy still sparking from their hand. No. A single word, filled with disbelief, hangs in the air. The blue energy dissipates, leaving only lingering dust. No way. How did he? The words hang in the air, a testament to disbelief and astonishment. The dust settles, revealing the impossible. A monstrous face, shadowed and sharp-toothed, fills the panel. Its glowing eyes pierce the darkness. A thought bubble appears, see could this mean? A surge of cyan energy erupts, taking the shape of a colossal, jagged blade. It crackles with power. He's an over-adapter? The revelation hangs in the air, a shockwave following the energy blade's terrifying display. He stands amidst the wreckage, a glowing energy blade held aloft. The defeated foes lie scattered at his feet. Golden energy dissipates, leaving him standing amidst the fallen. His breath comes in ragged gasps, but his eyes burn with a fierce determination. His golden energy fades, leaving him victorious but weary. Determination still shines in his eyes. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 8 begins. After reaching the 100th floor, a flood of memories washes over him. Images of past battles and challenges flicker before his eyes. Overwhelmed by memories, he questions, I doubted. Is this tower also inside a nightmare? The fragmented images behind him hint at a troubled past. He continues, his doubt growing, and doubted, what if that guy isn't even capable of killing me? His face is etched with grim determination, a stark contrast to his previous uncertainty. And doubted again. His face, streaked with grime and blood, reflects his lingering uncertainty. A grim question hangs in the air, a reflection of his inner turmoil. Can humans be completely reduced to just these numbers? The true essence of the world was disassembled. A chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air. He began to ramble, his words nonsensical. The fragmented world's essence was revealed on a glowing tablet he held. The tablet glows, revealing an ancient prophecy, Lord of Darkness, soon, the first cultivation will end. If you would entrust this cultivation to me till the end. A final, stark declaration follows, and at the end of my countless doubting. He grips his sword, a golden light emanating from the blade. When there were no more things to doubt, the text declares, underscoring his unwavering resolve. He strikes with blinding speed, the golden light of his sword a blur. Understood stab, the text proclaims, as the attack connects. The attack explodes in a flash of turquoise and purple energy, shattering the surrounding stone. The combined attack unleashes a devastating shockwave, shattering the stone around them. The creature lunges, a blur of dark fur and sharp teeth. Its eyes burn with fierce intensity. The attack connects. A blinding flash of light engulfs them both. Link. The synchronization limit is temporarily disabled. Link's transformation intensifies. Surging energy crackles around him, his form shifting into something monstrous. Link's transformation is complete. He stands, a monstrous figure crackling with dark energy, a terrifying new form born from the surge of power. The transformation complete, Link explodes into motion, a blur of dark energy and terrifying power. I won't go easy on you anymore. Just surrender already. Link declares, his dark energy surging around him. The attack is relentless. Despite the blood streaming down his face, Link's eyes burn with defiance. He grits his teeth, his expression one of fierce determination. It's surprising that you've just completed the tutorial yet already at the second stage of adaptation, a voice observes, the words a stark contrast to Link's bloody, determined face. That's what I would have said if I were a human. Link's inner voice explodes, a defiant retort to the observer's earlier comment. The red splatter emphasizes the intensity of his struggle. I, Beastlane, cannot be defeated by you. The monstrous figure roars, its power undeniable amidst the shattered ice. Beastlane collapses, blood staining the ice. His defiant roar is silenced. Is it going to end like this? The question hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the uncertainty of the moment. Blood gushes from a deep wound. The attacker grips a bloodied weapon. The number 9,999,999,991 appears, stark against the black background. The counter continues to climb. 9,999,999,993, below, a massive, shadowy figure is engulfed in a blizzard of shattering ice. The counter drops, 9,999,993,994. He counters the attack, a flurry of golden energy exploding outward. The counter continues its relentless descent, 9,999,999,997. The energy surges, a blinding spectacle of light and power. The counter continues its relentless drop, 9,999,999,999. A voice booms, "You'll have to participate in the real game anyway." He counters the monstrous attack with a blinding flash of blue energy from his sword. "Even if you do this to me, it will just be your loss," he declares, a defiant glint in his eyes. Two numbers flash, 9,990,000,000 and 10 billion. He attacks with a blinding flash of energy, his blade a streak of blue light. That's it. The attack connects, a burst of blue energy engulfing his foe. The attack leaves a searing trail, a glowing white line cutting through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. A wave of icy energy explodes outwards, a blizzard of shards and frost. Is it that? A question hangs in the air, following the icy blast. He counters with a swift, powerful strike, his blade a blur against the icy attack. The word OK flashes across the panel. He's sent flying, a blur of motion against the icy blue energy. The impact is immediate and forceful. The impact throws him back, a disintegrating figure swallowed by the bright, icy energy. What remains is a skeletal form, dissolving into icy shards. What the? Blades of icy energy slice through the air, shattering the skeletal remains. A dark figure stands amidst the blizzard of shards. The icy shards dissipate, revealing a figure standing amidst the wreckage. "No escape," a voice booms. "No, this is." A dark, ominous form coalesces from the dissipating ice, its jagged edges hinting at immense power. It is a dragon, immense and terrifying. Its eyes burn with cold, blue fire. This isn't even a stage of adaptation. The sheer power of the dragon is overwhelming. How did this kind of? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the sheer, unbelievable power unleashed before them. The dragon's energy surges, a blinding display of raw might. The dragon unleashes a devastating blast of energy, a golden wave of destruction engulfing everything in its path. The golden wave impacts, but a surge of blue energy erupts from the center, countering the attack. A surge of raw power erupts, shattering the golden wave. The question mark above speaks to the unexpected counterattack. He counters with a whirlwind of motion, his blade a blur. The golden wave is shattered. The attack disperses in a shower of golden sparks. The attack connects, a blinding flash of blue energy engulfing the target. A guttural cough echoes as the blue energy dissipates. "For this last time, listen to me well," he commands, his scarred face grim, sword held ready amidst swirling remnants of blue energy. His eyes glow, a fierce light burning within. Is this awakening? He wonders aloud, his bloodied face a testament to the struggle. "Humans are not objects you can buy and sell like you guys think," he grits out, his bloodied face a mask of defiance. "They are not something that you can put some price tag on," he continues, his voice unwavering despite the looming shadow of a monstrous beast. "I will no longer follow the scenario laid out by you bastards," he declares, his voice resonating with defiance against the looming threat. The blade plunges through its eye, piercing the creature's skull. "I will," he grits out, his face bloodied and bruised, but his eyes burn with defiance. Despite his wounds, his gaze remains defiant. Blood streaks his face, but his spirit is unbroken. "Break out of here and move on to the next floor," a voice commands. He stands amidst shattering glass, his resolve unwavering despite his wounds. Undeterred, he declares, "I will keep climbing and see with my own eyes the end of what you guys have created." His resolve is clear, even amidst the destruction. "The end of this damned world," he proclaims, a defiant whisper amidst the shattering reality around him. His face is bloodied, but his gaze remains fixed, unwavering. The shattered remnants of a world fall away, revealing a character profile. Name, title, class, and unique ability remain unknown. The debris clears, revealing a mysterious skill in possession. A desperate plea escapes, and no. Shattered fragments of something crystalline rain down, a golden light illuminating the scene. Below, a whispered, "Please." A desperate plea echoes, "Please stop it." The golden light intensifies, illuminating the scene's destruction. The beast slams its massive paws down, cracking the ground. Its powerful impact sends tremors through the earth. There is no such thing as the next floor. The ground shatters, revealing a chasm below. No. There is a next floor. He stands defiant, his sword pointed towards the shattered remains of the floor, a chasm now yawning beneath his feet. A defeated creature lies broken below. I am not merely guessing. He confirms, his gaze fixed on a stone inscription reading 78th floor. He confirms his deduction, tracing the inscription on a stone slab. 66th floor, it reads. He found more scribblings inside the tower. This one reads 47th floor. He reads another inscription. In the end, the Tower of Nightmares is just an imitation of the first nightmare at the top of the tree of imagery. A revelation dawns on him. His eyes narrow, a grim expression settling on his face. At the top of the tree of imagery, he mutters, the question hanging heavy in the air. He looks up, a mixture of apprehension and determination etched on his face. The journey ahead is clearly daunting. This is a root of the tree of imagery, right? He confirms his suspicions, gazing at the glowing, fragmented structure before him. He grips the glowing, fragmented root, a grim expression etched on his face. If this is a root, he mutters, then there will probably be. The implication hangs heavy in the air. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination hardening his features. If I stab through that ceiling? He says, the implication clear. A surge of energy crackles around him, a pale blue light illuminating his face. He unleashes a powerful attack, a surge of icy blue energy erupting from him, shattering the ceiling above. The icy blue energy explodes outwards, shattering the remnants of the ceiling in a dazzling display of power. The icy blast continues its destructive path, pulverizing the remaining ceiling debris. The icy blast slams into the creature, shattering the remnants of the ceiling. It's a decisive blow. Kaya. And no. My tower. The creature's desperate cry echoes as its structure crumbles. The system message flashes across the screen, failed to calculate. Debris rains down from the shattered tutorial tower. The final system message appears, you have failed to clear the game. Debris continues to fall from the collapsing Tower of Nightmares. Debris continues to fall, a silent testament to the failed attempt. The Tower of Nightmares crumbles. The dust settles. A system message appears, system. The tutorial game is completely over. The tutorial is over. Sunlight filters through palm leaves, a tranquil scene suggesting a peaceful end. The sun dapples through the leaves. A figure rests, partially obscured by lush jungle foliage. He breathes heavily, sweat dripping from his chin. A close-up shows his clenched fists, dirt smudged on his knuckles. Huff. A trail of footprints winds through the dense jungle undergrowth. The path leads deeper into the foliage. He reaches the end of the trail, a look of determination on his face. Finally, I've found it. A monstrous claw slams down, the impact sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The force is immense. The monstrous creature lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut with a terrifying crack. The creature's massive claws scrape the ground, leaving deep gouges in the earth as it prepares to strike again. The creature lunges, a blur of motion and claws. He deflects the attack, his sword a blur. The monstrous wolves surround him, snapping jaws inches from his skin. He barely avoids the snapping jaws, a desperate lunge carrying him past the monstrous teeth. He connects with a powerful blow, a burst of energy erupting where they collide. The impact sends a shockwave outward, a blur of motion and energy. A monstrous wolf, eyes blazing red, lunges forward. Its fangs are bared, ready to strike. The wolf's attack connects, a spray of blood erupting as it slams into its target. A swift counterattack. He delivers a light stab, piercing the wolf as it lunges. He breathes heavily, his gaze fixed, a grim determination etched on his face. The fight has taken its toll. A crimson energy blast erupts, a fierce counterattack. The counterattack connects. A monstrous, fanged beast emerges from the dust and debris, its crimson eyes blazing. The dust clears, revealing the full extent of the beast's power. It stands amidst the rubble, a terrifying figure of immense strength. It appears that light stab won't be enough for this guy. The narrator's assessment underscores the beast's unexpected resilience. The beast lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. A blur of motion. The sword flashes, deflecting the beast's attack. Blood sprays as the sword connects, a clean strike against the beast's flank. The beast is sent sprawling, a blur of motion and blood. And oh, it roars, the sound echoing the ferocity of its fall. The beast crashes, the impact sending debris flying. Malstab, the word explodes across the panel as the protagonist stands over his fallen foe. Okay, one stab man. The protagonist's inner monologue confirms his decisive action. Dust and smoke billow as the impact reverberates. Blood splatters as a massive horn pierces its target. All the monsters here seem to be weak, a voice comments, as a wounded beast collapses. The beast lies defeated, blood staining the ground. He stands over it, seemingly unimpressed. He breathes heavily, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Huh, he mutters, clearly surprised by something. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 9 begins. The World After the Fall. How dare a human? The disbelief and outrage are palpable. The human, his back to us, stares down a group of mantis-like creatures in white robes. Their outrage is palpable. A mantis-like creature, its face contorted in rage, unleashes a furious roar. $#horn of hashtag at *%, it screams. It lunges forward, a blur of motion, its attack a whirlwind of claws and fury. His eyes blaze, a fierce golden light burning within. Even with suspicion activated, he still struggles to understand their language structure. Horn? Do they want this? He questions, still struggling to decipher their intentions. Okay. Let's make a trade, he proposes, a smirk playing on his lips. I'll give you this, so tell me where this is. He holds up a mysterious object, his eyes unwavering. A massive foot comes down, crushing the ground. Dust and debris erupt outwards. A blur of motion. A turquoise energy wave explodes from the creature, a powerful counterattack. He's sent flying, a turquoise energy blade slicing past. Oi, someone calls out, antenna. If you do this one more time, I'll just kill you all, the monstrous figure threatens, a turquoise energy blade still glowing menacingly. He lets out a weary sigh. The weight of the threat is clear in his intense gaze. A blinding flash of light erupts as he attacks. The impact is immediate and powerful. Die. The word hangs in the air, a stark declaration following the blinding attack. He stands amidst the carnage, a lone figure in a sun-drenched jungle clearing. The bodies of his foes lie scattered around him, a testament to his victory. Now, answer me. Where is this place? He demands an explanation, his victory momentarily overshadowed by this new mystery. He stands over his defeated foe, sword dripping with a strange blue ichor, his expression unreadable. The surrounding forest is dark and ominous. The defeated creature sputters, a string of enraged curses escaping its maw. How can a human? Its disbelief is palpable. With a final, crushing blow, the human silences the creature. Its eyes widen in disbelief before it falls still. The creature collapses, uttering a pained cry. Above it, the human victor demands, "Speak in a way I can understand." The creature collapses, a guttural quack, escaping its lips as it hits the ground. Dark, viscous fluid spills from its wounds. A chilling declaration echoes, "I will kill human." The creature's hatred for humanity is palpable. Its eye, burning with a hateful orange light, focuses intently. The creature's rage is palpable. A torrent of blue energy erupts from the creature's mouth, a powerful blast aimed directly at its target. The blast connects, a blinding flash engulfing the target. The dust clears, revealing the aftermath. This bastard bit his own tongue, a voice observes, the scene highlighting the opponent's self-inflicted injury. The defeated opponent lies in the water, his face grim. I thought they were just weaklings, but he had a surprisingly strong will, a voice narrates, highlighting the unexpected resilience of the victor. The victor's face is grim, a stark contrast to the previous panel's narration. He holds his weapon, a pair of dark, thorny staffs, his gaze unwavering. He grips his thorny staffs tightly, his expression grim. The victory is his, but the weight of it is palpable. His victory is short-lived. The ground trembles, and two thorny staffs, identical to his own, sprout from the earth. He searches the remains, muttering, "I managed to obtain zero information. I wonder if there's any useful items." He finds a small dimensional bag amidst the debris. It holds a lot of stuff by using a pocket dimension, providing a space of 2 cubic meters. So it's an item that acts as an inventory, he observes, examining the worn bag. That's nice. I haven't been able to use the interface system since I left the Tower of Nightmares, after all. He reflects on his predicament. I didn't think I would end up unable to use my inventory or item appraisal. The inconvenience of his disabled system weighs on him. He continues his internal monologue, frustrated. I thought I would be able to use it in all the dimensions, including the Great Land. A muttered curse follows, that damn con artist lion. His frustration boils over. He angrily examines the artifact, a vision of the Great Land, a floating island, shimmering before him. It's clear the item's power is limited. He's relieved, at least. I'm glad that I can at least see information using suspicion, he thinks, looking down at a scattering of colorful gems. The gems glow, revealing their nature, specter crystals. They forcefully raise one's spiritual power by a set value. He examines the crystal closely. They're different colors, but each of them was holding at least one of these. Are they jewelers or something? He wonders aloud. He reaches into a sack, pulling out more of the colorful crystals. Anyway, these are going to be quite valuable, he remarks, assessing their potential worth. He sighs, deciding to leave some of the crystals behind. I guess I'll have to leave behind the remaining stuff since they take up too much volume. He mutters, acknowledging the space constraints. He continues his journey, leaving behind some of the crystals due to space limitations. The path ahead remains unclear, but he presses onward. Again? He questions, a sense of weary resignation in his voice. The path ahead seems to present another challenge. A dark, metallic object, bound tightly with rope, is shown. The rope is straining. He grips the knife, his expression grim. The tension is palpable. He strikes with blinding speed. The attack connects, a blur of motion and teal energy. The attack connects, a wave of teal energy engulfing him. The teal energy dissipates, leaving only a tranquil sky and swaying palm fronds. A tranquil scene unfolds. Palm fronds sway gently in the breeze, under a clear sky. Are these things really that delicious? He muses, a hint of skepticism in his expression. There's stuff remaining. Is this a map? He wonders, his gaze falling upon a rolled-up parchment amidst scattered debris. He carefully unrolls the parchment. It's a map, showing a winding path through a mountainous region. The map reveals a treacherous path leading to Cadogan, marked near the ominous Mirage Tree. The title, Mirage Tree Chaos, foreshadows the dangers ahead. Cadogan, near the ominous Mirage Tree, is the destination. The map shows a perilous journey ahead, a path fraught with danger. Chaos. He examines the map, a frown etching itself onto his face. It's a place that wasn't in the information that Demon Bastard gave me, he mutters, his voice laced with frustration. He looks up, towards a pale sky, his gaze distant and troubled. The unexpected location on the map weighs heavily on his mind. He arrives at a lush, tropical jungle. Palm trees sway gently in the warm sunlight, a stark contrast to the troubled expression on his face. He pushes through the dense jungle foliage, his movements deliberate and cautious. The path ahead remains unclear. Suddenly, he's ambushed. A pack of monstrous wolves emerges from the shadows, their eyes burning with predatory hunger. A swift kick connects, sending one of the wolves sprawling. The wolf is sent flying, its form a blur against the teal sky. A crimson-haired figure, eyes blazing, watches its descent with a chilling smirk. She moves with terrifying speed, a blur of crimson hair and black clothing. The defeated wolf's form is still falling, a distant speck against the darkening sky. She lands a final, crushing blow. Dust and debris erupt as the impact reverberates. Her crimson eyes gleam, a predatory smile playing on her lips. The dust settles, revealing her victory. A guttural quack escapes her defeated opponent as he's sent sprawling. The impact is clear, the fight is over. "Oh my, sorry," she says, a hint of genuine apology in her voice. Her opponent chuckles, "It's okay." He adds, "It was an accident. Meant to throw it that way." "I'll hunt over there instead," he declares, shifting his focus. A new target has been acquired. "I'll let it slide since you're cute," he says, a smirk implied. The hunt continues, but with a new, unexpected leniency. "But how the hell do you need to throw it for it to reach my knees?" He snarls, a furious expression etched on his face. The sheer size and power of his opponent are clearly underestimated. "Oh my. I'm sorry." A panicked apology rings out, a stark contrast to the previous fury. "What are you sorry about now?" The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the previous apology. "Wait, over there." The protagonist's cry cuts through the rain, his eyes wide with alarm as he spots something in the distance. Two figures flee, one wielding a bloody weapon. It's the two-horned beast. The girl has angered it. "Don't come over here." The two-horned beast bellows, its warning echoing through the air. Ignoring the beast's warning, she dashes forward, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. She moves in a blur, a streak of dark clothing against the vibrant green. "Damn it! Everyone, gather up!" A desperate cry rings out as a large, wolf-like creature bounds across the path, its speed blurring. From a high vantage point, a lone figure observes the chaos below. The others flee, scattering before the wolf-like creature. From his vantage point, he observes the fleeing group. "That girl looks like she's the strongest in that group, but are they not friends?" he muses, a hint of intrigue in his tone. He observes them, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "They'll all die at this rate. How did they manage to clear the Tower of Nightmares when they're this weak?" he wonders, his skepticism evident. The camera pulls back, revealing a vast, cavernous space. Rough-hewn stone walls rise high above, disappearing into shadow. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and unsettling. "Come at me." The Flame King roars, his fiery breath a terrifying spectacle. Blazing claws extend, ready to strike. "I'll help too." A new voice joins the fray, offering assistance against the Flame King. The Flame King reels from a powerful blow, his face contorted in pain and fury. Sweat beads on his brow as he grits his teeth. A pained cry escapes the Flame King, whack. His agony is palpable. "Ha ha. Sorry." The victor, a woman in dark robes, laughs cruelly over the defeated Flame King. Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated glee. Defeated and enraged, the Flame King roars, "You motherfucking bitch." His claws are bared, a testament to his fury. "Motherfucking bitch? That's so harsh. I was only trying to help." The retort hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the Flame King's rage. A chilling smile spreads across her face. Her long, clawed fingers intertwine, a predatory grace in her movements. "Help, my ass." The monstrous maw gapes, a desperate, futile plea lost in the chilling silence. "Bro, in front of you." The desperate plea is cut short as the monstrous creature lunges. The impact shatters the rock face. Debris rains down. The dust settles. A large chasm is revealed where the rock face once stood. A blinding flash of light erupts. A blinding strike connects. Stab. The creature is impaled, blood spraying as it's pierced. Blood sprays across the wooden floor as the creature collapses, its life force extinguished. Blood splatters as the creature falls, its lifeless eyes wide open. The fight is over. The creature lies still, blood pooling around its gaping mouth. The fight is definitively over. Silence. The only sound is the slow drift of icy particles settling onto the ground. A figure emerges from the icy debris, a surge of blue energy crackling around them. The silence is broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. The figure turns, revealing a powerful, muscular back. Thick, crimson dreadlocks cascade down their shoulders. A surge of teal energy erupts, dust and debris flying as the figure unleashes a powerful attack. The attack connects. Dust and debris cloud the scene. The dust clears, revealing the victor. He stands amidst the debris, a powerful figure wielding a glowing blue weapon. His expression is one of grim determination. The defeated foe lies broken, blood staining the ground. His lifeless eye stares blankly upwards. Dust and blood settle, obscuring the victor's form. Only a glimpse of a bloodied, triumphant hand remains visible. The dust clears, revealing a victor's intense gaze. His eyes, narrowed and focused, speak of a hard-won victory. His victory is short-lived. A voice, filled with barely controlled rage, cuts through the air. Who the hell are you? Are you sure? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the victor's confidence. A torn, blood-stained sleeve lies on the ground, the only visible evidence of the recent struggle. A question hangs in the air. Is it really okay for our party to take the two-horned beast's corpse? The uncertainty is palpable. Yeah, one of them agrees, but another voice raises a question. But is that horn really that valuable? Doubt lingers. Of course. A two-horned beast is one that requires at least 10 people to kill. He adds, the one I killed earlier with a normal stab had 5 horns. I'm guessing that the more horns it has, the stronger it is. A sinister grin spreads across the character's face, eyes blazing with a fierce red light. The intensity of their expression speaks volumes. With a flick of the wrist, they unleash a dark energy. The power crackles, threatening to consume all. A black, high-heeled boot touches down on the ground. The dark energy dissipates. Hey, you. What's your identity? The question hangs in the air, a challenge from the red-haired figure. The other remains silent, his expression unreadable. There are no adapters in the entirety of Chaos who can kill a two-horned beast with just a simple stab. The red-haired figure's declaration is a stark statement, his eyes blazing with intensity. It's a claim that challenges the silent figure before him. The red-haired figure pauses, a crescent moon pendant visible on their dark cloak. The silence hangs heavy, a stark contrast to their previous bold statement. Who are you, and where did you come from? The question hangs in the air, a demand for answers. He remains silent, his gaze unwavering. A quiet intensity fills his expression. Chaos. The single word hangs in the air, a chilling premonition of what's to come. A grim smile plays on his lips. He anticipates the chaos to come. He faces her, a grim determination etched on his features. Her eyes are downcast, a hint of sadness in their depths. What is this chaos? She whispers, her voice barely audible above the turmoil. A sense of bewilderment and fear hangs in the air. Her eyes widen, reflecting the chaos around her. A look of dawning horror replaces her initial bewilderment. The scene shifts. A stark white space stretches before her, devoid of any immediate threat. Her expression remains one of stark terror. Excuse me? A hesitant voice breaks the silence of the white void. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The title card reveals the name of the manhwa, The Fall. Credits for art, storyboarding, and novel are displayed. A lone figure emerges from the swirling dust, a powerful warrior clad in dark attire. He wields a glowing, ethereal weapon, his expression serious and determined. The warrior stands over his fallen foe, a monstrous creature now lifeless. Blood stains the ground around them. Dust and debris settle, revealing the creature's lifeless form. The warrior stands victorious. Who the hell are you? The warrior's eyes narrow, a fierce intensity in his gaze. The camera pulls back, revealing a vast, clear sky. White clouds drift lazily against the light blue expanse. The camera continues its upward sweep, showcasing a vast, serene sky. White clouds drift peacefully, a stark contrast to the events that have transpired. Did you say your name was Jae-hwan, sir? The question hangs in the air, a quiet inquiry amidst the lush, tropical foliage. Yeah, Jae-hwan confirms, his response short and seemingly without further elaboration. And you're just a passerby, the muscular man demands, his question directed at Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan simply replies, yeah. The muscular man presses further, and you're not great with the language of this place? Jae-hwan simply replies, yeah. That's strange, the muscular man muses, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion as he looks at Jae-hwan. Language barriers very rarely happen here. The muscular man observes, his statement a clear indication of the unusual situation. His gaze remains fixed on Jae-hwan. The muscular man's gaze remains fixed on Jae-hwan, a slight frown furrowing his brow. The unusual silence hangs heavy between them. Are you sure, sir? A voice questions. Concern creases the speaker's brow as they add, is it really okay for our party to take the two-horned beast's corpse? Yeah. The brief reply settles the concern. The party will take the beast's corpse. A voiceover reflects, the self-proclaimed passerby. Suspicion hangs in the air. Their eyes blaze with barely contained fury. The suspicion intensifies. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, he killed the two-horned beast. The beast's death is brutal, swift. Without even using a skill, he simply stabbed it. A message appears, you failed to use your skill. Frustrated, she unleashes a surge of dark magic, purple energy crackling from her clawed hands. A harsh judgment appears, you failed to use your skill. You failed to use your skill. The words echo the intensity of her dark magic. And my close detection skill isn't working at all. She observes, a dark, clawed hand emanating purple energy. Her skill failure adds to the growing mystery. The message appears, measurement impossible. Her detection skill fails completely. Even though his spiritual power is that of a non-adapter. The narrator's voice conveys a sense of mystery and intrigue. The implications of this statement remain unclear. Who in the world are you? The dark-haired man's question hangs in the air, a challenge directed at the red-haired figure before him. His expression is one of intense scrutiny. The red-haired figure responds, I have a question. His tone is calm, a stark contrast to the dark-haired man's earlier aggression. There are only a few adapters in the entirety of chaos, the red-haired man states, his voice calm and measured. This revelation adds a crucial piece to the puzzle. A predatory glint shines in his red eyes. His lips curl into a sinister smile. The red-haired man's expression shifts, revealing a hint of dangerous amusement. He possesses a weapon capable of killing a two-horned beast with a single stab. The red-haired man's sinister smile widens. Tell me. The red-haired man's demand hangs heavy in the air, a sinister promise echoing his earlier words. Tell me your real identity. Who are you, and where are you from? The red-haired man's demand intensifies, his question hanging in the air. The dark-haired man remains silent, his gaze fixed downward, his expression unreadable. He remains silent, his jaw tight, a subtle tremor betraying his inner turmoil. The pressure mounts. Chaos. The single word hangs in the air, a chilling premonition. A chilling smirk spreads across his face. The coming chaos is palpable. What is chaos? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the villain's previous confident smirk. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 10 begins. Are you kidding me? A sharp retort follows, no. Then why are you saying something like that? The red-haired character's furious retort hangs in the air, their sharp words a clear escalation of the argument. Their intense glare intensifies the tension. Do you not understand what I'm talking about? The red-haired character's sharp question intensifies the argument, their frustration palpable. Was identity too hard of a word? The question hangs in the air, a pointed challenge to the other's understanding. The red-haired character's frustration simmers. I know what the word identity means, he states, his expression firm, a quiet defiance in his gaze. The word identity hangs in the air, a stark, weighty declaration. His defiance echoes in the silence that follows. It's just that. He trails off, a wistful smile playing on his lips as he gestures towards a family portrait. The image shows a younger him with parents whose faces are obscured. Now, he sits at his desk, diligently taking notes in a large notebook. A pensive expression rests on his face as he writes. His notes complete, he reflects on a profound shift. Relationships and affiliations from his past life hold no meaning since entering the tower. A wide grin spreads across his face as he playfully wrestles a large rabbit-like creature. Below, a scarred man watches, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. But in its place, I made new comrades and memories. The words hang in the air, a quiet reflection from a character with light blue hair. However, they disappeared like a wistful smile plays on the light blue-haired character's lips, a hint of both sadness and acceptance in her gaze. The scene shifts, revealing a mirage. It depicts the blonde-haired figure, a serene expression on his face, standing amidst a spectral battle. The text above reads, Mirage with the end of the tutorial. He looks down at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. My comrades are probably alive somewhere on Earth right now, he thinks, the words appearing as a caption above him. Fragments of images flash around him, glimpses of his past comrades. But what if the reward was to start all over, memories intact? The question hangs in the air, a pensive expression on his face as he considers the implications. He concludes, they probably aren't able to remember me and what happened inside the tower. A grim certainty settles over him. I don't remember, he mutters, a look of pained confusion etched on his face. The weight of his amnesia hangs heavy in the air. Oh no. I see now, he exclaims, the word amnesia appearing in a thought bubble. His eyes widen, reflecting a dawning understanding of his condition. A mysterious woman, cloaked in black, appears. Her expression is unreadable, her gaze distant. Did you really think I'd go along with that? The woman scoffs, her expression sharp and dismissive. She gestures disbelievingly. It won't work, saying I'm an amnesiac with such a serious tone, she declares, her disbelief evident. I never said I was an amnesiac, he retorts, his expression clearly annoyed. The other character responds with a dismissive, potato. Are you the strongman of the abyss, or something? The other character asks, his tone skeptical. The man in question responds with a confused, what's that? I get it, so stop egging me on, he says, his hand tightening on the mysterious object. He finally relents, lowering the object. A tense silence hangs in the air. A shadowy figure, partially obscured, unleashes a torrent of cyan energy. The force is immense, radiating outwards. The energy wave dissipates, revealing a figure clutching a worn bag. A question mark explodes from the panel, highlighting the uncertainty of the situation. A spirit weapon? Her eyes widen, reflecting the shock and disbelief of the revelation. The word awakening appears, emphasizing the significance of the revelation about the spirit weapon. The spirit weapon shatters, its icy shards scattering. So it wasn't his strength, but the strength of his weapon. The shattered ice weapon's remnants scatter, revealing the true source of the previous attack's power. To show something like a spirit weapon so boldly in front of others. The narrator's voiceover reflects the gravity of the situation, highlighting the risk involved in openly displaying such a powerful artifact. He's feeding other equipment to his sword. The weapon's power is clearly escalating. He's full of openings, someone observes. The enhanced weapon begins to recede, its power subsiding as the user commands it to return to normal. I can't believe a guy like this ruined my mission. He fumes, his frustration palpable. The defeated beast lies beneath him, marked with a large X. I could have easily taken care of him. She mutters, a frustrated tear tracing a path down her cheek. Her clenched fist and narrowed eyes betray her simmering anger. A light bulb appears above her head. Her frustration gives way to a glint of determination in her crimson eye. It's fine. I won't pry about your identity anymore, she says. I have a proposal instead. A hint of a smirk plays on her lips. Do you want to hear me out, she asks, a challenging glint in her eyes. The proposal hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. She smiles, a predatory gleam in her eyes. The crimson pendant at her throat catches the light. Minora, having introduced herself, briefly explains the concept of chaos and then details her companions. A monstrous figure looms, its crimson eyes burning in the darkness. Sharp teeth and a long, flicking tongue complete the terrifying visage. These ruthless bastards are part of a clan called the Red Fox. Their leader, a monstrous figure with crimson eyes, sharp teeth, and a long, flicking tongue, looms over his subordinates. So in short, he states, his gaze hardening as he observes the Red Fox clan members in the background. Their leader remains a menacing presence. She wants me to kill these guys, he thinks, his gaze fixed on the Red Fox clan. The weight of the task settles upon him. You'll know soon enough. They're definitely going to come after you, a voice warns. He's told to avoid direct eye contact. He lowers his head, avoiding eye contact as instructed. The warning echoes in his mind, they're coming. A cold wind whips around him, icy particles swirling in the twilight. They are here. He looks up, a grim determination etched on his face. The night sky is a vast, dark canvas above him, the air thick with anticipation. Since it's dark, I think we should camp out, he suggests. Moving in the dark is dangerous. We could accidentally provoke a horned beast. He displays a cautious concern for their safety. He swiftly climbs a tree, seeking a better vantage point under the starlit sky. The jungle canopy surrounds him, a dark and mysterious backdrop. He finds them gathered around a campfire, the flames casting flickering shadows on their faces. A muscular man with dreadlocks excitedly gestures towards the fire, his energy palpable. Looking at the map, they realize the village is close by. Having reached their destination, he rests beneath the shade of a large tree, a small bag at his side. He opens his hand, releasing a shower of golden sparks into the twilight air. The golden sparks drift slowly, fading into the twilight sky. A fist clenches, golden particles dissipating like fading embers. Below, the words appear, second stage of awakening, understanding. Hey, Captain, one of them says, his spiritual power is that of a non-adapter. It's even lower than mine. A sneer plays on the speaker's lips. See? That's what I thought, the captain confirms, his words echoing the previous assessment of the opponent's weak spiritual power. The question hangs in the air, did he only manage to kill the two-horned beast because of his spirit weapon? The panel shows the beast's defeated, bloody form. Yeah, from what I know, spirit weapons, a voice confirms, the words echoing over a background of crackling energy, remnants of the beast's defeat. Spirit weapons, it's explained, are artifacts requiring a perilous journey into the abyss to acquire. Do you mean that abyss? The branch of the mirage tree? The question hangs in the air, heavy with the implication of a perilous journey. The implication hangs heavy. They really are up to something. He holds a dark, pointed object, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. They'll be shocked if they find out I brought this from the root, he thinks, a hint of menace in his voice. He continues, his inner thoughts revealing his skepticism. According to that demon, the tower's equipment should be mediocre. I can't believe people are after it. He lies on the ground, his expression one of weary skepticism. The surrounding twilight amplifies his doubts about the tower's true value. Anyway. He mutters, a dismissive wave of his hand suggesting he's moving on from his earlier doubts. The scene shifts to a tranquil, starlit beach. A lone palm tree sways gently in the night breeze. It seems this isn't the Great Land. The narrator's voice confirms a crucial location detail, setting the stage for the next part of the journey. A swift kick connects, sending the figure sprawling across the weathered wooden planks. The impact echoes across the dimly lit, unfamiliar location. The figure is sent flying, a blur of motion against the dark background. They started moving. A blur of motion, the clash imminent. The impact. He lies on the ground, looking up at the furious girl above him. Her eyes blaze with anger. "What are you doing?" "They're coming," she cries, her voice laced with urgency. "You have that sword that ate the equipment earlier." The speaker's eyes blaze with a mixture of fear and recognition. "Defeat them with it." The command is sharp, urgent. He looks determined, his gaze fixed, ready to use the sword. "I don't," he replies, defiance etched on his face. His refusal is clear, his gaze unwavering. A close-up reveals his resolute expression, a silent defiance in the set of his jaw. Snow falls around him. "I loaned it. They said they wanted to take a look at it while they stood guard," he explains. But his explanation is met with immediate scorn. "You loaned a spirit weapon for such a half-assed reason? There should be a limit to how dense you can be to danger." The exasperated comment underscores the recklessness of lending a spirit weapon so carelessly. He. "Stupid bastard. I'll make sure to put your weapon to good use." The red-haired man's cruel laughter echoes as he surveys his group, poised to exploit the carelessly lent spirit weapon. "But with Red Fox here, it'd be no use even with your weapon," one of the men observes, his words highlighting the unexpected presence of a powerful ally. Another questions, "You called us just for 2 people?" Their surprise underscores the underestimated strength of their opponents. "Let's quickly take care of them and go back," one of the men declares, confident in their ability to swiftly defeat their opponents. "You bastards, so you really want to spill blood that badly?" A voice, laced with anger, cuts through the air, challenging the men's bravado. Her eyes blaze with fury, a snarl twisting her lips. The red in her eyes intensifies. "I'll finally get to see this woman's true skills," a man observes, his gaze fixed on the woman before him, whose fiery eyes burn with intensity. She produces a crimson-red cloth, its edges frayed, clutched delicately in her gloved hand. "Kill both of them." The command echoes, a furious outburst from a figure blurred in motion, his eyes blazing. They attack in a blur, weapons flashing. A furious assault, fueled by the earlier command. He's sent flying, a blur of motion against the dark sky. She sweeps her arm in a crimson arc, sending him hurtling away. He continues his flight, a blur against the white background. He is struck, blades flashing past his face. The impact sends him reeling. He stumbles, mouth open, a trickle of blood escaping his lip. The attack clearly took its toll. A blur of motion. He counters, a powerful strike aimed at his opponent. The attack connects. A powerful kick sends the weapon flying. He's sent flying. The impact throws him off balance, his weapon clattering away. A swift counterattack. He strikes with brutal efficiency, the weapon a blur of motion. The attack connects. A blur of motion, a crimson flash, and the opponent is sent flying. The opponent crashes, a cloud of dust obscuring the aftermath. The dust settles, revealing 2 figures. A man, cloaked and scarred, stands beside a woman with crimson hair and dark wings. They both seem to survey the scene. A defeated figure lies gasping, mouth agape, amidst a spray of water. His eyes are wide with pain and defeat. Water sprays as he impacts the ground. The fight is over. "Sorry. I must have thrown it too hard," she says, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "I'm just a bit pissed," she admits, her previous smirk now gone, replaced by a look of barely contained frustration. "A bit pissed right now," she mutters, her frustration evident. Her crimson hair flows around her, a visual echo of her turbulent emotions. She unleashes a flurry of crimson-tinged spears, each one a sharp, deadly projectile. The force of her attack is palpable. The crimson spears fly, narrowly missing the 2 figures below. One, a woman, looks up in alarm. The other, a hooded man, reacts with a startled gasp. Starting this second, a voice declares, as the man in the red-collared jacket tenses, bracing for an attack. Crimson-haired woman, a sinister smile playing on her lips, summons several sharp, crystalline shards. They hover menacingly around her, ready to strike. "You guys are going to experience something truly awful," the crimson-haired woman declares, her sinister smile widening as the crystalline shards around her pulse with dark energy. "Awful. The word hangs in the air, a chilling promise from the crimson-haired woman. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The World After the Fall. I had a feeling when you lured the monsters to us, one of them accuses, suspicion etched on his face. The scene is dark, ominous, and underwater. Two figures lie wounded in the murky water, impaled by several projectiles. Their attackers stand over them, silhouetted against the dark, underwater setting. But you really... The attacker's words trail off, leaving the scene's tension unresolved. But you really were the Witch of Massacre. The attacker's stunned realization hangs in the air, a revelation that alters the conflict's trajectory. A chilling smirk plays on her lips. The Witch of Massacre, surrounded by swirling crimson energy and blades, is ready. Crimson energy crackles as she unleashes a flurry of blade-like attacks. A question hangs in the air: who was it that made a request to the Shadow Warriors? His eyes blaze with fury. The question remains unanswered, but his expression speaks volumes. He's enraged. Why does that matter? She sneers, a cruel smirk playing on her lips. Purple energy crackles around her hand. You guys have killed off so many non-adapters that don't know a thing, she states, her voice dripping with disdain. I'm sure there are plenty of people in chaos that want you guys dead. Purple energy surges around her, intensifying. She moves with a blur of purple energy, her boots kicking up dust as she dashes forward. Ha! There's no way the Shadow Warriors decided to move for such pathetic guys. He laughs, a cruel, confident sound, as red energy crackles around his fists. Purple energy shards explode outward, a whirlwind of destructive force. Okay, he shouts, the sound echoing the sheer power unleashed. The purple energy shards shatter, leaving only fragments in their wake. So, you must have gotten a private request. The words hang in the air, a stark statement against the backdrop of the shattered energy and a large, teal blade. He grins, a predatory gleam in his eyes. The massive teal blade rests easily in his powerful grip. In that case, you're going to die here, Witch of Massacre, he declares, a chilling certainty in his voice. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 11 begins. You want to face me while relying on only a spirit weapon? The opponent's incredulous question hangs in the air, their crimson eyes blazing with barely contained fury. His golden eyes, burning with intensity, lock onto his opponent. The challenge is accepted. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He. I've taken other precautions, he sneers, revealing a hidden advantage. His eyes glow with a sinister light. They're at least a first-stage adapter, he observes, revealing a crucial detail about his opponent's abilities. Two figures emerge from the shadows, their eyes glowing ominously. One is cloaked, the other's face partially obscured, but a single, glowing red eye is visible. Are there 30? No, 40? One of the figures counts, a chilling grin spreading across their face as they survey the scene. Three figures stand amidst the darkness, their sinister grins widening. They are surrounded by faint, ominous red glows. They advance, weapons raised. A chilling red glow illuminates their eyes, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. I thought I felt the presence of many others. A chilling realization dawns on her, her red eyes reflecting the ominous atmosphere. Her eyes widen, a sudden chill replacing the previous unease. The feeling intensifies, many more presences surround her. Did you think that I would have picked a fight without at least this much preparation? A sneering opponent, surrounded by a dark, ominous energy, taunts her. The villainous figure laughs, a chilling question hanging in the air, against a Witch of the Shadow Warriors, and a guy that killed a two-horned beast in a single strike? His sneering confidence underscores the seemingly impossible odds. Though, had I known I'd get the spirit weapon so easily, the villain muses, a hint of surprise in his voice. His confidence, though still present, is subtly shaken. His eyes narrow, a flicker of something akin to annoyance crossing his features. The villain's surprise quickly gives way to a renewed focus. I wouldn't have gone as far to call master, the villain sneers, his expression a chilling blend of arrogance and barely contained rage. His clawed hand descends, a blur of motion. The dark, sharp talons pierce the opponent's crimson cloak. Black Fox. Even you're here? The words hang in the air, a surprised accusation. You must not have much going on lately. Consider this an honor, witch of massacre. A monstrous maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, looms large, the words a chilling promise. Black Fox Clant. Clan Master of the Red Fox. A third-stage adapter. His monstrous grin reveals rows of razor-sharp teeth, a terrifying visage. Over half of the Red Fox have gathered to hunt you, Clant snarls, the threat hanging heavy in the crimson air. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he brandishes a wicked blade, ready to confront the overwhelming force of the Red Fox. The demonic figures loom behind him, their menacing presence palpable. What a goddamn honor it is, he sneers, a chilling declaration before the impending clash. Since you have so much free time, wait just a second, she says, a chilling smirk playing on her lips. Her eyes, glowing red, fix on her opponent. She hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. I'm not sure if I can beat him in a one-on-one, she thinks, since he's a third-stage adapter, but... Hey, amnesiac. I mean, strong man of the abyss. The words, though hesitant, carry a note of challenge. His gaze drops, a somber expression settling on his face. I'm sorry, he mutters, the words barely audible. I wish I didn't have to say this, he begins, his voice heavy with regret. The setting is a twilight forest, the air thick with unspoken tension. But I won't be able to protect you. His words hang heavy in the twilight air. So take this and run, he urges, thrusting a glowing object forward. His eyes, though determined, hold a hint of desperation. A nightmare stone? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the urgency of the previous moment. What's this? The question, a whispered gasp of disbelief, accompanies a glowing blue energy emanating from the character's hand. It's a return stone. When used, it allows escape to the nearest castle. Since that's the only one I've got, you can use it. She offers the return stone, a grim expression on her face. He accepts the stone, his expression unreadable. A heavy silence hangs between them. It's not a stone to return to the past. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A brilliant light erupts, emanating from the center of the stone. It's a stone that can save someone in the present. A hand, powerful and determined, clenches around it. What if? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previously shown determination. A pivotal moment of doubt. Back then, instead of a stone that had no effect, he clutches a small, dark object, his head bowed low in contemplation. Doubt clouds his face. His doubt deepens. The small, dark object in his hand offers no answers. He clenches his fist, the small stone still within his grasp. The question hangs heavy, what would have happened if I could have given this stone to Yunhuan? The thought lingers, if there was a way to return to the past. A poignant reflection on a missed opportunity. The question hangs heavy in the air, would you go back? His face, a mask of grim determination, reflects the weight of the decision. Do you really have to ask a question like that, at a time like this? She snaps, her fiery red hair practically radiating annoyance. What kind of weirdo are you? Of course, she replies, the sharpness of her previous tone softening slightly. I wouldn't, she declares, her voice firm and resolute. His eyes, narrowed and intense, fix on her. A silent challenge hangs in the air. She draws her weapon, a long, slender blade gleaming. The silent challenge is broken. I tried my best at life, she declares, her crimson eyes blazing with fierce determination. A slight smile plays on her lips, a hint of grim satisfaction in her crimson eyes. She's ready. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die today. I'm never going back to the past, she declares, a fierce glint in her crimson eyes. Her resolve is absolute. Two crimson blades of energy surge from her hands, a fierce light illuminating her determined face. The crimson blades strike. A hand clutches at a wound, crimson staining dark fabric. You won't die today, a voice declares, cutting through the tension. The speaker stands over a fallen foe, their expression grim but resolute. She stands over the fallen opponent, a grim determination etched on her face. Energy still crackles around her weapon. What? She gasps, eyes wide with shock and dawning horror. The residual energy from her attack flickers around her. Her eyes widen further, a silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth. Terror grips her. She unleashes a powerful kick, a burst of energy shattering the ground. The dust clears, revealing a hand gripping a staff, poised to strike. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts as the staff connects with the attacker. He counters with a burst of golden energy, a fierce riposte that sends a shockwave tearing through the air. The golden energy explodes outwards, a blinding flash. The blinding flash subsides, revealing the Flame King's terrifying 14th formation. His mouth is agape, filled with sharp teeth, a long tongue dripping. He unleashes a fiery blast, a searing wave of heat engulfing his opponent. The Flame King's attack connects. His opponent is engulfed, the fiery blast leaving him momentarily stunned. Despite the fiery blast, he counters. The text transformation appears as he deflects the attack with a surprising burst of speed. His eyes blaze with a golden light, a stark contrast to the fiery destruction he just survived. The transformation is complete. His golden eyes glow intensely. The text below reads, "Lost Enchantment." The fiery clash continues, a whirlwind of motion and blazing energy. Lost Enchantment's power is unleashed. Lost Enchantment's power surges, a blinding golden wave cutting through the air. Eyes blazing with golden light, he unleashes Lost Enchantment's full power. A wave of energy surges forth. The wave of energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of golden light. Their attacks collide in a blinding flash, energy surging between them. The impact shatters the blade, sending fragments flying. The shattered blade's fragments rain down. A monstrous grin splits the creature's face as it lunges forward. A blinding flash of light erupts as the creature unleashes its attack. The creature recoils, its face contorted in a mask of furious agony. Sweat stings its eyes, its teeth bared in a silent roar. The creature is blasted back, a white spray erupting from its form as it's thrown violently. The creature is sent flying, crashing far below. The scene shifts to a night sky, glittering with stars above a dark, tropical landscape. He stands over his fallen foe, the night sky a dramatic backdrop to the scene. Here. The defeated creature gasps, his words barely audible. He slices through the air with a glowing blue blade, sending another opponent flying. The fiery ground and dark sky emphasize the intensity of the battle. He delivers a powerful blow, a burst of cyan energy erupting as his fist connects. A cyan energy blade bursts forth, the attack named Light Stab. The light stab connects, sending the opponent flying. He crashes to the ground amidst a flurry of dust and debris. The impact sends debris flying, a chaotic spray of earth and stone against a backdrop of bright blue energy. What in the world? How can a stab? She gasps, eyes wide with disbelief and dawning horror. Her mouth hangs open, a silent scream trapped behind widening eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Tears stream down her face. Is it really okay for our party to take the two-horned beast's corpse? One number questions, their doubt palpable. Another replies, yeah. The first speaker continues, I thought he was an idiot. He's just going to let them have it? Is he stupid? Their disbelief and frustration are clear. That looks like a pretty good weapon, someone observes, eyeing the two-horned beast's corpse. That's a spirit weapon. Full of openings, one of them observes, assessing the beast's remains. So I just assumed that he was an idiot with no sense of danger, one of them explains, his tone laced with a hint of annoyance. I loaned it to them. They said they wanted to take a look at it. That wasn't the case. This guy. The narrator's voice trails off, leaving the audience to wonder about this individual. He was just really strong. The narration explains the individual's overwhelming power, leaving the audience to ponder the implications of such strength within the story's context. The fiery, desolate landscape emphasizes the scale of his might. From this low angle, we see the powerful figure looming above, their weapon a glowing blue blade. The fiery landscape behind them only enhances their imposing presence. The figure's dark cloak billows, obscuring their face, but the fiery embers swirling around them hint at the intense heat of the battle. Hey! A single word, seemingly casual, cuts through the heat of the battle. He turns, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The casual greeting hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the battle's intensity. What is your real identity? The question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst the lingering tension. He remains silent, his gaze fixed on her. The red-haired woman stands defiantly, her expression unwavering. My identity, you ask? The red-haired woman's defiant stance remains unchanged as she poses the question. A close-up reveals a sinister grin spreading across the dark-haired man's face. His eyes are narrowed, hinting at a hidden plan. Did you already forget? He sneers, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. His eyes gleam with malicious intent. You already know my identity, he states, his red eyes burning with intensity. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. What? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous statement. Uncertainty replaces the earlier tension. Oh my, are you suffering from memory loss? One character asks. The other replies, I thought I was the only one. A shared affliction is revealed. Wow. That's really petty, one character observes, her expression unimpressed. She then questions, are you really not going to let go of what I said earlier? The tension between them remains high. Give me back the return stone that I gave you, she demands, her eyes blazing with intensity. The tension escalates. I don't have it. I lost it, he replies, his words a stark contrast to her fiery demand. You lost such an expensive item? The accusation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous quiet despair. Search around here if you want, the red-haired woman declares, her back turned as she walks away, seemingly unconcerned. A large bonfire blazes, casting an intense orange glow against the darkening sky. The flames crackle and roar. He gazes upward at the night sky, a quiet thought escaping his lips, it's somewhat peaceful. A heavy thud. The sound of impact echoes in the night. It's not here, he exclaims, frustration evident in his voice. Seriously? Why do I have to go through this because of a stranger? He clutches at what appears to be a return stone. With a frustrated grunt, he uses his hands to break apart the creature's armored shell. The sound of splintering bone echoes, chomp, chomp, as the creature is destroyed. See? You already know, she states, her red eyes burning with intensity. What do you mean, I know, she demands, her fiery red eyes blazing. Her disbelief is palpable. A beat of silence hangs in the air after her outburst. The tension is thick. My identity. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration following the tense silence. He clenches his jaw, eyes narrowed in fierce determination. The weight of the revelation hangs heavy. I'm a human, he reveals, the words hanging heavy in the air. A stark contrast to his previous appearance. Are you messing with me? She demands, eyes blazing. Are you human? He replies, a smirk playing on his lips, of course I'm almost human. He lunges forward, fist clenched. Then that's good enough, a voice declares, seemingly satisfied with the outcome of the preceding action. A woman with crimson hair observes a man, her expression one of curiosity. What's up with his expression? She wonders aloud. Her crimson eyes narrow, a subtle shift in her expression. A flicker of suspicion crosses her face. Is that really it? She questions, skepticism evident in her crimson gaze. The doubt hangs heavy in the air. Is it really enough that we're human? She asks, her doubt palpable in the dimly lit forest clearing. The forest path ahead remains unclear, shrouded in twilight. A sense of uncertainty hangs in the air. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Credits for art, storyboarding, and novel are listed below. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The World After the Fall. Do you really have no memories of entering chaos, as well as memories of? The question hangs in the air, amidst a shadowy, overgrown landscape. Something like that, she replies, walking through the overgrown landscape. The question of the great land hangs unanswered. I'm really jealous of you for not having those memories, she says, a bitter edge to her voice. Her crimson eyes burn with resentment. Is amnesia something to be jealous of, she asks, her voice laced with bitterness. A counterpoint appears. I'm sure most people here would be jealous of you. It's obvious now why things ended in chaos. The narrator's voiceover explains the situation, providing context to the previous scene's tension. It's obvious for everyone? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the preceding chaos. The implication is clear: the cause of the recent turmoil was readily apparent to all, but perhaps ignored or overlooked. How did you end up coming here? The question hangs heavy, a pointed inquiry directed at the individual before him. His expression remains unreadable, a mask of quiet intensity. A black, high-heeled boot steps onto the ground, the sound muffled. The scene is still, the only movement a slight shift in the vegetation. Hey! A voice calls out, breaking the silence. When you find out what you just asked, a voice growls, the speaker's red eyes blazing with barely contained fury. I'm sure you'll greatly regret it, she hisses, her red eyes burning with barely contained fury. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 12 begins. Chapter 12 opens on a sprawling city, its majestic towers piercing a bright, cloud-filled sky. The scene suggests a kingdom of significant size and power. This is Gorgon Castle. Its imposing walls and grand architecture hint at a kingdom of immense power. The drawbridge lowers, revealing the imposing entrance to Gorgon Castle. Two guards stand watch, their presence emphasizing the fortress's formidable defenses. They walk along a path, nearing a town. We're finally at a town, one of them observes, the statement a clear sign of relief after a long journey. His eyes narrow, a look of suspicion crossing his face. He's wary of something. His suspicion deepens. A subtle tightening of his jaw hints at growing unease. Is this like the summoning arena that was on the first floor of the tutorial? He wonders, his gaze sweeping across the ancient stone steps and pillars before him. The circular arena lies before him, a vast, empty space ringed by tiered stone seating. It's eerily similar to the summoning arena from the tutorial. The word start appears, glowing red, signaling the beginning of the match. The match begins. He stands poised, a serious expression on his face, ready for the challenge ahead. His eyes widen, a look of shock and disbelief washing over his face. The match has clearly taken an unexpected turn. I'm all too familiar, the words hang in the air, a chilling recognition dawning on him. Save me. A desperate plea echoes, filled with terror. Amidst the terrified cries of the captured, one figure clings to another, tears streaming down their face. Honey! I won't let you go alone, they vow, defiance etched in their voice. Above them, a cloaked figure watches, unmoved by their pleas. No! Please show me mercy. A victim begs. Oh, God! He gasps, blood staining his mouth. A guttural, pained sound escapes him. Cuff. KGH. With when people, a voice whispers, barely audible above the sounds of his labored breathing. The words hang heavy in the air, a cryptic statement. Make expressions like theirs. The instruction hangs in the air, a chilling command. A fuckton of them came this time as well. A voice observes, the words laced with disbelief. Is this place? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. A crimson-haired figure, eyes blazing with a fierce intensity, stares ahead. Their expression is one of grim determination, a silent vow etched onto their face. Do you get what you asked me earlier? Asking how one ended up in chaos. The crimson-haired figure's words are a sharp retort, their expression still one of unwavering resolve. Is a question you should never ask anyone here, the crimson-haired figure states, their voice firm and unwavering. The warning hangs heavy in the air. His eyes blaze with furious intensity. The crimson hair whips around his face, mirroring the storm brewing within. Welcome, a voice booms, echoing in the cavernous space. A guttural scream, follows, filled with raw agony. He coughs, a harsh kook, escaping his lips as he's thrown back, tears streaming down his face. The impact is brutal, his agony is palpable. A chilling smirk spreads across the victor's face. To the world of the dead, they pronounce, their words a grim promise. To chaos, they declare, their chilling words echoing the impending doom. So do people come to chaos by dying in the Great Land? The question hangs in the air, a chilling revelation under a pale sky. That's right, a voice confirms, the words heavy with finality. And dying here really means the end. When you die, you become nutrition for the mirage tree. Now, let's get to work. A voice declares, the words sharp and urgent. They move swiftly across a narrow beam, a precarious path high above. Line them up and take them to the auditorium, a guard commands, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The officer's face is grim, his jaw tight. He seems to be struggling with a difficult decision. He carefully folds the cloth, his expression unreadable. The weight of his decision is palpable. He turns, revealing a grand temple bathed in sunlight. Several figures ascend the steps, their nudity suggesting a ritualistic setting. Drape this over yourselves, and line up over there, a figure commands. The instruction is given to the nude figures ascending the temple steps. Hey, now! You died because you're so scrawny, man, the officer scolds, draping a cloak around the slender figure. He adds, straighten your back. Were you a webtoon artist or something? James. The officer's voice is flat, almost disinterested. He adds, a slight furrow in his brow, I'm surprised you're coming in through the north checkpoint, the officer states, his expression one of mild curiosity. I just happened to take this path, the traveler explains, it's not like we're strangers, so I'd like it if you could let me in already. He tries a more persuasive approach with the guard. Sorry, Mino, but things have changed a bit, the guard explains. Now, everyone that enters the castle needs to provide a certificate. Mino protests, her frustration evident in her posture and expression. She argues against the new castle entry requirement. Are you talking about that old-fashioned certificate distributed by Big Brother? Mino's question reveals a new element to the castle's entry requirements. Mino's unspoken thought hangs heavy in the air, why now of all times? The question underscores the unexpected timing of the Big Brother certificate requirement. Mino's internal struggle continues. A thought bubble appears, you don't happen to have a... The sentence trails off, highlighting his desperate search for a solution. Certificate either, do you? The woman's sharp question hangs in the air, her expression impatient. Mino remains silent, his troubled expression unchanged. The woman's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion in their crimson depths. In that case... Her crimson eyes gleam, a subtle shift in her expression hinting at a decision made. Here's the thing, James, she whispers, a conspiratorial tone in her voice. I'm sorry, but I left my certificate. A whispered voice behind her says, behind. Could you let it slide for this, she asks, her red eyes intense, a plea in her sharp gaze. This is a two-horned beast's horn. The speaker's voice trembles, revealing the significance of the discovery. Ahem. I have checked your certificate, the officer announces, puffing out his chest. It's not like we're strangers either, he adds, a hint of a chuckle in his voice. The officer smiles, a knowing glint in his eye. He clearly has more to say. Hey, buddy. You need to show your certificate too, the officer states, his hand outstretched expectantly. I don't have anything like that. Do I need it? He asks, uncertainty coloring his voice. His question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge to the officer's authority. Oh my, you seem. The officer's words trail off, a clear indication of surprise at what he sees. Troubled. The word floats above the figure, its crimson hair framing a face contorted in a disturbing grin. Eyes gleam with an unsettling light. A chilling offer. If you say, please help me, Miss Mino, I might be able to help you out, the crimson-haired figure states, a disturbing grin still playing on her lips. If you don't have a certificate, you can't enter the castle, a stern-faced guard declares. His words block the path forward. A second guard stands beside the first, arms crossed, mirroring the first guard's stern demeanor. Their identical expressions reinforce the unyielding nature of the castle's rule. "I see," he says, his gaze fixed on the girl with narrowed eyes. A hint of understanding, perhaps even concern, crosses his face. Wait. "What are you doing?" she cries out, a look of alarm and disbelief etched on her face. Her hands instinctively reach out. Is this guy planning on killing the guards to enter? Her eyes widen, reflecting the shocking implications of his actions. The scene cuts to black. No way. Even if you are a complete psychopath, how can one even think of doing something like that? The words hang in the air, a stunned disbelief echoing the visual of a figure slumped in disbelief. He moves in a blur, his sword a flash of steel. The attack is swift, brutal, and utterly unexpected. He escapes through the gate, leaving behind the chaos of battle. Leaving the fallen soldiers behind, he escapes through the gate. He stands outside the gate, his escape momentarily interrupted. A voice calls out, "Are you not coming in?" Actually, he definitely could. Someone shouts, "Wait, James." The urgency in the second voice suggests a change of plans. This guy is actually. The exclamation hangs in the air, a red-haired woman's wide, frantic eyes and bared teeth conveying shock and a hint of fear. Her expression underscores the unexpected nature of the situation. "What's going on here?" A gruff voice demands, the question echoing the audience's confusion. The officer's wide, shocked eyes reflect the unexpected turn of events. The officer's uniform is torn, revealing a glimpse of the chaos unfolding beneath. "We're fucked," the officer gasps, eyes wide with terror, reflecting the grim reality of their situation. "He's here." The officer's whispered words hang heavy in the air, a chilling confirmation of their worst fears. 10 hot. The command rings out, and a line of soldiers snaps to attention, their voices a unified "Yes, sir." The air crackles with anticipation. A celebrity of Gorgon Castle. The words appear, setting the scene. A foot, clad in ornate armor, lands heavily. Dust kicks up around it. The impact is clear. The dust settles, revealing the checkpoint officer. He stands tall, a figure of authority amidst the chaos. The text above him proclaims, "The least corrupt checkpoint officer in chaos." The checkpoint officer of the North, they call him bullheaded. His imposing figure, clad in ornate gold armor, fills the panel. "Carlton." The shout cuts through the air, a desperate plea echoing in the darkness. "James," a voice demands. "Explain to me what's..." The speaker's words are cut short, leaving the reason for his urgency unclear. "Going on," a superior officer states, his words cutting off mid-sentence. James, along with a woman, lies on the ground below him. "So?" The woman, her face unseen, trails off, leaving the scene's next development uncertain. He wants to enter their castle, but he doesn't have permission. A regal figure, clad in gold and white, considers this unwelcome request with a thoughtful, almost amused expression. But he doesn't have a certificate? The regal figure's question hangs in the air, a clear obstacle to the visitor's entry. "We can't let that happen," the blonde figure declares, his resolve firm against the unseen obstacle. "How come?" the blonde figure demands. The other, partially obscured, replies, "You want to know why?" The tension is palpable. When one is unable to prove their identity with a certificate, a checkpoint officer may use his authority to prohibit the entry of a traveler. The blonde figure's eyes widen slightly as he absorbs the regulation. This is clearly stated in Gorgon Entry Law, Article 27, Section 4. The blonde traveler's expression hardens, a grim understanding dawning on his face. He was compelled to use his ordnance skill. The soldiers, overwhelmed by a force beyond their control, fall to their knees. She cries out, "KGH. Things have just gotten complicated." And in such cases, there's also the Gorgon arrest law. The implications of this newly revealed law hang heavy in the air. A swift, powerful blow connects. The force is immense, a blur of motion leaving only the aftermath, a figure sent reeling. The attack connects, a fierce blue energy surging. The red-haired figure is sent sprawling, a grimace twisting their face. They are sent flying backward, a blur of red and motion lines trailing behind. Stop. The command cuts through the air, abruptly halting the fight. A blue energy flares in his eye, a sudden, intense burst. I have zero interest in what the law states, he declares, a cold smirk playing on his lips. His eyes burn with defiance. He grips his sword, the ornate hilt gleaming. His defiance is palpable. What does it say on a certificate, he asks, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. What the? How did he break my ordinance? His voice rises, disbelief and anger clear. His eyes narrow, a look of intense suspicion replacing his previous disbelief. The other man remains silent, his expression unreadable. A certificate will reveal his real name, affiliated organization, class, skills, and partial status data, including criminal history and spiritual corruption. Sounds like I don't need that certificate, then. He declares, dismissing the need for further verification. He walks away, leaving the certificate behind. The decision is made. His expression is resolute. He walks on, leaving the past behind. A new path begins. He declares, I won't be certifying myself. A clear rejection of self-validation, his journey continues independently. How come my ordinance won't work on him, he questions, frustration evident. The power fails to affect its target. Arrest law, Article 2, Section 7, I will be arresting you. A figure in a long coat, Silver Aries, declares, energy crackling around him. Silver Aries unleashes a wave of energy, a blinding flash of light engulfing the scene. The blinding light fades, revealing chains forged of pure energy, now binding something within the bright blue aura. He lies bound, the ethereal chains of energy tightening around him. A faint blue glow emanates from within. The ethereal chains tighten further, their blue glow intensifying. He struggles, but the energy binds him more firmly. Despite his struggle, the ethereal chains continue to tighten their grip. His expression hardens, defiance etched on his face. The ethereal chains constrict further, their icy grip tightening around him. He strains against the binding magic, his face a mask of grim determination. He unleashes a burst of energy, a desperate counterattack against the ethereal chains. The ethereal chains shatter, the energy dissipating into shimmering light. He stands, the remnants of the ethereal chains dissipating around him. A look of grim determination sets upon his face. He broke. Sir Carlton's chains? The soldiers' shocked faces reflect their disbelief. Carlton stares, disbelief etched onto his face. How, he mutters, the question hanging heavy in the air. The panel is blank, save for Carlton's unspoken question lingering in the air, how? His disbelief is palpable. Don't I just have to do what this woman did? Carlton's question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for understanding in the face of impossible circumstances. His hand rests on the woman's fiery hair, his disbelief evident. What I did? The woman's eyes widen, reflecting a dawning horror. The question hangs heavy, the weight of her actions finally hitting her. She clutches a large, gray horn, its point sharp and menacing. Fear, stark and undeniable, contorts her features. We didn't see anything, the guards insist, their words a blatant lie. The horn of a two-horned beast, offered as a bribe, rests unseen. A sudden, violent impact. The ground trembles. The aftermath of the impact reveals three officers, faces contorted in terror. Accusations hang heavy in the air, abetted bribery and accepted bribery. A woman with fiery red hair cries out, W8. She looks terrified as a dark-haired man moves to strike. He strikes with blinding speed, a blur of motion. The attack connects. A swift, decisive blow. Just take that and let me in, he demands, a steely glint in his eyes. The officer recoils, eyes wide with fear as a powerful hand grips his shoulder. He's clearly outmatched. The officer is lifted effortlessly into the air. How dare you bribe an officer? You're a real piece of work, aren't you? The officer, still suspended in mid-air, is berated. His face contorted in furious rage, sweat beading on his brow, the officer screams his indignation. The sheer intensity of his anger is palpable. Sir! He deserves to be executed immediately. The officer's demand echoes his previous outburst, his fury undiminished. Did you say your name was Jae-hwan? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the officer's previous rage. A blonde-haired figure seems surprised by the inquiry. Yep. Jae-hwan's confirmation is short, almost mumbled, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. A close-up reveals a figure with intense blue eyes and blonde hair, a powerful presence. I've been waiting for you, he states, his words carrying a weight of anticipation. The figure's identity is revealed, envoy of the Green Pippies clan. A subtle, self-assured smile plays on his lips. Their clan. The words hang in the air, confirming the envoy's identity and hinting at a larger conflict to come. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The credits list the artists and novelist. The credits roll, introducing the creative team behind The World After the Fall. Her eyes blaze, a furious green glow intensifying. A dark, ornate weapon is raised, poised to strike. A warning flashes, spiritual corruption exceeds 15%. Immediate medication is advised. Your spirit's been corrupted. I don't. The ominous warning hangs in the air, unfinished. I get it. I get it, the red-haired figure repeats, a newfound understanding dawning on their face. The previous warning about their corrupted spirit seems to have finally sunk in. Spiritual corruption. The red-haired figure's eyes widen, a look of dawning horror replacing the previous understanding. She munches on something from a bag, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You really know nothing, don't you? A voice, laced with disbelief, cuts through the air. The speaker adds, almost to themselves, I'm surprised at how I managed to actually travel with you. Spiritual corruption, a chronic disease, affects everyone in chaos. The narrator explains that even simply existing there slowly corrupts one's spirit. Two figures sit submerged in a purple, viscous substance within a giant hourglass. The sand, or whatever this substance is, continues to flow, coating them further. And once that corruption reaches the maximum, the ominous warning hangs in the air as the purple substance continues its relentless flow. That's why the horn of a horned beast is valuable, the officer explains, saluting. All the summoned people have been safely transported to the village. You saw earlier how that guy was charmed by it, right? His words highlight the horn's power and the successful evacuation. The horns, we learn, are the only medicinal ingredient that can ease spiritual corruption and chaos. A necessary item for the villagers. Though I got some for free thanks to a certain someone. A man speaks, a hint of wry amusement in his expression. Beside him, a woman with fiery red hair smirks knowingly. I shall now evaluate you. The words hang in the air, a formal declaration of intent. His gaze is intense, a silent assessment underway. The evaluator prepares to judge. The evaluator's judgment is rendered. A golden gauntlet, gleaming, is revealed. The golden gauntlet, an eye-like device, is presented. Its intricate details gleam. A golden light flares, engulfing him. The gauntlet activates, a whirring sound accompanying the surge of power. A bright red energy field pulses, beeping rhythmically. The gauntlet's power surges. The device glows, its reading stark, unable to measure spiritual corruption level. The intensity of the energy is overwhelming. The device fails to register a spiritual corruption level. He stares, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. Chief. The subordinate's voice is strained, his eyes wide with alarm. This is... He trails off, unable to articulate the impossible. The device displays 0%. A question mark explodes from the panel, mirroring the subordinate's stunned disbelief. I see. A subtle, knowing smile plays on his lips. The implication hangs heavy in the air. One hand reaches out, dark and worn, towards another, pale and pristine. A silent exchange, heavy with unspoken understanding. I'll be returning these specter crystals to you since the verification is over, he states, a serious expression settling on his face. So you don't need it, he says, returning the crystals. His expression remains serious. Spectre crystals aren't something you should so easily hand over to someone else, envoy of Green Pyrrhus, he states, his gaze unwavering. I'm no Green Pyrrhus or whatever you're calling me, he replies, rejecting the offered title. His hands remain clasped before him, a subtle but defiant gesture. His eyes narrow, a flicker of something akin to annoyance crossing his features. The defiance in his posture intensifies. A slight, almost imperceptible smile plays on their lips. The defiance remains, but now tempered with a hint of amusement. I know, sir. The reply is quiet, yet carries an unwavering resolve. The figure begins to rise, their silhouette stark against the white background. A slow, deliberate movement. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Credits for art, storyboarding, and novel are listed below. Chapter 13 begins. Chief. The word hangs in the air, a simple address carrying unspoken weight. The scene is a grand, arched hallway, hinting at an important figure's arrival. A question hangs in the air, a silent protest against the events unfolding. Is it really okay to just send them away like that? The words echo the uncertainty of the situation, leaving the viewer questioning the chief's decision. James, do you know what kind of object the Spectre crystal is? The question hangs in the air, a new line of inquiry following the earlier uncertainty. Isn't it a valuable item that can amplify an adapter's spiritual power? James's companion confirms the Spectre crystal's significance, his expression serious. That is correct, but that's not all there is to it. James's companion reveals more about the Spectre crystal, his words hinting at further, undisclosed properties. James's eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of the newly revealed information. A sense of urgency grips him. Dark, purplish energy crackles and surges from his hand, a potent magical aura radiating outward. His eyes, narrowed in fierce concentration, reflect the power he wields. Chief. Your hand. Is it because of the Spectre crystal? Concern fills the voice as dark, purplish energy continues to surge from the chief's hand. The chief winces, his face contorted in pain. The purplish energy pulses even stronger now. A crucial piece of information is revealed: only those of the Green Pyrrhus clan can wield the scepter crystals without succumbing to corruption. The Green Pyrrhus clan member cradles the scepter crystal, its luminescence a stark contrast to their dark, reptilian features. Their expression is one of intense focus, a quiet power emanating from them. Despite his unconventional appearance, the narrator confirms a crucial fact: he has witnessed this individual wielding the scepter crystal. But how can you trust him? The question hangs in the air. A voice responds, I don't trust him, but I do trust his spirit. Excuse me? The quiet question cuts through the air, a subtle interruption to the ongoing discussion. Do you recall how we evaluated his spiritual corruption level? The question hangs in the air, a serious inquiry directed at the person whose face is partially obscured. Yes. It resulted in an error, didn't it? The response is sharp, a challenge to the previous statement. As far as I know, the measurement device never makes an error. The second speaker's words highlight the unexpected nature of the result. Ha? Then what was that? The officer's question hangs in the air, a clear expression of disbelief and confusion at the unexpected result. His gaze is sharp, fixed on the armored figure beside him. There is only one instance where the device is unable to measure spiritual corruption, the officer states, a digital display showing 0% corruption. The explanation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous confusion. The device registers 0 spiritual corruption. His spirit, pure and untouched, is revealed. His spirit is purer than anyone's in chaos. The revelation is complete. How can that be? The question hangs in the air, disbelief coloring the words. It doesn't actually matter if he's a Green Pyrrhus or not. We simply need someone who can use the Spectre crystals. The speaker's words cut through the disbelief, a pragmatic approach to the situation. Those inside the castle will now deliver a judgment on him. The weight of this decision hangs heavy in the air. Is this related to the Castellan's condition? Someone asks. The officer replies, I don't know the exact details either. Uncertainty hangs in the air. Now, James. The words hang heavy in the air, a clear shift in tone from the previous uncertainty. A sense of foreboding settles in. From what I heard, there's a person that let someone through by receiving a bribe. Is that correct? The question hangs in the air, a serious accusation. A small aside adds, I think their name was also James. The officer's face is contorted in a mixture of fear and disbelief. His wide eyes and trembling mouth speak volumes. The implication is clear, he knows something about the bribe. He stammers, unable to form a coherent response. The weight of his guilt is palpable. A voiceover, weary and world-weary, cuts through the silence. These roads are complicated as fuck. The camera pans over a bustling, medieval-style town square, emphasizing the complexity of the situation. A lone figure walks through the town square, seemingly unhurried amidst the bustling activity. The scene emphasizes their isolation. And I now have a straggler weighing me down. He mutters, his annoyance evident. Beside him, the woman looks distraught, a single question hanging in the air, who's guiding who here? He continues his frustrated muttering, his gaze fixed on the ground. The weight of his burden is palpable. Miss Mino is sternly informed that she must carry her certificate next time. According to Gorgon entry law, those without or with falsified certificates face denial of entry or severe punishment. Miss Mino was forgiven for her transgression. Mr. Jaewon's intervention secured her release, but she's sternly warned against future bribery attempts. The Gorgon entry law's Article 11, Section 6, clearly outlines the severe penalties for such actions. She'll snap out of it after a while, Jaewon observes, a hint of weariness in his expression as he watches Miss Mino's distressed state. A nearby officer looks on, concerned. A thought bubble reveals Jaewon's internal monologue, to think that the effects of the ordinance would last this long. Though it felt more like nagging than an ordinance. He seems like quite a troublesome person. Hi, Jaewon greets the group on the bridge. He then states his purpose, I'm looking for a smith that specializes in swords. Jaewon's expression hardens. He seems unconvinced by something he's just heard. Jaewon questions aloud, his doubt evident, is there a smith that can handle a sword of this level? He replies, uncertainty coloring his tone, I'm not sure. The damaged sword, partially obscured, rests nearby. Oh ho! He sneers, a predatory gleam in his eye. His expression is one of malicious amusement. Two slow, deliberate steps echo in the dimly lit corridor. A hesitant sound escapes him. Ha! He's startled, eyes wide with alarm as a single step echoes nearby. Get inside the village. She asks, a hint of impatience in her voice. You're finally coming to? You can be on your way now, then. She dismisses him, her words echoing in the dimly lit passageway. He turns and heads towards the village. What? He questions, his voice laced with uncertainty as he turns. Wait. Isn't that harsh? Tossing me aside like this. He protests, his voice a mix of disbelief and hurt. Or are you still pouting because I tried to leave you? A cloaked figure walks away, leaving the previously seen character behind. That was just a joke. I'm sorry. The cloaked figure's apology trails behind them as they disappear. You guided me to the castle. That's enough. The young man's words are clipped, his tone final. He turns away, leaving the mysterious figure behind. You'll only get in my way here on out, he declares, his back turned, leaving the other figure behind. The young man's resolve is clear. He walks away, a determined set to his jaw. The young man's gaze is unwavering, his resolve hardening. He continues his walk, the darkness swallowing him whole. The path ahead remains uncertain. You and I are different, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. Her crimson hair whips around her, a stark contrast to the skeletal half of her face now visible. A chilling revelation. The transformation continues. More of her skeletal form is revealed, a horrifying glimpse of her true nature. The scene shifts to a dark, narrow alleyway, the only light filtering in from a brighter area beyond. The atmosphere is ominous. "So you should go your own way now," he says, his back to her as he walks away down the alley. The woman watches him go, silhouetted against the faint light. She walks away, high heels clicking on the pavement, leaving him alone in the alley. He stands alone, the alley dark and silent. A sense of unease hangs in the air. Gritting her teeth, she strains against unseen forces. A pained cry escapes her lips as she struggles. The flickering candlelight casts long shadows on the stone walls. He lunges, a blur of motion. Her pained cry is cut short. "You don't know your way around here at all." The speaker's words are sharp, laced with accusation. "What trouble are you planning on causing alone?" "I can just ask my way around," the newcomer suggests. "Then ask me," the other retorts, "I know this place like the back of my hand." He scoffs, a look of clear impatience crossing his face. The other's offer to guide them is clearly unwelcome. He lets out a puff of air, a silent rejection of the offer. His impatience is palpable. "I'm going to find a nightmare," he declares, eyes blazing with a fierce determination. "I have an idea where one might be. Want me to guide you?" The offer is made, a potential lead in the search for a nightmare. "Okay," she agrees, and they set off together, following the potential lead. A hand reaches out, carefully unfurling a tightly bound cloth. But before that, a flashback begins. "It seems that there are guys who have business with me," a voice states, as a man and woman stand in a dimly lit alleyway. The flashback continues. He found him," the trio cackles, their menacing grins confirming their malicious intent. The flashback reveals their target is cornered. "Are these the guys with the good sword?" one of the trio asks, suspicion coloring his tone. Another chimes in, "You said it's a flaming sword, right?" The cornered man replies, "I don't remember saying that." "Who are you guys?" "Fuck off if you don't want to get hurt," the cornered man snarls, his red eyes blazing with barely contained fury. "Red-haired missy, you have quite the mouth on you, don't you?" A new voice cuts through the air, a calm counterpoint to the man's earlier rage. "You should be careful not to swear." The words hang in the air, a sharp rebuke. The man's face is contorted, a visible huff escaping his lips. The reason for the rebuke is revealed, because our youngest brother gets excited when he hears bad words. He's 12 years old. The young brother's age is revealed, a detail that explains his earlier reaction. A heavy breath, huff, escapes him, emphasizing his youthful frustration. A thought bubble appears, stating, "and swears are bad for child development." This provides a humorous counterpoint to the boy's earlier frustration. "Now, if you don't want to get stomped by our youngest, hand over your blue sword," a voice demands. One man sneers, a clear threat in his eyes, while the other exhales sharply, seemingly intimidated. "This path requires a toll, you know." He chuckles, a sinister glint in his eye. His grip tightens on his staff. "Don't wanna," he replies flatly, his expression resolute. The tension between them is palpable. He's the youngest. The question hangs in the air, disbelief etched on the speaker's face. "What?" A large, muscular man looms over a group of smaller figures, his words echoing the disbelief in the air. "Do you guys not get the situation you're all in?" The large man's shadow falls over them as they walk, his imposing figure a stark contrast to their smaller forms. The group moves forward, seemingly resigned to their fate. "If you don't want to get hurt, hand over the sword already." The large man's threat hangs heavy in the air, his words echoing the grim determination etched on his face. How is he the youngest? The disbelief is palpable in the speaker's voice, a raw, furious outburst. "Stop fucking bullshitting." A foot comes down hard, crushing something beneath it. Dust and debris fly. He rises, a furious roar escaping his lips. His eyes blaze, and he raises a massive axe high above his head. "I punish bad words," he roars, bringing the axe down in a furious arc. A blur of motion. A cyan energy wave explodes outwards, the force clearly visible. Her eyes widen, reflecting the intensity of the attack. The cyan energy wave cleaves through the air, a blinding flash of power. It strikes its target. The cyan energy explodes on impact, a shockwave sending debris flying. The force of the blast is immense. The shockwave throws the attackers back, a blur of motion and scattered debris. "You people are so noisy," he grumbles, the defeated attackers sprawled around him. A wave of teal energy washes over him, the dust settling to reveal a figure standing over the defeated attackers. He stands over his fallen foes, a teal energy blade crackling in his hand. His expression is one of cold determination. The teal energy blade vanishes, leaving only the lingering afterimage of its destructive power. His eyes narrow, a fierce glint reflecting the lingering teal energy. He's far from finished. "If you want to fight, come at me already," he snarls, a defiant glint in his eyes. The lingering teal energy crackles around him. "How dare you!" he gasps, clutching his side. "That hurts." He collapses, sweat beading on his brow. The fight is over. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief and barely contained rage twisting his features. Sweat glistens on his skin. "Cut the precious hands off our cute youngest," the chilling command echoes, a cruel decree that fuels his burning rage. "We're never going to forgive you." "Never," the furious cries ring out. "You'll pay the price for killing our adorable brother." But a calmer voice interjects, "Big bro, he's not dead yet." Adorable. The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the fury of the previous moment. The red-haired sibling's skeptical expression is clear, questioning the earlier claim of their brother's death. "We'll show you the bond between brothers." The brothers move as one, a blur of motion and steel, their coordinated attack a testament to their unbreakable connection. He counters with a swift, precise strike, his blade a blur of motion. The attack connects. A dark cloak shreds, revealing a glimpse of the opponent's surprised expression. The attack continues, a blur of motion. A clang resounds as their weapons clash. A shockwave erupts from the point of impact. The dust settles, revealing the title, "The World After." The title card appears, after the fall. Credits for the art, storyboarding, and novel follow. The title card appears, "The World After the Fall." Chapter 14 begins. Chapter 14 begins with a flash of bright blue energy. A hand grips a glowing blue energy blade, the light seeming to drip from its surface. "That's amazing. How do you finish everything off with just a stab?" one character exclaims, clearly impressed. The other, holding the glowing blue blade, replies simply, "I only know how to stab." A third voice adds, "That's a joke, right?" Lying on the ground, a man stares up in disbelief. "Light stab, normal stab, heavy stab," he gasps, his voice laced with astonishment. "Are you for real?" "Ah. I just remembered someone I know who also only uses a single technique like you." "But that person uses cut, not stab," a voice exclaims, a knowing smirk playing on their lips. "They only use cut?" A voice muses, a hint of skepticism coloring their tone. "Only using a single technique, how odd. But why did the attack from earlier miss?" he questions, a thoughtful frown furrowing his brow. He adds, a hint of intrigue in his voice. "Why did you blow up the roof across from us? Did you slip up while adjusting your strength?" The question hangs in the air, a pointed inquiry following the earlier, unexpected attack. Three figures scramble away from the collapsing structure, their faces etched with terror as debris rains down around them. He watches them flee, a grim expression settling on his face. "That's because..." he begins, the unspoken reason heavy in the air. He trails them, his gaze following their retreating figures. The silence is heavy, broken only by the sound of his own breathing. "While we were facing off against the thugs," a voice narrates, the protagonist's intense gaze fixed ahead, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from his hand. "There was someone using a stealth skill on the other side," a voice reveals, the purple energy swirling on a rooftop below, hinting at the unseen presence. "It was bothering me, so I decided to spook them a bit," a voice explains, the casual tone contrasting with the earlier tension. Who in the world spooks someone by blowing up a roof? A voice asks, incredulous. Another voice replies, wouldn't everyone? Yuntuan would have done the same. The first speaker's wide, fearful eyes reflect their disbelief. Ah, should I come up with a cool name for your technique? One voice asks. The other replies, cool name? A playful, curious tone hangs in the air. Like Dark Destroying Piercer or Azura's Infinite Jab, one suggests. The other flatly replies, I don't like lofty names. One suggests more elaborate names, but the other dismisses them all with a simple, just keep walking. They arrive at a market stall. A cheerful vendor greets them with a warm, welcome. Ah! Found it! This is the place. Twilight Dusk. They've arrived at their destination. This is a smithy founded by a nightmare, and it's also the biggest smith in Gorgon. Are you a customer here to make a request? The smithy worker's question hangs in the air, directed at the pair. I'm sorry, but it'll take a while to fulfill your request if you put one in today, the smithy worker explains, a slightly apologetic yet confident smile on his face. The craftsman's name is revealed, Naivan, of Twilight Dusk. Why are the reservations full? One character asks. The assistant manager explains, the workshop manager is absent. He's busy today, testing the craftsman or something. A large, muscular man examines a sword. Two others marvel at its sharpness, exclaiming, whoa! Look at how sharp this is. One adds, it's a sword made from a four-horned beast. Above, a voice advises, if there's something you're looking for, it might be better to buy a ready-made product rather than commission something. A simple, dark wooden table sits center stage. On it rests a seemingly ordinary, dark rod. Several onlookers, faces alight with excitement, lean in for a closer look. The dark rod is identified, a sword forged from the horn of a four-horned beast. It's incomplete, requiring a gem to be set in a hole to be made in the handle. Master, this is. The voice trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished. A sense of urgency hangs in the air. I'd like to be the one to do that, one exclaims, brimming with excitement. His friend agrees, equally eager, me too. I want to try refining a four-horned beast's horn, too. It's a horn from a four-horned beast, someone explains. You want to make a hole in this tough thing? The challenge is laid out. A powerfully built man with a thick beard and piercing blue eyes grins confidently. He accepts the challenge. Michael Garnard, assistant workshop manager, is introduced. His powerful physique speaks volumes. I like your energy, though. Garnard observes. He adds, if anyone manages to make a hole in this sword, no matter who it is. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Garnard continues, I'll give them the position of assistant manager of Twilight Dusk. The implication of his words is clear, a significant reward awaits whoever can damage the seemingly indestructible sword. For the day. The announcement echoes, the stakes of the challenge now clear. Why the hell is this thing so tough, he groans, straining with the effort. Move. I'm going to try now, he declares, his determination hardening. Ack! My hammer, he cries out. His opponent's amazement is palpable. How in the world did he refine this thing? Sigh. You noodle arms, you're not even gonna make a dent, hitting it like that. He scoffs, clearly unimpressed by his opponent's attack. I even gave you guys the opportunity to use this large smith all day, yet you can't even do this. He scoffs, clearly unimpressed by their continued struggles. Tsk, tisk. He muses aloud, I wonder when I'll get a chance to touch a four-horned beast's horn. A sudden question, interrupts his thoughts. Sir, he's asked in response. Wait a second, sir. You can't go in there right now. A concerned voice halts him. He pauses, a single word escaping his lips, His eyes, narrowed and intense, betray a hint of suspicion. Let me try, he offers, a hint of determination in his voice. He steps forward, ready to assist. Is he a traveling craftsman? He must want to try working with the horn, since it's from a four-horned beast. I don't know what workshop you're from, but fat chance, the craftsman scoffs, arms crossed. Don't think this will be easy after how my apprentices couldn't do it. He then asks, is about here okay? It's not that my apprentices are bad, I'm just really excellent, the craftsman explains, a hint of pride in his voice. The horn, he adds, is incredibly difficult to work with. So it's only natural for them to fail. The craftsman states, his words underscored by a swift, blurry motion. A flurry of crimson circles explodes outward, a visual echo of the craftsman's swift, decisive strike. The impact echoes, a resounding wham, as the attack connects. He's sent flying, a look of pure shock and agony twisting his features. The impact throws him off balance, his body a blur of motion. A whooshing sound fills the air as he slides across the ground. His eyes widen, reflecting the shock of the impact. Sweat beads on his brow. A powerful impact echoes. Since I did this, a voice declares, the implication of their action hanging heavy in the air. A close-up shows a hand, a finger slightly bent, suggesting a recent, powerful strike. I get to be the assistant manager for the day, right? He asks, a smirk playing on his lips. The motion blur around his hand suggests a powerful, recently executed move. Ha! He questions the unexpected turn of events. The ground cracks beneath him. A sudden impact. A crack? One of the onlookers gasps, disbelief etched on his face. No way. He whispers, stunned. The bearded man's finger effortlessly crushes the stone, shattering it into fragments. His eyes widen, reflecting the onlooker's shock. Ah! It broke. He breathes, a mixture of surprise and disbelief evident in his voice. The word shoot appears below, a silent commentary on the unexpected outcome. Why you? He screams, his face contorted in disbelief and terror. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with shock. You crazy fucking bastard, he screams, the raw fury in his voice echoing his terror. He lunges. What? Shoot? I should fucking shoot you in the skull. The enraged man roars, his face contorted in fury. Do you know how expensive that horn was? The enraged man's grip tightens, his fury shifting from blind rage to a more calculating anger. I went easy on it, though. He mutters, a slight bead of sweat appearing on his brow. His expression is one of weary resignation. How is that going easy? The red-haired woman asks, her expression sharp and skeptical. The other character, visibly sweating, looks stunned. Whoa! He breathes. He clenches his jaw, a thoughtful frown etched on his face. Breaking it completely is easy, but only lightly breaking something is difficult, he mutters, revealing a new challenge to his skill. Anyway, I'm sorry, he says, a simple apology concluding his reflection on the delicate task. You think an apology can cover this up? The retort is sharp, the speaker's anger palpable in the jagged lines of his face. It's a four-horned beast's horn. It's worth a fortune. The speaker's voice is awestruck, the implication clear, the horn's value far outweighs any previous conflict. What are we supposed to do? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the horn's previously described value. Uncertainty replaces awe. Tell the primordial universe sect who commissioned this to us? The demand hangs in the air, a sharp, urgent question. I'll repay it with a better horn, a voice promises, a vow of compensation echoing in the silence. Repay? Who the hell is a beggar like you to repay with something better than the horn of a four-horned beast? The enraged man's words are a furious retort, his face contorted in anger. He picks up a worn, mud-caked hat. The gesture is small, yet it hints at a quiet dignity amidst the anger. With this, he growls, his eyes blazing with furious determination. He grips a dark, powerful-looking weapon, its form hinting at immense destructive potential. It's from a thing with 5 horns, he explains, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He adds, almost as a question, this thing is better, right? That's. One of them stammers, eyes wide with disbelief and dawning horror. His companion mirrors his shock, equally speechless. A horn, impossibly large and dark, is revealed. A horn from a five-horned beast, the caption exclaims, confirming their worst fears. A clawed hand, dark and powerful, emerges from the shadows. Purple energy crackles around it. The Horn of Garnak. A powerful, purple artifact is revealed. Can you take that? Because I don't have a horn from a four-horned beast or whatever on me. He holds up the horn, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is a real horn from Garnak. Oh, of course you can, dear customer. The shopkeeper beams, clearly delighted by the rare Garnak horn. That's a relief. Then could I also use the smith for a bit? The customer's request is simple, yet it hints at further tasks ahead. The smith, his gaze sharp and suspicious, eyes the customer intently. A silent assessment hangs heavy in the air. Close the door, guys, the smith commands, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a hidden urgency. His sharp gaze remains fixed, suspicion hardening into something more serious. Two young men, startled, respond with a hurried, "Why yes." They obey the smith's urgent request, promptly moving to close the door. A request for someone to please come this way follows, adding to the sense of pressing urgency. A bearded man, his expression grim, is ushered forward. He follows the request, his gaze intense. "Well, it looks like things turned out okay, so do what you need to. I have somewhere I need to stop by real quick." A cheerful voice announces, seemingly relieved. The scene shifts to a heavy wooden door, a simple closed sign hanging from its aged metal handles. The building appears deserted. This place, Twilight Dusk, is revealed to be the greatest smithy in Gorgon. Inside Twilight Dusk, the renowned Gorgon smithy, a burly blacksmith with piercing blue eyes glares. His expression is one of intense displeasure. "Since you are the assistant manager for today, you can make use of all the facilities and people here as much as you like." The blacksmith's gruff voice softens slightly, a hint of reluctant acceptance in his tone. He offers a simple, "Thanks," his expression unreadable. He adjusts his cloak, a hint of weariness in his posture. "But, how did you manage to obtain Garnak's horn?" The question hangs in the air, a mystery yet to be unveiled. "I got it myself," the speaker declares, a simple statement that carries a weight of unspoken challenge and self-reliance. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He stands defiantly, his self-assured posture emphasizing the words he just spoke. He pulls back a tattered cloak, revealing a hidden weapon. "Are you saying you hunted a five-horned beast yourself?" The question hangs in the air, disbelief etched on the older man's face. The younger man remains silent, his expression unreadable. "Yep. I fought the thing with 5 horns," he confirms, his voice low and unwavering. The older man stares, still clearly incredulous. "I need you to assist me," the young man requests, his gaze unwavering. The older man, still visibly stunned, thinks, "A guy who can hunt a 5-horned beast himself?" "I need a scabbard, but I've never made one," the young man admits, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The older man's thoughts echo the rarity of such a request. People who can do that are rare in Gorgon, no, in the entirety of Chaos. A scabbard. The young man trails off, then the older man reacts, "Wait, scabbard?" Surprise is clear in his voice. A sleek, black scabbard rests on the bed. It's empty. "Are you saying you're going to use Garnak's horn to make a scabbard?" The question hangs in the air, disbelief palpable. His eyes widen, beads of sweat tracing paths down his weathered face. The man's jaw hangs slack, a silent scream trapped behind his teeth. Disbelief and horror are etched onto every line of his expression. His hand clutches at his chest, a tremor running through his body. The man's eyes remain wide, reflecting the shock that has seized him. How great of a sword is it? The man's awe is palpable, his voice a mixture of wonder and disbelief. His eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and awe. The man grips the sword, its icy blue glow reflecting in his gaze. The icy blue glow intensifies, the sword's power almost palpable. "Oh! This is a replica of an ice dragon sword," he exclaims, awestruck by the weapon's icy blue glow. "It's rare since it was made by a nightmare, and it does look pretty, but..." He trails off, a hint of apprehension replacing his initial awe. "I think a Garnak's horn is too much for it." I think you'd be better off making a new sword with it instead. He suggests, his brow furrowed in thoughtful consideration. He carefully examines the Garnak horn, its ethereal glow hinting at its immense power. A new sword, he decides, is the best use for such a magnificent material. He holds the newly formed blade, a look of stunned disbelief on his face. This is, he stammers, the immense power radiating from the weapon clearly exceeding his expectations. The blade pulses with an inner light, its dark form now interwoven with streaks of vibrant blue energy. A surge of power emanates from it, almost palpable. To think it'd be a spirit weapon. The wielder's eyes widen slightly in surprise, a hint of awe in their expression as they gaze at the glowing blade. He recoils, a look of pained disbelief etched onto his face. The power of the spirit weapon is clearly overwhelming him. From the spiritual energy, he senses the soul of an elite race contained within the spirit weapon. He wonders how this happened. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. His eyes, narrowed in intense concentration, reveal a profound unease. Your sword is evolving. A teal energy surges around the blade, its form shifting and growing more intricate. Seeing as how the shape is changing, it must be a great evolution. When the evolution is complete, you'll have to give the sword a new name. A new name? The question hangs in the air, the teal energy swirling around the blade, its form shifting and growing ever more intricate. That's right. When a spirit weapon goes through great evolution, it loses its original name. The teal energy continues its transformative dance around the blade, its form shifting dramatically. A new name awaits. But the problem is that you've lost the material now. The blacksmith's words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous excitement. He looks sternly at the young man, arms crossed. It's fine. I have one more, the young man replies, a calm assurance in his voice despite the broken sword at his feet. He seems unfazed by the setback. How? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the young man's unexpected resilience. A large, powerfully built man holds a dark, jagged crystal. He looks down at it, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Wait. It's a 5-horned beast, so it should have 5 horns, he exclaims, realizing his oversight. I was worrying about something so obvious. He shakes his head, a relieved smile spreading across his face. The obvious solution was right there all along. So how can I assist the temporary assistant manager, he asks. The other man replies, first, show me how you refine stuff. He simply replies, okay. The temporary assistant manager waits, a hint of impatience in his posture. Is there a shape that you desire? The blacksmith asks, holding out a glowing, almost molten piece of metal. He waits patiently for a response. I'll leave that to you, he says, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Since you're the pro. A bright light flares, momentarily blinding. The pro prepares. In that case, he says, a manic grin spreading across his face. His eyes widen, reflecting the intensity of the moment. I'll have to show you my skills as Michael, the master craftsman of Dawn. He declares, a confident grin widening. Michael, the master craftsman of Dawn, prepares to demonstrate his skills. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The title card reads, The World After the Fall. This sets the stage for the story to come. Gorgon Castle. A sprawling, imposing structure dominates the landscape. Inside Gorgon Castle, a gloved hand delicately holds a cup of steaming tea. The warm light highlights the rich color of the beverage. I apologize, sir, a voice murmurs. The speaker takes a sip of tea. We know that the backstreet thugs were slaughtered by him. The statement hangs in the air of the opulent office, a stark contrast to the quiet figure kneeling before the seated man. But we lost our target, the speaker states, a note of frustration coloring the words. The report is delivered, the consequences left hanging. Castle Commander Urin Cheever sips his tea, a thoughtful hum, escaping his lips. The weight of the failed mission rests heavily. Commander Cheever muses, how were they taken out? The question hangs heavy in the sunlit room, a stark contrast to the gravity of his unspoken concerns. The thing is, I'm not sure either, a subordinate admits, his uncertainty echoing Commander Cheever's earlier question. Before he realized it, he was passed out on the roof. A figure looms, cloaked and shadowy. So you were caught, the figure asks, their voice laced with a chilling curiosity. He perceived it through the stealth skills of a master-level third-stage adapter. The observer's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise in their gaze. That assessment leads to a startling realization: he's at least a fifth-stage adapter. Assign more men. Find him, even if it takes searching every corner of the castle for him. The order is given, the urgency clear in the tone. Yes, sir. The order is obeyed without question, the urgency of the search for the missing person echoing in the sharp reply. He sits alone, bathed in the warm afternoon light, a quiet stillness contrasting the urgency of the search. The scene is peaceful, yet a sense of weight hangs in the air. He winces, a sharp pain clearly evident on his face. The quiet stillness is broken. He lets out a weary sigh, the sound echoing the pain he still feels. His eyes widen, a single, sharp intake of breath escaping him. The weight of what he's seen is palpable. A steaming cup of tea sits on a saucer. The liquid swirls gently. A figure sits, their legs crossed, a long coat draped over them. The sound of fabric rustling is implied by the motion lines. Castellan, a voice whispers. A gloved fist clenches, the fabric taut. Castellan's face is a mask of fury. His eyes, narrowed and blazing, fix on something unseen. A bead of sweat traces his temple. Please endure it for just a bit longer, a voice urges, a plea cutting through Castellan's furious concentration. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 15 begins. Now, then. The scene shifts to a tavern, several wooden barrels and tankards lining the counter. The atmosphere is dimly lit and somewhat rustic. Inside the tavern, a holographic display shows Siren's Hot Top 10 of the week. Patrons at a nearby table watch, their reactions varying. On the holographic display, the pink-haired Siren weeps, her voice echoing across the tavern, "I'm sorry, but it's time to say farewell." A wave of sadness washes over the patrons. Today's final clip. In one, you're all. This one you're all familiar with. A pink-haired woman with devil horns grins, her hand hovering over a glowing screen. The hottest clip in Little Brother. The clip that's hotly debated. The woman announces, highlighting a particularly controversial scene. It's the 99th floor solo clear. The announcement confirms the incredible feat. A blinding flash of light erupts. The energy surges, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The impact throws him violently to the ground. A wave of crimson energy washes over him, obscuring his features. The crimson energy clears, revealing a figure standing over his fallen opponent. He holds a large, imposing blade. On a nearby screen, a replay of the fight shows the victor standing over his defeated foe. "I wonder what happened to that son of a bitch," one man muses. Another adds, "Yeah, I bet he would have been desired by all the monarchs." A third voice interrupts, "What are you guys talking about? Didn't you hear? That tower got suspended," someone announces. Another voice immediately asks, "Huh? Why?" "I bet some demon motherfucker got caught cheating," someone speculates, offering a possible explanation for the tower's suspension. "Rumor has it that he ran away and abandoned his cultivation duty," one voice says, adding to the speculation. Another chimes in, "I bet that clip is also fake." True. I mean, how the hell is someone supposed to solo clear a first-generation tower, one of them asks, incredulous. But most demons only manage to buy a tower through a loan. To break something like that. The other trails off, clearly impressed. "Yeah. If it was me, I would have put it up on eBay sale or something." One of them muses, suggesting a simple solution to the incredible feat of soloing a first-generation tower. "Auntie." "Another one-horned ale here," someone calls out, holding up a tankard. Okay, she replies, seemingly used to the request. A loud crash echoes through the tavern. Dust and debris fly as something, or someone, collapses. Her crimson eyes blaze, a fierce glare fixed on something unseen. the dust settles, revealing the aftermath of a brutal blow. Her breath hitches, a slight tremor in her usually unwavering gaze. The crimson in her eyes deepens, reflecting the lingering fury. A gasp escapes the onlookers as she unleashes a burst of crimson energy, her eyes blazing. "Boo!" they exclaim in awe and fear. "What a beaut!" someone whispers, awestruck by the crimson-haired woman's power and presence. The camera focuses on her elegant, high-heeled boot, a stark contrast to the raw energy she just displayed. The crimson-haired woman moves through a dimly lit tavern, her long hair flowing behind her. A young man watches her go, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. She sits, legs crossed, a subtle air of confidence surrounding her in the dimly lit tavern. "Hey, pretty lady. Sorry if I'm being too bold, but..." A voice interrupts her quiet contemplation in the tavern. Her eyes blaze with crimson fury, a stark contrast to the lecherous grin of the man moments before. A surge of purple energy erupts around her. "Scram," she snarls, crimson eyes blazing as purple energy crackles around her. "You're right. I shouldn't do something I'm sorry for," she admits, the purple energy around her beginning to subside. A hint of remorse softens her crimson gaze. "Fucking damn it, why?" she mutters, her back to the viewer, a figure of quiet frustration. The purple energy is gone, leaving only the weight of her regret. "Do I feel so crappy?" she thinks, the question echoing her earlier frustration. The weight of her failure hangs heavy. A clawed hand reaches down, grasping a glowing golden shard. "I want some drinks," the voice declares, a clear shift in mood from the previous panel's frustration. "Enough for me to die." The declaration hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous jovial request for drinks. The camera pulls back, revealing a wooden table. On it sits a large wooden barrel, and several empty glasses. The scene is quiet, the aftermath of a tense moment. A bottle lies on its side, liquor spilling onto the table. 2 cherries sit nearby. "So, what I'm sayin' is..." A voice trails off, leaving the meaning deliberately unclear. "I just can't believe it." The speaker's disbelief hangs heavy in the air, a stark reaction to whatever has just transpired. Who does he think he is? Motherfucker is completely unhinged. The speaker's furious disbelief is palpable, their words a raw expression of shock and anger at some unseen event. And then, do you know what he said after that? The question hangs heavy in the air, the speaker's disbelief and simmering anger still palpable. A lingering sense of shock remains. "Sigh, I heard you enough, so knock it off." The man's weary tone cuts through the lingering tension. He looks exasperated, clearly wanting the dramatic recounting to end. "You can't even get drunk, so stop being a drunkard." Claire, the pub owner, sighs, her words laced with exasperation. The scene is her pub, barrels and wooden furniture are visible in the background. Claire, arms crossed, presses her point. "Why are you wasting your time with him when you can get any guy you want?" The woman with fiery red hair, seemingly unfazed, begins a hesitant reply. "Well, it's just that. When I'm watching that guy..." She trails off, a thoughtful expression on her face. Her gaze seems distant, lost in her own thoughts. "It pisses me off," she exclaims, her frustration evident. She slams her fist on the table, spilling her drink in a fit of rage. The frustration is palpable. A figure stands amidst a fiery, desolate landscape. The text above him reads, "He breaks everything." The camera angle shifts, revealing a closer view of the figure's head and shoulders. He seems to be looking up, possibly in awe or fear, at the scene before him. He swings his sword recklessly, disregarding the rules of this place. Her blade intercepts his, a clash of steel echoing through the air. She looks on with a grim determination. She disarms him. His weapon clatters to the ground. "That's good enough," he says, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. And he keeps. The narration trails off, hinting at continued conflict. He's clearly annoyed. Saying weird stuff. She mutters, a frown etching itself onto her face. "You're not hesitating to use your strength when you don't even know what kind of place chaos is," she observes, her words sharp. "Most people hesitate," she notes, only declaring things over when they're certain. They're not humans anyway, she states, her voice flat, gaze fixed on the fallen figures. The casual dismissal underscores the brutal efficiency of her actions. A slight frown touches her lips. The aftermath leaves her unmoved, her expression betraying no satisfaction, only a quiet contemplation. He stands in a shadowed archway, his expression unreadable. A quiet intensity emanates from him. "You and I," a chilling voice whispers. A figure emerges, half human, half skull, her crimson eye burning with intensity. "You and I are different," she states, the chilling declaration emphasizing the stark contrast between them. Her crimson eyes, narrowed, convey a steely resolve. The stark contrast between them is undeniable. She slowly raises a large wooden tankard, her crimson eyes still narrowed. The resolve in her gaze remains unwavering. "He makes me feel like I'm nothing," she mutters, her grip tightening on the tankard. The crimson in her eyes intensifies. "You, me, and everyone here. We all lived a hard life," she cries out, her crimson eyes blazing with anger and resentment. She slams her fist on the table, the remaining ale sloshing in her tankard. Her anger is palpable. But then he just shows up out of nowhere. She recalls, her voice laced with disbelief. A new question arises: why are you looking for a nightmare? "You won't understand even if I tell you," he states, his words a low murmur. The pair continues walking, their destination and purpose still shrouded in mystery. He looks down, his expression conveying a clear message: you and I are different. The unspoken weight of this statement hangs heavy in the air between them. "Whenever I see that, I really..." Her face contorts in a mixture of anger and revulsion, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Her anger simmers, her crimson hair a fiery reflection of her unspoken rage. The scene shifts, focusing on the object of her ire. "You're such an immature kid." A hand rests heavily on her crimson hair, the speaker's words dripping with disdain. "Don't get mixed up in all that again. Don't even go near him," the warning is sharp, leaving no room for argument. "But Claire, I..." She begins, her eyes wide with a mix of defiance and apprehension. The warning hangs heavy in the air: if you stick with that guy, you might actually die. The woman's warning hangs heavy in the air, her expression a mixture of concern and grim resignation. The figure collapses, their body slumping heavily. Darkness claims the panel. "W.H. Watt. Why are you acting all scary? Why would I die?" The voice, filled with disbelief and defiance, cuts through the silence following the sudden collapse. A golden light explodes from the collapsing structure, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. The golden light fades, leaving behind only shimmering particles in the air. She watches, eyes blazing, as the golden particles settle. A lingering intensity in her gaze hints at the power she wields. A golden griffin, wings outstretched, descends. Its talons gleam, ready to strike. She catches the griffin's falling form, its massive weight barely slowing her. A look of grim determination sets upon her face. She lands gracefully, the griffin's weight absorbed. The impact barely registers. A letter is revealed, its seal bearing a crest. The words "Carlton Xavier, the Northern Checkpoint Chief" are clearly visible. "Carlton," someone exclaims, a note of surprise in their voice. "Why did that bullhead send me this?" The recipient of the letter, a man in ornate gold armor, stares intently ahead, a mixture of annoyance and confusion etched on his face. Her fiery red hair frames a face contorted in frustration. A single tear tracks down her cheek as she clenches her jaw, clearly agitated by the contents of the scroll before her. "I have a bad feeling about this," she murmurs, a knot of apprehension tightening in her stomach. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken dread: "Are you the Witch of Massacre?" Her eyes widen, a silent question mark hanging in the air. Doubt and fear war in her gaze. "Well, some do call me that." A wicked glint reflects in the blade as it's held aloft. The blade plunges downwards. A muffled kgh escapes the victim as the attacker's grip tightens. "I don't dislike rough introductions, but I'm busy, so let's do this another time," the attacker declares, his eyes cold and unwavering. "I have something I need you to do for me." The attacker's request hangs heavy in the air, his shadowed figure looming large. The attacker's weapon connects, shattering with a violent crack. Red energy explodes outward. A pained Yuuk escapes him as the red energy engulfs him. He's thrown back, the red energy impacting him with brutal force. A cloud of dust and debris erupts where he lands. The dust settles, revealing a crimson stain spreading across the ground. A booming voice echoes, "You may not come here." Crimson energy surges, filling the panel. A monstrous, shadowy figure looms, its purple energy crackling. Its massive jaws snap shut, a clear threat. He's thrown back, tumbling through the air. How, he gasps, the sheer power of his opponent evident. How the hell am I supposed to refine a monster like this? He roars, his face contorted in a grimace of disbelief and exertion. How? He breathes, the single word hanging heavy in the air, reflecting his utter bewilderment and exhaustion. His eyes, wide and filled with disbelief, reflect the shock of what he's just witnessed. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the exertion and overwhelming surprise. Can a world like this? The question hangs in the air, a reflection of his disbelief and the unsettling reality before him. Hey! Snap out of it! A voice cuts through the disbelief, urging him to break free from the shock. Did you forget that we're in the process of smelting? One man demands, his voice sharp. The other stammers, and no. It's just that. His eyes widen, clearly overwhelmed. You said you were going to help, one man accuses, his voice sharp with frustration. The scene is filled with a vibrant, almost violent purple energy. A monstrous, purple-tinged beast lunges, its maw open in a ferocious roar. The very air crackles with violent energy. A violent explosion erupts. The beast's attack sends the figures tumbling through the air. So help properly. A determined voice, perhaps a battle cry, cuts through the aftermath of the explosion. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The title card reveals the setting, The World After the Fall, introducing the story's post-apocalyptic backdrop. A clang resounds, echoing the impact of clashing steel. Clang! The sound of steel on steel echoes again, sharper this time. A purple energy explodes outward as the blades clash. The impact shatters one sword. He pants, defeated. I can't do it anymore. My tools can't even touch it. It's way too high level for me to refine. This isn't a matter of levels, a voice corrects, implying a deeper, more fundamental issue than mere skill level. A hand clutches at a wound, the pain evident in the tense posture. The injury is serious. He clutches his wound, a look of disbelief washing over his face. What, he gasps, the first stage of awakening, doubt, revealed. His eyes blaze, a newfound understanding dawning. It's about seeing, he states, the weight of revelation settling upon him. He reaches the second stage of awakening, understanding. The power to comprehend this broken world floods him. His eyes widen, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his weathered cheek. Confusion, stark and undeniable, etches itself onto his face. A dark, viscous substance, pulsing with faint purple light, is carefully manipulated. The man's expression is one of intense focus, his brow furrowed in concentration. The dark substance rides, taking shape. A powerful energy crackles around it. The dark mass coalesces, solidifying into a monstrous form. It rises, a shadowy figure taking shape. Whoa, he gasps, eyes wide with disbelief. What's going on? The shadowy figure looms, its form solidifying into something monstrous. A monstrous eye, glowing gold, fills the panel. Its gaze is intense, unsettling. From the depths, a monstrous form erupts, a surge of dark purple energy coalescing into grotesque, clawed appendages. Before them, a colossal monstrosity materializes, its gaping maw and dripping purple tongue a terrifying sight. The two figures stand their ground, facing the creature's immense power. Fucking. A single word, a breath held, hangs heavy in the air as they brace themselves against the monstrous creature's power. Fucking damn it. The words, a raw expression of frustration and likely defeat, escape him. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Credits for art, storyboarding, and novel follow. Chapter 16 begins. Chapter 16 begins with a surge of purple energy. A monstrous, dark purple dragon bursts forth, its jagged teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. The energy crackles around it. Snap out of it. The command rings out as the figures are thrown back by a powerful force, the dragon's energy surging. You said you'd help, a voice accuses, the words sharp against the backdrop of the dragon's fading energy. So help properly, he grits out, a grim determination etched on his face. The weight of the accusation hangs heavy in the air. What is that? Is that the true essence of a five-horned beast? He gasps, awe and disbelief etched on his face. I've been casually using my pathetic skills on such a being? His voice cracks with the weight of his realization. The weight of his discovery settles upon him. He's been unknowingly sparring with a creature of immense power. There's no way. I must be dreaming, he stammers, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Before him stands a heavy wooden door, set within a weathered stone archway. I need to wake up, he cries, his eyes wide with a desperate plea. The intensity of his fear is palpable. Damn it! This has to be a dream, he cries out, his desperate plea echoing in the crimson landscape. Hey! He lets out a weary sigh, his face etched with frustration and disbelief. The crimson landscape swirls around him. He strains, a guttural sob dash escaping his lips. His face is contorted with exertion. Save me, he cries, his desperate plea echoing in the red-tinged chamber. The strain on his face is evident, his body contorted in a final, desperate effort. His eyes widen, a flicker of defiance burning in their depths despite the overwhelming strain. Sweat beads on his brow, a strained gasp escaping his lips as he pushes onward. He stumbles, his breath ragged. A skeletal figure, its tongue lolling, rises before him, a chilling grin on its bony face. He's attacked. A swift, brutal blow. He gasps, eyes wide, a pained expression etched on his face. Ah! Are you already done refining? He asks, his voice strained. His question hangs in the air, unanswered. A chilling thought crosses his mind, assistant manager. A crimson vortex opens before him, swirling energy emanating from its depths. A voice booms, echoing from the crimson vortex, "O foolish one, you do not have the right to see this place yet." Sweat beads on a brow, a single drop falling. The eye, wide and strained, reflects the crimson glow. Fear, raw and palpable, emanates from the close-up. A blur of motion. Crimson explodes across the panel. A shockwave erupts. Crimson dust billows. How does such? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, a testament to the sheer power just unleashed. A world exists. The question hangs heavy, a silent testament to the impossible power witnessed. He leaps, a blur of motion, aiming a dagger at the monstrous beast's gaping maw. Its eyes glow with malevolent purple light. How did I? The question hangs in the air, unspoken fear and confusion evident in the ellipsis. A hammer slams down, shattering the dark mass. The sharp point of a blade pierces through the remains. He pulverizes the remaining darkness with a powerful blow, his eyes burning with fierce determination. The darkness dissipates, leaving behind only a faint purple glow. A lingering question hangs in the air, end up in this world. The uncertainty is palpable. A monstrous creature emerges, its purple form crackling with dark energy. Its gaping maw and sharp teeth threaten to consume everything. A purple energy blast erupts, a violent wave of power engulfing the creature. He counters with a powerful blow, a crimson flash as his fist connects. The creature is sent sprawling. He stands over his fallen opponent, a grim determination etched on his face. His eyes, burning with a fierce golden light, leave no doubt, the fight is far from over. Fragments of crimson energy shatter, dispersing like dust as he stands victorious. He counters with a swift strike, his arm a blur as he connects with the monstrous maw. The purple energy dissipates. The creature is sent hurtling downwards, a blur of motion against the dark purple energy. He lands hard, a grim expression settling on his face. his golden eyes blaze with intensity. A fierce counterattack explodes. His fist, a blur of motion, connects with devastating force. The impact sends him flying, a small figure swallowed by the explosive force of the blow. The monstrous maw snaps shut, the impact echoing in the silence that follows. Why me? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent scream echoing the impact of the previous attack. A blur of motion. The impact echoes. He clutches his head, a scream tearing from his throat. Tears stream down his face, his eyes wide with agony. A guttural scream, ahhhhhhh, echoes his pain. Silence. The scream fades. A voiceover reflects on the futility of certain actions, regardless of repetition. There are acts in this world that are futile no matter how many times they are performed. Such as a human trying to catch up to the talent of nightmares. The narrator's words appear, accompanied by the image of a shattered artifact and scattered tools, highlighting the futility of the endeavor. The narrator's voiceover continues, or breaking past one's natural limits. Scattered tools and a shattered artifact lie near a piece of advanced technology, a stark visual representation of the challenge. I seem to have gotten too old to handle Garnak's horn, a weary voice admits. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier struggle. You needed to have sought me out sooner, a voice states, the words carrying a weight of both reproof and weariness. The younger man remains impassive, his gaze unwavering as the larger figure looms over him. The setting is a dimly lit workshop, tools hanging overhead. Actually, you said you came here not for me, but the workshop manager who's a nightmare, the larger figure reveals, his gaze intense. It's been a long time since the manager stepped out. I'm sorry that the only one remaining here is a pathetic human like me, he says, a hint of weariness in his voice as he holds a half-smoked cigar. How can a human that's never even created a tower be an apprentice? Your race doesn't matter, the speaker declares, dismissing the human's background. The human apprentice, undeterred, clenches his jaw. His gaze is unwavering. It's fine as it is, he mutters, a steely glint in his eyes. His resolve is unwavering. It's fine as long as you can make a scabbard, so continue, he's told. The reply is firm, no. I already tried enough. 100 million? Ha ha ha. You really are young, the older man scoffs, his laughter echoing the disbelief in his words. The younger man's expression remains firm, his resolve unshaken. I'm sure it doesn't look like I'm trying to you, the younger man states, but I tried plenty hard. His words are a quiet counterpoint to the older man's earlier scoffing disbelief. I tried hard while watching you, Jae-won, the younger man states, a quiet defiance in his tone. His gaze, though partially obscured, holds a steely resolve. Though I'm not sure if you'll believe me, he adds, his words hinting at a revelation yet to come. A hint of uncertainty flickers in his expression, despite his earlier defiance. I mastered all skills related to blacksmithing, he declares, a confident grin spreading across his face. Now, I can say with certainty that I can repair any weapon in the Tower of Nightmares. He continues, a hint of self-doubt creeping into his confident tone. With a 99% chance of success, he admits, before adding, but, after achieving that. He pauses, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. I came to have an odd thought, he reveals. Perhaps I haven't been running towards the 99% chance of success, he muses, a thoughtful expression on his face. But, instead, running my hardest away from the 1% chance of failure. His eyes, wide and intense, reflect a newfound resolve. He's not just reacting to the odds, he's actively choosing a different path. A golden message appears, user's XX reached its max. His resolve strengthens. Yeah. You're someone that's worked harder than any other. The words offer encouragement, a testament to his unwavering dedication. But do you know how the principle of the processing skill works? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to his hard-earned expertise. The principle of the processing skill is revealed, it's one of the original skills of the nightmares. It's a fundamental power, existing since the beginning, like fire and water. A voice questions the point of explaining such an ancient, inherent force. How can a human truly grasp the world's origins, and what meaning is there in even trying? What you're saying. The listener's thoughtful expression reflects a deep consideration of the profound concepts just explained. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. He's been using a skill without understanding it. A grim realization settles on his face. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The weight of his unintentional mastery settles upon him. Principle, you say? Well, I guess it'd be strengthening the hammer and chisel with spiritual power, and fine-tuning that power to chip away at the horn, he explains, meticulously working on the horn. If it's such a simple principle, why aren't the other craftsmen able to use processing? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the craftsman's explanation. Doubt is etched on the faces of his fellow workers. Well, it's because they haven't managed to learn the skill yet. The craftsman explains, his words offering a simple, yet seemingly insufficient, answer to the lingering doubts. Wait. If the principle behind the skill is this simple, a voice questions, a hint of disbelief coloring the words. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his weathered cheek. Doubt clouds his expression. He questions, a murmur of doubt, even if they haven't learned it yet, shouldn't they at least be able to do something similar? You don't know what that skill is, yet you're still using it. The words hang in the air, a sharp rebuke. What? The question bursts out, a raw expression of disbelief and confusion in response to the previous accusation. Doubt and disbelief are etched on their faces. A mixture of shock and suspicion hangs heavy in the air as they react to the unexpected accusation. You're talking as if there's a human that uses a skill by knowing its principle. The incredulous statement hangs in the air, underscoring the disbelief of those present. Do you know the principle behind processing? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the man's understanding. His scarred back is visible, hinting at a past filled with hardship. The man remains silent, his scarred back a testament to past struggles. He seems to consider the question, his expression unreadable. I didn't, but I figured it out earlier, he says, a finger tracing a faint purple energy signature on a dark surface. What? He touches the residue, a golden substance erupting as he confirms his suspicions. How are you using processing? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. Look closely and tell me what you see. The command hangs in the air as several figures gather around a strange, glowing artifact on a table. Intense scrutiny fills the room. Is this the particles breaking down? A question hangs in the air, as the observers watch the glowing artifact's energy visibly dissipate. It won't be easy. The words hang in the air, a stark warning as the golden energy continues to dissipate. Because your incredible hard work has also solidified the wall of the world you're seeing just as much. The explanation clarifies the seemingly insurmountable barrier. Because of my hard work. The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning understanding in his tone. His expression is one of grim determination, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. There's nothing wrong with your hard work, a voice states, but shouldn't you have realized by now? The words hang heavy, a challenge to the protagonist's previous self-doubt. If you can't do it even after so much hard work, it's not you that's wrong, but the world itself. The words offer a profound shift in perspective, a stark contrast to the previous emphasis on personal failings. His eyes widen, a profound realization dawning. The world. He whispers, the weight of that unspoken truth heavy in the air. His head hangs low, a single, uncertain question escaping his lips, is wrong. Doubt clouds his features. A shadow falls, obscuring his face. Silence. This was good for someone like you. This is originally a nightmare's method, not a human's. The words hang in the air, a stark explanation for the previous failures. Then, what's a human's method? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the nightmare-like magic previously shown. A new, purple energy swirls beneath clawed, multi-eyed hands. How am I supposed to know? And why would I know? I'm a nightmare. Blame the race you were born as. The nightmare's retort is sharp, a defensive justification against the earlier question. As a human, you can't go beyond the level of an apprentice, the nightmare declares, its clawed hand glowing with purple energy. The human's face is grim, his expression resolute despite the clear power disparity. Human limit? No. If I work hard, I'm sure I can become like nightmares, the human declares, his face a mask of grim determination. Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting his unwavering resolve. He pauses, a single question hanging in the air, so, what is it that I'm supposed to do? His hand covers his face, the weight of expectation heavy. Do you want me to fight against the world or something? He asks, sweat beading on his brow, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. This is an honest world where you see results equivalent to the amount of hard work you put in. What's wrong with having gotten used to this place? The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to his previous outburst. Is it honest? A world that tricks you into not being able to do something that you can? The question hangs heavy, a stark counterpoint to his earlier acceptance. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect a growing internal conflict. You might be old, but you can still fight. The words, a firm yet gentle encouragement, cut through his internal struggle. A flicker of resolve appears in his eyes. Take one more close look. The words hang in the air, a final instruction before the next challenge begins. The instruction echoes, take one more close look. A dark, almost obsidian hood lies on a surface, a vibrant purple crystal embedded within its folds. The instruction rings out, don't rely on the system. Instead, use your own two eyes. The purple crystal, nestled within the dark hood, glints under an unseen light. A flurry of motion. The crystal's light intensifies. A wave of crimson energy erupts. The crimson energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex of dark power. The vortex of crimson energy intensifies, a swirling maelstrom of dark power. He stands before it, silhouetted against the ominous glow. A question hangs in the air, a silent observation, has he always lived by looking at such a world? The swirling vortex of crimson energy intensifies, a monstrous form beginning to emerge. He's struck, the impact sending him sprawling. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the ferocity of the blow. A voiceover describes the world, a world without skills or an interface. An honest world where there is no deception. A weathered hand, calloused and strong, grips a simple, yet sturdy, throwing knife. The scene is bathed in a deep crimson light. How could one live like that unless they're insane? The question hangs in the air, a chilling reflection on the brutality witnessed. How? Or are they actually insane? The question echoes the viewer's disbelief as a man, face contorted in a feral scream, swings a massive weapon. His eyes are wild, his expression one of unhinged rage. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, a violent eruption of purple energy engulfing him. The purple energy explodes outward, a blinding flash. The purple energy surges, a powerful wave engulfing him. Are you really going to leave like this? The question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst the lingering purple energy. The scene shifts to a blacksmith's shop, its sign depicting a hammer and shield, hinting at the services offered within. I need to go since production's complete, he states, stepping away from the blacksmith's shop. Also, this guy seems to like it, a voice observes. He would have probably eaten it if he didn't. The narrator's voice implies a casual assessment of the situation, focusing on the newly completed weapon. Have you picked a name for the sword yet? Someone asks. Pig. No. Not yet, comes the reply. If it's okay with you, could. The speaker trails off, leaving the request unfinished. I name it? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. He nods, a subtle but firm agreement. He explains his choice of name, basing it on the martial language for its cool sound. The characters chosen represent a being of solitude. Maverick? As in like a maverick general? The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge to the name's meaning. A sly grin spreads across his face. His eyes, sharp and intense, gleam with a knowing amusement. That's right, he says, a smirk playing on his lips. I don't think there's a better name for that sword than that. A large, bearded man bids farewell. Have a safe journey, he says, arms crossed confidently. A younger man waves goodbye, a playful grin on his face. Another man weeps silently in the background. The young man turns, his grin fading slightly as he glances back at the weeping figure. Wait. A desperate plea cuts through the air, a stark contrast to the young man's earlier confidence. His earlier bravado gone, a grim determination sets in. He's no longer pleading. In the world that you see. What do I look like? He demands, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and desperation. His tattered clothes and wild eyes speak volumes. He rips at his mask, a desperate, animalistic rage fueling his actions. His teeth are bared, his eyes wild. Human. The word hangs in the air, a low growl escaping his lips. His rage is palpable. His eyes blaze, a barely contained fury. The sound is a strangled roar, a testament to his simmering rage. A crimson eye, swirling with power, dominates the panel. He's not looking back. The narration confirms his relentless advance. He continues his advance, a colossal, crimson shadow looming behind him. Two figures, their faces skeletal and ghastly, trail behind. The oppressive, blood-red sky adds to the ominous atmosphere. The crimson figure continues its advance, the skeletal figures trailing close behind. A vast, ominous shadow stretches before them. A lone thought echoes, I wonder if there's anyone else who can understand that lonely world. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Why do you keep following me? The question hangs in the air, a challenge between two figures silhouetted against a bright sky. A city wall and tower loom in the background. What, do you think I have some sort of sinister reason for doing so? The question, sharp and pointed, hangs in the air between them. His eyes narrow, a simmering intensity replacing his previous uncertainty. Doubt is gone, replaced by steely resolve. Are you devising another scheme again? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the character's newfound resolve. How did you know? The question hangs heavy, a mixture of surprise and suspicion in his tone. A smirk plays on her lips. She knows something he doesn't. The air crackles with unspoken tension. I'm trying to plan a way to kill you, she says, a chilling declaration that punctuates the tension. Her crimson eyes gleam with a predatory intensity. A cruel smile stretches across her lips as she extends a clawed hand, the gesture both menacing and calculated. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 17 begins. And what are you going to do after you kill me? The question hangs in the air, a challenge in his eyes. A slight smile plays on his lips. He seems confident, almost amused by the question. Live a good life off your specter crystal? He asks, a hint of skepticism in his tone. He chuckles, a sound laced with skepticism. The suggestion clearly amuses him. Hey, I'm serious, she insists, her expression unwavering. The skepticism from before is gone, replaced by a steely determination. Got it, she confirms, her resolve unwavering. What an insincere response, whatever. Just take this, she says, handing him a package. He looks at it, questioning, what is this? Your clothes, she explains, offering the package as an apology. She adds, I feel like you'll look like a beggar otherwise. I see, he replies, the cityscape behind him hinting at the scale of the challenge ahead. In any case, you never got to meet the nightmare. What are you going to do? The question hangs heavy in the air. Michael taught me how to find them, he states, a grim determination etched on his face as a swirling, fleshy mass fills the background, hinting at the nightmarish entities he seeks. He resolves, a grim set to his jaw, when we meet, I'll ask them about the Mirage Tree, and the path to the abyss. The swirling, fleshy mass behind him looms, a constant reminder of his dangerous quest. And why are you doing that? The question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst a serene, blue sky. Are you curious about my intentions? The question hangs in the air, a counter to the previous query, adding a layer of mystery. Say you manage to reach the abyss by some luck, the speaker continues, their words painting a picture of perilous journey. Those who return from there, called the strongmen of the abyss, are. The sentence trails off, leaving the listener in suspense. I won't be come back, she declares, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. She adjusts the collar of her dark attire, long, sharp nails glinting. Her resolute expression remains unchanged. I will. Her resolve hardens, a silent vow echoing in the air. Her eyes blaze with fierce determination. She will not falter. Her eyes, blazing with fierce intensity, narrow further. A surge of raw power emanates from her. Who are you? She demands, her voice sharp and unwavering. The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge as much as an inquiry. Who the hell are you, to do something like that? She screams, fury blazing in her eyes. Her voice is raw with rage. What gives you the qualifications? She demands, her rage barely contained. Who are you to not give a damn about what other people think of you? He asks, a cool, unwavering gaze fixed ahead. His expression is one of quiet defiance. And to just do whatever you want, without any consideration for others, the speaker continues, their words blunt and forceful. The fact that you don't think of the people here as human is what? The speaker's voice trails off, the unspoken implication hanging heavy in the air. A man, smiling warmly, holds a fish. Two young men, beaming, carry baskets overflowing with their catch. One carries fish, the other apples. Their joy is palpable. I am. The people here are human, too. I may not be as strong or as sturdy as you, a voice says, a hint of vulnerability in the tone. The speaker's crimson hair partially obscures their face, but their intense gaze is visible. But then, a fierce roar erupts. The crimson-haired figure's mouth opens wide, revealing sharp teeth, a stark contrast to their earlier vulnerability. But I am still human, the crimson-haired figure declares, a defiant statement echoing in the aftermath of their ferocious roar. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect the lingering defiance. A silent challenge hangs in the air. Even if I die, I will die in the present. I will never go back to the past, she declares, a fierce glint in her eyes. Surrounding her, daggers of dark energy swirl. He roars, a primal scream echoing her defiance. His grip tightens on his weapon, muscles bulging with furious energy. It'll be better for you not to think such silly things, she declares, a fiery resolve hardening her expression. If you break the promise, the old woman's life is forfeit, she warns, her fiery gaze unwavering. The threat hangs heavy in the air. You're supposed to lure him here with your words. What are you doing? The question hangs in the air, a sharp rebuke to her inaction. So there's a hostage, and they want me. His eyes narrow, a grim understanding dawning. A single, intense eye peers from behind a dark mask. He's hidden in shadow, but his gaze is unwavering. It's the guys in the alleyway on the other side of the street, he confirms, his gaze unwavering. He hesitates, a silent question forming in his mind, should I stick my head out here to save the hostage? He decides against it. There's no point to it, he thinks, the weight of the situation settling upon him. No matter how much I save these people, reality will not change, he thinks, a wave of despair washing over him as he looks at the undead and the terrified faces around him. Suspicion shows me the true nature of this world, after all, he thinks, a grim realization settling on his face. His despair deepens. A grim realization dawns, a world ruled by numbers and data, where people sell their souls for higher numbers. He resolves to end her nightmare, to rid her of this soul-crushing existence where ambition is absent. He acts, a blur of motion. The attack is swift, decisive. In that sense, I can't see you as a human at all. He roars, his eyes blazing with furious intensity. She lunges forward, a crimson energy surging around her. The crimson energy explodes. Let's part ways here, one of them declares, the aftermath of the crimson energy blast hanging in the air. How can I travel with someone with a goal like that? He questions, a skeptical frown etched on his face. He adds, clearly unconvinced. How am I seeing that woman? He mutters, his face contorted in disbelief and anger. The thought of seeing her again fills him with rage. His gaze shifts, drawn to a figure emerging from the crimson haze. A woman with fiery red hair, cloaked in shadow. The red-haired woman continues her stride, her form a stark contrast to the decaying cityscape. A question hangs in the air, as a human again? Shit, the witch, a voice curses, the words appearing amidst a burst of golden light, signifying her sudden, unexpected arrival. Betrayed us. Send the messenger hawk, someone shouts, their voice laced with anger and betrayal. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the grim realization below. We brought the nightmare all the way here for nothing. Wait, a nightmare? There's a nightmare with those guys? The question hangs in the air, a sudden, shocking revelation. The panel shows a dark, ominous void. It's the nightmare. Well, I should change my clothes first, I guess. The speaker seems to have just woken up from a nightmare. He rises, stretching slightly. The lingering effects of the nightmare seem to fade as he prepares to face the day. The scene shifts to a quaint, sunlit town square. A simple, wooden building stands in the foreground, its gabled roof hinting at a cozy interior. The town square stretches before them, quiet except for the distant sounds of the town. Two figures walk towards a small building, its sign barely visible. A woman's heeled boot strikes the ground, the impact slightly jarring. She approaches the building. How? She breathes, a single word expressing disbelief and dawning comprehension. Did this happen? She asks, a question hanging in the air, her expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. A clawed hand reaches for a door, its owner muttering, "Sorry, Auntie. I was pretty late, huh?" The casual tone contrasts sharply with the unsettling image. The door creaks open, revealing a dimly lit interior. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. "I knew this would happen, you greenhorn." The words hang heavy in the dimly lit room, a spill of purple liquid on the floor the only evidence of recent chaos. A powerful figure stands amidst his subordinates, a large sword held before him. "I should have stopped you earlier," he states, his expression grim. The scene shifts to a simple wooden floor. The aftermath of the confrontation is clear. "Seems like I'll be dying for good this time because of you," one combatant groans. "Shut up, you old crone," the other retorts, a crunching sound accompanying the words. The defeated combatant lies on the ground, a twisted grin on his face. He seems almost gleeful in defeat. The Witch of Massacre, coming here on her own. What happened to the deal? A voice questions, the words hanging heavy in the air. Janaya, the eldest of the three Janaya brothers and elder of the Golden Sky sect, stares down with a grim expression. His gaze is intense, conveying suspicion and a hint of anger. "You're more stupid than you look," Janaya scoffs. "Have you ever seen a witch keep her promise?" His words are sharp, his disdain evident. Janaya's crimson eyes gleam. Claws extend, dark and sharp, as she summons twin crimson daggers, crackling with dark energy. "That man will not be able to come here," Janaya declares, her crimson eyes burning with determination. "Because he is." Janaya's voice trails off, her crimson eyes fixed on the man before her. The crowd behind them is a blur of anxious faces. A wave of terror washes over the crowd. Their faces are contorted in fear, eyes wide with panic. They are trapped, surrounded by an unseen horror. Several crimson blades streak across the purple sky, a terrifying sight for the terrified onlookers below. The text reads, "On his way to," leaving the destination ominous and unknown. "Destroy this world," the figure screams, crimson blades swirling around them as they descend. With a furious cry, the figure unleashes a devastating attack, crimson energy swirling around them in a blur of motion. The attack explodes in a flurry of crimson energy, streaks of power radiating outwards. "It looks like you've lost your mind, Witch of Massacre." The opponent's voice rings out, a clear declaration of victory after the explosive attack. A cruel smile spreads across his face. Victory is his. His laughter echoes, a chilling sound that marks his complete victory. Shadowy figures surge forward, their movements a blur. The victorious warrior stands defiant, his gaze unwavering. The warrior unleashes a secret shadow art, shadowy figures collapsing as they are struck. They call you the Witch of Massacre in the hunting fields because you use an ability that calls and brings beasts towards you, no? The question hangs in the air, a chilling accusation. A chilling grin spreads across the Witch of Massacre's face. Her eyes glow with an unnatural light. How about we see if you can do the same here? The Witch of Massacre's chilling challenge hangs in the air, her unnerving grin still in place. She's sent flying, a blur of motion as dark energy whips around her. The Witch of Massacre's attack connects. She slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. Dark energy dissipates into the air. She tumbles through the air, the force of the impact still evident in her spinning body. A crimson blade streaks past, narrowly missing her as she continues her uncontrolled fall. She lands hard, the impact jarring. The ground trembles slightly beneath her heels. A purple energy surges, a powerful blow connecting. The impact sends shockwaves outward. He counters with a purple energy blast, his sword a blur of motion. The attack is swift, powerful, and precise. The purple energy blast connects, a wave of concussive force rippling outwards. The blast's impact sends a shockwave outwards, a purple torrent of energy engulfing everything. He grits his teeth, eyes blazing with fierce determination as purple energy surges around him. The attack continues. The purple energy explodes outwards, a blinding flash. The aftermath of the explosion. A purple haze slowly dissipates. The purple haze clears, revealing a figure emerging from the dust and smoke. He wields a large, dark blade, his expression grim and determined. "Hey, sir. Witch of Massacre. More like bitch getting massacred, don't you think?" The figure snarls, crimson eyes blazing. "God damn it. If we were outside, at least." The fighter curses, frustration evident in their clenched fist. "We put up a soundproof barrier around this place. There is no way for anything outside to know what's going on in here." The words hang in the air, a grim reassurance from a man whose expression reveals his own unease. "Stop your useless struggling and bring him here." "It's still not too late," a voice commands, the words echoing in the soundproof chamber. The speaker's dark figure looms, their expression obscured by shadow. "The shadows will chase after you," the ominous voice threatens. The speaker's crimson eyes burn with malevolent intensity. "Stop your bluffing," the other character counters. "I already know there are no branch offices of the shadows in Gorgon Castle." He dismisses the threat. His face contorted in agony, he grits his teeth, eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. The grip on his head tightens. "By the time the Shadow Warriors realize what's going on, you and this old woman will already have been obliterated," she declares, her words a chilling promise. A clawed hand, wreathed in icy blue energy, reaches out. The power is palpable. Akram's 7 secret swordsmanship skills unleash. A flurry of pink and blue energy explodes outward, a dazzling display of power. The Sub-Zero form activates. Twin blades of energy, pink and vibrant, extend from her hands, a breathtaking display of power. She slashes, twin blades of energy a blur of motion. Ice shards explode outward in a dazzling display. "What a cute little party trick," he scoffs, easily deflecting the ice shards. His expression is one of amused disdain. "I'll tear you into pieces with my own hands," he snarls, his threat echoing the growing intensity of the confrontation. "Witch of Massacre," he snarls, a chilling title underscoring his menacing grin. His grip tightens on his weapon, icy shards clinging to its surface. "Cook, you son of a..." She spits, fury contorting her face. Her eyes blaze with rage. A shadowy figure emerges, his purple robes billowing. Shards of ice scatter around him, a chilling aura emanating from his form. He mutters, "I can't believe I'm thinking about this now." The panel shifts, showing a different perspective, a question hanging in the air: if there was a way for you to go back to the past. The question hangs in the air, a stark choice presented: would you take it? His expression is unreadable, a hint of something dark playing on his lips. "I want to go back to the past," he declares, a fierce regret coloring his words. "If I had followed that man instead." His voice trails off, the unspoken consequences heavy in the air. A powerful figure looms, his purple robes billowing. He wields a massive, dark sword, its edge gleaming. The man below is clearly defeated. A question hangs in the air, a whisper of doubt: would I have seen the fall of this world? The defeated figure's back is to us, their red hair a stark contrast to the dark, ominous sky. A blinding light erupts, momentarily obscuring the view. The red-haired figure is partially visible, silhouetted against the intense radiance. The light fades, revealing the red-haired figure's back, their shoulders slumped. A cloak partially obscures their face. A blur of motion. A powerful energy blast erupts, radiating outwards in a brilliant blue wave. He unleashes a powerful blue energy blast, a wave of force that surges forward. The blast impacts, leaving two figures stunned. One, his eyes wide with disbelief, stares in shock. The other, his expression grim, remains stoic. A single question mark floats above them, emphasizing their shared uncertainty. The dust settles, revealing a grim expression on the stoic figure's face. His eyes, narrowed and intense, fix on his stunned opponent. His foot comes down hard, a final, crushing blow. "Ah, I really hate this sort of development," he mutters, a look of clear displeasure on his face. The defeated figure lies at his feet. "Why are you here?" "What happened to the destruction of this world?" she asks, a smirk playing on her lips. "To save me," he replies, his words barely audible. "These clothes don't fit me," he mutters, a hint of frustration in his tone. The discomfort is palpable. Tears stream down their face, a stark contrast to the fiery red hair. The character clutches the ill-fitting garment, their distress evident. "Did you really come here because the size didn't fit you?" The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the character's previous distress. Their red eyes are wide, reflecting a mixture of disbelief and perhaps a hint of something else. "So you're the guy with the specter crystal, huh?" The speaker's narrowed eyes and intense gaze reveal a newfound suspicion, a shift from the previous disbelief. Coo. This saves us the trouble of finding you." One of the men laughs, a cruel, sharp sound. His grin is predatory, eyes gleaming with malicious intent. "I heard you guys brought a nightmare here. Correct?" A man with a stern expression and long gray hair demands, his gaze unwavering. A sword, glowing faintly purple, is drawn. The question mark emphasizes the uncertainty hanging in the air. "Where is the nightmare?" "No," a voice whispers, uncertainty lacing the words. A figure emerges, his face etched with grim determination. The golden light behind him intensifies, highlighting his sharp gaze. "Bring the nightmare here." The command hangs heavy in the air, a fist clenched tight, ready to unleash something terrible. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene. The credits roll, revealing the creative team behind The World After the Fall. "Where is the nightmare?" "No," a voice whispers, a tremor of fear evident in the words. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination etched on his face. He is ready. "Bring the nightmare here," he commands, a clenched fist emphasizing his resolve. "Is he mentally ill?" One man whispers, his concern evident as he stares at the other. "I heard that you tried to go against the castle." "True to the rumors, you really aren't straight in the head," one man sneers, his words dripping with disdain. "Be careful," a voice warns, the words a stark contrast to the previous insults. "They're fourth stage adapters," a voice explains, the words carrying a note of caution. "Fourth stage and above are high-level adapters, so you shouldn't look down on them." "Why? You think I'll lose?" he asks, a confident challenge in his tone. "No," comes the reply, short and dismissive. "On second thought, I don't think you'll lose," the other person says, revising their earlier assessment. A subtle shift in the dynamic between them. "How impudent," he sneers, his attack a blur of purple energy. He moves in a blur, purple energy swirling around his legs as he launches a powerful kick. "You damn monkey! I'm going to teach you a lesson," he snarls, his eyes blazing with fury. He unleashes a powerful blue energy blast, a furious counterattack. The blue energy blast connects, engulfing his opponent in a blinding flash. "What the?" He recoils, eyes wide with disbelief as the blue energy continues to surge. He's engulfed by the blue energy, a blinding light consuming him. He dodged it? His eyes narrow, a look of intense focus etched on his face. I swear they said he was a non-adapter, one of the fighters exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. Is he maybe a strong man of the abyss? He wonders aloud, his gaze fixed on the seemingly impossible feat before him. The only thing that's managed to avoid my light stab till now was the five-horn thing. The fighter's words confirm the beast's incredible power and agility. The fighter ponders aloud, does that mean a fourth-stage adapter and that thing are around the same level? He then adds, no. That thing endured a hit, so these guys are probably weaker? His golden eyes narrowed. It doesn't matter, he declares, dismissing his earlier assessment. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. A guttural sound escapes him, quack. Her eyes widen, fear etched on her face. He stands over her, a grim expression hardening his features. Claire! He cries out, eyes wide with a mixture of rage and desperation. Try another attack, the larger man sneers, his grip tightening on the downed opponent. A second man watches, impassive. She won't be safe if you do, a voice warns, the words hanging heavy in the air. The downed man looks up, his face etched with fear and desperation. Don't hesitate, just attack, the command rings out, sharp and urgent, as a blur of motion suggests an imminent attack. Shut it if you don't want to get beaten up. The harsh words cut through the air, a clear warning accompanying the implied force of the attack. Auntie, wait. We'll rescue you soon. The words are a promise, whispered against a backdrop of shadow and looming danger. He glares down at the fallen woman, his expression grim. A fierce determination hardens his features. You can do it, right? He leans in, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. The pressure intensifies. Why are you asking me that? He replies, his voice laced with a quiet defiance. The pressure remains, but his resolve is clear. I came here to find a nightmare, he states, his voice unwavering. All I have to do is wipe them out, be it hostage or enemy, he declares, his resolve unwavering. He moves with blinding speed, tearing through his enemies. She's a human. The revelation hangs in the air, disbelief etched on the speaker's face. A glimpse of the figure's face is revealed, a look of quiet determination, almost hidden beneath the shadows of their hood. Two figures cheerfully carry a heavy crate, their smiles bright against the muted tones of the scene. Below, a close-up reveals a woman's intense gaze, her eyes narrowed, a stark contrast to the levity above. A woman's triumphant scream fills the air, a stark contrast to the previous scene's cheerful atmosphere. The word "win" explodes across the panel, emphasizing her victory. The dust clears, revealing a triumphant figure silhouetted against the swirling brown aftermath. Victory is hers. What are you hesitating for? Attack already, a voice bellows. Three skeletal figures, their forms partially obscured by shadow, stand poised for attack. A skeletal hand grabs the red-haired man's head, its grip tightening. His eyes widen, a fierce expression of anger and defiance etched on his face. His mouth opens in a silent scream, a skeletal hand tightening its grip. Now, the word explodes from the panel, mirroring his desperate struggle. Damn it, he grits out, his golden eyes blazing with frustrated fury. A surge of energy erupts below him. He unleashes a powerful surge of energy, a blinding blue light erupting as he raises his sword. The blue energy explodes outward, a shockwave throwing the woman back. A wave of blue energy erupts, a powerful blast engulfing the area. The blast fades, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Debris rains down from the shattered structures. The aftermath of the blast is a scene of utter destruction. Buildings lie in ruins, debris scattered across the ravaged landscape. Amidst the devastation, a voice cries out, what's going on? The speaker and others stare in stunned disbelief at a bright beam of light piercing the ravaged sky. A figure emerges from the light's aftermath, his expression stoic, his long hair whipping in the wind. He seems unfazed by the destruction. His white and gold armor gleams, the dust settling around him as he stands amidst the ruins. He remains impassive. That's His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his usually impassive face. "Let's hurry," one says. "Yes, sir," the other replies, their tone brisk and obedient. "This is bad, big bro." A worried voice cries out, urgency lacing the words. The soundproofing barrier shatters. A purple energy wave radiates outwards, revealing shadowy figures within the damaged structure. One of the shadowy figures scoffs, a single syllable escaping his lips, "TCH." His expression is one of clear disdain, a stark contrast to the other figure's furious anger. The scene shifts. A group of guards stands before a figure bathed in golden light. "Mr. Jae-hwan," one of them asks, uncertainty in their voice. Jae-hwan, bathed in golden light, stands before his guards. His expression is one of intense seriousness, his gaze unwavering. "What's going on here?" A voice, sharp and questioning, cuts through the air. The scene shifts to reveal a new perspective, the source of the question still unseen. "You got here at a good time," a voice remarks. The speaker, a figure in ornate gold armor, stands before a dark-haired man, his expression unreadable. "These are guys that have broken the law you love so much," the armored figure states, his finger pointing towards a group of men with menacing expressions. "I don't know the specifics, but they broke what seems to be Gorgon law, Article 276, Section 4, the armored figure explains, further clarifying the situation. "They seem to have plotted to use this bar as a springboard to destroy the world," the armored figure states gravely, his words painting a chilling picture of the impending threat. "You're the one who wants to destroy the world." The accusation hangs heavy in the air, directed at the red-haired figure whose wide, fearful eyes reflect the gravity of the statement. "I see. In accordance to Gorgon law, Article 174, Section 4, and Article 124, Section 6, a voice states, the words carrying the weight of legal judgment. The judge, a figure of imposing stature in ornate gold and white robes, regards them with a cool, assessing gaze. His expression is one of detached authority. The judge announces, "I'll be making an emergency arrest for illegally breaking private property within the castle and kidnapping a citizen." "Damn it. That hand movement," he mutters, eyes narrowed in frustrated recognition. "Let's retreat," he shouts, a desperate decision etched on his strained face. The urgency in his voice is palpable. "Do you think you can run away from me?" The pursuing figure unleashes a glowing silver chain, its trajectory a clear threat. He barely dodges the chain, the silver glinting as it whips past. He's hit. A pained KGH escapes him as the chain wraps around him, the impact clear in his strained expression. "Damn it," he grits out, the magical chain binding him tighter. A blinding flash of light erupts as a powerful energy blast is unleashed. The bound man's face is contorted in a grimace of exertion. He channels the energy, a glowing blue blade materializing in his grasp. The light intensifies. "Any more resistance is futile," he declares, the glowing blue blade arcing menacingly. "Don't make me laugh." He scoffs, his attack a blur of motion. He's sent flying, a blur of motion against the background. The impact is swift and brutal. He impacts the ground hard, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. The dust settles, revealing both fighters. One stands, weapon raised, victorious. The other lies defeated in the crater they created. The victor's blade rests inches from his defeated opponent's face. His eyes, cold and unwavering, fix on the fallen man. The victor sheathes his blade. His opponent lies defeated, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief. The victor stands over his fallen foe, a bright blue energy still crackling around his weapon. The fight is over. He raises his weapon high, a triumphant roar escaping his lips. The purple energy surges around him, a testament to his victory. "You damn bastard, die," he bellows, unleashing a final, devastating blow. He counters with a blinding flash of energy, icy chains materializing and whipping towards his foe. The icy chains lash out, a blur of motion. They connect, binding the opponent. The icy chains bind their foe, a powerful magical blast erupting from the impact. The ground cracks, a massive impact sending debris flying. The impact leaves a gaping hole in the floor, dust and debris swirling in the air. The force of the blow sends him plummeting downwards, leaving a massive crater in the floor. Dust and debris fill the air. KGH. I surrender. The defeated opponent groans, bound by glowing chains. His adversary stands over him, a picture of calm power. Wise choice, the victor states calmly, the glowing chains binding the defeated opponent's hand. So they were right about you being as naive as you are just. The victor's words hang heavy in the air, a final judgment. He reels from the blow, his golden hair a blur of motion as he's sent sprawling. Dust kicks up around him. A massive, dark orb slams into him, sending him flying. The impact throws up a cloud of dust. The dark orb impacts the ground, purple energy sparking from its surface as it settles into the dust. Silence. The purple energy fades, leaving only the dust settling on the barren landscape. The purple energy dissipates completely, leaving behind only the lingering dust. Silence. The purple energy fades, leaving behind only dust and silence. Dark tendrils of energy dissipate into the twilight sky above the town. To think I'd have to use the dark arts. The figure surveys the damage to the town below, a grim expression etched on their face. It seems he's inhaled a bit of the dark cloud, a voice observes, concern evident. Below, a younger man calls out, "Be big, bro." Idiot. I told him to always properly wear his mask, a voice scolds. Wait a bit. He might survive if he's only inhaled a little. A glimmer of hope appears in the speaker's words. There's a chance he might survive. Only if he inhaled a little of the poison. It's forbidden to use the dark cloud without the sect leader's permission. The man's eyes narrow, a grim determination etched on his face. He scoffs, a smirk playing on his lips. Is the Witch of Massacre that big a deal? His dismissive tone hints at a hidden confidence. Hyuk Sul Lang, the elder of the Golden Sky sect, speaks, his words laced with a chilling implication. Didn't you say you'd hand her over to me once you caught her? He adds, almost as an afterthought, I don't like them dead. Hyuk Sul Lang's expression hardens. It wasn't because of the witch. Silver Arrest was there, he explains, his voice low and unwavering. Hyuk Sul Lang's gaze sharpens, a single exclamation point punctuating his unspoken realization. Silver Arrest? That annoying chain guy is inside there right now, one voice asks. Yeah, another replies. A chuckle follows, he. For that stubborn bastard to inhale the dark cloud, good. It'll be a fun sight to witness, for him. A voice anticipates the outcome, a cruel amusement coloring their words. Janaya. The name is spoken, a low murmur of anticipation hangs in the air. His gaze is intense, focused on something unseen, yet the weight of expectation is palpable. Who's that bastard? The question explodes from him, raw anger and disbelief coloring the words. The intensity of his gaze is now matched by the force of his voice. His anger is palpable. Beside him, the red-haired woman hangs her head, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. She seems distressed. He clenches his fists, his anger a tangible force. The red-haired woman remains distressed, her head bowed low. He sweeps her up, a glowing blue energy swirling around his weapon. The red-haired woman is held close, seemingly unconscious. A blue energy blast streaks across the panel, a blur of motion. The blue energy blast connects, pulverizing the earth in its wake. A deep crater forms. The dust settles, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow. A voice, filled with uncertainty, asks, "Who is he?" "That's what I want to know myself," a voice exclaims. "How is he fine after experiencing the dark cloud? I've never heard of a green Pyrrhus without any antlers." A man observes, his gaze fixed on the unusual creature. And even a green Pyrrhus shouldn't be capable of doing something like this. The man's voice trails off, a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension coloring his tone. A beat of silence hangs between them. The man's gaze remains fixed, a grim understanding settling on his face. The woman, her face streaked with dirt and tears, looks down, her shoulders slumped. This must be the rest of their squad. 3 figures emerge, clad in dark purple, their presence ominous against the desolate backdrop. So annoying. He grumbles, his frustration evident. The dark energy swirling around him intensifies. He clenches his fists, the dark energy around him pulsing with barely contained power. His frustration is palpable. He takes a deep breath, the dark energy subsiding slightly. His expression softens, a hint of resolve replacing the earlier frustration. The title card appears, The World After. The title card appears, after the fall. Credits roll, showcasing the creative team behind the manhwa. His eyes blaze with fury, a fierce gritting of teeth. He's wounded, but defiance burns within him. He unleashes a powerful surge of energy, a desperate measure. I didn't want to have to use this, he grits, the words a testament to his reluctance. To rely on such items? The energy surge impacts the ground, creating a small crater. Debris flies. A monstrous maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Purple energy surges from within its depths. Garnak's dignity. Purple energy explodes outward, a swirling vortex forming around him as he prepares to counterattack. Garnak unleashes a powerful counterattack, purple energy surging from his hands. That's. A gasp of disbelief escapes him as the full power of Garnak's attack becomes clear. He's hit. A scream of pain escapes him as Garnak's attack connects, the force of it clearly visible. He collapses. A monstrous, purple beast lunges forward, its maw open in a ferocious snarl. Its attack is a blur of motion. He counters with a swift, powerful strike, a purple energy surging from his hand. The attack connects. He's sent flying, a trail of white liquid spraying from his mouth as he's slammed into the ground. The impact reverberates. A purple energy crackles across his body, leaving him broken and still. He lies broken, the purple energy fading. Silence. A footsteps forward, heavy and deliberate, through the puddles left by the recent battle. The purple energy has vanished. He stands amidst the fading purple energy, a figure silhouetted against the stormy sky. The rain falls, washing away the remnants of the battle. He lies defeated, the rain washing over him. The battle is over. What is this monster? The victor stares down at his defeated foe, a look of disbelief and dawning horror on his face. You guys take care of this, he shouts, his voice strained with exertion. Then, a muttered curse, that son of a bitch. He pants heavily, sweat beading on his brow. Exhaustion etched on his face. He collapses, whispering Janmyeong. And Janmeng. Two names, barely audible above the silence. Damn it. For things to have ended like this. His anguished expression reflects the weight of his failure. Tears stream down his face. There's one way you can get out of this alive, a voice declares, offering a glimmer of hope amidst despair. A heavy boot steps down, crushing something on the ground. The answer arrives in the form of a single word, stark against the desolate, icy landscape, answer. Two figures stand at the water's edge, their reflections shimmering below. A tense silence hangs between them, the icy landscape mirroring the chill in the air. Where is the nightmare you guys hid away? The question hangs in the frigid air, a challenge echoing across the icy landscape. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The nightmare? A shadowed figure's intense gaze fills the panel, his eyes narrowed, a question hanging heavy in the air. If I tell you that, there's no point in surviving here. The shadowed figure's words are a chilling declaration, his grim expression leaving no room for doubt. When he finds out. The ominous words hang in the air, as the figure, back to us, walks away, a fiery glow illuminating his path. His departure leaves a sense of impending doom. I'll be wishing that I just died sooner, he thinks, a grim expression etched onto his face. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. He collapses, the impact echoing the unspoken dread in his thoughts. The end. If I'll die one way. He mutters, defeated but defiant. His gaze, though weary, holds a spark of resolve. Or another, he grits, defiance burning in his eyes despite the evident pain. He prepares for another attack. He's hit. A powerful blow sends him sprawling. He clutches a glowing blue crystal, his mouth agape. That's. He gasps, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. A single tear rolls down his cheek as he whispers, "A specter crystal?" His eyes widen, reflecting the crystal's eerie glow. He observes, a grim realization dawning: everyone here seems to be taking some sort of narcotic. He observes the group, their dazed expressions confirming his suspicions. "I can see the misunderstanding," he mutters, the weight of the situation settling upon him. "But that's not a narcotic," she explains, her expression serious. "It's something you have to do to decrease your spiritual corruption." He coughs, a ragged sound. "Because there's no one," he rasps, the weight of his words heavy in the silence. He gasps, a single, pained kgh, as the impact of the blow leaves him reeling. The narration reveals a horrifying truth: he is one who wishes to become a ghoul. Black tendrils lash out, a blur of motion. The impact echoes. The attack connects. A series of impacts reverberate, marked by the repeated OK sound effects. A scream cuts through the air, "Kaya! My goodness!" The exclamation hangs in the air, a testament to the shocking event just witnessed. Terror grips the onlookers. Their faces reflect shock and fear as they watch from the rubble. A monstrous maw, filled with jagged teeth, descends. The creature's power is palpable, a dark energy radiating outwards. The monstrous creature looms, its shadow engulfing the two figures below. Its dark energy pulses, a palpable threat. The creature unleashes a blast of dark energy, a surge of power that threatens to overwhelm them both. The word ghoul appears, confirming the nature of the creature unleashing the dark energy. The ghoul's monstrous form fills the panel, its single, malevolent red eye burning. Dark energy crackles around it. A guttural cry, hhhhhh, escapes as the ghoul's attack connects. Purple energy explodes outward. He's sent flying, a purple energy blast impacting him forcefully. He cries out, "AGH," the impact of the blast clearly shown. He crashes to the ground, a pained kaya, escaping his lips as he lies defeated. A pained ah escapes him, the sound lingering in the air. A single, glowing red eye opens, piercing the darkness. The crimson glow intensifies, revealing a chaotic scene. Undead figures, skeletal and decaying, shamble through a blood-soaked town. A cloaked figure looms, their presence ominous amidst the carnage. A swirling crimson eye opens, pulsating with dark energy. "So is this the truth of this world?" a voice echoes, filled with a mixture of awe and dread. He gazes upward, a monstrous, shadowy form looming above. The crimson light intensifies, bathing him in an infernal glow. His gaze remains fixed upward, the monstrous shadow looming closer. "What use is any dignity in a world like this?" he questions, his voice a bitter whisper against the crimson backdrop. "Why was I so afraid? When I could be this free," he thinks, a newfound sense of liberation washing over him. A monstrous maw fills the panel, shark teeth gleaming. The feeling of freedom he just experienced is replaced by a looming threat. A pair of glowing yellow eyes, immense and menacing, open before him. The creature's presence is overwhelming. The creature's full form is revealed, a monstrous, shadowy beast with glowing red eyes. Its presence is terrifying. Its massive jaws snap shut, a terrifying display of power. The beast's presence fills the panel. "Rat bastard! Did you go over there?" The beast roars, its rage palpable. Its massive jaws are bared, revealing terrifying fangs. From the beast's gaping maw, shadowy claws erupt, a furious red glow illuminating them. More claws emerge from the beast's mouth, glowing menacingly. A question mark explodes in the panel, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. The beast lunges, a flurry of dark claws slashing through the air. The attack connects. A flash of blue energy erupts from the warrior's blade, cleaving through the beast's wing. His eyes burn with fierce determination. "In a world like this," he growls, the words a testament to the harsh reality he faces. A monstrous figure looms before him, its form a grotesque tangle of flesh and shadow against a blood-red sky. Its eyes glow with malevolent intensity. He stands poised, a figure of dark determination against the crimson sky. His weapon, a blade of ethereal blue, gleams. The question hangs in the air, a stark challenge against the crimson backdrop: how does a human exist? His eyes blaze, a fiery intensity reflecting the question burning within him. What's up with this bastard? He growls, his anger palpable. A monstrous figure emerges, its single, glowing red eye burning with malevolent intensity. The air crackles with dark energy. The monstrous figure roars, a wave of dark energy erupting from its form. Even with suspicion, the narrator can't penetrate the monster's true nature. Its essence remains hidden. Well. A single word hangs in the air, as a powerful, icy blue energy blade streaks across the panel. The icy blade connects, a fierce, snarling beast revealed in the dust cloud. Its eyes burn with rage. The beast grips its icy blade, its power palpable. A chilling aura emanates from the weapon, a stark contrast to the crimson dust swirling around it. The beast swings its icy blade, a blur of motion. Crimson dust explodes outwards. He stands defiant, dust clinging to his scarred face. His golden eyes burn with fierce determination. I guess it doesn't matter, he mutters, a grim acceptance settling over his features. His resolve, though unwavering, seems tinged with weariness. He unleashes a torrent of energy, a blue wave surging from his hands. His expression is grim, determined. The blue energy explodes outward, a powerful wave of force. The force of the explosion sends a shockwave across the ground. The shockwave continues, a blur of motion and energy. He's thrown back, a blur of motion against the bright flash of energy. A blinding flash of cyan energy erupts, sending him spinning through the air. The monstrous figure lunges, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. Cyan energy crackles around it. The monster's attack connects, a whirlwind of dark energy engulfing its target. The monster lies defeated, its dark energy dissipating. Its massive form is still, the attack having clearly ended. Its dark energy dissipates completely, leaving behind only a pulsing, crimson core. Once again. The crimson core pulses, a silent promise of renewed conflict. Through a snow-swept forest, they flee. A taller figure leads, hand clasped firmly in the smaller ones. The urgency in their hurried steps is palpable. It's... The words hang in the air, a breathless whisper against the backdrop of their desperate flight. He stands amidst the carnage, a lone figure silhouetted against the crimson rain. Two defeated foes lie at his feet. The rain continues to fall, washing away the blood. He stands alone, victorious. The rain washes over the scene, obscuring the details as a dark, ominous form collapses. The rain continues to fall. Something shatters. A cloud of icy dust explodes outwards, leaving behind only fragments in the relentless rain. A flash of cyan energy. The rain continues to fall. The cyan energy dissipates, leaving only the steady rain. The rain continues to fall. He stares ahead, a thoughtful frown etched on his face. What exactly was this guy, he wonders. He continues walking, the rain washing away the dust. A pensive silence hangs in the air. He hopes one of the stragglers knows the whereabouts of the nightmare. A soft, pink glow fills the panel, a hopeful, almost ethereal light. He stands amidst the crimson rain, a tattered cloak billowing behind him. The atmosphere is heavy, the red sky mirroring the weight of his burden. The crimson rain continues to fall, its reflection shimmering in the still pools of water. A heavy silence hangs in the air. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The credits roll, revealing the creative team behind The World After the Fall. Ah! You shouldn't get close, a voice warns, the urgency clear in the exclamation. So you're still sick, a voice observes, the statement laced with concern. The red-haired woman slumps against the wall, her distress evident. Chief. A young man, his face grim, calls out to a uniformed officer. The officer, partially obscured, seems to be rushing past. Hurry! We have to let the inner castle know. The young man's urgent words underscore the gravity of the situation as he rushes to alert the castle's inner defenses. A fallen soldier lies nearby, their golden armor dulled by dust and shadow. He continues his desperate run, the urgency etched on his face. The path ahead is clear, but the weight of his mission is heavy. He rips the fabric, revealing a hidden compartment. "Please kill me," a desperate plea echoes from the compartment. A close-up reveals a face contorted in grim defiance. Dark, spreading marks crawl across the skin, a stark contrast to the fiery red hair. The dark marks spread further, creeping across her skin like shadows. Her fiery red hair frames a face set in grim determination. "While I'm still me," she mutters, the dark marks spreading across her skin. Her resolve remains unshaken. Her eyes widen, a stark contrast to her earlier resolve. Fear flickers, but only for a moment. The revelation hangs heavy in the air: this person is a human. A stark contrast to what she expected, the woman's fear gives way to a stunned silence. The woman sits, stunned. Her dark coat is torn, revealing pale skin marked with strange, dark patterns. "I couldn't," she whispers, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Her gaze is downcast, her shoulders slumped. Her head tilts, a cruel smile spreading across her face. The previous despair is gone, replaced by a chilling resolve. Why did my suspicion waver? The question hangs heavy in the air, a reflection of her internal conflict. When I saw her, the narrator's internal conflict is revealed. This moment explains why her suspicions faltered. Her suspicions are confirmed. A knowing smile plays on her lips as she rests comfortably against him. And why couldn't I keep up? Lost. However, a close-up reveals a hand, worn and scarred, grasping something dark and powerful. His eyes, wide and fierce, glare upward. A look of grim determination sets upon his face. He grits his teeth, a surge of power building within him. The air crackles with energy. "Emotions aren't necessary for the path I'm taking," he declares, his voice cold and resolute. "I shouldn't," he thinks, a flicker of doubt crossing his resolute face. The cold certainty of his previous statement wavers. Hesitation grips him. His resolve, momentarily shaken. "Wait!" The cry rings out as a hand reaches out, desperately trying to stop the impending action. It might not be too late yet. A desperate cry rings out as a man, face strained with exertion, struggles against the weight of another. Hope, however faint, flickers in his eyes. "Ma'am, you need to quickly get to a medical facility," the man urges, his concern evident as he helps the injured woman. "Please wait a little," he pleads, his face etched with pain and desperation. The urgency in the man's request contrasts sharply with the earlier advice to seek immediate medical attention. The title card appears, The World Eater. The title card reveals the manhwa's title, After the Fall. The credits list the artists and writer. Chapter 20 begins. Chapter 20 opens on a desolate landscape. Three figures in gleaming white armor stand guard, their spears held at the ready, before a row of tattered tents. A grim, foreboding atmosphere hangs in the air. The camera pulls back, revealing the full extent of the desolate encampment. Rows of tattered tents stretch into the distance, guarded by soldiers in gleaming white armor. The scene is bleak and foreboding. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. Can this woman still survive? A voice questions. Another voice answers grimly, there's no chance if the gullification continues to progress like this. A faint, rhythmic beat punctuates the scene. Her face, partially obscured, shows the grim advance of the gullification. The transformation continues relentlessly. The rhythmic wee-woo intensifies. He watches, a grim set to his jaw, as the transformation continues. A Gorgon Net class emergency warning blares. Minor ghouls have appeared inside the castle. Panic grips the castle. Everyone, move faster, a voice shouts as people flee, a warning echoing, all residents, please immediately evacuate. Amidst the chaos, a terrified man clutches at a soldier, his eyes wide with fear. Where should we evacuate to? He cries, his voice filled with desperation. A monstrous figure looms, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. Glowing eyes pierce the darkness, a terrifying visage of unimaginable horror. The creature lunges, a blur of motion and shadow. The attack connects. His eyes widen in shock and fear as he's struck. He stumbles back, the force of the blow sending him reeling. He's thrown back, the monstrous figure looming over him. Its shadowy limbs writhe, a terrifying display of power. He's sent flying, a blur of motion as the creature's dark tendrils lash out. He scrambles away, a desperate retreat across the cobblestones. The creature's attack sent him reeling. The creature's claws lash out, a blur of motion. Smaller, bat-like creatures swarm around it, adding to the chaotic attack. The creature's massive claw connects, a powerful blow. He counters the blow, a blur of motion. His blade flashes. The warrior in red sends his opponent sprawling, a swift, decisive strike. A dark, viscous substance drips onto the ground, the remnants of a powerful blow. He stands victorious, his crimson robe torn but his stance unwavering. The defeated figures lie scattered around him, a testament to his strength. He steps over the last fallen opponent, his golden boots gleaming amidst the dust and debris. The battle is over. A figure emerges from the dust, his face partially obscured. "Are you the person Mino mentioned?" a voice asks. "The one capable of rejecting all the rules of this place," the figure states, his gaze fixed on the injured pair. "You judge the world only by your own stick, while being resolute on staying human," the figure observes, his words a sharp critique of the injured pair's rigid worldview. "I know people like you very well," the figure states, his gaze intense, a knowing glint in his eyes. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a clear threat. "I've seen it before," he states, his expression grim, a chilling recognition in his eyes. "People aren't adjusting to living here because they're stupid," a voice explains, "they do it because they have no other choice." The speaker's words accompany a close-up of a person's face, marred and scarred, their expression grim. "You mean it's because they have no courage," a voice retorts, the speaker's face a mask of harsh disapproval. His eyes, narrowed and intense, convey his contempt. "Courage for what?" he questions, his gaze intense, a hint of skepticism in his narrowed eyes. He remains silent, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. The question hangs heavy in the air. The question hangs in the air, unanswered, a higher ideal? He stands, a figure silhouetted against a stormy sky, seemingly contemplating this profound concept. A more righteous resolution? The question hangs heavy in the air, as he contemplates a path forward, amidst the remnants of shattered fragments. "I bet you're the kind of person who pursues such things," a voice sneers. His expression is one of bitter contempt. "And you're probably right," he admits, his voice barely a whisper. "I don't know what you're thinking because I have no courage." A stark confession hangs in the air. But a flicker of resolve shines in his eyes. "But I do have something I know." A close-up reveals his determined expression. He clenches his jaw, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. His eyes, narrowed in fierce concentration, reflect the icy blue flames swirling behind him. He prepares. "I know that you're..." He begins, a grim determination etched on his face. His arms remain crossed, concealing whatever he holds within his cloak. "That you're dangerous." A chilling smirk spreads across the scarred face. "I wish you wouldn't leave this place," a voice whispers, laced with a plea that belies the previous threat. "You need to leave this place," the voice insists, the plea now a firm command. Ignoring the urgent warning, a group of adventurers poses for a celebratory selfie. Beaming smiles and raised hands fill the frame, a stark contrast to the previous panel's tension. The reason for their actions is revealed, because people would gain hope from watching you. If you stay here, people will despair even more. The grim warning hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the hope previously mentioned. His face contorted in rage, he grits his teeth. "People like you make me..." The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. His eyes, narrowed slits of fury, lock onto his target. The unspoken threat becomes a palpable tension. A cruel smile stretches across their scarred face. Their eyes, burning with a feverish intensity, hold a chilling determination. Please don't give up on this world, a voice pleads, the words echoing a desperate hope. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect a steely determination. He will not give up. His gaze remains fixed, unwavering. A fierce resolve burns in his eyes. How much medicine is there remaining? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the unwavering resolve shown moments before. Because we've had to use a lot to stabilize the Castellan, there isn't much left. The grim report hangs heavy in the air, the speaker's words reflecting the dire situation surrounding the ailing Castellan. Damn it! The officer's frustration is palpable, his words a stark reflection of the dire situation with the Castellan. Resources are dwindling, and hope seems to be fading. Bring out all the medicine you have on reserve, the officer bellows, his face a mask of desperate urgency. His subordinates immediately respond, "Yes, sir." Their hurried movements reflect the gravity of the situation. He examines the horn, a grim expression settling on his face. Is that the horn of a horned beast? He questions, the gravity of the discovery apparent. He grinds the horn, a realization dawning on him. So that's how you use it, he murmurs, understanding finally clicking into place. Damn it! Even the horn of a three-horned beast isn't purifying, he curses, frustration evident in his words. Dark, viscous ichor streams down his face. Please hold on a bit longer, Chief, someone pleads, as the man struggles against an unseen force. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, a stark contrast to the ichor staining his face. He strains against the unseen force, gritting his teeth. He struggles against the transformation, a desperate question forming on his lips. Is there no way to bring someone back once they turn into a ghoul? His eyes blaze with desperate fury, a silent scream etched onto his face. The transformation intensifies. If I knew of a way, why would I be doing this? He mutters, his desperate transformation continuing. The question hangs heavy in the air. He rips the fabric of his shirt, the desperate transformation accelerating. Muscles bulge, straining against the shredded cloth. The transformation completes. He stands, muscles rippling, a terrifying figure. Oi, snap out of it. I have something to ask, he demands, his gaze intense as he addresses the transformed figure. How dare you do that to our chief? The outraged cry echoes, revealing the intense anger of those witnessing the previous events. A single word escapes him, a pained groan, ugh. The aftermath of the attack is palpable. His eyes wide with shock and tears streaming down his face, the officer stares down at the fallen figure. His expression is one of horrified disbelief. Mr. Jae-hwan. The officer whispers, his voice laced with disbelief as he gazes upon the injured man, his face streaked with dark, spreading markings. Chief! The officer shouts, a desperate plea echoing through the scene. I have a favor to ask. The officer's voice is barely a whisper, his plea desperate. Please, kill me. The officer's desperate plea hangs heavy in the air, his gloved hands trembling. The officer falls silent. His plea unanswered. You're the only one capable of killing me, he states, a grim determination etched on his face. Aren't you normally supposed to ask someone to save you in such a situation? He questions, a hint of disdain in his tone. He mutters, eyes narrowed, reciting a law, Gorgon Special Law. Article 1, Section 4. A grim determination sets in. Anyone, that, corruption, commences. He finishes the incantation, his voice barely a whisper, yet filled with a chilling resolve. Such stubborn loyalty, he observes, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. The incantation's effect is clear. But, if I'd had even a few guys like you, he muses, the implication clear despite the unfinished sentence. I wouldn't have had to be trapped in that damn tower for 40 years, he reflects, the weight of his imprisonment evident in his words. He glares at the imposing figure before him, a high-ranking officer with ornate epaulets. The weight of his past imprisonment fuels his resentment. The officer lies collapsed, his spiritual corruption at 94%. A warning blares. Gulfication is imminent. Dark tendrils spread across the officer's face, a grim warning of his impending transformation. Everyone, move aside. A desperate plea rings out, the urgency clear in the shouted command. A colossal golden foot descends, its weight threatening to crush everything beneath. He prepares to meet the descending foot, his expression grim but resolute. A powerful warrior, ready to face whatever comes. The text box reveals his identity: Commander Jahir, a 5th stage adapter, leading the Great Ghoul Extermination Squad. Extermination Commander. The title hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the mission's gravity. His eyes widen, a look of sheer terror contorting his features. Sweat beads on his brow. The Extermination Commander is overwhelmed. According to Article 1, Section 4 of the Gorgon Special Law. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the commander's precarious situation. A hand grips the hilt of a large, ornate sword. The commander prepares. The commander's eyes narrow, a fierce intensity in his gaze. He is ready. His expression hardens, a fierce glint in his eyes. The commander is ready to strike. The commander delivers his chilling verdict: I shall promptly execute Carlton, the North Checkpoint Chief, and one other individual. The title card appears: The World After the Fall. The credits roll, revealing the creative team behind The World After the Fall. I shall promptly, he declares, a fierce glint in his eyes. His resolve is clear. His order is swift and brutal: execute Carlton, the North Checkpoint Chief, and one other individual. The grim determination on his face leaves no room for doubt. The order is carried out with brutal efficiency. A swift, decisive blow. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief and dawning horror etched across his face. A single, drawn-out gasp escapes his lips. You can't kill this guy, a voice warns, the words hanging heavy in the air. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He ignores the warning. Despite the warning, he presses on. I still have something to ask him, he declares, his jaw tight with resolve. The title card appears: The World After the Fall. Chapter 21 begins. He blocked my sword? With his bare hand, no less. The warrior's eyes narrow, a mixture of disbelief and dawning apprehension. I don't know who you are, sir, he says, his voice laced with uncertainty. The warrior's eyes widen. He sees the dark, swirling markings on his opponent's arm, a brand he's never encountered before. A chill runs down his spine. But Carlton will soon transform into a ghoul. The ghoulification of a 5th stage adapter will bring about a terrible disaster. We're simply trying to prevent that. The words offer a glimmer of hope against the looming disaster. A dark figure deflects a blow, his eyes narrowed in fierce determination. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. He's going to become a ghoul? A voice whispers, filled with apprehension. I think this can stop that, an older man in glasses declares, his face etched with worry and determination. That's Garnak's horn. The man's voice is filled with awe and a hint of disbelief as he clutches the artifact. There might be a chance with that. Hope flickers in his eyes as he considers the implications of holding Garnak's horn. He scoffs, humph. Doubt clouds his hopeful expression from the previous panel. Ah! Handling such a valuable material with such brute force. The onlooker's exasperated exclamation underscores his disapproval of the rough handling. The consequences of the rough handling become apparent. A crack spider webs across the surface of the valuable material. The damage is extensive. A sharp instrument delicately extracts fragments of the shattered material, revealing the full extent of the destruction. Thankfully, the measurement device says his value isn't increasing. Relief washes over the man's face as he weeps. Chief! A trembling voice whispers, the man's grip tightening on the other's arm. Relief still etched on his face, he seems to seek reassurance. His eyes widen, fear replacing the previous relief. A tremor runs through him. Mino! A cry of anguish. He looks down at her, his face etched with despair as he cradles her deteriorating form. She's so weakened, the ghoulification isn't stopping. His despair is palpable as he watches the transformation continue. A stark warning appears, warning. Spiritual corruption levels above 95%. Gullification will soon commence. The impending transformation is imminent. Despair etched on their face, they weep. We can't stop it anymore. The transformation is unavoidable. Call Chonghyo. Please. A desperate plea escapes the woman's lips as the man, sword drawn, stares ahead with grim determination. I know that old man is capable of ghoul slash. The man's desperate cry reveals his knowledge of the impending danger. Ghoul slash? The younger man's question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning dread. His gaze is fixed on the older man, whose face is obscured, but whose tense posture speaks volumes. I heard that ghoul slash cuts the corruption itself, the younger man exclaims, his eyes wide with desperate hope. But the doctor's in the inner castle for important business. We can't call him just for this. Did you say for just this? The older man's skeptical question hangs in the air, his expression mirroring his doubt. He takes a step, his ornate golden boots gleaming on the dark floor. I cannot let. The words trail off, his determination clear. This one slide. Please move aside, the older man demands, his gaze unwavering. He stands firm, his resolve palpable. He ignores the demand, his muscles tense as he remains unmoved. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He will not yield. He charges forward, unwavering. He sweeps his leg, a swift, powerful kick. I'll kill that woman, he declares, a grim determination etched on his face. I'm the one she asked to do it. He grips his sword, eyes burning with a fierce resolve. The mission, he's reminded, is hers. Suspicion. The word hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the protagonist's growing unease. He senses something is wrong. Two figures in red masks grab the protagonist, their grip tight. What do you think you're doing? One demands. Stop right now, the other shouts. His apprehension turns to fear. His eyes snap shut, a surge of power erupting from within. The masked figures are thrown back. A surge of energy explodes from him, golden light crackling around his form. The masked figures are blasted away. His golden eyes burn, a fierce intensity in his gaze. The energy still crackles around him. He unleashes a blinding golden light. The golden light engulfs him. A powerful energy crackles, the air itself seeming to vibrate. A blinding flash of golden light erupts. A bright, glowing liquid spills onto the ground from an unseen source, as if some powerful energy has just dissipated. A question mark floats amidst the dissipating energy, leaving only uncertainty in its wake. He moves with a blur of motion, his dark cloak trailing behind. A teal energy crackles around him as he advances, his weapon a dark, sharp crescent. His eyes narrow, a fierce intensity hardening his gaze. He clenches his fist, teal energy sparking around his knuckles. He stands ready, a fierce warrior silhouetted against the pale background. His teal-tinged blade rests at his side, a weapon of considerable power. The intensity in his eyes remains. What's? He trails off, a question hanging in the air, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Going on. The question hangs in the air, unspoken tension building as he observes something beyond the panel's frame. Oh ho ho. He lets out a low chuckle, a hint of amusement in his gaze as he observes the figure shrouded in shadow. What happened to my Mino? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the previous amusement. Concern is etched on the speaker's face as they gaze upon the broken weapon. Oh, poor child. Let me help you. A hand reaches out, offering aid to the distressed figure. He squints, a thoughtful escaping his lips. His expression is one of careful consideration. Ah! Who are you? He cries out, startled by the sudden appearance. How did you enter my world? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge from the figure shrouded in shadow. Oh ho! A low chuckle escapes the shadowy figure, a response to the earlier question. A single, piercing teal eye opens, the rest of the face still shrouded in shadow. Why is such a noble soul emitting such petty energy? It's like you're a 5-year-old child. The unseen speaker's words carry a tone of both disdain and amusement. A powerful, shadowy figure looms, its hand raised. The smaller figure in the background, seemingly a warrior, is dwarfed and appears to be retreating. His eyes, burning with a fierce golden light, fix on his fleeing opponent. The shadow looms larger, power radiating from him. His suspicion proves unfounded. A thought crosses his mind: is this old man the source of the spiritual corruption? If I kill this old man, I might be able to save this woman, he thinks, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He attacks with a blinding flash of energy. The attack connects, a blur of motion and teal energy. He's sent flying. He impacts the ground hard, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. He stares, disbelief etched on his face. He stopped my sword? How did you stop my normal slash? His eyes widen in disbelief, his shot palpable. The old swordsman deflects the blow with a blur of motion, his expression one of fierce concentration. A sharp exclamation punctuates the moment. The swordsman's blade meets the wooden staff, shattering it with a resounding crack. Energy surges outward in a brilliant, turquoise explosion. He's. The words trail off, a stunned silence hanging in the air after the turquoise explosion. The dust settles, revealing a powerfully built man with long dark hair and a stern expression. Beside him, a smaller, worried-looking man in spectacles watches with concern. How dare you do that to my world? Who are you? The older man's furious words are a testament to his outrage. His eyes blaze with anger. He crushes the remnants of his shattered weapon, a furious roar escaping his lips. His rage is palpable. He holds the shattered remnants of his weapon, a pain dot escaping his lips. The fury from before seems to momentarily subside, replaced by a grim acceptance. He looks down at the broken pieces of his sword, a mournful expression on his face. My precious sword, made from the horn of a four-horned beast, he laments, the loss clearly weighing heavily on him. Breaking my precious sword, you rotten, he shouts, his anger evident. A retort follows: didn't you break it yourself? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. A figure emerges from the shadows, their face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. The air crackles with anticipation. A frail figure emerges, eyes closed, a slight groan escaping his lips. He's identified as Changhyo, the Doctor of Despair. Doctor. But what about the Castellan? What are you doing here? The question hangs in the air, concern etched on the speaker's face as they address the weakened Changhyo. Why would I care about the Castellan when a beautiful lady is about to die? The words hang in the air, a callous disregard evident in the speaker's expression. He stands amidst shadowy figures, his own face etched with a mixture of disdain and something akin to impatience. What do you mean? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous speaker's callous indifference. Uncertainty replaces the earlier disdain. You, young gun. What are you going to do now? You ruined my ghoul slash. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous uncertainty. Anger replaces the earlier doubt. Ghoul slash can't be performed without a sword made from a four-horned beast or above, at least. The explanation reveals a crucial limitation to the technique. Wait, what's that sword? The question hangs in the air, highlighting a newly revealed weapon of unusual design and apparent power, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Where did you get such an amazing, beautiful sword? The old man's awe is palpable, his eyes wide with wonder as he examines the weapon's intricate details. He points out the scabbard, crafted from the horn of a five-horned beast, and the exceptionally sharp handle. How did you come into possession of such a valuable? The old man's question trails off, his voice laced with awe and a hint of disbelief as he gazes at the sword. He grips the sword hilt, a powerful surge of energy emanating from the blade. It hums faintly. If I were to loan you this sword, a voice offers, the words hanging heavy with unspoken conditions. Could you save this woman? The question hangs in the air, a challenge etched on his face. His expression is serious, almost grim. Ha! You're doubting me? Of course I can. The old man's confident retort, a sharp contrast to the previous question, reveals a self-assuredness bordering on arrogance. His eyes gleam with a knowing smirk. The old man extends his hand, palm up. He effortlessly accepts the wicked-looking blade, its dark surface gleaming. He handed over his weapon to a stranger, without any hesitation? The unexpected act raises a question. His eyes gleam with unwavering confidence. Unless one's truly confident of their skills. He thinks, a quiet assertion of his own mastery. Actually, that's not what's important right now, the elder states, his expression shifting from contemplation to a sharp focus. He clenches his fist, dark energy crackling around it. The elder's focus intensifies. Oh ho! What strange energy! This sword is just like its owner. The elder observes, his words hinting at a powerful connection between the wielder and his weapon. A cloaked figure emerges, their glowing eyes fixed on the warrior. A palpable tension fills the room. The cloaked figure attacks, a surge of purple energy engulfing the warrior. The cloaked figure moves, a blur of motion. Their foot falls, leaving a dark stain on the ground. The figure's attack continues, a dark stain spreading across the ground where their foot landed. The impact is swift and brutal. Time to show off my skills a bit, the old man grins, a mischievous glint in his eye as he prepares for his counterattack. His counterattack is a blur of motion, a dark whirlwind engulfing his opponent. The dust settles, revealing the title card, The World After the Fall. Is this the illusion from earlier? A lingering uncertainty hangs in the air, amidst the swirling dust and fading light. He looks up, a faint glow illuminating his face. The dust settles, revealing a look of weary resolve. No. This is... He trails off, his face partially obscured, but a newfound determination hardens his features. Similar to how I see things using suspicion. He says, a steely glint in his eye, his expression resolute. Wait patiently, brat. It'll soon be over. The words hang in the air, a confident declaration from the unseen opponent. The opponent, cloaked and unseen until now, stands over his fallen foe. He watches patiently as the dust settles. This is how this old man sees the world, he states, a chilling calmness in his voice as he surveys the scene. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 22 begins. The maverick glove is shown, impacting the ground with a powerful force. He stares down at the maverick glove, lying broken on the ground. The impact is clear, the battle is over. Silence. The only sound is the wind. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. Then, a hesitant thought bubbles to the surface. Oi. A single word, barely a whisper, escapes his lips. His expression remains guarded, a hint of uncertainty clouding his eyes. Damn it. I'm lacking spiritual energy. He mutters, his frustration evident. His eyes widen, a desperate strain etched across his face. He's clearly pushing himself to the limit. He grits his teeth, a low rumble accompanying his strained whisper, if it weren't for the damn Castellan. He stands over his defeated opponent, a grim expression etched on his face. The fight is over. The victor looks around, a chilling statement appearing in the panel, the world is crumbling. No, my picture. A figure, cloaked and small, cries out in despair as the remnants of a shattered painting, a woman's portrait, lie scattered around it. The dust settles. Silence. Only the scattered fragments of the portrait remain. He lies defeated, muttering, I'm sorry. This is quite embarrassing. His words hang heavy in the silence. A figure rises, silhouetted against the pale sky. The victor stands over their fallen opponent. The defeated opponent lies prostrate, eyes wide with disbelief and fear. Sweat beads on his brow. How foolish. You haven't even managed to integrate into my world, yet you're going to try mimicking my ghoul slash? The victor stands over his fallen foe, a sneer playing on his lips as he holds his weapon. He pauses, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. The victor considers his next move. I can't slash. The victor's realization hangs heavy in the air, a sudden impediment to his planned attack. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He can't slash, but he will find another way. But He pauses, his mind racing to find a solution. He grips the blade, muscles straining. A desperate attempt to hold on. Even if it's just mimicry. The words hang in the air, a testament to his determination despite the limitations. Stop it. The desperate plea cuts through the air, a stark contrast to the relentless momentum of the previous action. Ghoul slash isn't something that just anyone can do. The old man's face is contorted in fury, his eyes blazing. He's clearly straining with effort. You're sorely mistaken, the old man snarls, his face a mask of furious exertion. What you're doing right now isn't brave, it's reckless. People like you make me. The old man's voice cracks with barely controlled rage. His words hang heavy in the air. His jaw clenched, he grits his teeth. The young man's face is streaked with dirt and grime, a testament to the brutal fight. Shut it, he snaps, silencing his inner voice. For the first time ever, he silences his doubts. A surge of golden energy crackles across his clenched fists. He's ready. He unleashes his attack, a surge of raw power erupting from his fists. The force shatters the ground, leaving a jagged fissure in its wake. Dust and debris settle, obscuring the aftermath of the attack. Two figures face off, eyes locked in a fierce glare. The dust settles, revealing the intensity of their confrontation. I picked up a sword to save someone, he declares, his resolve evident in the words. A golden energy crackles around him. What in the world? He mutters, clearly astonished by what he's witnessing. His eyes widen, a look of pure shock and disbelief etched on his face. He gapes, mouth agape. His shock gives way to furious anger. His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing in their depths. What did that girl look like again? He mutters, his anger giving way to a troubled contemplation. Oh, right. He says, a sudden realization dawning. A dark, swirling vortex erupts from the ground. From the vortex, a shadowy figure emerges. The figure lunges, a blur of motion. His eyes, narrowed and intense, fix on his target. She's a stubborn jokester, a voice observes. Despite being an assassin, she herself. The narration trails off, leaving the audience to ponder the implications of this contradictory description. The panel shows her, vulnerable, eyes blazing with a fierce defiance. Despite the attack, a cruel smirk plays on her lips. Is vulnerable, the narration states, highlighting her unexpected resilience. The narration continues, revealing more about her. She's loyal, and a figure emerges, cloaked and wielding a wicked-looking weapon. The cloaked figure runs past the fallen elder, who groans. I feel like something's missing. He mutters, a sense of unease settling over the scene. His eyes narrow, a look of suspicion clouding his features. He glances back, a silent question hanging in the air. Right. He confirms, a subtle shift in his expression suggesting acceptance, perhaps even a grim resolve. A dark, sharp object pierces the panel, striking down with brutal force. The dust settles, revealing a woman's face. A chilling smile plays on her lips as the words appear, she believes in people. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath. A cloaked figure stands over a defeated opponent, their weapon resting at their side. Thank you for reminding me that she had a mole, the victor says, a chilling calmness in their tone. The revelation adds a new layer to the battle's significance. The camera angle shifts, revealing a simple wooden crib. Dust motes dance in the dim light. A young man stands over a figure lying in a crib. His expression is grim, his gaze intense. Dust motes swirl around them. The figure in the crib stirs, eyes snapping open. Blood streaks her face, but a cruel smirk plays on her lips. Her corruption level is dropping. Gullification seems to have stopped. A man in red, watching, utters, I don't believe this. Me no. Are you okay? Concern laces the voice. Nino's face is bruised and weary, but the gullification seems to have receded. Mrs. Clare. Why are you crying? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of concern and confusion. You seem to be less narrow-minded now, a voice observes. though it's noted that this change feels like a jump from 5 to 10 years old. The young man, his expression serious, grips his weapon. He stands before an older figure, partially obscured, who seems to watch him intently. "Anyway, who are you?" the young man asks, his question hanging in the air. "Ghoul slash, no, I guess I should call it ghoul stab," he mutters, a grim expression on his face. "Where did you even learn such a thing?" he asks, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding in his tone. Doctor. Did this man really use something similar to ghoul slash?" His voice cracks with disbelief, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning horror. "I don't want to acknowledge it, but that's right." The doctor's gruff voice confirms the horrifying truth. His expression is grim, a stark contrast to the disbelief shown moments before. "My ghoul slash isn't a skill. Because of that, no adapters have." The speaker's words trail off, leaving the reason for the lack of adapters hanging in the air, a critical piece of information withheld for dramatic effect. The man in red, his expression grim, stands before a group of onlookers. No adapters have ever managed to learn his ghoul slash. "Just like me," he states, a grim determination etched on his face. The implication hangs heavy in the air. He closes his eyes, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. The weight of his decision is palpable. His eyes, hardened with resolve, meet the reader's gaze. The caption reveals a crucial detail: he is an awakener. He is an awakener. Unordinary beings that manage to escape the system's rules. They are a small minority of humans who gained miraculous strength by rejecting adaptation. These individuals possess strength capable of completely altering the power dynamic of chaos. Even in the Great Land, only a few are known as awakeners. Their power could shift the balance of chaos itself. Because he's an awakener like you, he was able to use ghoul slash. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. In that case, he begins, a grim understanding dawning on his face. "Calm down. We don't know his identity yet." A calming voice cuts through the tension, a stark contrast to the recent revelation. "But didn't you say that if there was another person who could use your ghoul slash?" The question hangs in the air, a new piece of information that shifts the dynamic. His eyes narrow, a scowl etching itself onto his face. The question about another ghoul slash user clearly unsettles him. A glimmer of hope crosses his face. It might be possible to save the Castellan, he wonders aloud, a question hanging in the air. "Doctor. There is nothing more important than the Castellan's life," the doctor states firmly, his words a stark contrast to the previous uncertainty. A blinding white light engulfs the scene. Debris flies as a powerful blow connects. The flash fades, revealing a massive boot descending. "I have permission from the inner castle. Move aside." A voice commands, the words cutting through the aftermath of the blow. He raises a skeptical eyebrow, a single drop of sweat tracing his jawline. He questions, the sound barely a whisper against the lingering tension. A cloaked figure emerges, bathed in a golden light. He stands tall, his presence commanding. He steps forward, the golden light illuminating intricate details of his attire. Ornate golden accents adorn his dark clothing, and his boots are fitted with sharp, almost blade-like protrusions. A figure emerges from the shadows, their face mostly obscured. The thought, "Dark Shadow Captain," crosses the mind of someone nearby. The figure is revealed, Commander's Guardian Squad, Dark Shadow Captain, a 5th stage adapter. His clawed hands are visible. "Why are these bastards here?" The Dark Shadow Captain questions, his confusion evident. The Dark Shadow Squad should have nothing to do with ghoul extermination. Not to mention, our squad already took care of all the ghouls. Dark, tattered fabric flutters past, a shadowy blur of movement. The air itself seems to crackle with unseen energy. He stands amidst the dust, a figure silhouetted against the light. His opponent lies defeated, the tattered remnants of his clothing scattered around him. He kneels, the victor in a cloud of dust. His opponent lies defeated nearby. "Greetings, envoy of the Green Pyrrhus." The words hang in the air, a formal challenge issued to the victor. "Could the esteemed guest please come to the inner castle with me?" The invitation is extended, a subtle shift in tone from the previous challenge. He responds with a questioning, A question hangs in the air, a silent query from the cloaked figure. Why are the extermination captain and the doctor here? The unspoken tension is palpable. A translator's note clarifies, Jahir's title is officially changed from Extermination Commander to Extermination Captain. The panel shows a simple, curved line across the bottom, suggesting a transition to a new scene or location. He's. A question mark floats beside him, mirroring his own uncertainty. His gaze is narrowed, a mixture of suspicion and apprehension etched on his face. The question hangs in the air, an envoy of the Green Pyrrhus? His suspicion deepens. The camera pulls back, revealing a grand, imposing city bathed in the warm light of sunset. Tall towers and intricate architecture dominate the skyline, hinting at a kingdom of significant power and history. The camera focuses on a towering clock tower, its intricate details and golden accents gleaming in the warm sunset light. The city stretches out behind it, a testament to the kingdom's power and age. A delicate teacup sits on a saucer, golden liquid swirling as it's poured. The warm light suggests a peaceful moment, a contrast to the kingdom's grandeur seen moments before. We finally meet, a voice booms. Two figures stand silhouetted against a warm, opulent backdrop. The tension is palpable. Mr. Jae-hwan. The name is spoken, a simple introduction in a scene thick with unspoken tension. Before I get to the main matter, a voice begins, I believe an introduction is in order. The words hang in the air, setting the stage for what's to come. The figure clasps their hands together, a gesture of anticipation or perhaps, quiet resolve. The warm light behind them suggests a significant moment is about to unfold. The figure steps forward, their hands now unclasped, a confident stride into the warm light. My name is Yurin Cheever, he states, his voice calm and confident. I'm the commander, he says, a self-assured smile playing on his lips. His hands rest calmly atop his ornate golden armor. He continues, Commander of Gorgon Castle. The title hangs heavy in the air. Name's Jae-hwan. The commander of Gorgon Castle introduces himself. It's just as the doctor told me, Jae-hwan chuckles, a confident smirk on his face. Mr. Jae-hwan, I'll get to the point, the speaker states, before posing the crucial question, are you an envoy of the Green Pyrrhus? Jae-hwan remains silent, his expression unreadable. A pensive stillness hangs in the air as he considers the question. No, Jae-hwan states, confirming his suspicions. As I thought. You're not an envoy of the Green Pyrrhus? Jae-hwan's question hangs in the air, a clear accusation directed at the cloaked figure. The seated man watches intently. Oi, brat. Let me ask you something now, the older man begins, his gaze sharp. The specter crystal is famous for amplifying spiritual power, but they're typically an object that proves the identity of members of the Green Pyrrhus clan. If you aren't a member of their clan, where did you get those specter crystals? The older man demands, his question hanging heavy in the air. A further query follows, and how can you use those crystals without your spirit corrupting? I picked it up, he replies simply, holding up the specter crystal. And I just could. His nonchalant tone belies the gravity of his claim. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. What happened to the original owners of the crystals? They're dead, he states, the words a grim confirmation. His face is a mask of anger and barely controlled fury. They're dead? Who would dare to harm members of one of the 5 noble clans of the Great Land? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the speaker's simmering rage. I killed them, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the aftermath of the shocking revelation. What? The man in red bellows, his disbelief palpable. He stares down at the seated figure, his fury evident. Don't be so shocked, Captain. The words cut through the captain's disbelief, a calm counterpoint to his furious outburst. Mr. Jae-hwan must have had his reasons. The statement hangs in the air, a suggestion of a deeper, untold story behind the captain's anger. The captain's frustration is palpable. He mutters, I'm stumped, his brow furrowed in concentration. The hooded figure beside him watches with wide, worried eyes. They tried to fight me first, the man explains, his gaze intense. And they wanted to take the horn I had. A defeated figure lies on the ground nearby. That's why I fought them, he states, his explanation clear and direct. The defeated figure remains on the ground, a testament to the recent conflict. The Green Pyrrhus clan are a group that's very greedy for materials, he explains, summarizing the conflict. So that's what went on. Mr. Jae-won, the text reads. He sits, a serious expression on his face, considering the information just revealed. Could you tell me more about what happened after you arrived in chaos? The question hangs in the air, demanding an explanation of Jae-won's experiences. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. This sets the stage for Jae-won's story. Mr. Jae-won. The name hangs in the air, a stark introduction to a man whose intense gaze speaks volumes. His expression is serious, almost brooding. Jae-won's posture shifts subtly, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. His gaze remains intense, but now there's a calculated edge to it. Could you tell me more about what happened after you arrived in chaos? Jae-won asks, his curiosity piqued. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 23 begins. I see. Then let me summarize what you've told me. A scroll, sealed with a distinctive emblem, rests on a table. A gloved hand reaches for a delicate teacup, the warm light highlighting its elegant form. The scene is peaceful, a moment of quiet contemplation before the next move. The narrator's voice cuts through the quiet, explaining, you coincidentally ended up getting caught up in something which brought you to chaos. And you coincidentally got your hands on the specter crystals of the Green Pyrrhus clan and entered. The scene shows a lone figure in a desolate landscape, the implication of a larger, unfolding conflict hanging heavy in the air. He holds a crystal aloft, a grim expression on his face. The narrator continues, then, you coincidentally got caught up in this commotion and met the doctor, the castle. And you tried out the doctor's ghoul slash, which you saw for the first time today, a voice narrates, the words hanging heavy in the air as we see a close-up of a man's intense, narrowed eyes. His expression hardens, a grim determination settling on his face. He's clearly assessing the situation, his gaze unwavering. I see. I understand, he states, his gaze unwavering. A quiet resolve settles over him. Commander, do you really believe this guy? The question hangs in the air, but the commander's response is immediate and firm, I do. Did something happen to your head because the castellan disappeared? The question hangs heavy, a clear doubt about the commander's unwavering faith. Doctor, he mutters, a single word heavy with unspoken concern and urgency. The commander's expression is grim, his worry palpable. In order to gain someone's trust, you must first trust that person yourself. The commander's words, a quiet declaration, are heavy with meaning. His hands are clasped tightly, reflecting his internal struggle. If it's okay with you, could I ask a few more questions? The request is met with a simple, okay. The scene remains focused on the writing implements and papers on the desk, suggesting a continued, serious conversation. He smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. The subtle shift in his expression suggests a hidden agenda. Your body is currently alive. Am I right? The question hangs in the air, a chilling statement from a figure whose motives remain unclear. He looks down, his expression unreadable. A heavy silence hangs in the air, the weight of the previous question still pressing down. He kneels, head bowed. The silence is heavy, broken only by the soft sounds of his ragged breathing. His eyes widen, reflecting a dawning realization. A tremor runs through him. He collapses. Darkness falls. A voice echoes, explaining, I didn't enter the main game and instead broke out of the Tower of Nightmares. A surge of energy erupts, a powerful, cyan blast. Having been in a spiritual body state, it's highly likely the Mirage Tree mistook me for an envoy and sent me to chaos. He lies in a hospital bed, eyes closed, an oxygen mask covering his mouth and nose. The scene is somber, hinting at the toll of his journey. As for my body, it's probably still on Earth. He thinks, a somber realization dawning. How did you know that I'm not dead? He asks, a question born of both surprise and suspicion. His eyes, narrowed and intense, betray a flicker of suspicion. He's not convinced. I coincidentally got caught up in something and entered chaos, he explains, his words dripping with unconvincing nonchalance. There's no one in chaos, he states, a grim certainty in his voice, contradicting his earlier casual explanation. He continues, a thoughtful frown deepening on his face. Who would describe their death like that? The question hangs heavy in the air. A pointed question cuts through the silence. Are you being threatened by someone? Is that the reason why you don't want to reveal your identity? I won't agree or deny it, he replies, his expression unreadable. He sits rigidly, hands clasped tightly in his lap. So you're saying both yes and no, the other person observes. He continues, truth be told, I need to apologize. Something. The word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Over the last 4 days, my subordinates have been watching you. The chilling statement hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous panel's uncertainty. His eyes, partially obscured by shadow, gleam with a cold intensity. Lying amidst the rubble, he utters a single word, I know. The simple statement carries the weight of unspoken understanding, a stark contrast to the previous chilling accusation. A question hangs in the air, a confirmation seeking closure. The guy on the roof was one of them, right? So you were aware. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a confirmation of suspicion. The implication is clear, someone knew about the rooftop incident. You were so skilled beyond our expectations that watching you was hard. The statement, delivered with a hint of awe, reveals the speaker's assessment of the protagonist's abilities. But that doesn't mean it was entirely fruitless, the speaker clarifies, adding a crucial nuance to their previous assessment. A hand, clad in a yellow glove, reaches out, seemingly manipulating glowing, translucent panels. The effect is swift, almost a blur. Day 3's summary unfolds. The target destroyed a tavern, causing millions in damages. He also fought and defeated 14 men from a checkpoint office. An older man, his expression grave, sits alone in a richly appointed room. He rests his hands on a large, ornate desk, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A report appears, detailing the threat, SS level danger rating, power level inestimable, with damages exceeding 380 million Horyun. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect the gravity of the situation. The threat is immense, the damage, catastrophic. Do you know what people like these are called? He asks, his gaze unwavering, the question hanging heavy in the air. Crazy nutjobs, the old man explodes, his face contorted in a furious expression. Below, a smaller inset panel shows a man with a skeptical expression, muttering, I can't tell if you're a hero or a villain. I'm telling you, he's crazy, the old man shouts, his face a mask of disbelief. A bead of sweat trickles down the young man's cheek, his expression grim and unwavering. Some will call you a hero. Others will call you crazy, a voice intones. I'm sure people will call you by many different names. As for me, I call people like you. The voice trails off, leaving the statement hanging in the air. A warm light shines through a nearby window. The scene shifts to a sunlit room. A council sits, the central figure a stern, gray-haired man sipping tea. He seems to be addressing the others, though his words remain unheard. The atmosphere is tense. The council's hushed discussion is interrupted. A protagonist is announced. The protagonist steps forward. A voiceover explains, there is a special common trait among protagonists, and it's that they're famous. He squints, a skeptical frown etching itself onto his face. Protagonist? Is this a webtoon or something? He muses, clearly unconvinced. But it seems that you're not famous at all, he states, his skepticism solidifying. It means that something is purposely restricting information regarding you, the man explains, his gaze intense. He gestures towards a nearby table, a cup of tea sitting untouched. He continues, and that faction does not seem to be amicable with you. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Because if they were the puppet masters behind you, you wouldn't have been in a pickle just for some identification certificate. The speaker's words hang in the air, a pointed accusation. The young man's gaze sharpens, his expression unreadable. The officer's words clearly haven't convinced him. I think you are a protagonist who coincidentally ran away to chaos, the officer states, his words hanging heavy in the air. The young man remains unconvinced. A colossal, shadowy hand descends from above, its grip closing in on the young man. The crimson sky intensifies, mirroring the danger. He runs, a desperate attempt to escape a powerful faction. The crimson sky reflects the urgency of his flight. He slows, his breath ragged. Determination hardens his gaze. His eyes narrow, a grim realization dawning. A faction after me, he mutters, the words heavy with a newfound threat. He considers the possibility, a flicker of unease crossing his face. I'm not certain, but maybe it's the pitch-dark monarch, he wonders aloud. A swirling vortex of dark energy coalesces, forming cryptic words, pitch-dark monarch, the first cultivation, will end, you leave to the end. The prophecy unfolds before him. The prophecy continues, revealing that these shadowy figures are among 12 monarchs of the great land. A voice, filled with curiosity and perhaps apprehension, wonders just how powerful these monarchs truly are. The prophecy's vision fades, leaving a brooding figure seated in a throne. He sits in thoughtful contemplation, the shadowy monarchs looming large in his mind. I won't ask for your identity, the figure declares, a quiet resolve in his tone. He remains seated, seemingly unfazed by the weight of the prophecy. We won't charge you for the damages you've caused, and Gorgon Castle will protect you. The offer hangs in the air, a surprising declaration of sanctuary. Is your Gorgon Castle? The question hangs in the air, a view of the imposing castle itself filling the panel. Its golden spires gleam against a warm, hazy sky. The sprawling Gorgon Castle dominates the landscape, its golden spires gleaming. The question hangs heavy, strong enough to face off against the 12 monarchs of the great land? Are the ones after you the 12 monarchs? A regal figure, seated within Gorgon Castle, poses the question, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. It might be one of them, the regal figure clarifies, his smirk deepening. The implication hangs heavy in the air. That's good news, the regal figure states, a hand resting on a table. Monarchs are not allowed to directly interfere with what goes on inside chaos. So what is it that you want in return? The question hangs in the air, a challenge in the regal figure's tone. The man across the table, seemingly unfazed, waits for his answer. Mr. Jaehwan, you simply have to do us a single favor. The request is made, a concise demand hanging in the air. Jaehwan considers the request, a thoughtful frown etched onto his face. His gaze is distant, weighing the implications. A desperate plea echoes, please save our Castellan. The weight of the request hangs heavy in the air. 2 hours have passed. The flickering torchlight illuminates a crumbling stone wall. 2 hours have passed. The North Checkpoint Chief and the woman. He descends the stairs, the text confirming, are recovering at the infirmary. A hooded figure waits below, seemingly attending to him. A hooded figure, holding a candle, questions, but, do you really want me to take him to the training grounds instead of the guest room? The implication hangs heavy in the dimly lit space. We need to decide what's stronger. His stab or my slash, the older man declares, a glint in his eye. The tension is palpable. That's what he apparently wants, a voice observes, the speaker's face partially obscured but their intent clear. A subtle shift in the atmosphere suggests a new phase in the confrontation. Brat, you're among the ones that cleared the Master's Tower, right? The question hangs in the air, a clear shift in the dynamic of the scene. He stares intently, a clear expression of suspicion and perhaps a hint of unease crossing his face. The question about the Master's Tower clearly hasn't been forgotten. Geezer, do you know something? The question hangs in the air, a clear indication of suspicion and growing unease. I know what I need to know. The speaker's declaration is firm, a quiet confidence replacing the earlier uncertainty. The scene shifts. A bright, almost blinding light fills the panel. The light fades, revealing a massive, ornate door. It's dark, imposing, and glows faintly from within. They stand before a massive, ornate door, its dark surface faintly glowing from within. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. They reach for the door's handle, a cold, metallic grip. The faint glow intensifies. If you can beat me, I'll answer any questions you have. The challenge hangs in the air, a fiery glow illuminating the ancient chamber. The old man grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He accepts the challenge, ready for the fight. Though I'm sure it'll be impossible, the old man mutters, his eyes burning with fierce determination despite his doubt. Despite his doubts, the old man's resolve remains firm. His gaze is unwavering. Sparks fly as a heavy chain swings, narrowly missing the old man. The heavy chain ignites, burning fiercely. He watches, a grim expression on his face, as the flames consume the chain. Silence. Oi. A deep chasm opens in the ground, the remnants of the chain now gone. Let's go again, he declares, a grim determination etched on his face. He stands amidst the rubble, ready for another challenge. He stands amidst the rubble, his posture resolute. The grim determination remains, unwavering. I think the results have already been decided, old man, he states, his gaze unwavering. The scene shows a damaged structure behind him, highlighting the intensity of the recent conflict. The aftermath of the battle is revealed, a scene of devastation. A large, ornate gate lies shattered, the ground cracked and strewn with rubble. I haven't used my ultimate technique yet, the character explains. If I were to use it, you'd die. I'm holding back because I'm worried about you. The confession reveals a surprising depth of concern amidst the destruction. He's been uttering that same line repeatedly. The narrator's observation highlights the character's obsessive repetition, suggesting a growing desperation or mental strain. Rude bastard. How old are you? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the previous repetitive outburst. The ground lies shattered, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Debris from the recent clash litters the area. Probably 60 or so, he thinks, surveying the damage. The aftermath of the battle is grim. Damn brat. I'm 1,000 years old. He bellows, the force of his voice echoing the unbelievable strength he just witnessed. You've only been stabbing for 60 years. There's no way you can beat me, who's been slashing for 1,000 years. The older warrior scoffs, his words a testament to his vastly superior experience. Have you really been slashing for 1,000 years? The younger warrior questions, his doubt evident. That's right. The warrior confirms, his boot resting on a pile of rubble, the aftermath of their battle starkly visible. To me, it looks like you've only been doing it for 10 years at best, the warrior states, his assessment cutting deep. He turns away, walking slowly. The ground behind him is cracked and broken, a testament to the recent battle. He continues his slow walk, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The ground is scarred, a testament to the battle's ferocity. A massive hand, scarred and powerful, crushes the earth. The sheer force is evident in the cracked stone. He counters with a powerful strike, a blur of motion sending a shockwave across the ground. The attack connects, a powerful shockwave ripping through the ground. Dust and debris fly. You damn bastard. The enraged shout echoes the force of the previous blow. He barely avoids the blow, the old man's weapon whizzing past. Dust and debris fly as the attack narrowly misses its mark. He counters, a blur of motion. The old man's attack is deflected. The old man's eyes widen in shock. His counterattack is met with a swift, precise riposte. Let's see if you can still say that after you eat this. The attacker's words are laced with menace. A blur of motion. A cyan energy wave explodes outward, a powerful counterattack. The cyan energy wave connects, a powerful impact. The impact of the cyan energy wave is immense. A powerful shockwave radiates outward. He counters with a burst of energy, eyes blazing. The force is palpable. The counterattack explodes in a torrent of turquoise energy, a swirling vortex of power. He moves in a blur, turquoise energy swirling around him as he counters. The counterattack lands. A blinding flash of turquoise energy erupts. The world after. The title card appears, hinting at a significant shift in the narrative. After the fall. The title card sets the stage for a new chapter. A dark, swirling energy explodes outward, a teal flash illuminating the scene. He unleashes a wave of teal energy, a powerful surge that radiates outward. The teal energy wave expands, engulfing everything in its path. His eyes blaze, a fierce determination etched on his face as he braces against the teal energy wave. He deflects the energy wave with a swift, low sweep of his blade, sending a shockwave across the floor. He counters with a swift, precise strike, his blade a blur. The opponent is sent sprawling, dust and debris flying. Oh ho! Not bad, brat. The opponent laughs, seemingly unfazed by the attack. His eyes narrow, a look of disbelief crossing his face. I was pushed this far back, even after using normal stab, he thinks, surprised by his opponent's strength. Your technique, it's pretty useful. What do you call that? The older man asks, his expression a mixture of surprise and grudging admiration. Normal stab, he replies simply, his expression unchanged. What a condescending name. He mutters, skepticism clear in his tone. How is that normal? With a name like that, one might think there's. He trails off, his skepticism still evident. He continues, a stronger technique. Doubt lingers in his voice, questioning the method's effectiveness. There is, a voice confirms, the words hanging heavy with unspoken implications. A hand, calloused and strong, gestures emphatically. He unleashes a crimson wave of energy, a furious torrent engulfing his foe. The crimson energy dissipates, revealing a single, stark declaration, a stronger one. The old man's eyes widen, a look of dawning horror on his face. He gasps, the crimson energy's declaration still echoing in the air. His eyes widen further, reflecting the crimson energy. What is that? He whispers, a tremor in his voice. He gasps, a single word escaping his lips. The crimson energy intensifies. The crimson energy explodes outward, revealing a towering, shadowy figure. Its eyes glow menacingly. The Soul King of Chaos. The title appears, confirming the shadowy figure's identity. How could I forget? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark realization dawning on the character. A crimson beam erupts, piercing the twilight sky. Broken flags and fallen weapons litter the ground below, a testament to a battle's brutal end. The fear of facing him. A lingering question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the battle's recent conclusion. Making him think of the Soul King. Can he even slash something like that? Doubt clouds his mind, a stark contrast to the recent victory. Sweat beads on his brow. Doubt etched on his face, he struggles with the enormity of the task ahead. It might not match the Soul King's power, but it's still a devastating attack. He braces himself. The attack hits. Debris rains down as a blinding flash engulfs the area. Gorgon Castle, or what was left of it, is shown in ruins. The text above the panel reads, Gorgon Castle, or what was. Amidst the ruins of Gorgon Castle, a figure emerges from the dust and smoke. He looks up, his expression unreadable. From the ruins, a figure rises, his declaration echoing through the ravaged landscape, I'm coming. Wait. Wait. A desperate plea cuts through the air, a stark contrast to the figure's earlier confident declaration. His eyes widen, a silent scream trapped behind a desperate. Terror grips him. I admit defeat, you bastard, he roars, his face contorted in a mask of furious resignation. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 24 begins. Chapter 24 opens on a desolate, industrial landscape. A massive gear, part of a larger, decaying machine, dominates the foreground. The setting suggests a post-apocalyptic or heavily industrialized world. We are in the Great Land, the fifth region, known as the Steel Region. This is the Steel Region, a city built into the side of a massive chasm, its structures a blend of industry and precarious architecture. Smoke and fire billow from its many smokestacks, casting an orange glow over the scene. High above the Steel Region, a fortress clings precariously to the cliff face. Smoke and fire still rise from the city below, casting an ominous glow on the scene. Tell me again, a voice requests, the words hanging heavy in the aftermath of the battle below. The scene is framed by a richly ornamented window, overlooking the burning city. What did that pitch-black bastard do? The question hangs in the air, a demand for information amidst the fiery glow of the city below. According to the investigation, the pitch-black monarch is in contact with chaos. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Chaos? Why chaos? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of the previous revelation. His gaze is sharp, a steely glint in his eyes. He is clearly displeased. The steel monarch, unbending steel, Hyoyu. His name is revealed, a figure of imposing strength. Hyoyu, the steel monarch, declares, all of the monarchs of the great land should be part of a pact that prevents us from interfering with the matters of chaos. His gaze is intense, unwavering. Hyoyu, visibly strained, mutters, it's a bit complicated. Sweat beads on his brow. Hyoyu, clearly flustered, urges, please take a look at the screen. The screen shows a figure, cloaked and wielding a long weapon, moving with incredible speed. A bright energy trail follows their motion. The figure stops abruptly, a look of stunned disbelief on their face. Their hands fly to their mouth, eyes wide. That's the video that's been circulating, titled 99th Floor Solo Clear or whatever, they whisper, a dawning realization in their voice. What about it? Isn't that video fake? The older man's skeptical gaze and sharp question challenged the previous statement. His doubt hangs heavy in the air. The product in the video was a product the 9th Region's pitch-black monarch was going to contract. This revelation intensifies the older man's skepticism. His eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his gaze. The implications of the pitch-black monarch's contract weigh heavily on him. And where is this product now? He demands, his eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and anger. A nervous stammer escapes him, the thing is. He refused the tutorial. Now, he's broken through the tower's roof. A system message appears, tutorial game has completely ended. He's shocked. How is that possible? The narrative implies he bypassed the tutorial entirely. The cultivator should have been watching from the 100th floor. This revelation adds another layer of mystery to his unexpected tutorial completion. He killed the cultivator. The words hang heavy in the air, a grim confirmation. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect the gravity of the situation. His mouth is covered, a stark white cloth muffling any potential response. The silence speaks volumes. The gag remains. Silence. That's a joke, right? A nervous question hangs in the air, breaking the silence. I can't believe it either, sir, a voice says, but the pitch-black monarch seems certain of this fact. Doubt lingers in the air. Do the 9th Region possess? The old man's eyes narrow, his expression one of intense concentration, as he ponders this crucial piece of information. His question hangs heavy in the air, do these bastards have a connection to chaos? Ah! This is something we recently uncovered, he reveals, a look of dawning realization on his face. A map is shown, highlighting a location marked Pitch-Black Monarch. The narrator explains, but the Pitch-Black Monarch has long been interfering with chaos. A few of the 10 sects of chaos. The image shows a powerful figure, clad in dark armor, his gaze fixed on something beyond the panel. He is a leader, his expression serious and thoughtful. He has been having regular communications with the Pitch-Black Monarch. This reveals a key alliance within the chaos sections. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched forest, a massive sword slicing through the trees, leaving a bright trail in its wake. What are you plotting, Pitch Black? The question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst the sun-drenched forest. Pitch Black remains silent, his face obscured, but his tense posture speaks volumes. The sunlit forest provides a stark contrast to the unspoken threat. Send a notice, so that I can travel to chaos, a man requests. Another, startled, asks, are you planning on interfering with chaos, sir? I'm just going to watch, so that I can understand what's going on, he clarifies, his intentions seemingly passive. His face grim, he issues a command: send 10 elite Gold 1 rank warriors and Hayoung. 5th stage adapters will handle the deployment. Yes, sir. A soldier salutes, visibly relieved. Phew. Thank goodness, he's not yelling at me today. A gloved hand touches a soldier's arm. Chaos. The word hangs heavy in the air, foreshadowing the turmoil to come. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright, setting sun. I wonder how Changhyo is doing, a voice muses. He would have lived a long time, if he didn't have such a hot-headed personality. Hopefully, he's staying out of trouble there. The speaker's voice trails off, a hint of worry coloring their words. Stoop. The old man's desperate cry echoes, his face contorted in a mask of terror and urgency. I can't let you do this, the young man cries, his voice strained. He holds his weapon aloft, a dark, menacing blade. How do you not know how to respect your elders? I get it, so get down, the older man commands, his tone brooking no argument. He gestures, and 2 small creatures, seemingly summoned, flit around him. Panting heavily, the older man strains, his face contorted in exertion. How is this possible? How are you able to do something like this, after just stabbing a few times over 40 years? The older man gasps, his question echoing his disbelief. I think I did it about 10 billion times? He replies, a hint of nonchalance in his tone, contrasting sharply with the older man's astonishment. Don't bullshit me. He demands, his disbelief palpable. Wouldn't that mean you didn't sleep or eat, and stabbed 8 times a second? The old man's incredulous outburst underscores the absurdity of the claim. I can stab up to 100 times in a second, he claims, a slightly unnerved expression on his face. The sheer audacity of the statement hangs in the air. Why is it that you think that stabbing is only possible with the sword? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the braggart's earlier boast. The larger figure crouches low, his dark cloak billowing slightly. Opposite him, a small, wizened figure stands firm, seemingly unfazed by the imposing presence. Golden energy crackles from the larger figure's hand, a potent aura radiating outwards. Wait, could it be? A thought bubbles up, a dawning realization in the face of the potent energy. The sharp, foreign energy, a sensation he's felt ever since first seeing him. His eyes widen, recognition dawning. It's him. The source of that unsettling energy, radiating outwards in a golden burst. His eyes glow, a chilling confirmation. It's not actually energy, nor is it something like fighting spirit. A clarifying statement cuts through the mystery surrounding the golden aura. It's not energy, or fighting spirit. The golden aura is revealed to be his hostility, and his intent to refine the world. Golden energy bursts forth, radiating from his clenched fist. He prepares to strike. He unleashes his attack. This is stabbing. I don't believe this. Brat, you. The opponent's disbelief is palpable as he reacts to the attack. The opponent is sent sprawling, a golden light erupting from the impact. He's stunned, his disbelief clear in his wide eyes. The old man explains, it has become stabbing itself. The golden light fades, leaving the opponent defeated. And you're repeatedly stabbing the world, even at this very moment? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark accusation. I told you. The old man's words are a low, defeated murmur. He clutches his chest, eyes wide with pain and fear. His breathing is ragged. His eyes narrow, a grim determination settling on his face. The pain is still there, but fear is gone, replaced by a cold resolve. I did it 10 billion times, he states, his voice devoid of emotion, a chilling testament to his unwavering resolve. Anyway, do you remember this paper, old man? He asks, holding up a piece of parchment, its significance unclear. A golden light flares from the parchment as he touches it, the old man's eyes widening in shock. The parchment glows, revealing the contract they made before their duel. The contract's terms are revealed, the loser will grant the winner a single wish. Dr. Changhyo solemnly vows, I, the Doctor of Despair Changhyo, promise on my honor and all the beauties of the world that I will follow this contract to the letter. His commitment is absolute. Damn it! Fine. I get it. The younger man sighs, a look of reluctant acceptance on his face as he folds the contract. Are you planning on using me as a slave? The question hangs in the air. A richly dressed young man reclines on a chaise lounge, surrounded by fruit, and smirks. I'm bored, so dance for me, he demands, while a small, frantic-looking servant frantically fans him. The protagonist, however, simply replies, I don't need that. The protagonist swiftly grabs the young man's chest. An older man, watching from below, stares up in shocked surprise. My request is simple. Answer my questions honestly. That's all. The protagonist's demand hangs in the air, his grip firm on the young man. The older man considers the protagonist's words, a thoughtful escaping his lips. His gaze remains intense. Fine. But first, let's go out and walk a bit, the older man agrees, his gaze shifting to the night sky visible beyond the building. They step out into the cool night air. Tall spires and imposing structures of a grand city rise around them, bathed in the soft glow of the moon and stars. Old man, what is the Master's Tower? The young man asks. The old man replies, you know that it's the nightmares that create towers, right? The towers, created by nightmares, are ranked from F rank to S rank. However, some nightmares have no interest in such rankings. A shadowy figure emerges, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. The nightmare towers loom behind, a testament to the power it commands. A colossal, clawed hand emerges from the shadows, its sharp points glinting ominously. The text explains, masters are those that have already managed to make an S rank as an apprentice and became a master craftsman early on. The colossal hand continues its descent, filling the panel. Its shadow looms large. But just because it was made by a master doesn't mean that it's automatically a master's tower. The words appear, a counterpoint to the looming hand. He continues his contemplation, a thoughtful frown etched on his face. Why are such towers created? He wonders aloud, the question hanging heavy in the air. He shakes his head, a sigh escaping his lips. I don't know why. There's no one who knows what the masters are thinking, he admits, his voice laced with uncertainty. Masters are all said to be guys after the truth of the world. What's clear is this, every once in a while, awakeners appear among those who conquer the master's towers. The speaker's words hang in the air of the vast, shadowy hall. Are you also from a master's tower, old man? The question hangs in the air. He replies, yeah. I came from Master Melvillel's fourth tower. It's a tower known as Moby Dick to the world. The old man's revelation adds a layer of intrigue to his background. A colossal white whale materializes on the tower's first floor. Its immense size dwarfs the onlookers below, a chilling spectacle that underscores the tower's enigmatic nature. The whale's immense tail continues its destructive path. A narrator's voice adds, and constantly comes after people. The old man's face is etched with fear and strain. The difficulty might be laughable now, he recalls, but it was like a calamity to me at the time. The image shows the aftermath, numerous bodies of martial arts masters, tossed about in the turbulent waters. So many martial masters of the martial realm died. The narrator solemnly states. And it was a miracle that I even cleared that tower, he reflects, the weight of his accomplishment heavy in the air. The scene shows him amidst the remnants of a brutal battle, a testament to the challenge he overcame. His face contorted in a grimace of exhaustion and barely suppressed rage, sweat dripping from his brow. The aftermath of battle is evident. I'm guessing you're also from a master's tower. Whose tower did you clear? The question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst the lingering dust of battle. Newlock, he murmurs, a faint uncertainty in his voice. I think that was the name. The speaker reflects on the vanquished opponent, the dust still settling around them. Newlock, he questions, eyes wide with dawning recognition. A wave of realization washes over him. Ha! To think there'd be an awakener that cleared Mulaka's tower. He muses, a hint of disbelief in his tone. You know him? Of course I do, the old man exclaims, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and something else, recognition? I used to journey with him, the old man reveals, a wave of poignant memory washing over his face. The old man trails off, lost in thought. A somber silence hangs in the air. His eyes narrow, a flicker of icy determination in their depths. A faint blue glow emanates from his temple. The blue glow intensifies, spreading down his jawline. He prepares himself. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. I used to journey with him. A past connection is revealed, hinting at a deeper history between the speaker and a significant figure. You used to journey with Mulak. The question hangs in the air, a revelation that shifts the dynamic between the two figures. The speaker's surprise is palpable. It's a bit of a long story, the older man replies, his expression hinting at a complex past. The older man's eyes narrow, a steely glint in them. Let's go take a walk, he says, his tone suggesting something more than a casual stroll. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 25 begins. The scene shifts to a quaint town square at night. String lights twinkle above, casting a warm glow on the festively decorated buildings. A celebratory atmosphere fills the air. The scene shifts to a nighttime town square. 3 men sit at a table, sharing drinks under twinkling lights. One man rests his head on the table, clearly weary. Another watches him with concern. The third man sits quietly, his expression thoughtful. One of the men orders food. I'll have a horned beast kebab, he says, his voice carrying a quiet determination amidst the night's gentle hum. So, are you going with an outdoor pub for now? The older man asks, his gaze sharp despite his seemingly relaxed posture. It's because some guy destroyed my store. He explains, a hint of frustration in his expression as the image of the fire-damaged shop lingers. Here, 2 beers. The shopkeeper offers a pair of drinks, a small gesture of comfort amidst the lingering frustration over his destroyed shop. Opening your store again after what happened earlier today, you really are mad for money, the shopkeeper observes, a hint of concern in his tone. The younger man cuts him off sharply, just shut up and drink your beer, old man. His eyes, narrowed and intense, betray a simmering anger. The young man's frustration is palpable. A plate of yakitori sits on a rough-hewn table, a stark contrast to the young man's simmering anger. The aroma, however, is clearly enticing. A group stands, their postures reflecting a shared unease. The young woman hangs her head, shoulders slumped. The others mirror her dejection, a palpable sense of disappointment hanging in the air. The scene shifts. A stark white space stretches before them, a visual representation of their empty hopes. You must have felt that something was weird. The words hang in the air, a stark statement in the otherwise empty white space. He reflects, a thoughtful frown furrowing his brow. Something felt wrong. People don't seem alive, an old man observes, taking a long swig from a large tankard. His words confirm the protagonist's unsettling suspicion. Yet food exists in a world where you can't even feel hunger, the old man states, a profound observation hanging in the air. His words highlight the unsettling strangeness of their reality. The old man's eyes narrow, a fierce glint reflecting the unsettling truth of his words. His expression hardens, a grim determination etched onto his weathered face. Chaos was originally a blessed world, the old man reveals, his words hanging heavy in the air. The image shows a glowing, tranquil scene, a stark contrast to the current turmoil. The scene shifts. We see a warm, bustling tavern, viewed through a weathered wooden barrel. People laugh and converse, a stark contrast to the previous somber revelation. It was a place where souls weary from the great land's war came for respite. A haven of peace. The text explains this haven, all beings found their lives again after being liberated from life. A weary soldier looks up, hope dawning in his eyes as he gazes at a man with a gentle smile. The scene shifts to a haven of peace. Swords and archers lay down their weapons, bards sing songs of peace instead of war. A bard plays a lyre, their fingers dancing across the strings. The music fills the air, a gentle counterpoint to the recent battles. You bastard! Look where you're walking. A sharp voice cuts through the calming music. What does that look like to you? Someone asks, their voice laced with suspicion. The man struggles, shouting, "Let me go." He insists, "I'm not holding you though." Aren't they just normal drunks? Someone observes, casting a skeptical eye on the scene. The man in question takes another swig from his tankard. The scene cuts to a close-up. A woman's face, partially obscured, is visible. She appears concerned. He tastes the liquid, his expression souring. "This just tastes like bland water," he mutters, clearly disappointed. "That's right. They aren't drunks. They're just pretending they are," a voice reveals, offering a new perspective on the seemingly intoxicated crowd. "Because you don't get drunk, get hungry, or even age in chaos," a voice explains, clarifying the strange behavior of the seemingly inebriated crowd. The revelation unveils a deeper mystery surrounding their unusual state. "But even in this heaven-like place, humans are flawed," a voice observes, explaining the melancholic undercurrent in the seemingly idyllic scene. "They miss their real lives, where death existed." A man hungrily devours skewers of grilled meat, a stark contrast to the previous panel's melancholic tone. The narration explains, and start mimicking the actions of the life they previously had. A life where you die if you don't eat, and you get drunk when you have booze. The rules of this new existence are starkly revealed. A life where you have a body and a beating heart. The narrator's voiceover emphasizes the stark contrast to the previous rules of existence. That's when there were people who took new actions. The narration emphasizes a turning point, a shift in the established order. An expedition squad, united to reclaim their true lives, dares to dream of the impossible. Their journey begins. It was a vast army. Flags billow in the distance, a golden haze obscuring the details, but the sheer scale is undeniable. The vast army stretches out before them, a breathtaking sight. This is the Abyss Expedition. Abyss Squad. The order rings out, a clear command amidst the vast army. Why did they head out to the abyss of all places? The question hangs in the air, a clear expression of confusion and concern on the young man's face. The older figure beside him seems equally perplexed. To find the resurrection fruit, a voice explains, the words answering the previous questions. A dismissive TCH follows, revealing a character unimpressed by the other's reactions. The old man gestures dismissively towards a glowing tree, its branches heavy with radiant fruit. This is where they'll find it. The glowing mirage tree looms large, its branches laden with radiant fruit. It's the fruit from this tree, at the abyss's end, that they seek. He stares intently at the mirage tree, a question forming on his lips. Is it possible for a dead person to come back to life? The weight of the question hangs heavy in the air. The old man's eyes gleam with a knowing intensity. That's right, he confirms, his voice firm. Two orbs, glowing with inner light, hang from a branch. Cosmic nebulae swirl within their radiant surfaces. It's revealed that the only way for the dead to return to life in this world is by consuming the resurrection fruit. The Abyss Expedition Squad was formed to find the resurrection fruit. The old man's gaze is sharp, intense. His expression is one of grim determination. He's clearly focused on a distant goal. That's when I awakened, the old man recalls, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I was only 150, but at that age, I feared nothing. A question hangs in the air, a serious one. Are you saying that Mulak was a part of that expedition? The young man's expression is one of intense contemplation. That's right, the speaker confirms, the simple statement carrying the weight of a revelation. A figure emerges, cloaked in purple, a mask obscuring their face. Behind them, shadowy soldiers stand at attention, their banners billowing in a golden light. He was the boss that led the expedition squad. That guy was a real character. The narrator's assessment of the expedition leader hangs in the air, a quiet observation against the backdrop of a tranquil, twilight landscape. The twilight deepens, fireflies flickering among the ancient pines. A sense of quiet mystery hangs in the air. A large, menacing insect perches on a bamboo stalk. Fireflies glimmer in the twilight. Water flows from a bamboo pipe into a tranquil stream. A voice, seemingly observing, muses, an awakener. Interesting. You even had an incomplete awakening where you didn't abandon your emotions. The words hang in the air, a commentary on the figure walking away, their back to the viewer. You're walking a truly strange path of awakening. The words follow the figure, a lone silhouette against a tranquil, bamboo-lined pond. I bet you have it hard, the elderly woman observes, her gaze fixed on the still water. You seem to be upset over what happened during cultivation. Shove it. Ignoring the woman's advice, he lashes out, a powerful punch thrown with furious speed. The punch connects, a powerful impact shown by motion lines. He's sent sprawling. The sword slices through, a clean cut. For what reason is a nightmare going to abyss? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling query posed by a shadowy figure. Aren't you bastards that normally just make towers while holed up in your workshops? The shadowy figure accuses. The response is immediate and curt, I have nothing to say in rebuttal. It won't be of any use even if I apologize on behalf of all nightmares, the shadowy figure states, his claws clenching. I'd never heard of it before, he adds, a hint of defiance in his tone. That's karma I have to carry for the rest of my life, the shadowy figure states, his voice heavy with resignation. A nightmare that regretted making a tower. The words hang heavy in the air, a grim summary of his fate. He continues, his eyes wide with a haunted look. You might not believe me, but this is why I entered the Mirage Tree, and why I went to the abyss. His gaze hardens. It is because of that tower. He wades into the water, the purple fabric of his robes trailing behind him. The current flows around his legs. His goal is clear, to end all cultivation. He sheathes his sword, a dark figure standing amidst a tranquil bamboo grove by the water. That was my last cultivation, he states, the words heavy with finality. That was my objective behind participating in the expedition, he explains, his words echoing the quiet stillness of the bamboo grove. To end all cultivation. He states, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. So was the expedition successful? I ended up falling back in the middle, so I only made it to the early parts of the abyss. The speaker's report reveals a setback in their expedition. Despite setbacks, Mulak reached the Mirage Tree's summit. Mulak and the young girl gaze upward, awestruck, as a shower of shooting stars streaks across the night sky. The awe fades from Mulaka's face, replaced by a grim determination. He turns, his gaze now fixed on something beyond the panel's edge. Fruits began to fall from the branches above. Mulaka's eyes widen, his expression a mixture of fear and dawning understanding. Thanks to the successful fruit gathering, the expedition returned to chaos with armfuls of the harvest. Wait, he thinks, a frown furrowing his brow. If he got the resurrection fruit, why is this old man still in chaos? You should tell the story right, man, a voice corrects him. The implication hangs heavy in the air. That expedition failed. You know that. The blunt statement hangs in the air, a stark reminder of past events. How would you know? You weren't there when that happened, he retorts, a grumble accompanying his words. His skeptical expression underscores his disbelief. They were successful up till obtaining the fruit. The statement hangs in the air, a dark expression on the man's face as he sits, seemingly contemplating the implications. That's right, the man states, his voice grim. At the entrance that led back to chaos, there were guys waiting. His eyes narrow, a clear indication of his displeasure. A monstrous maw, filled with rows of jagged teeth, snaps shut. The darkness behind it hints at a larger, unseen horror. The creature's monstrous form is fully revealed. Blazing teal flames erupt from its back, a terrifying display of power. It wears a dark, segmented harness secured by a heavy chain. It was the monarchs and lords of the fallen kingdom. The creature's teal flames lick the air, a terrifying spectacle against the shadowy figures of the defeated army. They were cowards who weren't brave enough to enter the abyss. The creature's judgment echoes, a chilling condemnation of the fallen kingdom's rulers. But the Castellans. A grizzled warrior, clad in ornate golden armor, roars his defiance. His face is a mask of fury, his weapon held high. The battlefield is littered with broken weapons. The Castellans and sect leaders, they were no match. The dust settles. A figure lies amidst the wreckage, their red clothing torn and stained. The battlefield is silent. The narrator observes, it was a massive difference in power. Spiritual level on a whole different level. The defeated warrior's horrified face is shown, highlighting the sheer disparity in strength. The defeated warrior lies broken on the ground, his body ravaged. And so we had our fruits stolen from us, a voice narrates, the gravity of the loss palpable. The narrator's voice continues, painting a grim picture. They are endlessly coming back to life to this day when they die with those fruits. And they've been at it for 900 years now. The scene shows a twilight village, string lights strung between posts, a stark contrast to the brutal battle just witnessed. It's to a point that there's a place called Resurrection Palace for those bastards. The old man spits, his face contorted in anger. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a grim explanation for the unending cycle of violence. The old man continues, explaining that whenever a monarch or member of the 5 noble clans dies, they're resurrected in order. It was decided from the beginning, some were allowed a proper life, while others were not. So is that why this place is so chock full of lifelessness? His eyes, narrowed in thought, reflect the chilling revelation. The chilling truth hangs heavy in the air. They know it, they can never reach real life, or the fruit of their labors. Right, what about Mulak? Hey, old man. The young man addresses the older one, who is fast asleep at the table, snoring loudly. It's no use, the younger man states, that old man actually gets drunk. The other man, seemingly surprised, questions, drunk? The first then explains, it might be a result of pretending for 1,000 years. From what I heard, no one has seen that nightmare after the expedition, one of the men states, adding a new, unsettling detail to their conversation. The figure turns, revealing a horned, demonic presence. Its purple armor gleams faintly in the ethereal light. He apparently disappeared after leaving behind some final words. I failed, but at the same time, I didn't. The man's words hang in the air, a cryptic statement met with a knowing look from his companion. That's what you're talking about, right? The other man asks, his expression unreadable. Thanks for what you did earlier today. A wide, grateful smile spreads across the man's face, his words expressing sincere appreciation. If it weren't for you, our chief would have died. The man's words underscore the gravity of the protagonist's actions. Did you already forget me? The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge in the other man's tone. Anyway, from now on, always enter Gorgon through the north, he declares, a smirk playing on his lips. Since I know your face, I won't ask for your certificate. Of course, keep this a secret from the chief, he whispers, a conspiratorial glint in his eye. The man's sly smile broadens. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. A high-ranking officer, his face partially obscured, listens intently as 2 other men stand nearby, their expressions grim. A young man, his expression unreadable, stands silently beside the officer. His posture suggests attentiveness, but his gaze remains distant. His gaze remains fixed, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at a dawning realization. A silent contemplation hangs heavy in the air. The realization dawns. His eyes widen slightly, a subtle but significant change in his expression. He kicks out with surprising speed, a blur of motion. Dust explodes from the impact. Doctor, and Mr. Jaehwan. A desperate plea cuts through the dust. The dust settles, revealing a figure emerging from the chaos. It's Jaehwan, seemingly unharmed. Jaehwan stands, arms crossed, observing the scene with a calm, almost bored expression. A dark figure, partially obscured, looms in the foreground, its movement implied by motion lines. The dark figure is revealed, a powerfully built man in red, panting heavily, his expression strained. He's clearly exhausted from a struggle. Extermination, Captain? The question hangs in the air, a hint of disbelief coloring the voice. His face contorted in fury, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The extermination captain's rage is palpable. There's a problem. The extermination captain's voice is strained, his earlier rage giving way to a dawning sense of dread. The title card appears, The World After. The title card reveals the name of the manhwa, After the Fall. Doctor, and Mr. Jaehwan. A voice calls out, the names carrying urgency and perhaps a hint of alarm. A blur of motion. Something slams into the table, sending debris flying. Jae-hwan and the doctor watch, startled. The dust settles, revealing a powerfully built man in red, panting heavily. Extermination Captain, someone gasps in disbelief. His face contorted in a furious grimace, sweat beading on his brow, the extermination captain struggles to his feet. Rage boils in his eyes. His ragged breathing is audible, a testament to the brutal fight. The captain's chest heaves, his body trembling with barely contained fury. There's a problem. The captain's voice, strained but urgent, cuts through the air. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 26 begins. The scene shifts to a moonlit night sky, vast and serene. Chapter 26 unfolds under its watchful gaze. Under the vast, moonlit sky, a voice, filled with awe, whispers, "This energy. The sheer power is palpable, a mystery yet to unfold." I see. So that's the state the Castellan is in, a voice observes, the words painting a grim picture of the situation. Two figures race through the night, their movement a blur against the backdrop of a towering structure, silhouetted against the dark, starlit sky. "Ghoul," a voice hisses, the word hanging heavy in the air. He moves with a blur of motion, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. The attack connects. A blinding flash of light erupts. The light fades, revealing the aftermath. A voice, strained but resolute, narrates, "This is at least a dozen times stronger than the spiritual pressure I felt from the ghouls earlier today. It seems to be coming from the basement of the castle. The source of the immense spiritual pressure is located." He approaches cautiously, the immense spiritual pressure growing stronger with each step. His eyes widen, reflecting the immense power before him. The spiritual pressure is overwhelming. "We won't charge you for the damages, and Gorgon Castle will protect you. You simply have to do us a single favor." The offer hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the overwhelming power felt moments before. He considers the offer, a thoughtful frown etched onto his face. The weight of the decision is palpable. A plea echoes, "Please save our Castellan." The weight of this desperate request hangs heavy in the air. "So your Castellan has been going through ghoulification," the speaker states. The man, his face grim, confirms, "That's correct." "And the Castellan had a sudden attack today." A figure, cloaked in dark, runs through the city streets under a stormy, starless night. The cloaked figure continues their hurried flight through the city. Normally, the Castellan's attacks happen only once a week, but this time, it's sooner than expected. "I don't want you to get the wrong idea. Our Castellan is a great man," the speaker insists, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Before the ghoulification, he was a living legend. He's one of the few people that survived the ghoulification." The speaker's words emphasize the Castellan's exceptional resilience. "Abyss expedition?" The Castellan's eyes narrow, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. "He participated in that expedition with the doctor. Now that I think about it, aren't you also capable of performing the ghoul slash?" the Castellan asks, his gaze intense. "Since the doctor's in such a state, could you fill in for the doctor?" He looks to the other man, a plea in his eyes. "No." The man's refusal is firm, his answer a stark contrast to the Castellan's desperate plea. "I'm merely imitating him," the man states, "it's not on the level of this old man." His words carry a dismissive tone, a clear indication of his superior skill. "Maybe if I was taught," he muses, a hint of self-doubt creeping into his confident demeanor. The statement reveals a vulnerability, a crack in his previously unwavering self-assurance. A tremor rocks the ground. He stares, disbelief etched on his face. This tremor, no way. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. The red-clad figure moves with terrifying speed. A blur of motion. He barely avoids another attack. He streaks past the towering spires of the city, a blur of motion. The Castellan is, a blur of motion, streaks of light trailing behind him as he speeds through the city. The Castellan, a blur of motion, is pursued. He grits his teeth, muttering, "Damn it." His eyes widen, a look of dawning realization crossing his features. He's caught. "You guys are." His voice trails off, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding in his eyes. The defensive Horn Captain and the twisted Horn Captain. Their presence fills him with awe. Long time no see, Extermination Captain, a voice booms. The imposing figure of the Extermination Captain looms over the scene. Golden fragments scatter as the Extermination Captain's attack connects. So he must be the guy that performed the ghoul slash. Please move aside. We can't afford to waste even a single second. You should know this, the bearded man barks, his impatience evident. He's clearly pressed for time. See, I can't do that because of our orders. The reply is firm, a clear refusal to comply with the bearded man's urgent request. Orders? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the authority that binds him. The muscular man in red stands defiant, his gaze unwavering. On whose orders? The defiant question echoes his unwavering stance. Are you guys daring to defy the heavens right now? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling challenge from a figure whose eyes burn with cold fury. Defy the heavens, you say? The words hang in the air, a chilling echo of the previous threat. A cruel smile spreads across his face. He prepares to strike. He strikes with blinding speed. The only heaven to us, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the cosmic expanse. He grips his weapon, a grim determination etched on his face. Is the golden sky, he states, the words carrying the weight of a vast, unknown power. He unleashes a blinding attack, a surge of energy leaving a trail of light in its wake. His attack sends his opponent flying. A look of stunned surprise crosses his face as he utters, "When did they?" "Please dodge, Mr. Jaehyun," someone cries out. A powerful blow is aimed directly at him. A blinding flash of energy erupts. Debris flies. The dust settles, revealing a lingering blue energy signature where the explosion occurred. The aftermath. A single, stylized kanji character hangs in the air, glowing faintly. The kanji character fades, leaving behind a scene of destruction. A figure stands amidst the rubble, their dark clothing partially obscuring a golden detail at the shoulder. The dust settles, revealing a figure amidst the wreckage. A glimpse of golden detail on their shoulder is visible beneath dark clothing. A gleaming golden weapon, its details sharp despite the dust, is revealed. It rests amidst the debris, suggesting a recent, powerful blow. The warrior in red deflects a blow, his blade meeting the spear with a flash of blue energy. He's clearly on the defensive, but his grip remains firm. He counters with a powerful strike, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The force of the blow sends cracked spider webbing across the battlefield. He lets out a low, "Oh-ho," a sound that hints at both surprise and a hint of amusement. His expression is one of slight intrigue. He managed to withstand it just fine, a voice observes, the tone suggesting a mild surprise at the subject's resilience. To think that the Golden Sky sect would have managed to infiltrate even the inner circle of the castle, a voice remarks, the words laced with disbelief and a hint of grim determination. You outer castle guys sure have gotten bold. Did you guys forget who I am? The words hang heavy in the air, a clear warning from someone clearly powerful. You shouldn't consider us the same as we were before. The words are a stark declaration, a clear indication of changed circumstances and a shift in power dynamics. He moves in a blur, his sword a flashing arc of energy. Debris explodes around him as he unleashes a powerful attack. Think long and hard about this. He glares, a fierce intensity in his eyes. If you guys change your mind, the Castellan will still forgive you. The offer hangs in the air, a glimmer of hope amidst the tension. Which Castellan? The question hangs in the air, a sharp counterpoint to the previous offer of forgiveness. Doubt clouds the scene. You mean that thing tied up in the basement? The question hangs heavy, a chilling clarification. The figure in dark armor approaches, his gait purposeful. The ground trembles slightly with each step. A group of figures stands revealed. Their armor gleams, hinting at immense power. That thing, which can't even restrain his own power, a voice narrates, emphasizing the danger they face. Bound in chains, he kneels, his head bowed low. The text reads, nor tell the difference between. His power, evidently immense, is unrestrained, a danger to all. He cannot tell the difference between good and evil. His immense power, a danger to all, remains unrestrained. Is not the heaven that we used to serve. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration against the backdrop of a turbulent, ethereal sky. Extermination Captain, even in this situation, the words are a grim vow, his gaze unwavering, a steely determination etched on his face. You still want to serve that thing? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the Extermination Captain's unwavering loyalty. The Extermination Captain hesitates, his unwavering loyalty seemingly wavering for the first time. Believe that he will return, the Extermination Captain declares, his face a mask of grim determination. His unwavering gaze speaks of unshakable faith. This is why, the Extermination Captain states, his voice firm. Below him, a warrior moves with blinding speed, a powerful energy swirling around him. The warrior, a blur of motion, unleashes a devastating blow. Powerful energy crackles around his fist. Talking with you is impossible, he declares, his words cutting through the air. He lunges forward, eyes blazing with fury. The speed is a blur. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts. Debris flies. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, cracking the stone beneath. If you were even a little smarter, we wouldn't have to fight, the masked warrior declares, his words hanging in the air after the dust settles from their clash. The impact sends splinters of wood flying as the masked warrior's attack connects. A section of the roof collapses. Isn't that right? A voice confirms, the words hanging in the air after the roof's collapse. Extermination Captain? The question hangs in the air, a voice filled with disbelief and perhaps a touch of fear. The dust settles, revealing the battered figure of a warrior amidst the rubble. His ragged breaths are heavy, the Extermination Captain's body battered but defiant. He stands amidst the debris, a testament to his resilience. These two are only fourth-stage adapters. Even with the two of them, they should be no match for a fifth-stage adapter like me. The confident declaration hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the battered state of the Extermination Captain moments before. He spits, a mixture of blood and defiance, his eyes burning with a furious intensity. The Extermination Captain is far from defeated. So why? The Extermination Captain's defiant question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing his unwavering spirit. I can't gauge their speed or power level, the captain admits, a note of uncertainty creeping into his usually confident tone. The sheer speed of the enemy is proving to be a significant obstacle. Two figures stand silhouetted against a stormy blue backdrop. One wields a massive hammer, the other a long, slender weapon. This is no ordinary growth. It's like... A voice narrates, leaving the comparison ominous and unresolved. Gulfication. A voice whispers, eyes wide with alarm. Something's wrong. This is dangerous. Mr. Jaehwan. Please run. Someone cries out urgently as a monstrous figure lunges, a blur of motion. Mr. Jaehwan barely avoids the attack, the monster's blow missing him by a hair's breadth. A muffled PBBT echoes as the creature's momentum carries it past. Jaehwan narrowly escapes, the monster's attack a near miss. He watches as it hurtles past. Jaehwan lands, a blur of motion, his cape billowing behind him. He's braced, ready for the monster's next attack. Jaehwan holds his opponent, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. That's payback for shoving me earlier, he states, his voice firm. The other man sputters, what, in disbelief. Hey, Jaehwan says, a sharp glint in his eyes. His expression is one of intense focus, a subtle shift from the satisfaction he showed moments before. I didn't get to hear an answer earlier, Jaehwan states, his gaze sharp. Are you the guy that can use ghoul slash? The other figure responds, a hint of menace in their voice, what if I am? Jaehwan assesses his opponent. At a glance, he seems to be a non-adapter. Jaehwan remains uncertain. He questions whether the rumors of his opponent's ghoul slash technique are true, and if that sword is the key. He's less than half my size. I bet he can't even throw a proper punch, Jaehwan scoffs, underestimating his opponent.
A burst of golden light explodes, the impact of Jaewon's underestimated opponent's strike.
By punch, the text reads, as we see a close-up of the opponent's intense, wide-eyed face.
His expression is one of focused power. The impact sends a spray of dust and debris into the air. He counters with a blindingly fast strike, a blur of motion leaving a trail of blue energy. "Is this what you're talking about?" he asks, a skeptical frown etched on his face. The speed of the previous attack clearly surprised him. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief and dawning understanding washing over his face. The speed was far beyond anything he anticipated. He's hit. A blur of motion, too fast to follow, ends with a resounding impact. The impact sends him sprawling, a crater forming in the ground where he landed. A shockwave radiates outwards, a blue energy pulse rippling across the white background. Defensive horn. The impact of the attack is shown, a powerful energy wave pushing back. The attack connects. He's sent flying backward, a blur of motion against the bright blue sky. He impacts the ground hard. A cloud of dust and debris erupts. "There's way too much of an opening in your defense," his opponent observes, a swift strike following the assessment. The attack lands, a blur of motion. His opponent's blade connects, a sharp impact echoing the force of the blow. He reels from the blow, the impact sending him stumbling. He slams into the ground, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the attacker's weapon sweeps across. The impact sends debris flying. The weapon slices through the air, a blur of motion. Debris explodes outward in a chaotic spray. A powerful blow connects. The force sends the figure reeling, a blur of motion and debris. He's sent flying, a whirlwind of motion against the backdrop of a crumbling cityscape. "You damn pest." He swings his weapon, a blur of motion against the ruined cityscape. He senses a shift in his opponent's power. "I can feel a stronger energy than before," he notes, the words a grim acknowledgement of the escalating threat. "What kind of energy is this?" "Vengeful spite," he questions, his eyes narrowed, sensing a dark power surge from his opponent. "No. That's..." He trails off, the unspoken nature of the energy leaving him momentarily speechless. His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror etched on his face. The raw power he sensed, it was far beyond anything he'd imagined. Do you think that someone like you can save the Castellan just by making it to the castle?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark challenge to the protagonist's growing dread. Fear. The single word, stark and crimson against the white background, encapsulates the protagonist's overwhelming apprehension. He committed betrayal with so little guts? How laughable. The words hang in the air, a bitter laugh escaping the protagonist's lips as a single tear rolls down his cheek. Contempt, not fear, now dominates his expression. "I can't do stuff like save people." The protagonist's inner voice reveals a stark self-assessment, a confession of his perceived limitations. An elderly man lies gasping on the ground, his mouth agape in a silent scream. His eyes are closed, his body limp. "That's the geezer's job," a voice states flatly, the words hanging heavy in the aftermath of the old man's collapse. However, a voice interjects, a subtle shift in the narrative's momentum. The implication hangs in the air, there's more to this story than meets the eye. A figure sweeps a massive weapon across the ground, leaving a trail of shattered stone in its wake. The speed is breathtaking. The figure continues their relentless attack, a blur of motion as they cleave through the air. Debris flies. The attack continues, a brutal flurry of blows. He barely registers the impact, his expression one of grim determination. He counters, a blur of motion. Twin blades flash. He deflects the attack, a whirlwind of blades in motion. Shards of stone fly, the result of a powerful parry. His blade remains steady. His eyes gleam, a fierce determination etched on his face. He counters the attack with a powerful riposte. "It's a different story when it comes to killing," he states, a chilling resolve in his voice. The fight takes a darker turn. The title card appears, "The World After the Fall." The credits roll, revealing the creative team behind The World After the Fall. I can't do stuff like save people. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark declaration of inadequacy. The older man lies on the ground, mouth agape. That's that geezer's job, someone states dismissively. However, a crucial detail emerges. The narrative shifts, hinting at a complication. A powerful kick connects, sending a shockwave across the ground. Debris flies as the blow lands. The impact leaves him reeling, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. His opponent stands, a grim satisfaction etched on his features. He moves in a blur, dark wings extending, a weapon of dark energy materializing in his hand. His opponent is clearly outmatched. He moves with terrifying speed, his dark wings a blur. The energy weapon in his hand shines, ready to strike. He strikes with blinding speed, a fierce expression etched on his face. The energy weapon arcs towards his target. It's a different story when it comes to killing, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 27 begins. The scene opens in a dark, stone corridor. A flickering torch casts dancing shadows, illuminating the rough-hewn walls. The corridor opens into a vast, cavernous chamber. A colossal, shadowy figure looms ahead, barely visible in the gloom. A wave of dark energy erupts, filling the cavernous chamber. The air crackles with power. The dark energy dissipates, revealing a long, stone corridor. Torches flicker on the walls, casting eerie shadows. The air remains heavy with residual power. Two figures emerge from the dissipating energy. One, younger, with dark hair and intense eyes, stands beside an older man, his face etched with worry. The older man beside the young one swallows hard, his fear palpable. It hasn't even been a day since the ghoul slash was performed. Two figures in white robes stand amidst a shadowy group, their expressions grim. The ominous atmosphere hangs heavy. Dark energy crackles, shattering the stone floor. A heavy chain, straining under immense force, is the only visible source. So how come he's already like this? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the unexpected power emanating from the chained figure. Dark energy continues to surge. I saw with my own eyes. The doctor dropped by in the morning. The words confirm the chained man's weakened state, a direct result of a visit from the doctor. The ghoul's transformation and volatile energy subsided. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect the lingering power. The ghoul's transformation may be over, but the residual energy still burns within him. So why is he suddenly rampaging again? Why must this happen as soon as there was a sliver of hope that he might be curable? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the lingering power still radiating from the ghoul. We might have been able to cure him, if the Castellan could have lasted just one more month. The words hang in the air, a lament echoing the earlier hope now lost. Right now, it's not possible. His ghoul slash is still merely an imitation. The words confirm their grim assessment, the cure remains out of reach. Unlike with Mino, the Castellan's corruption is serious. Any normal person would have become a ghoul long ago. The speaker's words highlight the severity of the Castellan's condition, emphasizing the unusual resilience of the man. But in a month, his ghoul slash might actually be worth betting on. The speaker's assessment suggests a potential future value in the Castellan's abilities, despite his current corrupted state. I've never tried it before, but it might just be possible with two people. A glimmer of hope emerges from the speaker's words, suggesting a previously unconsidered solution. And if it's him, of all people? A contemplative expression crosses the speaker's face, suggesting surprise and perhaps a touch of apprehension at this unexpected development. His eyes narrow, a fierce glint appearing. The tension is palpable. He strikes. A swift, decisive blow. One of them must know about Mr. Jae-hwan. The speaker's words hang heavy in the air. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, fixes on something beyond the immediate group. A steely determination hardens his features. I already knew there was a traitor among us, from before. His voice rings out, a declaration of prior knowledge. He reveals a grave development: people who can manipulate spiritual corruption have appeared. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. A weighty question hangs in the air, even though they're not a part of the Green Pyrrhus clan? The speaker's concern is palpable. That's right. Which is why I want to go see it personally. The speaker's determination is clear. Personally, sir. The concern in his voice is palpable. But matters related to spiritual corruption are dangerous, he adds, his expression firm. Why don't you send a captain or a minister instead? The question hangs in the air, a clear expression of concern. The other man laughs, you have little faith in me. His confidence is unwavering. Did you forget who I am? He smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes, his confidence radiating. I lived through that hell of a war, he states, his voice firm despite the implication of loss. I might have lost in the war for the fruit, but I will continue to jump in to help in matters related to the lives. His resolve is clear, his gaze unwavering. Isn't that? A hand, gnarled and ancient, emerges from the shadows, a stark visual that underscores the speaker's disbelief. The Castellan? The frail, elderly figure lying on the bed is revealed, his presence a shock. His eyes widen, a look of pure terror etched onto his ravaged face. The Castellan's frail form is far from what it seems. The Castellan, who went out on an inspection. The narration reveals a crucial piece of information about his absence. The Castellan returned, spiritually corrupted. His grim expression speaks volumes. The Castellan stands, his grim face a mask of barely controlled power. And the people who saw that happen were. He begins, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. His eyes, narrowed slits of icy green, fix on something unseen. The Castellan's barely contained rage intensifies. Could it be? My Han? The Castellan's voice is a low growl, his eyes burning with a mixture of suspicion and dawning dread. Everyone be on your guard. This is a serious situation. The Castellan's urgent warning echoes, his voice firm despite the palpable tension. It's dangerous. Let's enter once the doctor is here, one man states, his concern evident. Another adds, if we delay things anymore, it'll be the end of Gorgon. The urgency in their voices is palpable. Despite their pleas, a smirking man in ornate gold and white robes dismisses their concerns. His confident expression suggests a disregard for the danger facing Gorgon. But we can't perform the ghoul slash if the doctor isn't here, someone protests. The robed man counters, are you planning on killing the Castellan? His question hangs heavy in the air. You know that we can't beat the Castellan even if all of us charge at him, the robed man states, his voice grim. Then what, he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. I'm going to perform the Agul seal, the robed man declares, his gaze resolute. A purplish energy erupts behind him, swirling and ominous. The Agul seal begins to take effect. No. That's the final option. He rejects the seemingly inevitable. It'll be too late if we wait anymore, he declares, urgency lacing his voice. We need to preserve the Castellan's spiritual energy, he adds, the decision made. The Castellan's spiritual energy must be sealed, he insists, the urgency of the situation clear. But we don't have a specter crystal to seal ghouls, the commander states, his expression grim. Commander, a subordinate replies. Everyone already knows, so there's no need to hide it, the commander declares, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He's here, the commander announces, his voice carrying a weight of both dread and grim determination. A shadowy figure emerges from the depths of a dark archway, its presence filling the scene with palpable tension. The commander's gaze follows the figure, his expression unreadable, a mixture of apprehension and steely resolve etched onto his weathered face. A dark, ornate chest is flung open, a surge of blue energy erupting from within. From the chest, a figure emerges, cloaked and powerful. Dark Shadow Captain, the text exclaims, revealing the identity of this ominous presence. I don't believe this. The words hang in the air, a testament to the shock of the unexpected revelation. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. For the Dark Shadow Captain, a member of the commander's faction, to be the traitor. The weight of the betrayal settles. The implications are devastating. And that's the box.
A mysterious, ornate container, its contents unknown, yet clearly significant.
That's holding the specter crystal that Mr. Jaehwan had.
The box's contents are revealed, a powerful, glowing crystal.
This involves the future of Gorgon, a voice states gravely. The weight of the words hangs heavy in the air. Why were you hiding and monopolizing such an important item? The elder's voice is sharp, his gaze unwavering. His question hangs in the air, demanding an answer. You should know better than anyone else what will happen if the Castellan does become a real ghoul.
The elder's words are a stark warning, his voice heavy with foreboding.
You weren't planning.
The elder's eyes burn with suspicion, his accusation hanging heavy in the air.
The elder's accusation hangs in the air, on turning the Castellan into a megaghoul, were you? His gaze remains intense, unwavering.
A monstrous claw, tipped with bone, looms large. The sheer size of the creature is terrifying. You've seen it with your own eyes, a voice narrates, emphasizing the sheer scale of the beast.
Just how much of a threat just a medium ghoul was to Gorgon. The monstrous creature fills the panel, its immense size and terrifying features highlighted.
Mega-ghouls, the narration explains, are a calamity that commands countless other ghouls, bringing ruin wherever they go. The narrator's words are underscored by a powerful fist clenched tight, ready for battle.
Do you really want to see that happen?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark warning against the looming threat of the mega-ghoul.
The Castellan's rampage continues, the doctor is absent. His current opinions, therefore, hold true. However, the Castellan's face is grim, his expression hardening. His rampage continues, unchecked. This isn't something that just anyone can do, just because they have a specter crystal.
The Castellan's words reveal the unique nature of his power. A ghoul seal is a secret technique of the Green Pyrrhus clan.
The Castellan's explanation reveals the unique and powerful nature of his ability. A sharp question cuts through the air. How do you plan on bringing one of their clan members here, right now?
The Castellan's words, sharp and urgent, underscore the immediate danger.
Worry not, the elder states, his gaze unwavering. His calm reassurance contrasts sharply with the Castellan's earlier anxieties. The elder's gaze remains fixed, unwavering.
His expression is one of quiet confidence, a stark contrast to the tension of the previous moments. I've already called people that have learned that secret technique, the elder states, his confidence unwavering. The elders summon reinforcements arrive, a flurry of cloaked figures bursting into the chamber. They move with unsettling speed. The cloaked figures attack with a flurry of blows. These people are not of the Green Pyrrhus clan, a voice observes. No, but they're at least capable, it adds, clarifying the situation.
Capable of performing the seal.
The voice concludes, its assessment of the individual's abilities clear. Things are extremely wrong, a voice states, the gravity of the situation palpable. A dark, ominous atmosphere hangs heavy in the air.
A cloaked figure holds a glowing blue cube, its power crackling with arcane energy. The ominous purple atmosphere intensifies. If the ghoul seal is performed like this.
A man in golden robes watches, concern etched on his face, as figures in dark cloaks perform a ritual in the ominous purple-lit chamber. The ritual's target collapses, his long, light hair obscuring his face as he slumps to the ground. The Castellan's spiritual energy will be put inside the specter crystal.
In the world of chaos, power isn't hereditary.
Therefore, if someone possesses a specter crystal infused with the Castellan's spiritual energy, a specter crystal, glowing with an ethereal blue light, is shown. Possessing it means inheriting the Castellan's spiritual energy and becoming the master of Gorgon. If Gorgon were to fall into the wrong hands, the Castellan's face is etched with worry, his eyes wide with apprehension. A hand, bandaged and worn, carefully lifts Gorgon from its chest.
The Castellan's fear is palpable.
A voice, laced with uncertainty, muses, there's someone who can hold the specter crystal without being a Green Pyrrhus, other than an irregular like Mr. Jaehwan.
The question hangs heavy in the air. His gaze lifts, a grim expression settling on his face.
People who can manipulate spiritual corruption have appeared. A bead of sweat trickles down his weathered cheek. His eyes, wide with a chilling apprehension, reflect the ominous purple energy swirling around him. His eyes widen further, a stark realization dawning. People who can manipulate spiritual corruption, he gasps, the words a testament to the terrifying power before him. The Castellan's corruption, from half a year ago to his current rampage, is revealed. Was it all part of the external commander's plans? The Castellan, his back to us, stands amidst crumbling stone, his dark energy crackling. Men! Stop the external commander! The Castellan shouts, his voice strained, his body tense as he gestures wildly. Dark energy crackles around him. His eyes widen, a single tear tracing a path down his weathered cheek. Desperation etched onto his face, he strains against the encroaching darkness. Two figures lie collapsed, their expressions grim. A third, looming above, watches them with cold intensity. He stands over them, a triumphant figure. His gaze is sharp, his expression one of cold satisfaction. The defeated men below look up at him with fear and defeat. He delivers a final, crushing blow. The defeated opponent collapses in a cloud of dust. No! A single word hangs in the air, a whisper of defiance against the dust settling on the defeated opponent. He lies defeated, his back against the cold, purple-tinged stone floor. The ornate iron grating beneath him seems to pulse with dark energy. They were. A chilling revelation hangs in the air. All in on it. The stakes are clear. A cloaked figure presents a glowing blue crystal. The older man beside him watches with a knowing smirk. There's nothing, the cloaked figure states, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. The older man's smirk widens. I can do. The cloaked figure's voice trails off, a hint of defiance in the unfinished sentence. But the figure's defiance falters. A glimpse of their face reveals a look of agonizing strain. I'm sorry, Castellan. The words hang heavy in the air, a whispered apology laced with defeat. They descend a stone staircase, ethereal blue light trailing behind them. Surrounding a glowing crystal, 5 cloaked figures channel energy, their hands outstretched. A brilliant blue light radiates outward, illuminating the ancient stone walls. Bound by glowing chains against the ancient stone, he is bathed in the blue light emanating from the crystal. The ritual continues. Because of my. The words hang in the air, unfinished, as the ritual's blue light intensifies. Complacency. The single word hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the ritual's fading blue light. His eyes half closed, a knowing smile plays on his lips. Complacency. The old man seems utterly at peace. I was unable to protect Gorgon. The old man's confession hangs heavy in the air, shattering his previous calm. Tears well up, silently tracing a path down his clenched fist. The weight of his failure is palpable. I'm truly sorry, sir. His apology hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his earlier resolve. Tears stream down his face, his shoulders shaking with silent grief. The weight of his apology is evident. The ground cracks open, a brilliant blue light erupting from the fissure as the earth shudders violently. Large chunks of stone and debris rain down, a chaotic aftermath of the earth-shattering energy blast. The blue light fades, leaving behind a scene of destruction. The dust settles. A figure in white robes kneels, head bowed, amidst the rubble of the shattered wall. 3 figures stand above him, observing. A wave of blue energy erupts, a powerful shockwave radiating outwards. The impact throws debris high into the air, a powerful shockwave still rippling outwards. The shockwave continues, debris still flying, as a fiery blast erupts from the damaged doorway. The dust settles, revealing a grand, imposing castle silhouetted against a twilight sky. Its towers pierce the night, a stark contrast to the recent fiery explosion. Before them rises the imposing royal palace, its silhouette stark against the twilight sky. A testament to power, it stands defiant, even after the recent chaos. A massive section of the royal palace crumbles, sending debris cascading down. What? A voice gasps, the shock palpable. Amidst the rubble, a voice whispers, in the world. The survivors look around, stunned by the scale of the destruction.
The dust settles, revealing the extent of the devastation. Two figures stand amidst the rubble, silhouetted against the pale light.
His eyes widen, a silent gasp escaping him as he stares upward. The aftermath of the battle is clear, he is defeated.
TCH.
He spits the sound out, defeated, as two figures loom over him. One, cloaked in dark, the other, an older man in white robes.
The battle is over. A heavy foot falls, dust swirling around it as the victor walks away. The battle is decisively concluded.
The victor departs, leaving behind only swirling dust and the quiet aftermath of battle.
Two figures stand amidst the fading blue light, a stark contrast in attire. One, clad in dark clothing, stands tall and imposing, his expression unreadable.
The other, in tattered red robes, clutches a large, dark weapon, his face etched with defeat.
Mr. Jae-hwan.
The defeated figure whispers, his voice barely audible above the wind. His gaze is fixed on the imposing figure before him, a mixture of fear and desperation in his eyes.
Jae-hwan's eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He's not defeated. Jae-hwan's resolve deepens.
He prepares for another attack. The title card appears, The World After. The title card appears, after the fall. The credits roll, revealing the creative team behind the story.
He stands before a vast chasm, a breathtaking icy expanse stretching into the distance.
The air shimmers with an ethereal, almost magical, glow.
Three figures stand before him, silhouetted against the ethereal glow. A tense standoff. Who the hell are you? How dare you come here? The confrontation intensifies, the figure's anger palpable.
His voice cracks with fury, a guttural roar echoing his disbelief.
How dare you? External commander, drop the act, a voice commands. The intensity in his gaze is unwavering. A powerful energy surge erupts.
The energy wave slams into his opponent, sending him sprawling.
He's left dazed and vulnerable. His opponent lies defeated, the impact of the energy wave evident.
Your blasphemy has already been revealed to the whole world, a voice declares, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. Those guys have already confessed to everything, a voice states, confirming the extent of the defeated opponent's implication. His eyes, blazing with barely contained fury, narrow.
The weight of the confessions hangs heavy in the air. I'm sorry.
He stammers, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and fear.
Sweat beads on his brow. A powerful blast erupts, a wave of energy radiating outwards.
The force of the blast sends him sprawling.
He crashes hard, the impact echoing across the snowy landscape.
He roars in defiance, a furious expression twisting his features as he lunges forward.
What are you doing, external commander?
The question hangs in the air, a sharp rebuke cutting through the ongoing conflict.
Now that their betrayal has been revealed, they seem to have committed suicide, a voice states. Should you really be blaming me for your inability to prevent a criminal's suicide? The words hang heavy in the aftermath. What?
The older man's expression is one of dismissive amusement, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He seems unconcerned by the previous accusations.
Nonsense.
He scoffs, dismissing the accusations with a wave of his hand. Pull yourselves together. This is blasphemy, he roars, his face contorted in fury. The command is sharp, his anger palpable. A grim warning hangs in the air, if the ghoul seal keeps progressing, it will go as the external commander has intended.
The words underscore the escalating danger. A powerful blow connects.
Dust and debris fly as the impact reverberates. He grits his teeth, a fierce expression etched on his face. The impact clearly stung, but he remains defiant. What are you doing? The extermination captain demands, his voice sharp. Below him, a subordinate bows low, replying, My apologies, extermination captain.
Don't defy the will of external commander Maihan. No, the Golden Sky Sect, the order rings out. You must stay put until the Castellan seal is completed.
His face contorted in fury, he ignores the order.
A defiant glare burns in his eyes. You traitors!
He snarls, his voice filled with barely contained rage.
His rage simmers, a dangerous quiet replacing the outburst. He stares ahead, his expression hardening. A deal is struck. In exchange for saving the Castellan, Gorgon will offer protection. Gorgon's face hardens. You made me a false promise, he accuses, his voice heavy with betrayal. Gorgon can't guarantee my safety, the speaker states, their voice laced with apprehension. A response follows, you mean? The implication hangs heavy in the air. Let's change the terms of our promise, the man states, his expression grim. A new deal is proposed, altering the original agreement. What? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the man's previous grim statement. His reaction to the new proposal is immediate and clear. The hooded figure and the older man stand firm, a stark contrast to the shattered remains of the recent battle. Their expressions are serious, resolute. I'm going to save the Castellan and kill these traitors for you, the hooded figure declares, his voice firm and resolute. The older man remains silent, his gaze unwavering. In return, give me that old man, the hooded figure demands, his eyes fixed on the fallen elder. The deal is made. And I'll bring back the Abyss expedition, he declares, a grim determination etched on his face. His declaration hangs in the air, squad. The weight of his words, and the mission ahead, is palpable. You can help me, by doing that, the older man pleads, his eyes wide with desperate hope. The intensity of his gaze is undeniable. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. The weight of the older man's plea is palpable. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 28 begins. The old man grits his teeth, his face a mask of barely controlled fury. Dust motes dance in the air around him. You are good at speaking nonsense, the old man scoffs, his anger barely contained. He remains impassive, a hint of grim determination in his gaze. I've already heard the rumors, he states, his voice low and steady. He confirms the rumors, his voice unwavering. A man killed Janaya, a ghoul, with a single strike. He initially dismissed it as a lie, but now believes it to be true. In that case, he thinks, a grim determination settling on his face. His eyes blaze with fierce determination. He will not yield. We'll need to go all out, as well. He resolves to unleash his full power. He clenches his fist, preparing to unleash his full power. The dark energy crackles around his hand. He unleashes his attack, a blur of motion. The hooded figure is swept aside by the force. He continues his assault, a whirlwind of motion. Multiple figures are sent flying, crashing against the icy walls. The final opponent falls, his body crashing against the icy wall. He sheathes his sword, the battle finally over. The victor stands over his fallen opponent, the icy air heavy with the silence of victory. His eyes blaze, a fierce golden light burning within. The victor's fury is palpable, a stark contrast to the recent silence. He unleashes a furious, blinding attack, a torrent of blue energy surging outwards. Blades of blue energy, sharp and swift, shoot from his hands. He cries out, Arg! The blue energy blades connect. He cries out, Ugh! The blue energy blades slice through him. The blue energy blades continue their assault, tearing through him. He's overwhelmed. The blue energy blades slice through him, leaving him defenseless. He's overwhelmed. Damn it! He grits out, his face contorted in frustration and pain as the energy blades continue their assault. He's sent flying, a blur of motion against the icy blue energy blasts. He impacts the ground hard, a shower of debris and ice shards erupting around him. They just keep relentlessly coming at me, he grits, his strained expression conveying the relentless pressure of the ongoing assault. He deflects another blow, a blur of motion leaving streaks across the panel. He moves in a blur, sending several opponents sprawling. The force of his attack leaves trails of energy in its wake. He stands amidst the fallen, a whirlwind of motion leaving trails of energy in his wake. The scene is a blur of speed and power. He lets out a weary sigh, his eyes narrowed, a hint of frustration in his expression. The battle is over, but the victory feels hollow. He moves in a blur, a powerful counterattack launching him forward. The impact is swift and decisive. A wave of blue energy explodes outward, shattering the stone floor. Normal, a voice declares, the impact echoing the force of the attack.
The blue energy slams into something, the impact a blur of motion.
The impact sends a shockwave outwards. BZ. ZT.
A powerful blow connects.
A wave of blue energy explodes outward, shattering the ground. This won't work. It's impossible to block.
He grits out, his face a mask of strained determination as the energy wave bears down. The energy wave hits him.
A blinding flash of blue light engulfs him.
He deflects the energy wave, a blur of motion as his sword flashes. He counters with a swift strike, a blur of motion leaving a trail of blue energy. The attack connects, a shockwave of blue energy shattering the stone around him. He reels from the blow, his body momentarily obscured by a cloud of dust and debris. The dust clears, revealing a furious old man. His eyes blaze with barely contained rage. He sends his opponent plummeting into a chasm. The ground cracks open, swallowing her whole.
He's alive, but barely.
Crouching, wounded, he gasps, "If I kept trying to block, I would have died."
An older man,
his face etched with worry, supports the wounded warrior.
"Oh my God!" he gasps, his voice filled with awe and alarm. "What an incredibly destructive power! Head Elder, what shall we do? Is continuing with the plan?"
A question hangs in the air, uncertainty clouding the decision. Assassins, cloaked and swift, descend upon the scene. They move with lethal precision, their blades glinting in the dim light.
The ghoul seal fails. If we can't get the ghoul seal going, then we have no choice but to switch to plan B.
A voice declares, the weight of the decision heavy in the air.
Plan B is initiated. Golden sparks erupt, a shimmering cascade of light. A desperate plan unfolds. "We must release the black cloud immediately," the text proclaims, a stark warning echoing. "Even if it will annihilate every life in Gorgon."
A grim determination sets in. His jaw tightens, a silent vow etched onto his face. The weight of the decision, the impending annihilation, is palpable.
He unleashes his power, a surge of energy erupting around him.
His eyes glow with an intense, golden light. A surge of power emanates from him.
The name, Maihan Keldegran, is revealed, spoken with power. Maihan Keldegran.
The external commander of Gorgon Castle, and head elder of the Golden Sky sect. "I don't know what you are trying to do, nor for what reason you are infecting the spirits," Maihan Keldegran states, his voice firm and accusatory. "But I know one thing," Maihan declares, his grip tightening on the dark, energy-wreathed weapon.
"I like people like you," Maihan says, his voice calm despite the violent energy swirling around him. Maihan unleashes a torrent of blue energy, his movements a blur. "It's coming."
The old man's face contorts in a grimace of exertion, sweat beading on his brow as he braces for impact.
"No matter what it is, get rid of it."
The command echoes, a desperate plea cutting through the blur of motion. They flee, a desperate, blurred rush of movement.
The command to eliminate the threat echoes in their wake.
He runs, a blur of motion, past a chasm. "I'm really grateful," he mutters, his voice barely audible above the wind.
"Because people like you exist," a voice booms, echoing the harsh landscape. The words hang heavy in the air. A blinding flash erupts.
Multiple figures are sent flying, overwhelmed by a single, powerful strike. He stands, weapon aloft, a powerful aura surrounding him. The others lie defeated, scattered around him in the dust.
He stands victorious, a smirk playing on his lips.
His golden eyes gleam with barely contained power. "I don't have to feel guilty for eradicating this world," he declares, his smirk widening.
The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. A wave of energy washes over the scene, a blinding flash of light. The energy intensifies, swirling into a blinding vortex.
He raises a glowing, demonic-looking weapon high above his head, the swirling energy around him intensifying.
A blinding flash of light erupts.
The air crackles with raw power. A blinding wave of energy surges forth, a radiant column of light splitting the air. The radiant column intensifies, swirling energy creating a vortex that engulfs the nearby buildings. The vortex of energy consumes the city, buildings vanishing within its swirling heart. From the vortex, a beam of light erupts, piercing the swirling darkness. A blinding light erupts from the vortex.
You have to snap out of it, internal commander, a voice shouts.
The internal commander lies defeated, his eyes wide with shock and fear.
An overwhelming hope fills the air. Victory is near. Urine, the people here need hope.
The words hang in the air, a plea for strength and a reminder of the stakes. Urine unleashes a powerful blast of energy, the force shattering the ground around him.
The energy blast intensifies, Urine's resolve hardening.
One that won't lose to anything, he declares, the power surging around him. Urine's attack connects, a powerful blast shattering the ground around his opponent.
Debris flies as the force of the blow reverberates. An overwhelming hope fills the scene.
An old man, eyes closed, smiles serenely, bathed in golden light. The old man's peaceful slumber continues, his serene expression unchanged.
A gentle light surrounds him. A celestial glow intensifies. The text reads, to feel the overwhelming hope that Castellan spoke of.
High above, a lone figure stands silhouetted against a celestial glow.
From a man that speaks of this world's overwhelming hope. He speaks of this world's destruction. A chilling prophecy hangs in the air. A desolate, icy landscape stretches before us.
The chilling prophecy's weight settles heavily. The ground cracks beneath their feet, a chilling testament to the power unleashed.
A desolate, icy wasteland surrounds them.
The old man lies broken, his body shattered amidst the icy ruins. Nearby, a cloaked figure lies still. The old man, defeated, looks up, a chilling laugh escaping his lips.
What a monstrous guy!
He gasps, his final words a testament to his opponent's overwhelming power.
Silence.
The victor stands alone, the aftermath of the battle starkly presented.
But it's too late. Gorgon is already.
The ominous words hang in the air, a chilling conclusion to the battle.
The Castellan is defeated.
His body lies still, the chilling revelation hanging heavy in the air. He stands victorious, the Castellan's defeat complete. A powerful, dark sword rests in his grip, the aftermath of the battle swirling around him in a torrent of blue energy. The Castellan shatters, his body dissolving into fragments of ice as the blue energy dissipates.
Sir!
A worried voice cries out.
The Castellan's defeat leaves one man standing, his expression grim. Is the old man still asleep?
He asks, a grim determination etched on his face. The victor surveys the scene, his gaze searching.
Yes. No matter how much we shake him, he won't wake up. He tries to rouse the old man, his grip firm.
A powerful blow sends the old man flying, shattering the stone beneath him. The old man's body slams into the ground, a cloud of dust and shattered stone erupting around him.
His attacker stands, a grim expression on his face. WHWH, what are you doing?
The old man's voice cracks with disbelief and alarm as he watches his attacker.
Arg! My hip!
The old man cries out in pain, his face contorted.
Ooh, this familiar feeling.
He adds, a hint of dawning recognition in his voice. You should have woken up on your own, a young man states, his words sharp and dismissive as he looks down at the older man sprawled on the ground. The older man's face, partially obscured by his long, white hair, is etched with pain. His labored breathing is almost visible. His hands, gnarled and aged, lie still on the cold, cracked floor.
The life has drained from them.
The lifeless hands lie still, their grip finally loosened.
Death's cold embrace is complete.
A stark warning appears, warning. The target's spiritual corruption rate has exceeded 99.9%. The implication of complete spiritual takeover is chilling.
Gulfication is imminent.
The warning is stark, the threat undeniable. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The stark lettering emphasizes the gravity of the situation. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Credits for art, storyboarding, and novel are listed below.
Chapter 29 begins.
A stark warning blazes across the screen: the target's spiritual corruption has exceeded 99.9%.
Groaning, the man in red asks, "What's happening?"
His confusion is palpable as he looks around at his companions, a scene of ominous red light and crumbling ruins.
A system message appears: "System is measuring the targets."
The sentence cuts off, leaving the man in red and his companions in suspense.
The system completes its assessment, measuring the target's danger level. The group waits, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Lord Castellan. A voice gasps. The system continues its assessment, measuring in progress. Castellan, bound in chains, lies prostrate on the ground. The system's assessment concludes. Complete. The assessment is complete.
The system's final verdict: impossible to measure.
The system's verdict is in Mega Ghoul.
A frown creases the old man's face.
Gorgon's automatic alarm system activates. Multiple warning signs flash red.
Panic grips the fleeing civilians as they stumble through the Gorgon facility, the alarms blare echoing their terror. A shadowy figure looms, its legs a blur of motion. Everyone must be evacuated, no exceptions. "We need to avoid additional incidents," a commanding officer shouts, saluting sharply as he oversees the chaotic evacuation of the Gorgon facility. Below him, civilians scramble to obey. Amidst the chaos of the evacuation, a commanding officer shields his eyes, his face etched with disbelief.
"What the hell?" he mutters, the words reflecting the escalating emergency.
A red energy blast erupts, engulfing the scene in a fiery chaos.
What is happening in the castle?
The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the fiery chaos still raging within.
The castle is under siege.
A fiery red wave crashes over the buildings, engulfing the city in chaos. Amidst the chaos, an order cuts through the flames.
"Extermination Captain, you and the internal command need to evacuate." The captain responds, "Yes, sir." He begins his retreat. "Brat!
Just help me from the sidelines," the extermination captain commands, his gaze fixed on the ongoing battle.
He needs support, but not direct involvement.
"Your stab is still too sharp to save people," the captain observes, his expression stern as he watches the battle unfold. His words are a critique, not a reprimand.
"When did you change your sword?"
the captain asks, his gaze sharp and observant. The question hangs in the air, implying a significant shift in the fighter's capabilities.
"You broke the other one,"
the captain exclaims, the words a blunt explanation for the fighter's new sword.
"Enough with the idle chit-chat."
The fighter declares, his new sword a blur of motion. He moves in a blur, his sword a flash of steel. A powerful strike connects.
The attack lands. A crack spreads across the ground. He's thrown back, the impact jarring.
Chained and helpless, he slides along the ground. He slides, a blur of motion, the chains dragging. He impacts the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. He cries out, "Ha!" a guttural sound of exertion and impact as he hits the ground. The dust settles, revealing a sprawling cityscape bathed in the golden light of sunset.
Imposing towers and grand architecture stretch towards the sky, a breathtaking panorama. He kicks out, a blur of motion. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. "Lord Castellan, you should stop drinking."
The words hang in the air, a clear concern voiced amidst the aftermath of the recent clash.
"Why stop drinking? It's just water." Lord Castellan insists, a jovial expression on his face as he raises his tankard. Another figure nearby comments, "Lord Castellan looks cool, even when he's drinking." Lord Castellan chuckles, a hearty ha ha ha. "You are flattering me too much," escaping his lips. His amusement is evident.
A thought bubble appears, revealing a crucial piece of information: Ghoul/awakens forgotten memories, like this one.
A smaller note adds, "You've also tried it during the incident with Mino, right? Once it's full of memories."
The implication hangs heavy, the technique's potential is vast, and its consequences, unknown.
The most urgent problem will be dealt with.
A decisive statement, delivered with a steely gaze. A weary sigh escapes the older man. The weight of his decision is palpable. He flinches, the weight of his decision settling heavily. He lifts a fallen foe, a crimson tide swirling around them both. The weight of countless lives lost stains the scene. A figure lies amidst the carnage, barely visible. Castellan, a voice whispers, a question hanging heavy in the bloody air. Turn. The word hangs in the air, a command as the silhouette rises, a dark figure amidst the crimson chaos. The crimson fades to white, a stark contrast. Silence. Two crimson eyes open, burning fiercely in the darkness. A terrifying presence is revealed. A close-up on a pair of eyes, wide with dawning horror. That's not the Castellan. A voice whispers, revealing a terrifying truth. The Castellan's face is revealed, horribly scarred, his eyes burning with a crimson fury. His very presence radiates a terrifying power. He slams his foot down, the ground trembling beneath the impact. The impact sends tremors through the ground, dust and debris flying. The old man stumbles back, gasping, something went wrong. His younger opponent, looking surprised, questions. Old man? The younger fighter's eyes widen. He stares, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. That's something other. He murmurs, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Then the Castellan. He gasps, the revelation dawning on him. A powerful blow shatters the stone, the force of the impact echoing the shock of the revelation. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, dust and debris flying. He reels from the blow, his body shuddering. The force of the impact is clearly visible. He grits his teeth, a look of fierce determination hardening his features. The impact clearly stunned him, but he's not down yet. He's sent flying backward, a look of pure terror etched on his face. The impact leaves him reeling. He hits the ground hard, the impact a jarring end to his desperate flight. Dust clouds obscure the scene. The dust clears, revealing a glowing red orb at the impact site. A red glow emanates from the dust cloud, intensifying. The impact's aftermath reveals a pulsing, crimson orb. The crimson orb pulses, a terrifying power emanating from its core. A figure, partially obscured, is thrown back, blood trailing behind them. A crimson wave of energy erupts, a blinding flash. The crimson energy settles, revealing a figure of terrifying power. His eyes glow with malevolent intensity, his form ravaged but somehow strengthened by the blast. He falls, the crimson energy fading to reveal the extent of his injuries. His legs are shattered, trailing red trails of blood and energy. That's not the Castellan. A voice gasps, revealing a shocking truth. His eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping his lips. That's, he stammers, fear evident in his trembling form. The word flinch appears above him, emphasizing his reaction. A pair of boots, scuffed and worn, appear at the bottom of the panel. They stand on a dusty, gray ground. A foot, bare and lifeless, hangs suspended above the dusty ground. It's a disturbing image, hinting at a recent, violent struggle. A foot, seemingly detached, falls to the earth with a resounding thud. The impact sends a shockwave outward, dust and debris flying. He reels from the impact, a look of pained disbelief etched on his face. The force of the blow is clearly immense. He crumples, the impact echoing with a resounding thump. His eyes widen in shock. He lies still, defeated. The only sound is the heavy silence that follows the impact. A dark energy surges from the defeated body. How surprising! That I would arrive through this body. A voice echoes, a chilling revelation. From the defeated body, a monstrous, shadowy figure emerges, its crimson eyes burning. It is a being of immense power, its presence filling the panel. The monstrous figure rises, its crimson eyes burning with power. A dark, shadowy aura emanates from it, swirling around its form. This man, too, succumbed to the ghoul's curse. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through, I can see a familiar face. The old man's eyes widen in shock, his face contorted in a grimace of disbelief. He recoils, a look of utter surprise etched on his features.
A monstrous maw opens before him, rows of jagged teeth glinting menacingly.
The old man's eyes widen further, reflecting the horrifying sight.
O incomplete awakener, why do you still remain in chaos? The monstrous figure's voice booms, his crimson eye burning with intensity. 900 years ago, didn't you obtain what you wanted in the abyss? The monstrous figure's voice echoes, a chilling accusation hanging in the air.
The monstrous figure reveals a crucial detail: the owner of the Palace of Ghouls, located at the center of chaos, and the only being capable of opening the gate to the abyss. Terror grips him. His eyes widen, reflecting the horrifying truth of the monstrous figure's words.
Sweat beads on his brow.
The monstrous figure's words hang in the air: the Soul King, catastrophe. His chilling prophecy echoes the protagonist's growing dread. Even with his suspicions, he can't identify the ominous presence. A sense of unease deepens. The ominous presence reveals itself: a monstrous hand, clawed and decaying, reaches out. Its red, glowing eye is filled with malice.
It's close to being a ghoul, but it isn't one. What the hell is that?
The question hangs in the air, a reflection of the narrator's bafflement at the monstrous, partially obscured figure.
A monstrous hand bursts into view, red energy crackling around it. Why did you not leave chaos? A voice demands.
A wave of crimson energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The crimson energy explodes outward, a devastating wave of power. The crimson energy dissipates, leaving behind only silence. He grunts, "Coo," a pained sound as he stumbles, the crimson energy's aftereffects still impacting him. He collapses, a pained expression etched on his face. The words, "It couldn't have been to save this worthless world," right, echo the character's bitter doubt.
With a single wave of his hand, the fallen warrior is instantly vanquished. He erased the world I've built.
The old man's face contorts in fury, his eyes wide with disbelief and rage. He plummets into the crimson abyss, the ground far below.
A dark, swirling chaos consumes him. He impacts the abyssal floor. A crimson shockwave erupts.
A monstrous figure rises, eyes blazing crimson.
Its skeletal grin is terrifying. You are.
The monstrous figure's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling prelude to something far worse.
An interesting human, the monster observes, its gaze lingering on the protagonist.
A hint of something akin to curiosity flickers in its expression.
Even though you have completely awakened, you still have a human heart, the monster declares, its words echoing in the silence. The monster explains, the Soul King must have possessed Castellan's body using ghoul dissension, but then what we see now is merely a shade of the Soul King.
The monster's words hang heavy in the air, a grim revelation etched on his face. Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the gravity of the situation.
The monster's words echo, a chilling confirmation.
He is but a shadow of the true Soul King.
For the presence.
The words hang heavy in the air, a stark declaration of purpose. Crimson energy surges, a chaotic maelstrom of power.
The title, of a mere shade, appears, hinting at the overwhelming force.
A colossal, crimson maw descends, teeth like jagged shards of shadow. The figure clings precariously to a fragment of the shattered landscape, dwarfed by the overwhelming power.
To be so overwhelming.
The figure's internal monologue reflects the sheer scale of the threat. His eyes widen, fear etched onto his face.
Old man, he whispers, a tremor in his voice. Did you fail?
The old man's voice is sharp, his eyes wide with a mixture of anger and disappointment.
His question hangs heavy in the air.
Right now, he growls, a fierce determination hardening his features.
The student's resolve is clear.
His eyes blaze with golden fire, a surge of dark energy erupting from his hand.
He's ready. He unleashes a wave of dark energy, a surge of power emanating from his fist.
I'm going to kill it, he declares, his resolve hardening. The dark energy surges around him, ready to strike.
Kill me? The creature's chilling question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the protagonist's fierce determination. Its grin is unsettling, a predatory display. Are you speaking of? The creature's question hangs heavy, its chilling tone a stark contrast to its unsettling grin. The suspense is palpable. Killing the Great Soul King?
The creature's question hangs in the air, a chilling query that underscores the gravity of the situation. A guttural roar erupts, a terrifying sound that fills the panel. The creature's rage is palpable, its gaping maw a horrifying display of primal fury. Its crimson eyes blaze, a terrifying grin splitting its face. The creature's rage is unrestrained, a horrifying spectacle of untamed power. "You are funny," it sneers, the words dripping with dark amusement. Its crimson eyes burn with barely contained fury. "Brat! You can't. That's not something that can be killed or stopped." The creature's sneering voice rings out, its confidence unwavering. Staggering back, the elder collapses. Blood stains the crimson ground. Even Mulak couldn't harm the Soul King. "That's just a shadow, but..." "Don't be scared," a voice reassures. He grits his teeth, eyes narrowed in determination despite the visible injuries. A faint blue energy flickers around his hands. He clenches his fists, a surge of blue energy illuminating his determined face. "I can win," he vows, his voice a low growl. "Brat, how are you?" The old man's voice is strained, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sweat beads on his brow. The old man marvels, able to stay so calm in front of such an absurdly powerful being. His awe underscores the young man's unexpected composure. A burst of dark laughter echoes. The young man's calm demeanor is challenged. A chilling laugh escapes him, his crimson eye blazing. The young man's composure falters. A wave of crimson energy erupts, engulfing him. A maniacal laugh echoes as the crimson energy dissipates. He stands, a grotesque figure amidst the dissipating crimson energy. His neck is elongated, his features warped. A chilling, maniacal grin stretches across his face. He recoils, the crimson energy leaving a trail of blood as he stumbles backward. His eyes blaze with fury, a stark contrast to the crimson energy dissipating around him. He's wounded, but far from defeated. He unleashes a final, furious burst of energy, a crimson wave engulfing him. The crimson wave explodes outward, a shockwave of raw power. "Come at me as much as you wish," a voice challenges, echoing with unwavering confidence. The crimson wave from the previous attack fades, leaving only the defiant words hanging in the air. A crimson-tinged fist slams down, a brutal counterattack. The force is immense, a whirlwind of red energy. The crimson energy explodes outward, a devastating blow. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the crimson explosion. He glares, a grim expression etched onto his face. "Foolish awakener," the text above him declares. A crimson energy explodes outward, the text proclaiming, "with a human." The crimson energy coalesces, revealing a monstrous figure. His eyes glow red, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "With a human heart," the text declares. Crimson energy surges, a monstrous form taking shape. The creature's legs solidify, powerful and dark. "O foolish awakener," a voice booms, filled with scorn. The man's eyes narrow, his expression hardening with a fierce intensity. A crimson wave erupts, a violent clash of power. He stands, a terrifying figure amidst the crimson chaos. His eyes glow, a malevolent grin twisting his lips. "With a human heart," the text proclaims, emphasizing his monstrous transformation. Crimson energy surges, fracturing the ground. The transformation is complete. The crimson energy fades, leaving behind a dark, ominous silence. The title card appears, "The End." The title card appears, "The World After the Fall." Chapter 30 begins. The Void Sword. A dark, ominous weapon is revealed, its power palpable. "It's a terrifying weapon," the narration explains, instantly transforming half the expedition squad into ghouls at the abyss's entrance. Terror grips him. His eyes widen, reflecting the horrifying power of the weapon. Sweat beads on his brow. "I got to see that weapon once again," he mutters, a chilling reminder of the terror he faced. He lunges forward, a crimson vortex of energy erupting behind him. The ground cracks under the force. A crimson wave explodes outward, a shockwave of raw power. The crimson wave engulfs him. He's thrown back, the impact a blur of motion. He's sent flying, a crimson shockwave trailing behind him. "I've seen that expression before," a voice narrates, as the close-up reveals a fierce, determined look on the fighter's face, his eyes blazing with a dangerous light. "You are heading to the abyss," a voice booms, the words echoing the fighter's dawning horror. "What, the abyss?" he gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I already knew that Brat was strange," a voice observes, the words adding a layer of ominous foreboding to the fighter's perilous journey. "But I never imagined he had such intentions." The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the blur of motion as the figure attacks with deadly grace. His movements are a whirlwind of blades. A chilling declaration cuts through the action: there are still people who want to reach the end of this world. The antagonist's face, contorted in grim determination, underscores the threat. However, it's not enough, the antagonist declares, his voice echoing the inadequacy of the current situation. A dark, ominous cloud of energy swirls behind the words, underscoring the threat. He grits his teeth, eyes blazing with furious determination. A desperate counterattack begins. You are even weaker than that nightmare 900 years ago." The opponent's words cut through the air, a harsh judgment delivered amidst the clash. He's thrown back, the impact sending a shockwave across the crimson-stained ground. His opponent looms, a terrifying figure of malice and power. A powerful impact resonates, the force of the blow echoing in the red-stained arena. He's sent flying, a blur of motion against the crimson backdrop. The attack connects with brutal force. The impact sends him sprawling. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. A blinding purple energy erupts, the monstrous figure unleashing a devastating attack. The monstrous figure's attack continues, a blur of purple energy. He barely evades the monstrous attack, a wave of purple energy washing over him. Dust and debris swirl in the aftermath. He breathes heavily, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. "Nice. I got one of his arms," he mutters, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Next is," he says, a dark, swirling energy erupting behind him. A monstrous figure descends, a whirlwind of crimson energy and shadowed menace. Its eyes glow with malevolent intensity. It strikes with terrifying speed, a crimson blur leaving a trail of destruction. He meets the attack head-on, eyes blazing with defiance. The impact of their clash sends a shockwave outward. He grunts, "Coo," a pained sound as the force of the blow reverberates through him. The ape-like figure unleashes a brutal counterattack, a blur of motion as he strikes. His opponent is sent flying, a crimson streak against the dark background. A powerful blow sends him flying. The impact echoes. He counters with a powerful punch, a blur of motion. The counterattack connects. A purple energy surge erupts. The purple energy explodes outward, a fierce counterattack. The purple energy surges, pushing back with immense force. The creature's crimson eyes glow, its power surging. A wave of dark energy erupts. The creature unleashes a wave of crimson energy, a violent surge of power. The crimson energy slams into the creature, sending it flying backward. It's thrown violently, a brutal impact. The impact sends debris flying. A shockwave of crimson energy explodes outward. The dust settles, revealing a massive crater where the figure once stood. Only shattered remnants remain. A figure stands amidst the crimson dust, a chilling declaration hanging in the air: corruption is a disease of time. He clutches a dark weapon, his expression grim. His eyes blaze with furious intensity, a guttural roar escaping his lips. The corruption spreads, further twisting his form. A single grace to the void sword would take hundreds of years to heal, it's stated. The implication hangs heavy: this battle is far from over. Thousands of years pass. A colossal, ancient tree, its bark scarred and gnarled, fills the panel. Crimson light pulses from within its deep fissures. The ancient tree's crimson glow intensifies. A horrifying face emerges from the darkness within, its eyes burning with malevolent light. The soul can't withstand that time, aging and becoming corrupted, a voice, ancient and chilling, proclaims.
As such, you will become a ghoul. The chilling decree hangs in the air, a dark promise fulfilled. His transformation begins. The young man's face contorts, skin tearing, and flesh shifting, a horrifying metamorphosis. The transformation continues. Something like this. He mutters, his voice strained as his body contorts further. The transformation completes. His body is engulfed in a violent red energy, a terrifying power erupting from within. The red energy explodes outward, a wave of terrifying power consuming everything. He unleashes a crimson wave of energy, a furious torrent engulfing the area. His eyes glow with an intense, almost demonic light. I just need to tear it off, he growls, his clawed hand reaching for the target. The crimson energy still crackles around him. You cut off a part of your aged soul with a sane mind. The words hang in the air, a chilling revelation. What an outstanding willpower. The words appear, a testament to the character's resilience. However, that's it. The monstrous figure's single, burning red-eye glares, a finality in its expression. The monster collapses, its final, defiant glare fading into darkness. A single, viscous drop of blood trails down its cheek. The monster's body disintegrates, leaving only a crimson dust cloud. A crimson wave erupts from the dissipating dust, obscuring the aftermath. The crimson wave clears, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow, its form barely visible amidst the lingering dust. The dust settles, revealing a stark white expanse. Alone, crimson slash marks the scene. His eyes blaze, a chilling shiver running down his spine. The aftermath of the attack is clear. A monstrous grin splits the creature's face as it unleashes a devastating blow. Crimson energy erupts. The creature's crimson energy surges, a monstrous hand reaching out, its grip promising destruction. The crimson energy explodes. A blinding crimson explosion engulfs the area. From the crimson explosion, a figure emerges, silhouetted against the fading light. They stand, arms raised, a powerful aura radiating outwards. AAK. The figure's foot comes down hard, crushing their opponent. Now that I look at it, is that sword in your sheath the replica from the Tower of Nightmares? The question hangs in the air, a new element of mystery introduced. He unleashes a flurry of blows, a whirlwind of purple energy erupting from his blade. The opponent is caught in the attack, the scene a blur of motion and crimson light. It is excellent for a toy created by a nightmare. He cries out, a fierce expression on his face as purple energy surges around him. He grunts, "Coo." A wave of purple energy explodes outward, a fierce counterattack. "Be brat." The old man roars, his face contorted in fury as he's clearly overwhelmed by the counterattack. "I know." The younger fighter declares, his counterattack clearly successful. The old man is reeling. The younger fighter delivers a final, powerful blow. His opponent is clearly defeated. The final blow connects. A crimson burst erupts, and the defeated fighter collapses. The final blow sends him sprawling. A cloud of dust and debris explodes outwards. He grits his teeth, eyes blazing with defiance. The dust settles, revealing his furious expression. He's sent flying, a crimson blur against the fiery backdrop. The impact echoes. He impacts the ground with a deafening crash. A cloud of dust and debris erupts. He coughs, a pained kook, escaping his lips as he tumbles through the air. "If you keep..." A monstrous face looms, its red eye burning, a chilling threat hanging in the air. "If you keep resisting like that, your soul won't last." The monstrous voice issues a chilling warning. His eyes blaze with defiance, a fierce refusal burning within. The warning falls on deaf ears. He is right. I can't win like this. A grim realization dawns. The fighter acknowledges his disadvantage, setting the stage for a change in tactics. I can't see his weak spot, no matter how many times I use suspicion, he thinks, frustration evident in his grim expression. The fighter's internal monologue reveals the difficulty he faces. He continues, his internal monologue revealing a new obstacle, and the strange particles make this place too confusing to focus.
The swirling, luminous particles obscure his vision. My unique world is called the White Engraved World. It is a world created by his ideal, to remember everyone who has disappeared. The panel shows three figures, small and distant, within this white engraved world. Each person, it seems, has a unique world of their own. The shape of each person's world is determined by the keyword they obtained upon awakening, much like an emotion or a desire. We see a group of people, their individual realities subtly different and reflected in their surroundings. The more powerful the awakener, the more beings they can draw into their unique world. A skeletal figure, radiating dark energy, stands at the center of this newly created reality. If that's the case, a figure clenches their fists, dark energy crackling around them. The skeletal figure in the center of the world watches. Their blades clash in a blinding flash of red energy. The force of the impact sends tremors through the very air. He counters with a powerful riposte, his blade a blur of motion. Red energy explodes outward from the point of impact. The impact sends a shockwave of red energy rippling outward. His eyes glow with fierce determination. He grits his teeth, a fierce expression etched on his face. The impact clearly stung, but he remains defiant. He slams his foot down, the ground erupting in a fiery oblivion. He's sent flying, a crimson projectile streaking past him as he tumbles through the fiery oblivion. He impacts the fiery chasm, the force of the blow echoing in a deafening roar. A plume of fire erupts where he landed. He hits the ground hard, a pained hell, escaping his lips as the fiery chasm claims him. It truly is hell, he groans, his face a mask of pained disbelief as he lies amidst the fiery landscape. His eyes widen, reflecting the fiery hellscape. Has he been living in a world like this? A question of disbelief and horror. Only hatred and anger against the world exist. The words hang heavy in the fiery, desolate landscape. Ah! A crimson eye, swirling with dark energy, looms overhead. Is that your ideal? The voice challenges, echoing across the fiery wasteland. It's really interesting. The crimson eye watches, a hint of amusement in its gaze, as the attack unfolds below. A monstrous maw, filled with sharp teeth, snaps shut. The crimson eye above watches, still amused. A blur of motion. The beast's attack is deflected, a crimson streak flashing across the panel as it's met with fierce resistance. The attack connects. A shockwave erupts, a red blur of motion and impact. The aftershock of the attack ripples outward, a fiery ring expanding across the panel. At last, I can't see the annoyances anymore. He clenches his fist, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. The dust settles around him, revealing the aftermath of his attack. The attack connects, a blur of motion ending with a powerful impact. Debris flies as the opponent is struck. A red blur of motion fills the panel, suggesting a powerful, fast attack. He moves in a blur, dark tendrils lashing out. The impact shatters the stone, sending debris flying. A powerful blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. He grits his teeth, eyes blazing with fury. The impact of the blow is clear in his strained expression. His opponent looms, a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. The sheer size and ferocity are terrifying. You keep challenging me endlessly like a fool, ignorant of how to finish me off, the monstrous opponent sneers. His words carry a chilling confidence. A blur of motion. The monstrous opponent's clawed hand lashes out with terrifying speed. A red blur. The attack connects. The attack sends him sprawling. Dust and debris cloud the scene. He's sent flying, a blur of motion against the red-tinged dust cloud. He coughs, a harsh sound against the red-tinged dust. His face is contorted in pain. The ground explodes outward in a crimson wave, a violent tremor shaking the very air. Debris flies as a shockwave rips through the earth. The ground explodes as he slams into it, a massive shockwave radiating outward. He stumbles, a look of utter frustration on his face. Damn it, he groans, the impact clearly taking its toll. He collapses, a crimson spray painting the scene. The impact echoes the frustration he felt moments before. A crimson explosion engulfs him.
Debris rains down. He's thrown back, a fiery explosion engulfing him completely. Splash! He impacts the water, the explosion's fiery aftermath fading.
You, who won't give up hatred, a voice booms. He struggles, partially submerged, the water stained crimson.
A dark, swirling vortex consumes him. We were an army.
The words echo, fading into the abyss.
We were an interesting existence that I haven't seen in a while.
A voice, ancient and powerful, observes the remnants of the army's absorption into the vortex. A shadowy figure is consumed by the vortex, its form dissolving into darkness. A towering figure stands over a fallen foe, a massive, jagged sword held aloft. The crimson landscape reflects the intensity of the moment.
The battle concludes.
A crimson landscape stretches out, scarred and desolate.
It was fun.
What a shame, a voice observes, the words echoing over the ravaged landscape.
Dust settles on the ravaged battlefield. The aftermath speaks volumes. He lies defeated, blood staining his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. The battle is over.
His eyes blaze, a fierce light burning within.
Sweat stings his face, but defeat is far from his mind. A blur of motion.
A dark shape streaks across the panel, leaving a trail of red in its wake.
A blinding flash of cyan energy erupts from the creature's chest, the impact sending shockwaves across the panel.
The cyan energy cleaves through the creature, its body shattering into fragments amidst a red and white explosion.
The cyan energy wave obliterates the creature, leaving only scattered fragments in its wake.
A shockwave erupts from the point of impact.
The impact sends a shockwave of red energy outward, obscuring the figure in a blur of motion. It was fun.
A breathless voice trails off, the aftermath of a fierce battle hanging in the air.
But I'm just getting started, he declares, sweat dripping from his brow, a fierce glint in his eyes. The fight is far from over. He grips his weapon tighter, a fierce determination etched on his sweat-streaked face. The fight continues.
A blinding flash of light erupts as the combatants clash.
The dust settles after the blinding flash, revealing the title card, The World After the Fall. Chapter 31 begins. How laughable.
The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the intensity of the preceding events.
A crimson explosion engulfs the scene. The force of the impact is immense.
You can't even give me a single injury, a voice boasts, echoing over the still settling dust from the recent explosion.
A powerful counterattack explodes. Dark energy surges, a whirlwind of force. The counterattack connects. A shockwave of dark energy explodes outward.
The impact throws him back, a wave of crimson energy engulfing him. He grunts, ugh, bracing himself as the crimson energy surges.
His sword glows, deflecting the attack.
The crimson energy dissipates, leaving only a faint glow.
He stands, ready. Crimson cracks spider web across his form. He's consumed by darkness.
He grits his teeth, a frustrated, damn it, escaping his lips.
Cyan energy crackles around his clenched fists.
A shadowy figure emerges, its form vaguely humanoid but unsettlingly distorted.
What's this now?
He mutters, his voice laced with apprehension.
The creature lunges, its horrifying visage filling the panel. Glowing red eyes pierce the darkness. His eyes blaze, a furious expression contorting his face.
He counters the attack with raw power.
He deflects the blow, sending a shockwave of crimson energy that shatters the ground.
Debris flies as he continues his relentless assault. A crimson energy ring, the aftershock of his deflected blow, spins through the air. He counters with a furious blow, a crimson wave of energy erupting from his fist. The crimson wave connects, a monstrous roar echoing as the creature is sent reeling. It reels, a blur of motion as the creature is flung back by the force of the attack. He counters with a swift, powerful strike, sending the creature crashing down. A crimson energy blast erupts, obliterating the creature. The crimson energy explodes outwards, shattering the creature into fragments.
He stumbles, wounded, a pained coo, escaping his lips.
Crimson dust still coats his body.
He collapses. A blur of motion. He's down.
He's sent flying, a red blur against the crimson dust cloud. He impacts the ground, a red shockwave radiating outwards.
Dust and debris erupt. He's thrown back, a crimson shockwave engulfing him as he impacts the ground.
The monstrous figure looms, its red eye burning.
A blinding flash of light erupts, obscuring the impact.
He bursts forth, a glowing blue blade slicing through the air. His eyes burn with fierce determination.
The attack connects.
He's sent flying, a blur of motion against the red-tinged backdrop. The impact explodes in a flash of light and crimson energy.
He's thrown back, hard. A crimson wave erupts, a brutal counterattack. He's sent flying.
A voice, ancient and echoing, narrates, over the past hundreds of thousands of years, I've occasionally been witness to existences that have established the world. They've all climbed towards the top of this tree, each with a different question of their own. The narrator's voice fades as we see a figure, silhouetted against a crimson backdrop, wielding a glowing weapon against a monstrous, red-eyed creature. A crimson eye, filled with malevolent energy, glows intensely. The creature's power is palpable.
What kind of answer are you looking for there, embracing such a world?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge echoing the creature's malevolent power.
Just what is your question?
The creature's response is a curt challenge, its power palpable even in the simple words. A crimson blur streaks across the panel, a fierce energy leaving a trail of red in its wake. He moves in a blur, his teal blade aflash against the crimson backdrop. The force of his attack is palpable. A crimson flash explodes across the panel, the impact of the blow echoing the previous attack's ferocity.
The attack connects, a red blur of motion leaving fragments of shattered stone in its wake. A powerful impact reverberates. Stone fragments fly, a red blur marking the attack's devastating force. The attack connects, a whirlwind of red and black energy engulfing the area. Dust and debris erupt. The dust settles, revealing a monstrous form.
Its crimson eyes glare, and it speaks, "Ah, I see."
He raises his weapon, a brilliant blue energy crackling along its length.
This world itself. The text proclaims, the implication heavy with power. His face contorted in fury, blood streaming down his battered features. Is your question, he snarls, the words a guttural challenge.
Then what is this world to you?
The question hangs in the air, a stark counterpoint to the brutal fight.
Annihilation?
A blinding flash erupts as the two clash, a wave of destructive energy surging outwards.
The question hangs in the air, annihilation or eradication?
The clash's aftermath is a maelstrom of red energy.
Ah, that's it.
A final, pained breath escapes as a crimson eye opens, glowing intensely amidst the fading red energy.
Apocalypse.
The word hangs heavy in the crimson-drenched air, a broken sword lying amidst a desolate battlefield.
This is the end.
That's the only suitable name for this world.
Apocalypse. What an arrogant world. Is a mere human questioning the worth of the mirage tree's existence?
He grips his glowing blade, defiance etched on his face. By the standards of your world, are you questioning the worth of the mirage tree? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the human's defiance.
The monstrous figure unleashes a devastating red energy blast, a furious torrent aimed directly at the human.
The red energy blast connects. A massive impact follows.
What kind of nonsense are you blabbering about?
The retort cuts through the air, sharp and dismissive.
What?
The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the previous dismissive retort. A foot, powerful and swift, impacts the ground, sending a spray of crimson liquid outward. Blood spatters.
I see.
So it wasn't a question. A realization dawns, heavy with unspoken implications. He moves with a blur of motion, a spectral blade flashing. Crimson energy surges around him, a whirlwind of power. The crimson energy dissipates, leaving behind a silent aftermath. The dust settles, revealing only a pair of boots amidst the fading crimson energy. He's battered, bruised, and sweat-streaked, but alive. The red energy dissipates, leaving him gasping for breath.
This situation. The weight of the words hangs heavy in the air, reflecting his exhaustion and the uncertainty of what comes next. A monstrous figure emerges, its grotesque face a mask of fury. Long, spidery limbs writhe, a terrifying presence filling the panel. I've experienced it somewhere before. A chilling realization dawns. The creature's features, though monstrous, hold a familiar undercurrent. The creature lunges, a blur of dark shadow and jagged teeth. Its monstrous form fills the panel, the ground cracking under its weight. He barely avoids the attack, sweat stinging his eyes. The impact of the near miss leaves him breathless. That's it, he realizes, the guy in front of me is the shadow descended on the Castellan. Which means. His face contorts in a grimace of dawning understanding, sweat beading on his brow. The weight of the revelation is clear. He unleashes a furious counterattack, a blur of motion as his weapon arcs through the air. He's sent flying, a whirlwind of limbs and dark clothing. The impact is swift and brutal. A blinding flash of light erupts as he counters, a powerful energy blast aimed directly at his foe. The blast connects, a shockwave of cyan energy engulfing his foe. Debris flies. The cyan energy explodes outward, a blinding flash. Debris rains down. The cyan energy explodes, a powerful shockwave sending debris flying. The shockwave dissipates, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Chunks of stone litter the ground where the explosion occurred. A monstrous, tree-like form collapses, its branches snapping and crumbling into dust. Sweat drips from his brow, his expression grim. That insanely arrogant man. He thinks, the defeated tree-like monster a testament to his hard-fought victory. Do you not understand that you cannot kill me? The monstrous figure rises, its eyes burning with defiance. How foolish. The monster's voice booms, a chilling wave of power emanating from it as it rises. A dark cloud of smoke and dust billows, obscuring the monster's form. Since this is becoming boring, I shall end it. A voice, cold and powerful, cuts through the dust cloud. A blur of motion. A powerful blow connects, sending the opponent flying. He's swallowed whole, a monstrous maw closing around him. The crimson darkness consumes him. He bursts free, a wave of crimson energy erupting as he cleaves through the creature's flesh. His glowing blue blade shines brightly. His eyes blaze, a fierce golden light reflecting the strain of battle. Sweat beads on his brow. He strikes with blinding speed, a golden spear piercing through the air. He moves in a blur, his spear a golden streak against the fiery backdrop. The impact is immediate. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. He grits his teeth, the impact of the blow clearly felt. A wave of fiery energy erupts, surging outward in a dazzling display of power. The fiery energy dissipates, leaving behind a figure shrouded in shadow. Only the faintest glow illuminates the edges of a dark, imposing form. I knew it. He mutters, a grim realization dawning as he perches atop a colossal, shadowy beast. The creature's form is only partially visible, but its immense size is undeniable. It was connected to his main body. He realizes, the revelation dawning as he attacks the beast's appendage. A powerful blow connects. He cries out, "Ha!" A powerful strike launched with focused intensity. The attack connects, a blinding flash of light and energy erupting as the monstrous maw is shattered. Debris rains down. The monster's remains crumble, a wave of energy washing over the battlefield. Impossible. The creature's final, defiant glare lingers, even as its form disintegrates into icy shards. A skill from the fisher. The words hang in the air, a chilling explanation of the power just witnessed. The turquoise energy surges, a raw power emanating from the fisher's skill. He's thrown back, the turquoise energy impacting him with brutal force. Debris flies as he's sent hurtling through the air. He impacts the ground hard, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. A shockwave of energy erupts, sending fragments of rock and earth flying. The impact throws debris everywhere. A powerful shockwave continues to ripple outwards. One existence living through the apocalypse.
A chilling message appears, a dark promise whispered against a backdrop of swirling shadows. I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the abyss. The crimson liquid ripples, a single splash marking the spot where something or someone has just entered the abyssal waters. He surfaces, gasping for air, his face streaked with blood and tears. The crimson water reflects the harsh light above. He sits heavily on the blood-red rocks, breathing hard. Below, an older man lies submerged in the crimson water, seemingly unconscious. He lets out a weary sigh. The older man remains submerged in the blood-red water. A chilling message appears, etched against a dark, ominous backdrop. I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the abyss. The dark water ripples, disturbed. A single splash marks the only movement in the ominous stillness of the abyss's entrance. He collapses onto the jagged rocks, tears streaming down his grime-stained face. The crimson glow of the abyss reflects in his anguished eyes. He sits heavily amongst the crimson-tinged rocks, his breath ragged. An older man lies submerged nearby, seemingly unconscious. A heavy sigh escapes the younger man's lips. He lets out a weary sigh. The crimson water reflects the fading light. I have to become. The words hang in the air, a declaration of purpose born from weariness and resolve. Stronger. The word hangs heavy, a vow etched onto his determined face, sweat beading on his brow, dirt clinging to his skin. He will not falter. I need more than just stabs, he grits, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. His resolve deepens, pushing beyond mere physical strength. Specifically, the heavy stab is what he needs. He raises his weapon, preparing for the attack. The attack lands. Stone fragments explode outward as the warrior is sent flying. His opponent cries out in anguish. A skill suitable for fighting an army. The warrior's eyes blaze, a terrifying intensity in his gaze. Against a powerful individual, a devastating, swift attack is unleashed. The warrior's skill is a torrent of blue energy, aimed with deadly precision. The area of effect attack proves too wide, its power diluted. This time, I could only use it as a diversion to buy some. He's drenched in sweat, his face grim. The attack was a calculated risk, a desperate maneuver. He needs a new skill, one specialized for fighting a single opponent. The realization dawns, a grim determination etched on his face. A fiery sunset paints the sky as he focuses, the remnants of his struggle dissipating into the twilight. He is ready. He lies defeated, his face bloodied and bruised, amidst the rubble. The fight is over. The victor stands over his fallen opponent, dust swirling around them in the aftermath of the brutal battle. He seems weary, but victorious. Or he trails off, his breath ragged, the victory clearly hard-won. You. The word hangs in the air, unfinished, heavy with unspoken implications. Sweat beads on his brow, his gaze intense, strained. The weight of the unspoken word hangs heavy in the air. He stands over the fallen figure, his breath ragged, the glowing sword held loosely at his side. His expression is grim, determined. The defeated opponent lies on the ground, his face etched with exhaustion and defeat. A single bead of sweat trickles down his weathered chin. Can you come over here for a moment? A request, seemingly calm, hangs in the air. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 32 begins. I became a ghoul, he states, the words hanging heavy in the air. The ground around him cracks and crumbles, reflecting the internal devastation. But I've still been watching you, he says, his gaze unwavering. The scene shows him observing a figure lying in shallow water, seemingly injured. I'm really grateful that you fought against the Soul King, he says, his voice a low murmur. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the battle's intensity. He grasps the other's arm, a desperate attempt to pull himself up. The strain is evident on his face. Hey! Perhaps, he whispers, his face streaked with dirt and sweat, his grip weakening on the other's arm. Now is the time for Gorgon to change. A declaration of intent fills the air. Sweat beads on his brow, a grimace twisting his weathered features. Gorgon's transformation begins. Please, accept it, he pleads, a desperate plea etched on his strained face as golden energy flares around his arm. His transformation continues. Golden energy surges, engulfing him as his transformation completes. The golden energy intensifies, solidifying into a powerful, winged form. The old man's face is etched with strain, sweat beading on his brow. His transformation is clearly taxing him. You feel familiar to me, the old man murmurs, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The strain of his transformation is evident. A woman with fiery red hair watches, her eyes narrowed, a hint of recognition and something else, perhaps suspicion, in their depths. The old man's words clearly resonate with her. A flashback unfolds. A group of young people stand together, smiling. One of them, a blond young man, says, "I can feel warm memories." The old man's face is etched with pain, tears streaming down as he whispers, "Please." The ground around him cracks and crumbles. A fiery phoenix-like energy flares on his arm. He clenches his jaw, a grim determination etched on his face. "Don't forget the human heart," a voice echoes, seemingly from within him. He unleashes a wave of phoenix fire, engulfing the area in a searing blaze. Is everyone okay? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent fiery chaos. Amidst the rubble, a figure groans, "Ah, my back." The aftermath of the battle is clear, a scene of destruction and exhausted survivors. His eyes wide with shock, the soldier gasps. A fellow soldier stands behind him, his expression grim. "Sir Jae-hwan." One soldier whispers, his gaze fixed on a symbol etched into the ground. "That symbol is..." He trails off, a mixture of fear and dawning recognition in his voice. Jae-hwan's face is grim, sweat beading on his brow. His arm, bearing a striking, dark tattoo, is tense. He seems to be bracing himself. Jae-hwan grips his weapon, a dark, bladed axe glowing with icy blue energy. His knuckles are white, his focus absolute. Jae-hwan attacks, his axe a blur of icy blue energy. The older man and his two companions are caught off guard, their expressions a mixture of shock and fear. Jae-hwan's attack connects. The men crumple, overwhelmed by the force of his icy axe. Jae-hwan stands over his fallen foes, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A slight, almost imperceptible, frown creases his brow. "Castellan." Jae-hwan breathes, the name a low murmur, his gaze fixed on the fallen figures. "I understand," the old man says, a serene expression on his face. His gaze is peaceful, accepting. "If this is your wish." The old man whispers, his voice barely audible. A gentle resignation hangs in the air. The name, Urin Cheever, appears, a stark declaration against the quiet resignation of the previous moment. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of Gorgon's ravaged landscape. A single, bold statement appears, greets the new Castellan of Gorgon. The new Castellan stands amidst the rubble of Gorgon, a figure of imposing silence. He surveys the bowing figures before him, his scarred arm a stark reminder of the battles fought. He slowly raises his head, the scarred arm hanging heavy at his side. His gaze, cold and unwavering, sweeps across the assembled figures. His gaze, hardened and unwavering, holds a quiet intensity. Dust clings to his face, a testament to the recent struggle. 2 days later, a damaged cityscape is shown, heavy machinery lifts large stones, amidst the rubble of a partially destroyed building. Reconstruction has begun. "Excuse me," a voice calls out, interrupting the sounds of reconstruction. "Sir Castellan?" The question hangs in the air, a quiet interruption. "I'm not the Castellan. I already told you I'm not doing it." The man at the desk leans back, his refusal firm. He seems weary of the conversation. "Since you look like you forgot the details of your promise, I'll remind you." The man's expression hardens, a steely resolve replacing his earlier weariness. He begins to recount the details of their agreement, his voice low and menacing. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupts. A list of promises flashes before the eyes, Jae-hwan's to save the Castellan and kill traitors, and Urin's to help organize the Abyss Expedition Squad. Are you telling me to take responsibility because the Castellan is dead? A young man demands, his face etched with disbelief and anger.
Well, something like that, a voice replies, evasively.
The tension remains palpable.
That Castellan. The implication hangs heavy in the air. The new Castellan, a young man with a sharp gaze, speaks. That Castellan is dead, but since I'm the new Castellan and alive, there's no problem, right? His tone is less a question and more a statement, a declaration of his authority.
An older man, his face creased with a knowing smile, speaks.
Indeed. And you have to keep your promise in the future, as well. Since Sir Jaehoon is the Castellan now. His words confirm the young Castellan's newly established authority. Jaehoon runs a hand through his hair, a look of disbelief washing over his face.
Damn it, how did it turn out like this? He mutters, clearly frustrated by the unexpected turn of events.
Jaehoon's frustration is palpable.
He declares, I have no time to waste in this castle.
I have to keep climbing. I need to go to the abyss. His resolve is clear, he's pressing onward despite the unexpected setbacks. Jaehoon considers his options, a thought bubble appearing above his head. Can I just pass the Castellan's position on to someone else?
His urgency to reach the abyss is evident.
A voice, firm and unwavering, cuts through Jaehoon's contemplation. You can't. The weight of his responsibility is undeniable.
It's impossible, the voice explains, because Gorgon won't acknowledge them.
The weight of this revelation settles heavily.
He sits, a brooding figure. His gaze is intense, focused on something unseen.
A prominent tattoo, a dark feathered design, adorns his arm.
He questions the meaning of the symbol on his arm.
Does Gorgon refer to this symbol? I was chosen by this thing?
His internal monologue reveals a growing unease.
The explanation continues, clarifying the nature of the Gorgon's Castellan position. That's why the position isn't something you can just pass on to someone else, just because you want to.
The only time Gorgon's Castellan changes is when the Castellan meets his end. And the speaker continues, leaving the sentence unfinished, building suspense. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit hallway. He stares at the towering stack of documents. These are the documents that need to be settled today, he mutters, a clear sense of overwhelm in his expression. Since Sir Jaehoon has just become the Castellan, I've also included useful records and information, a voice explains, the words appearing in a speech bubble above the man diligently sorting through a large stack of documents.
His expression remains one of quiet weariness. What a peculiar law. Is this why everyone was saying good things about the Castellan?
He muses, a drop of sweat tracing his brow as he reads the Gorgon's special law, detailing increasingly severe punishments for insulting the Castellan. The objects in the Castellan's drawer are free to use, a sign reads. I'll be organizing the books, so please call me if you need something. He notes the unexpected accessibility. He searches the Castellan's desk drawer, pulling out a stack of papers.
The man seems intent on finding something specific.
His eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face.
He finds something unexpected. What's this? He mutters, discovering a crumpled piece of paper within a wooden box. He carefully pulls open a drawer, revealing its contents.
Inside, a crumpled package is revealed.
The text reads, 17th Castellan. The crumpled paper is further examined. A faint rustle is heard. Congratulations, even though I don't know who you are.
The words hang in the air, a cryptic message from a shadowy figure.
His intense gaze is unwavering. If you found this. The cryptic message appears, a fragmented, white object shown below. The implication hangs heavy. It must mean that you became the new Castellan.
The words hang in the air, a revelation delivered by a strangely animated paper figure. The weight of responsibility settles in. You must be thinking hard about how to govern Gorgon Castle. He furrows his brow, a puzzled expression crossing his face.
What's this? Magic paper, he wonders aloud.
He continues to examine the object, his skepticism giving way to a theory. No, is it a paper doll made with psychic power, he muses.
Assured of his theory, he declares, there is only one job for the Castellan.
He contemplates the statement, seek pleasure. A good castellan is one that has lots of fun. The accompanying text details his plan to delegate responsibilities within the administration. I'm not the first one to give out this advice, he reflects, a thought bubble appearing beside him. His plan to delegate and enjoy his position as castellan continues to solidify. It's a wisdom passed down through generations of castellans. He confirms his approach, a traditional castellan strategy solidifying his plan. He questions, a hint of doubt creeping in, were all of the previous castellans slackers? According to Big Brother's statistics, half the castellans were overworked. This explains a lot. This accelerated their spiritual corruption, resulting in their death. The narrator's grim assessment hangs heavy in the air. This advice, the narrator explains, isn't just for the listener but also for Gorgon's sake. A weathered hand continues to write, the quill scratching across the parchment. I hope you won't be greedy, he writes, his words a somber warning etched onto the parchment. The quill pauses, the weight of his message heavy in the air. Don't try to change anything. Don't burn yourself out, the warning concludes, a stark message against a dark background. The writer's face, partially visible below, hints at the gravity of his words. Everyone that exists here is well aware that this world can't change. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the carefree scene depicted above. The speaker's somber expression reinforces the gravity of his words. A sweeping view of the city unfolds, a sprawling metropolis of grand architecture and cobbled streets. Leaves drift through the air, a melancholic touch against the imposing structures. The text below states, that's why what is needed in this world isn't a change, echoing the previous sentiment of unchangeable fate. A dark, clawed hand crushes a crumpled piece of paper. The text below reads, therefore, stay still for the survival of the many. Dark, shadowy figures writhe and coalesce outside a window, obscuring the light. The scene is ominous. A shadowy figure sits at a desk, its form indistinct. A plea echoes in the darkness, please, please don't be greedy. The only good castellan. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration in the shadowy room. In chaoses, the cryptic words hang in the air as a cloaked figure, its form indistinct, emerges. It rides, arms outstretched in a chaotic dance. The swirling dust settles, revealing a crumpled piece of paper within an open drawer. A faint golden glow emanates from it. The note reads, a castellan who does nothing. A close-up reveals his lips pressed into a thin line, a look of quiet contemplation on his face. I'm starting to understand what kind of existence the castellan of this place is, he thinks, a newfound clarity dawning in his eyes. An existence that severs hope for the sake of staying alive. An existence that stops changes from happening for the lives of the many. His understanding of the castellan deepens. He sits at his desk, studying a large book. The room is dimly lit, stacks of papers surrounding him. His expression is serious, focused on the task at hand. He closes the book, a thoughtful expression replacing his previous concentration. Sir Castellan, what are you thinking so hard about? Someone asks, interrupting his deep thought. Euron. The castellan utters the name, a grim set to his jaw. I will. The castellan's declaration hangs in the air, a resolute promise echoing in the sunlit library. The order is given, eliminate Gorgon's castellan. The castellan sits, seemingly unmoved, at his desk in the sunlit library. What does that mean? The assassin's question hangs in the air, his gaze intense as he confronts the castellan. I have to start from here. The castellan murmurs, a thoughtful expression on his face. Euron, what is a castle? He asks, his gaze distant. Euron responds to the castellan's question with a thoughtful What a strange question. The camera pans out, revealing a sprawling castle city. A castle is a fortress, and a fortress is. The narration begins, leaving the sentence unfinished, emphasizing the vastness and inherent strength of the location. A military structure that protects allies from their enemies. The narration completes, the vast castle city a testament to its words. The camera focuses on a character's hair, the warm light suggesting a sunrise or sunset over the vast castle city.
A sense of peace, or perhaps anticipation, hangs in the air. A pensive silence hangs in the air. What if?
He murmurs, a question hanging heavy in the warm light.
The question hangs in the air, the enemies don't exist anymore?
A profound uncertainty settles over the scene.
He stands amidst towering bookshelves, a thoughtful frown etched on his face.
The weight of the revelation, that their enemies no longer exist, clearly burdens him.
A long, heavy sigh escapes him.
The weight of the revelation continues to press down. He looks down, his shoulders slumping slightly.
The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy. What will happen if nobody ever invades the castle?
His earlier resignation deepens.
A bead of sweat trickles down his temple.
His gaze is distant, troubled.
The weight of his unspoken question, what if no one ever attacks, presses heavily upon him.
The stark declaration hangs in the air, the castle no longer has a reason to exist.
A chilling realization dawns.
In that case, the decision is made. The implications are chilling.
A castellan won't be needed, either. However, the ominous implication hangs heavy in the air.
A castle without enemies, something like that, is impossible. The man in the ornate yellow robe states the obvious, his expression grim. No, it's possible, the man counters, his voice firm despite the shattered window behind him. A stark contrast to the previous speaker's pessimism. Because, he states, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The sunlit room seems to highlight his unwavering resolve. He rests a hand on the table, the sunlight catching the dark, angry streaks marring his arm. I will win, he vows, his voice barely a whisper. Funerals don't exist in chaos. Instead of funerals, a flowing soul ceremony exists to bid farewell to those who have vanished forever. The scene depicts a grand hall, bathed in warm light, where this ceremony is likely held.
If a funeral is performed to remember those who have died, then what is the purpose of a flowing soul ceremony?
The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the warmth of the hall previously shown.
The flowing soul ceremony is performed to erase them. This revelation casts a chilling shadow over the previous warmth of the hall. During the flowing soul ceremony, the story of the soul that has forever disappeared is told over and over.
The solemn ceremony continues. A priest speaks from the pulpit, his words echoing the decree, to never again be mentioned after the flowing soul.
The flowing soul ceremony concludes. The decree is final, this event must never be spoken of again. That is the last gift chaos can offer those who have abandoned it. The young man's head tilts slightly, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. He considers the implications of chaos's final gift.
The man's gaze hardens. We know Emil Groshek, he states, the words carrying a weight of grim determination.
But we cannot bury him, the speaker declares, a resolute tone replacing the previous grim determination.
He does not exist anywhere in the world anymore, the speaker states definitively, his expression unwavering.
Without a corpse or soul, only memories remain. He becomes nourishment for the mirage tree. That is why we will forget about Emil Groshek. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a finality to the previous events. During the upcoming flowing soul ceremony, they will discuss him one last time. The decision is made, a somber finality settling over the scene. The decision is final. They will discuss him repeatedly, until there's nothing left to say. The discussion concludes. A decision has been made. A name is spoken, a decision made. Emil Groshek.
He stands, arms crossed, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. I finally learned it, he thinks, a sense of accomplishment settling over him. He recalls the name of the person who gave him the castellan position, the name of the shitty geezer that gave me the castellan position. A quiet simmer of resentment is palpable. Golden fragments scatter, remnants of a shattered memory. The resentment lingers. A question hangs in the air, fueled by suspicion in golden embers. Is that outsider, wearing the castellan's clothes, the one who became the new castellan? The speaker's intense gaze reflects doubt and a simmering unease. Are you telling me that such a young soul became the castellan? One voice questions, skepticism lacing their tone. Another counters, I heard he hasn't even lived for 100 years. The doubt intensifies. Are you sure Yurin isn't plotting something again? He looks like someone I'd love to fight, a voice declares, a thrill of anticipation clear in the tone. The speaker's eyes, sharp and bright, reflect a burning eagerness for battle. A regal woman, her face partially obscured by a mask, stands poised. She exudes an air of quiet confidence, her gaze intense. Her eyes, narrowed and intense, reveal a predatory glint. A subtle, knowing smile plays on her lips. She is ready. Hey, a man says, his expression serious. He addresses a figure partially obscured by shadow, the tension palpable. The shadowed figure is revealed. He smiles, a look of serene contentment on his face. Are you the new Castellan? The question hangs in the air, a challenge perhaps, or a simple inquiry. The serene smile of the shadowed figure remains unchanged. Oh my, you are one step too late, vice leader of the Holy Maiden Guild, the woman states, her expression unchanged. It seems the old raccoon of the Scholar Forest Guild stepped in before you did. Interesting, she muses, a smirk playing on her lips. Doctor, who are you betting on? The question hangs in the air, a challenge. A bet. The doctor mutters, his eyes narrowed in thought. The challenge is accepted. That's something you do when there is something to bet on, the doctor explains, clarifying his previous statement. The implication hangs heavy in the air. He turns, a fist clenched, his back to the older man. The implication of the doctor's words hangs heavy in the air. The title card appears, The World After. The title card reveals the manhwa's name, After the Fall. Credits for art, storyboarding, and novel are displayed below. Chapter 33 begins. Excuse me, but may I ask your age? Someone inquires. I heard you were very young. The reply comes, around 60 years old. 60, someone questions, surprised. The inquiry continues, by any chance, did Gorgon start having a hereditary system? Are you the Castellan's son? Calling him his son, what nonsense, one character exclaims, anger evident in their expression. Another adds, that old raccoon is so rude. No matter how young he is. The group reacts with indignation to the earlier suggestion of a familial connection. He certainly knows how people arrive in chaos. The statement hangs in the air, a chilling observation on the unfolding events. Anyway, I hope we get along well, he says, extending a hand in a gesture of tentative peace. I am the vice leader of the Scholar Forest Guild, Jang Ilhan. The newcomer introduces himself, his words carrying a weight of authority. He extends a hand, a predatory grin splitting his face. The vice leader's demeanor is far from welcoming. Hoo. The rumors said that the new Castellan is a non-adapter, he muses, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. I can finally pay back the humiliation I experienced in Gorgon 10 years ago, he thinks, a cold resolve hardening his expression. The order is clear, obtain permission to establish a branch office in Gorgon, no matter the cost. A figure kneels before a superior, the weight of the task heavy in the air. While bribing the guard at the northern checkpoint, I was caught by that stubborn checkpoint chief. He explains, a frustrated expression etched on his face. The weight of his failed mission is palpable. You are under arrest for bribing the guards, the checkpoint chief declares, his words cutting through the air like a blade. How can I allow a branch office that would offer bribes and cause trouble with the guards? The official's amused chuckle fills the opulent room, his words a clear indication of his disregard for the arrest. Bounding blowing chains, the man's terrified expression is clear. His fear underscores the official's callous disregard for justice. He recounts his ordeal, then I was straight up refused by the Castellan, who was as stubborn as the checkpoint chief. The narrator's frustration is palpable. But the Castellan is now dead, the narrator states, a grim smile playing on his lips. And the northern checkpoint chief bastard is resting in a hospital bed. A stark contrast to the previous frustrations. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He extends a hand, a gesture both inviting and subtly threatening. The warm lighting emphasizes his self-assured demeanor. The new Castellan is a random greenhorn, he scoffs, his disdain evident. The statement hangs heavy in the air.
A wave of magical energy erupts. This is an opportunity from the heavens.
A voice booms, filled with sudden, fervent hope.
Two hands clasp, a surge of golden energy arcing between them. A pact is sealed. The pact is complete. They now possess a highest-tier battle formation skill.
A wave of fiery energy erupts, the newly formed battle formation unleashed.
He's thrown back, engulfed in a wave of searing golden energy. The fiery energy explodes outward, a wave of crimson and gold engulfing him completely.
He stands, bathed in fiery light, before a massive, hellish gate.
8 gates of hell, the text proclaims.
A fiery blast erupts as the gate begins to crumble. The gate collapses in a fiery explosion. A fiery, monstrous creature emerges from the gate's ruins.
Its immense jaws snap shut, a terrifying display of power.
A blast of fire erupts from the creature's maw, a wave of intense heat engulfing everything in its path.
He stands defiant, the fiery blast swirling around him, a maelstrom of heat and power.
The fiery blast dissipates, leaving behind only glowing embers that slowly fade.
Doesn't the Castellan look strange?
The question hangs in the air, a lingering doubt after the recent explosion.
What? How can he do something so cruel?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a visceral reaction to the sight of Castellan, seemingly ravaged.
That bastard. Did he just use the 8 gates of hell on Castellan?
That's too much for a 60-year-old child.
How is the taste of my strongest battle formation?
He asks, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The victor savors his victory, a chilling display of power.
You must be experiencing a hallucination of the red dragon Tiamat's hellfire right now, he states, his voice dripping with cruel amusement.
The victor's words add another layer to his chilling display of dominance.
You will be soon crying and screaming, and you will have to listen to my request.
His words hang heavy in the air, a chilling promise of what's to come. Chaos has a unique method of greeting people.
The words float above a close-up of a man's apprehensive face, sweat beading on his brow. Two hands clasp, a tense handshake between the apprehensive man and another, older figure. The younger man's knuckles are white. Now. His eyes narrow, a fierce glint replacing the apprehension. He's ready. A monstrous maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, snaps shut inches from his chest.
It's my turn to return the favor, he snarls, a chilling grin splitting his face. His eyes gleam with malice. His eyes blaze, a malevolent energy crackling around him.
He unleashes lost enchantment, a swirling vortex of crimson power.
The crimson vortex engulfs him. Terror contorts his features, his eyes widen in stark fear.
His terror intensifies. Hell, he stammers, his face contorted in agony as the vortex consumes him. He collapses, the vortex's power spent. Dust motes dance in the light.
What's up with him? One man asks, looking down at the other, who is kneeling, sweating profusely.
Don't tell me, did he break through the 8 gates of hell? Since you just insulted the Castellan, I should normally sentence you to public flogging. I'm going easy on you.
The Castellan's words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the man's obvious distress. Just be careful in the future, the Castellan advises, his words a warning softened by leniency.
Sweat beads on the man's brow, a testament to his fear. What, is that all?
Boring, a woman scoffs, her words dripping with disdain. I thought he was going to get stabbed multiple times, she adds, clearly unimpressed by the fight's underwhelming conclusion. Who the hell is he, she wonders aloud, her gaze sharp and curious. The scene shifts to a grand hall, bathed in warm light. It is time for the Castellan's inauguration speech. A voice, filled with disbelief, cuts through the air. That guy is doing an inauguration speech? The Castellan, seemingly unfazed, is handed a device to amplify his voice. Enter. No, I have a bad feeling about this. The Castellan's apprehension is palpable as he watches the events unfold. My name is Jae-hwan. I am the new Castellan of Gorgon.
The announcement hangs heavy in the air, a stark introduction to the story's next chapter. Jae-hwan states, I don't know Emil Groshek, a simple declaration that carries significant weight in the unfolding narrative.
What has he done? What kind of life he lived? A voice muses, the question hanging heavy in the air. The masked figure's intense gaze suggests a deep curiosity, or perhaps suspicion, regarding Emil Groschek's past. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with a mixture of exertion and dawning realization. The masked figure's intense focus deepens. Or what kind of castellan he was? I know none of this. His voice is strained, a mixture of frustration and disbelief evident in his harsh tone and furrowed brow. Sweat glistens on his skin. Honestly, I don't care about it. He states this with a blunt indifference, a stark contrast to his previous frustration. The older man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and defiance, stands before the other. He seems resigned, yet his gaze holds a flicker of something else. I already know that you aren't satisfied with me, the older man states, his voice carrying a quiet resignation within the grand hall. You must be thinking that a youngster with mediocre spiritual pressure became a castellan through sheer luck, the older man observes. The younger man responds, well, it's true to a certain extent. I actually wasn't paying any attention, and yet I suddenly became the castellan. The young castellan confesses, you are dissatisfied that I am the castellan, and I don't want the position. He then adds thoughtfully, so how can I bring the best result for everyone? After a brief pause, the castellan declares, after considering it for around 30 seconds, I found the solution to this situation. The castellan adjusts his clothing, a subtle but confident gesture following his swift solution. He straightens his clothes, a small, almost imperceptible movement, yet radiating confidence. Anyone, he declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips. His posture speaks volumes, he's ready. Who can defeat me in a one-on-one fight will become the new castellan, he declares, the challenge hanging heavy in the air. The one who defeats me first will be the castellan, he announces, his back to the assembled crowd. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the expectant silence. A competitor collapses, defeated. Ha 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 ha, rings out, a triumphant laugh echoing the victor's overwhelming victory. What an intrepid castellan, the victor remarks, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveys his fallen opponent. Emil has chosen an amazing man, a voice observes. The panel then reveals the Southern Sea Guild leader, Kaiman. Is that all? Any other conditions? The question hangs in the air, a clear request for further terms. Of course, there is, he replies, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The negotiation continues. He nods slowly, a subtle shift in his expression. The deal is sealed. The terms are laid out, 1 month to challenge him. Anyone who loses faces the consequences. He clenches his jaw, a grim determination etched on his face. Will become a member of the text reads, hinting at his unwavering resolve. The announcement is made, Abyss Expedition Squad, which will depart in 2 months. 3 figures react, a surprised old man, a wide-eyed, bearded man, and a woman with intense, knowing eyes. The announcement hangs heavy in the air. One man, his face etched with worry, stares upward, another, a grim expression twisting his features, looks on with barely concealed anger. A wave of intense, unsettling energy radiates outward. Urine. The name hangs in the air, a declaration of presence. I trusted Sir Jae-hwan. The words hang heavy, a confession of misplaced faith. He stands alone, amidst the ruins, facing a swarm of attackers. Their blades glint, a chilling prelude to the coming battle. He saved Gorgon from the Golden Sky sect. He stands amidst the rubble, a lone figure against a backdrop of destruction. The dust settles, revealing his imposing presence to the cowering figures before him. The text reveals a crucial detail, this is the person who preceded the previous castellan. Acknowledged. The scene shifts to a tall, imposing tower, suggesting a place of power or significance. Before them rises a grand tower, a testament to power and prestige. Its intricate architecture hints at a long and storied history. Even when he was declaring nonsense, such as wanting to. The goal, he declared, was to get rid of the castellan or unifying chaos. A banner unfurls, announcing, anyone can challenge if you want to become the castellan. Until the moment he went up on the platform, I was anxious. However, the narrator could still watch him.
Two men discuss the Castellan's origins. One wonders how an outsider could achieve such a position. The other suggests he might be from the Resurrection Palace. A final thought bubble asks, what will happen to Chaos? No matter how strange the things he did were, he was. The sentence trails off, leaving the Castellan's true nature a mystery. Still Gorgon's Castellan. The revelation hangs in the air, a stark confirmation of the mysterious figure's identity. Please, step back, one officer pleads, his face etched with worry. Another shouts, you can't approach any further. But a defiant voice counters, we have the right to fight against the Castellan, too. Ignoring the pleas of the officers, a powerful figure pushes forward, shouting, open the door already. Another cries out, AGH. Stop them. The urgency in their voices is palpable. He would never. The unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the preceding chaos. The words suggest a shocking betrayal or unforeseen act. Do anything? The words hang in the air, a chilling statement hinting at the limits of what he's willing to do. The implication of desperate measures is clear. He draws a line in the sand. That would harm the... The unspoken threat hangs heavy, a chilling promise of drastic action. A grand door creaks open, revealing a glimpse of opulent interiors. Internal Commander, the whispered words carry a sense of both awe and apprehension. Excuse me so early in the morning. He begins, holding up a document featuring a caricature. I've already fought the Gorgon's Castellan. Even if 10 sects of chaos fought him at once, they wouldn't win. But his worried expression reveals, but it seems the matter is getting out of hand. He pours himself a cup of tea, cucumber slices still clinging to his face. His expression remains one of deep worry. Damn it, he mutters, his worry deepening. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 35 begins. A figure, cloaked in shadow, strides through a grand hallway. Two individuals, a woman in white and a man in glasses, watch in alarm as he approaches. The weight of his presence fills the scene. The cloaked figure swiftly slides a heavy, ornate door open, the sound echoing through the hallway. His approach is silent but menacing. He bursts through the doorway, a whirlwind of motion. The cloaked figure is upon his target. A high-pitched shriek, EK, cuts through the air as the cloaked figure bursts past, leaving a trail of motion blur. Seriously, how much did you neglect your work? The voice booms, a stark contrast to the previous shriek. A stern, powerful figure looms, his eyes glowing with an intense light. 3 terrified onlookers are visible in the background. A blur of motion. He strikes with blinding speed. Castellan. He stands amidst the wreckage, a powerful figure silhouetted against the chaos. It's useless to pretend to be working, no. A woman's voice, weary and resigned, cuts through the aftermath. He sits, wounded, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. The bandages on his face and head hint at a recent struggle. Why are you here? The injured man's question hangs in the air, his gaze fixed on the newcomer, a mixture of suspicion and weariness in his eyes. Actually, the Castellan. The newcomer's words offer a cryptic explanation, leaving the injured man's fate uncertain. Rage boils within him. The man clenches his jaw, his anger palpable. Where are you? Sir Castellan. The desperate cry echoes through the grand city, a desperate search unfolding amidst the towering spires and elegant architecture. The search continues, the camera sweeping across the city's imposing spires. The scale of the city emphasizes the vastness of the search. A close-up reveals a man's pensive face, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He seems troubled, lost in contemplation amidst the vast search. A sudden burst of energy explodes from him, a powerful wave of light. He's blasted away, a blue streak of energy propelling him across the ground. The force of the attack leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Tentacle Ghoul Carlton, Fallen Angel Carlton, and even Thinking Carlton. The words hang in the air, a testament to the opponent's multifaceted nature. He stands amidst the ruins, his power evident. Brat, do you even know how much these cost? The older man's voice is sharp,
his hand resting on the defeated figure. He scolds, "How dare you use the Carlton collection, which young women are obsessed with?" "Rather than that, I developed a new technique, old man." The younger man's retort is defiant, a clear indication he's not backing down despite the older man's earlier scolding. The Carlton collection, it seems, was not his method of choice. "Oh, what technique?" The older man's eyes widen in surprise, his curiosity piqued by the younger man's claim of a new method. "A blur of motion." The younger man's weapon, a scythe glowing with teal energy, arcs through the air. His glowing scythe whistles through the air, a blur of teal energy. "Who?" He breathes, the sound barely audible above the wind. "Certainly, the preparation position is smoother than usual," he observes, his eyes narrowed in assessment. A predatory grin spreads across his face. His eyes gleam. "Judging from the movement of the sword, you've been influenced by my slash," he observes, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "How about Changhyo stab?" he asks, a smirk playing on his lips. "Do you want to get stabbed, like that name suggests?" "What?" "I made that name for you," the instructor shouts, his face contorted in anger. "I've been going easy on you, but your arrogance doesn't know its limit." The instructor grabs the student's weapon, his grip firm and unwavering. A surge of teal energy crackles around them. "I'll defeat you today, and become the Kastel," the instructor declares, his teal energy surging as he lunges forward. "Lan!" A blur of teal energy explodes outward, the instructor's attack unleashed. The teal energy wave slams into the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying. "Are you really attacking? You damn bastard! You don't even know how to respect elders." The elder's furious outburst follows the devastating energy wave. His face is contorted in rage. "Where's your manners?" The elder's furious question hangs in the air, a final, incredulous outburst after the attack. His face is a mask of disbelief and outrage. The elder unleashes a powerful blow, a shockwave erupting from the impact. A thud echoes as the elder's opponent collapses. The elder stands, seemingly unfazed. A hand, glowing with faint blue energy, lies on the ground. The energy crackles, a final spark fading. Silence. The blue energy has completely faded. He lies defeated, the blue energy dissipating into smoke. His ragged breathing is the only sound. What, isn't he the lightning god sex leader? The question hangs in the air, a stunned realization dawning. His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror replacing his previous expression. The revelation hits him hard. The identity of his opponent is revealed, Yun Yong, the lightning god sect leader. His face is etched with shock and a single tear rolls down his cheek. Yun Yong, the lightning god sect leader, stares in disbelief. "Why did this happen to me?" he wonders aloud, his voice filled with despair. A few minutes earlier. "Are you sure the Castellan is at the training grounds?" a voice asks, doubt coloring the question. The scene is a dimly lit, stone corridor, hinting at a possible urgency. "Yes, certainly," a voice confirms. A figure, clad in dark armor, kneels in a dimly lit stone corridor, a beam of light emanating from beneath him, cracking the floor. "Let's see." The armored figure speaks, a hint of anticipation in their tone as they examine something unseen. A blinding light erupts from within the armor, cracks spider webbing across its surface. The armored figure collapses, leaving behind only shattered fragments of the suit. "Nice position," a voice observes, the words hanging in the air as the victor surveys the scene. He collapses, engulfed in a surge of blue energy. The victor watches, their assessment complete. The blue energy dissipates, leaving only the victor standing. "I'll become the Castellan today," he declares, a newfound resolve hardening his features. He focuses his power, a surge of energy crackling in his hand, a teal light forming. "It's okay to be called a coward. Because for me, assassination is." The speaker's justification hangs unfinished, leaving the reason for their actions shrouded in mystery. A beat of silence follows. The unfinished justification hangs heavy in the air. The real duel. A sinister grin spreads across his face, energy crackling around him. "Ha!
Confusion clouds his features. The sinister grin fades. A blinding flash of energy erupts. Debris flies.
The impact sends debris flying.
A shockwave ripples outwards. He's on the ground, eyes wide with shock, sweat beading on his brow. The impact clearly stunned him. He cries out, "Arg!" Pain contorts his face as he recoils from the blow. "Oh! You woke up!"
The older man exclaims, his expression a mix of surprise and something else, perhaps relief. A guttural groan, arrrgggh, escapes him, a sound of pain and exertion.
He collapses. Silence. "Doctor! Why are you here?"
The young man's voice is filled with surprise and a hint of alarm.
The older man replies, "I knew something like this would happen one day, what with all the petty tricks you've been using." "No, but who the hell is that person?"
The young man's question hangs in the air, his confusion and apprehension palpable. A new, unknown figure has appeared, adding another layer of uncertainty to the already tense situation. The text clarifies, he is Gorgon's Castellan. The revelation adds a significant new element to the unfolding conflict. Let alone chaos, even in the great land, I've never heard that anyone like that existed. The Castellan exclaims, his shock palpable. The older man responds calmly, "Well, I'm the same in that aspect."
"That's why I'm asking. Does this even make any sense?"
The Castellan's question hangs in the air, his disbelief evident. A smirk plays on the old man's lips.
He clearly finds the Castellan's disbelief amusing.
"Well, it doesn't," the old man states, his smirk unwavering. The Castellan's disbelief is dismissed with a dismissive wave of the hand. "Nothing about him," the old man declares, his words cutting through the Castellan's disbelief.
The Castellan's intense gaze reflects his doubt.
The Castellan watches from a clifftop, a shower of meteors streaking across the night sky above him. Below, a figure, bathed in a golden light, sits seemingly meditating. From his clifftop vantage, the Castellan observes the scene below. "Makes any sense," he mutters, his skepticism clear.
The young warrior, his face grim, clutches a tattered mask.
His expression reflects the Castellan's skepticism.
"Anyways, this is invalid," the warrior declares, his voice firm despite the Castellan's doubts.
The warrior's confident stance speaks volumes. A dragon tattoo wraps around his arm, a subtle hint of his power. "I can win if we fight again," he declares, a fierce glint in his eyes, energy crackling around him. He stands poised, energy crackling around him, ready for the rematch.
The raw power is palpable. How can a Castellan be so cowardly that he uses a surprise attack before the fight even begins? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the fighter's outrage.
"This guy is shameless," an older man declares, his face a mask of disapproval. Even the attempted assassination doesn't excuse his actions. A single tear rolls down his cheek. "Fine," he mutters, a defeated resignation in his tone. "Come at me again," he challenges, a flicker of defiance in his eyes despite his earlier defeat. He prepares for another attack, his expression hardening. A fierce glint appears in his eyes. His eyes blaze with fierce determination. A surge of energy crackles around him.
He unleashes his attack. A wave of blue energy surges forward. The attack connects. A wave of blue energy crashes into the target.
The attack connects, a brilliant blue energy surging around him. He counters with a fierce slash of his own, a matching blue energy crackling from his blade. The clash of blue energy continues, a blur of motion. He stumbles back, clearly impacted by the force. "You're quicker than you look," his opponent remarks, a smirk playing on his lips as blue energy crackles around him. He activates his weapon, a pair of glowing blue energy shears, crackling with power.
"Try avoiding this, too."
The energy shears flash, a warning before the next attack.
He counters, a blur of motion. His eyes, narrowed in fierce concentration, show he's ready for anything.
A whirlwind of blue energy erupts, a powerful counterattack leaving a trail of shattered stone in its wake. He's sent flying, a blue torrent of energy engulfing him. The force of the blow sends debris scattering.
He's hurled through the air, a blur of motion and blue energy. Debris explodes outward in a chaotic spray. He impacts the ground, a shockwave of blue energy erupting outwards. Debris flies. The impact sends tremors through the ground, cracking the earth. Dust and debris cloud the scene. Tisk. He stands amidst the wreckage, a faint blue energy still crackling around him. His opponent lies defeated. A surge of blue energy erupts from him, a powerful aftershock from the final blow. I didn't want to use this. He breathes, the weight of his actions heavy in the air. A swirling vortex of blue energy coalesces, crackling with power. He unleashes his ultimate ability. The blue energy intensifies, forming a swirling vortex of immense power. It pulses, ready to unleash. He unleashes the lightning god technique, a surge of blue energy crackling around him. This time for sure. I'll slay him immediately, using the lightning god technique. He grins, eyes blazing with fierce determination, the blue energy crackling around him intensifying. A blinding flash of golden light erupts. He counters with a burst of energy, a blinding blue wave clashing against the golden light. The blue energy wave overpowers the golden light. He's thrown back, a surprised expression on his face as he impacts the rocky ground. He grits his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. The impact clearly stung, but he's far from defeated. You know, that technique. He murmurs, a hint of recognition in his voice, eyes narrowed in thought. The words suggest a plan is forming. Takes too long to prepare, he concludes, dismissing the previously considered technique. A faster approach is needed. He grits his teeth, eyes wide with exertion. Sweat beads on his brow as he strains. He collapses, a heavy thud echoing through the room. Dust motes dance in the dim light as he lies still. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. I've spread the rumor that the lightning god's sect leader. He begins, his words hanging heavy with implication. Barely lost to the Castellan. He finishes the sentence, a smug grin still plastered on his face. The rumor is planted. Okay, well done, the old instructor says, nodding approvingly at the young warrior. His smug expression remains. The instructor's smug smile widens. He clearly expects more. There will be stronger guys applying now, the instructor states, his words hanging in the air. A young man's face fills the panel, his expression unreadable, yet a hint of defiance flickers in his eyes. He remains silent, a shadow against the dusky sky. The young man's defiance, however subtle, is palpable. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 35. It took exactly 100 years to get here. Finally, they arrive. A magnificent palace, nestled amidst cascading waterfalls and cherry blossoms, stands before them. This is it, the destination of their century-long journey. The text reveals a crucial piece of the past, one of the 5 distinguished families of the Great Land, the Yoan family. Then, a name, Yun Yong, was a member of that family. 5 figures kneel before a grand assembly. Yun Yong, a member of the esteemed Yoan family, is among them, his posture reflecting his place within this powerful lineage. No, more specifically. Yun Yong states, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a hint of determination in his expression. Yun Yong lies on the ground, his revelation hanging heavy in the air, I was a slave. The text reveals a poignant truth, his teammates, who conquered the tower together, became family, sharing their lives. Yun Yong's confession is further underscored by the somber expressions of his former comrades surrounding him. Yun Yong stands before his former comrades, his expression resolute, a quiet strength in his gaze. The somber atmosphere hangs heavy. He continues, his voice heavy with the weight of a century's suffering. But they were sold into battlefields, one by one, or ended up dying as slaves. As such, I've worked for about 100 years, and most of the slaves that were my teammates have died. He stares directly ahead, a stoic expression on his face. However, I've miraculously survived. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. With the trust accumulated over the past 100 years, a hand rests gently on his forehead.
Over the past 100 years, he achieved the status of an official servant. However, that day, he defied his destiny for the first time. His gaze hardens. "I can't live like this for the rest of my life," he declares, a resolute defiance etched on his face. He approaches a large, ornate door, its surface cracked down the middle, revealing a glimpse of light beyond. Betraying a century of trust, he robbed the Yoan family's secret technique treasury. The highest-ranking skill he stole was the lightning god technique. A sphere of crackling blue energy pulses before him, a testament to his treachery. He holds the sphere aloft, the lightning god technique pulsing with raw power. Its energy crackles, threatening to overwhelm him. The moment it was acquired, it rejuvenated the cells in my entire body. He marvels at the sphere's power, a look of awe and wonder mixed with apprehension on his face. The energy surges around him, a vibrant teal. The sphere's power granted him control over the lightning god's abilities, a secret technique of the Yoan family. However, this led to 20 years of pursuit, culminating in his beheading. This is the inheritor of the Yoan family's secret lightning god technique. His smirk hints at the cost of such power, 20 years of relentless pursuit, ending in his execution. Despite the chaos, he secured the 9th seat among the 10 sects. A century's relentless training, fueled by the lightning god technique, finally bore fruit. And yet, a lingering sense of unease hangs in the air, despite his victory. He stands victorious, but his expression remains grim. The defeated opponent lies below, the battle's aftermath a stark reminder of the lingering unease. This man, who hasn't even lived for 100 years, stares ahead, his expression unreadable. The weight of his victory, or perhaps something else entirely, hangs heavy in the air. He is a castellan of chaos. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling truth about the young man's power. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with disbelief, for someone like him to be a castellan. How does that even make any sense? "You're right, nothing about him makes sense," the older man agrees, his words confirming the unspoken doubt. The doctor, despite knowing despair better than anyone after his Abyss expedition experience, looks concerned. His expression reflects the gravity of the situation. The doctor's concern deepens. He observes something unsettling, a detail that chills him to the bone. The figure was smiling. A chilling smile spreads across the figure's face. His chilling smile widens. A cruel amusement flickers in his eyes. "Greenhorn, consider yourself lucky," the warrior sneers, a smug look on his face. He stands over a defeated opponent. "You got to see that guy before you learned about true despair," the warrior states, a chilling finality in his tone. He looks down at the defeated figure, his hand resting on the opponent's head. "What, is this the last stone statue?" the defeated man asks weakly. "You look like you're wondering just what kind of potential does he hold," the warrior muses, a hint of something unreadable in his gaze. His expression is thoughtful, almost pensive, as he considers the defeated man. "1 week before you arrived, Gorgon was almost completely overtaken by the Golden Sky sect." The warrior's words reveal a crucial piece of the past, adding context to the current situation. His eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The warrior's face, etched with grim determination, speaks volumes. He stares, speechless, at the unfolding events. The weight of the situation is palpable. His eyes widen, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding crossing his face. He grips the hilt of his weapon, his knuckles white. "I'm not sure what method they used to make Gorgon's personnel join their side," he mutters, a grim expression etched on his face. His uncertainty hints at a dangerous, unknown power at play. "But it looked like..." He trails off, the unspoken implication heavy with suspicion. His uncertainty about Gorgon's methods deepens the mystery. The camera pulls back, revealing a council of stern-faced figures. Their expressions are serious, their gazes intense, suggesting a weighty decision is at hand. Below, a defeated warrior lies amidst the aftermath of battle. The panel reveals 2 figures, their expressions unreadable, standing over the fallen warrior. A voiceover explains, they'd been preparing to overtake Gorgon for a long time. However, the one who saved Gorgon from the brink of collapse, a lone figure wielding a powerful weapon, stands amidst swirling energy. The lone figure defeated the Soul King, who had possessed the Castellan's body. Dust settles on the ravaged battlefield. He stands amidst the rubble, a lone figure silhouetted against the dusky sky. The aftermath of the battle is stark, the destruction palpable. The dust settles, revealing the victor. It was him, their current Castellan. That. A gasp escapes someone witnessing the Castellan's victory. The Castellan's opponent stares, eyes wide with disbelief and a hint of dawning fear. His face is streaked with dirt and sweat, reflecting the intensity of the battle just concluded. You should tell me about something like that earlier. His opponent's shocked outburst reveals the Castellan's hidden strength. Who tried to assassinate him before I even had the time to tell them about it, you punk? The Castellan's furious outburst reveals his opponent's audacious attempt. The Castellan's fury intensifies. Talking about blaming his own mistake on others, he scoffs, his words a judgment on the assassin's pathetic attempt. The assassin is thrown against a barrel, the impact sending dust and debris flying. He looks up, clearly surprised. I came to request a duel, Gorgon's Castellan. The large, grinning warrior declares his challenge. The warrior adjusts his clothing, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He's ready. I came with the Southern Sea Sect's leader, but may I fight you first? A challenger steps forward, eager for a duel. The Flame King sect leader, Gang Wong, grins, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He's ready to fight. Gang Wong, the Flame King sect leader, dismisses the need for a fight. No, that's not necessary, he declares, his posture radiating confidence. Come at me together, Gang Wong challenges, his expression unwavering. He stands defiant, ready for a multiple opponent confrontation. Since I'm in the middle of polishing my technique, I don't have time, Gang Wong states, his focus unwavering. One of his opponents reacts with a stunned, what? It looks like a lot of people will get hurt today, a voice observes, foreshadowing the coming conflict. The speaker's apprehension is palpable. A large, dark figure holds a smaller, distressed individual. The smaller figure's face is contorted in pain. Fine, the large figure says, releasing the smaller one. He steps away, leaving the distressed individual on the ground. I'll make you regret saying that, he snarls, a fierce glint in his eyes. His expression is one of pure, unadulterated rage. He swings his flaming axe, a fiery arc cleaving the air. He connects with a powerful blow, a blur of motion ending in a triumphant grin. A fiery explosion erupts, the force of the blow clearly shown. The fiery blast engulfs him, a wave of searing heat. He endures the fiery blast, his eyes narrowed in fierce determination. The heat intensifies. He pushes through the inferno, a roar erupting from his very being. He bursts forth, a fiery trail blazing behind him. A fiery blast engulfs the area, rocks and debris flying as he continues his relentless advance. The fiery explosion engulfs him completely. Debris rains down. You rascal! Are you going to burn the whole training ground? The older man yells, his face contorted in anger. The younger man, engulfed in flames moments before, seems oblivious, lost in his own fervor. He probably can't hear anything in his excited state. The young man unleashes a fiery blast, his expression one of fierce concentration. The fiery blast connects, engulfing his opponent in a searing explosion. Ha ha! Are you afraid of the flame from my sword? He bellows, a triumphant grin splitting his face amidst the fiery aftermath. No, he replies, a stark contrast to the opponent's boastful laughter. He counters, a burst of energy erupting from his fist. His counterattack explodes, a wave of energy surging from his fist. Not at all, he declares, his resolve clear. His fist connects, a fiery explosion engulfing his opponent. He coughs, a pain sound swallowed by the fiery aftermath of the blow. A counterattack explodes. Fiery energy bursts from his fist, a blur of motion. A smirk plays on his lips as fiery energy crackles around him. You should also tell me later, he says, the words a low promise. He continues, his words laced with a chilling implication, whether or not you were afraid of my stab. His eyes widen in shock, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek.
The impact of the blow is clear. A single tear rolls down his cheek as he collapses, defeated. The sound of impact echoes. Embers flare around a powerful leg, descending. The victor stands over their fallen opponent. A heavy foot descends, the victor's shadow falling over the defeated opponent. The fight is over. Flames erupt from a shattered section of the wall, smoke billowing as the battle's aftermath is revealed. He stands amidst the fiery wreckage, his back to the viewer. It's still difficult to adjust my power, he admits, revealing a struggle with his newfound abilities. TSK. How shall I explain this to Yurin later? He worries aloud, a look of clear apprehension on his face. The aftermath of his power surge is evident. The residual energy dissipates, leaving behind only swirling water. His apprehension remains. He stands before a weapons rack, the air heavy with the lingering scent of magic. Spears and swords glisten faintly under the dim light. A voice, calm and resolute, cuts through the tension. Gang Huang will be fine. The speaker's face, partially obscured, shows a grim determination, sweat beading on his brow. Rain falls, obscuring the lower half of the figure. Only the determined set of their jaw and the sweat on their brow are visible. Their grim expression remains unchanged. I told you to come at me together, he growls, rain plastering his dark hair to his forehead. His eyes, narrowed in fierce concentration, burn with barely contained power. Water droplets cling to his skin, a testament to the intensity of the fight. His gaze, though partially obscured, remains fierce. He grimaces, sweat dripping down his face. I just hate the heat, he mutters. He grips his sword tighter, rain now soaking his clothes. The effort is clear. He swings his sword, a blur of motion in the downpour. He stands, drenched but resolute, his greatsword held high. Well, then, he says, a hint of grim determination in his voice. He extends a hand, water dripping from his armor. Please be my opponent, he requests, his voice firm despite the downpour. His request made, a confident smirk spreads across his face. He awaits his opponent, ready for the challenge. Castellan. The name hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the tense silence. Sweat beads on his brow, his expression grim but resolute. He waits. Then, shall we begin? The question hangs in the air, a dark, metallic cauldron swinging in the dim light of a stone chamber. Two figures face off, their expressions starkly contrasting. One grins, a predatory gleam in his eye. The other, his gaze unwavering, remains grimly resolute. The tension is palpable. Castellan, a voice whispers, the name heavy with unspoken weight. Sweat beads on the brow of one figure, a stark contrast to the other's calm. Lightning, fire, and now water. He observes the scene, a wry smile playing on his lips. It reminds me of Pokemon, he adds, the thought a stark contrast to the intensity of the moment. Anyway, he looks stronger than the previous guys. The observer notes the new opponent's imposing presence. This new opponent is imposing, his physique is powerful, his armor dark and sharp. He stands ready. He attacks with blinding speed, a blur of motion. He moves in a blur, his attack a flash of light. The attack connects, a powerful blow sending him flying. He hits the ground hard, a fierce expression contorting his face as he struggles to rise. He counters with a fierce, swirling strike, his blade a blur of motion. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. This guy, he is different somehow, a voice observes, a hint of unease coloring the words. The fighter's intense gaze and powerful stance underscore the comment. A projectile, a blur of light blue energy, streaks across the panel. He observes his opponent, noting a key difference. I can't feel any desperation from him, unlike my previous opponents. It feels like he's restraining himself. The observation confirms a stark contrast to his previous opponents. He moves in a blur, a swift, controlled strike. His blade flashes, a blur of motion. The attack connects. He moves in a blur, his blade a flash of icy blue energy. The force of the strike sends fragments of stone flying. The attack connects, a shockwave of blue energy erupting. Debris explodes outwards.
His eyes widen in shock, dust and debris raining down around him. He's sent flying, a blur against the bright blue energy. Debris explodes outward as he impacts the ground. He hits the ground hard, a cloud of dust erupting. A single question mark hangs in the air, reflecting his disbelief. A blur of motion. He's knocked back, a powerful force sending him sprawling. He counters with a blinding flurry of strikes, golden energy blazing from his fists. The opponent is sent flying. He spins, a blur of motion, his attack a whirlwind of blue energy. The force of the strike sends debris flying. The attack connects, a blue torrent of energy leaving a trail of shattered debris in its wake. The impact sends him flying, a blur of motion against the blue energy. Debris scatters in his wake. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts. He swings his greatsword, a wave of golden energy erupting from the blade as it cleaves through the air, shattering stone in its path. The impact of the blow sends a shockwave outwards, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene. He moves in a blur, his sword a flash of light. The sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of light. A sharp sound echoes. He lets out a triumphant ha. Debris flies as the impact of his attack reverberates through the stone hall. He stands amidst the rubble, his weapon held firm. I would have ended up like Gang Huang if I continued blocking it. He thinks, a grim realization dawning. He admits it to himself, a grim acceptance etched on his face. I lost. You're hiding your skills, his opponent declares, a knowing glint in his eyes as he stands over the defeated warrior. Ha ha. There are some things you can tell without fighting to the end, his opponent chuckles, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The victor's words hang in the air, a clear statement of his assessment. Well then, since I've lost, he says, a genuine smile gracing his lips. His acceptance of defeat is surprisingly serene. Let's talk about the Abyss Expedition Squad, he proposes, the conversation shifting to a new, critical topic. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The credits list the artists and novelist. Chapter 36 begins. Lightning God Sect Leader, that son of a bitch. The speaker's rage is palpable. What? He lost by a narrow margin? Incredulity and fury mix in his voice. Who are you blaming? You are the one at fault for losing, a calm voice cuts through the furious outburst. The speaker's words are a stark contrast to the seething anger of the others. Damn it, he mutters, frustration evident in his tone. Anyway, what are the two sect leaders going to do now? The question hangs in the air, a shared uncertainty among the gathered figures. Since you've lost, you have no choice but to join the Abyss Expedition Squad. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration of the consequences. Defeated, he accepts his fate. The young man, shoulder slumped, is now part of the Abyss Expedition Squad. His expression hardens. I came here with the intention of joining the Abyss Expedition Squad to begin with, he states, his resolve clear. Southern Sea Sect Leader, are you serious? The question hangs in the air, disbelief evident. Of course. The sect leader's confident reply confirms his presence, a smirk playing on his lips. The panel focuses on Kaiman, the Southern Sea Sect Leader. His intense gaze and sharp features convey his power and unwavering confidence. Southern Sea Sect Leader Kaiman. The caption reads, confirming his identity. That's right, he's always been this kind of person, a voice narrates, offering insight into Kaiman's unwavering nature. He was a great friend of Amel, the previous Castellan of Gorgon. The narration reveals a significant connection to the past, hinting at potential alliances or conflicts to come. But he couldn't join the Abyss Expedition Squad back then due to his lack of abilities. This explains his absence from a crucial past event, adding a layer of complexity to his character. And back then, a flashback reveals a group of people reacting with fear and shock to something unseen above them. Their expressions convey a sense of impending doom. The Abyss Expedition Squad, robbed of all their fruit and their hope, at the same time. The narration emphasizes the devastating loss suffered by the expedition. His gaze, heavy with the weight of failure, drifts to the desolate landscape. The loss of the expedition's fruit is a bitter pill to swallow. He witnessed their end. A fallen warrior offers a hand to the grief-stricken survivor, the remnants of a shattered army scattered around them. He witnessed the devastation with his own eyes. It's already been 900 years since then, he reflects, a pensive look in his eyes. The weight of the past is heavy upon him. 900 years have passed, yet he's been sharpening his blade, fueled by a strong desire for revenge. I was planning to visit the abyss soon anyway, he states, his resolve unwavering. The journey to exact his revenge continues. Kaiman, you. The old man's voice trails off, his gaze intense, fixed on the figure before him. His expression is a mixture of surprise and something else, apprehension? Fine. The old man mutters, his hand covering his eyes. Then, a question hangs heavy in the air, then what is the Flame King going to do? Well, I have no choice since I lost the fight, he states, a grim resignation etched on his face. He sits, arms crossed, a grim expression unchanging. The weight of defeat is heavy upon him. Then, how about the lightning god? The suggestion hangs in the air, a new challenge proposed. I just made up my mind, the warrior declares, his resolve firm. The old man watches, seemingly anticipating the next step. The old man observes, a thoughtful escaping his lips. He considers the warrior's declaration. The warrior spins, a blur of motion, his attack a whirlwind. He moves in a blur, a powerful strike connecting. A surprised question mark punctuates the impact. Where are you going? Wha? He reacts, a look of surprise and concern etched on his face as his opponent moves with unexpected speed. No way, he exclaims, his face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. You rascal! Are you trying to fight him again? Do you still not realize the difference between you? The difference between them is stark, a chasm of skill and experience. He knows it, and the weight of that knowledge crushes him. Overwhelmed, he can only gasp, "Sir," a word choked with desperation and defeat. A desperate cry rings out, "Jae-hwan!" The sound is filled with hope, a plea for aid. Jae-hwan hits the ground hard, the impact cracking the stone beneath him. Dust rises as his attacker stands over him, victorious. The dust settles, revealing three onlookers reacting to Jae-hwan's defeat. One man looks shocked, another concerned, and a third, partially obscured, seems utterly perplexed. The lightning god sect leader, Yoon. From this moment on, I pledge my loyalty to Sir Jae-hwan, Gorgon's Castellan. The declaration hangs in the air, a significant shift in allegiance following Jae-hwan's victory. Yoon bows deeply before Jae-hwan, his head touching the ground. The lightning god sect leader's allegiance is fully pledged. Jae-hwan remains silent, a thoughtful expression on his face. He considers the implications of Yoon's unwavering loyalty. No, you don't need to pledge your loyalty, Jae-hwan states, rejecting Yoon's offer. Yoon is left defeated, his offer of loyalty rejected. He slumps to the ground, his form partially obscured. Despite his defeat, Yoon vows, "That's not true. I will follow you with absolute loyalty. Even after my death." But you've already died, the words hang heavy in the air, a stark counterpoint to Yoon's fervent loyalty. His face is etched with a grim understanding. Despite the grim news, Yoon's resolve remains unshaken. A golden, ornate shoulder piece, part of a powerful armor, comes into view. Yoon lies face down, his shoulders slumped. Despite the grim situation, his expression shows unwavering determination. "Anyway, Castellan, please accept me as your family." The plea echoes, a desperate hope amidst the rubble. Any post is fine, even something like a captain. The plea continues, desperate and unwavering. Hope flickers in the damaged hall. Family? What are you talking about? The elder's dismissive words cut through the desperate plea. His skepticism is clear. "I'm really not going to steal things like secret techniques, so please accept me," he pleads, tears streaming down his face. His desperation is palpable. A summary box reveals a shocking truth: the lightning god sect leader was once a member of the Yoan family, fleeing after stealing their secret technique, the lightning god technique. Even though you are the lightning god sect's leader? The question hangs in the air, a challenge etched on the speaker's face.
His expression is one of disbelief and simmering anger. Did you even think about the lightning god sect's future when you said that? The question hangs heavy, a clenched fist slamming onto the ground, the impact echoing the speaker's fury. Lightning god sect, you say?
The younger man's skeptical words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the older man's simmering rage from the previous panel. His expression is one of doubt, his gaze questioning.
The lightning god sect doesn't exist in chaos anymore.
The younger man's statement is definitive, his skepticism now a blunt assertion.
What do you mean?
The older man's question is sharp, his expression one of disbelief.
Why doesn't it exist? His confusion is palpable. Including me, there are only 7 survivors.
The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous confusion. He stares down, a grim expression etched onto his face. The weight of 7 survivors settles heavily upon him.
A week ago. His face contorted in a grimace, sweat trickling down his jaw. The weight of responsibility is almost palpable.
The text appears, the lightning god sect. A figure, dark and powerful, descends, weapon held high. 2 figures lie defeated on the stone floor, the impact of the lightning god sect's arrival evident in the cracked stone around them.
Was abolished. The announcement echoes, confirming the lightning god sect's complete defeat.
His eyes blaze with fury. The defeat of the lightning god sect is a bitter pill to swallow. The title card appears, The World After the Fall.
Chapter 37 begins.
A heavy chain, thick and dark, is shown being forcefully broken. You're saying that, a voice states, the broken chain lying on the ground, a testament to their incredible strength. The old man's eyes widen slightly. The lightning god sect was abolished, he whispers, a hint of disbelief in his tone.
He confirms, a single word hanging heavy in the air, yes. His expression is grim, confirming the devastating news. When did that even happen?
He asks, the question hanging in the air. The reply is immediate, like I said, it was a week ago. The old man sighs, a deep, weary sound. His shoulders slump slightly, his gaze cast downward.
So, to summarize.
He begins to recount the events, his voice low and measured. The lightning god sect was abolished, and it just happened that.
He trails off, a grim expression settling on his face.
The weight of the revelation hangs heavy in the air.
Gorgon Castle announced that the new Castellan would be decided by duels.
The speaker clutches his chest, the weight of this news clearly impacting him.
A figure, silhouetted against the dark stone, plants a sword into the ground.
So you came here, aiming for the position of Castellan, telling yourself that you would go big or go home, a voice narrates, the words echoing the challenger's bold ambition. However, when you actually tried fighting him, the narration continues, as we see the challenger sent flying by a powerful blow, the force of the impact depicted in a dramatic swirl of energy. The victor stands amidst the lingering energy of their attack, a stark contrast to the dark, rocky landscape. A trail of blue energy crackles behind them, fading slowly. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief and pain etched across his face.
He's clearly overwhelmed.
The words hang in the air, you were crushed.
The stark declaration underscores his defeat. Your sect was abolished, the older man states, his gaze unwavering. And you couldn't become the Castellan. He pauses, then adds, are you asking him to take you under his wing, since you have nowhere else to go?
Yes, the younger man replies, a wide grin on his face. The older man sighs, his speech bubble reading, you really have no shame. Anyway, the lightning god sect was abolished a week ago.
Why haven't rumors spread about it?
The older man's question hangs in the air, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Even considering the distance between Manticore and Gorgon, 1 week is too long, the older man states, his observation highlighting the unusual lack of news regarding the lightning god sect's abolishment.
Doctor, you said the Castellan saved Gorgon.
The words hang in the air, a question laced with disbelief and perhaps a hint of suspicion.
Yes, I told you that already, didn't I? The doctor states, a hint of impatience in his tone. That brat saved it from the Golden Sky sect, who? His words trail off, leaving the implication hanging in the air.
The doctor's eyes widen, a look of stark disbelief washing over his face. He's clearly shocked. Wait, the Golden Sky Sect? The doctor's shocked whisper reveals the identity of the imposing figures before him. No way. Was the disturbance in the inner castle a week ago because of the Golden Sky Sect? The doctor's voice is filled with disbelief, a revelation connecting past events to the imposing figures before him. Yes, the Golden Sky Sect, the man confirms, his voice low and grim. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a wide shot, revealing a vast, ominous landscape. Dark clouds gather overhead, casting a shadow over the barren land. Was it the Golden Sky Sect that abolished your sect? The question hangs heavy in the air, directed at the armored figure, whose head is bowed low. That's correct, the armored figure confirms, their heads still bowed. The admission hangs heavy in the air. The Lighting God sect isn't the only one that was abolished. The revelation hangs in the air, a grim shadow cast across the speaker's face. A tattered, crimson banner lies on the ground, its emblem scorched and broken. The words, third rank, the shadow, and even the first rank, the Sky Dragon, confirm the devastating scope of the recent destruction. The remnants of the Sky Dragon's banner lie scattered, a testament to the battle's ferocity. Its scorched fabric and broken emblem speak volumes of the devastating power unleashed. He crouches low, amidst the fiery embers of the battlefield. The heat from the recent battle still radiates. A voiceover narrates, none of them could ward off the Golden Sky Sect. The camera pans across a burning cityscape, highlighting the sect's overwhelming power. The Golden Sky Sect's overwhelming power is shown as they stand amidst the burning ruins of a city. Their figures are silhouetted against the flames, highlighting their victory. Embers drift down as the Golden Sky Sect surveys the devastation. Their victory is complete. What? A leader of the Golden Sky Sect stares, his expression one of disbelief and dawning alarm. His mouth agape, the sect leader's face is a mask of furious disbelief. Beside him, a younger warrior stares, his expression grim and apprehensive. Then what happened to Manticore Castle? The sect leader's voice cracks, a tremor of fear and disbelief underlying his question. Manticore Castle. The words hang in the air, a silent testament to the sect leader's unspoken fear. The fate of the castle remains unknown, a mystery yet to unfold. The castle walls crumble, the text revealing a grim truth: Manticore Castle was completely overtaken. The camera pulls back, revealing the devastation. The Golden Sky Sect attacked Manticore Castle a week ago. Now it all makes sense. The old man's eyes narrow, a grim understanding dawning on his face. Concealing that information for a week is impossible, unless the castle itself made the move. The old man's realization hangs heavy in the air. A purple energy surges, engulfing the castle. The ancient stones crack and crumble under its power. The purple energy intensifies, engulfing the castle in its glow. A single thought echoes, which means. The purple energy surges, revealing a shocking truth: the Golden Sky Sect, captors of the Manticore, controls the skill system. Surrounded by the Golden Sky Sect, a masked figure channels purple energy, his intense gaze unwavering. The sect's control over the skill system is now undeniable. The masked figure intensifies his purple energy, now blocking all message skills. The Golden Sky Sect's control is absolute. Wait. I don't understand, he cries, his hands flying up to his head in a gesture of utter confusion and disbelief. Are you saying that 3 of the 10 sects of chaos were defeated at once? And their opponent was the 10th ranked Golden Sky Sect? The question hangs in the air, disbelief etched on his face. He stares down, a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension in his eyes. The weight of the news sinks in. Indeed. The single word hangs in the air, a confirmation of the shocking revelation. He ponders, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. I heard rumors about the Golden Sky Sect developing their power, he muses, but how could? The question hangs unfinished, leaving the audience to wonder along with him. His thoughts trail off, a question hanging in the air. Could the Golden Sky Sect have grown powerful enough to control Manticore in just a few years? The sheer speed of their rise is unsettling.
So, does a smaller rank mean a greater strength?
The question hangs in the air, two men pondering the implications of the Golden Sky sect's rapid rise. A young man with striking teal hair kneels before three figures, his back to them. He appears subdued, his posture suggesting defeat or resignation. He slowly rises, his head bowed. The weight of defeat is palpable. He rises, his gaze unwavering. A quiet strength replaces the earlier defeat. His eyes, burning with resolve, scan the horizon. A new determination sets in. No way, did you only just realize that now, despite being a Castellan? The words hang in the air, a sharp rebuke directed at the smaller figure hunched on the ground.
What?
The Castellan's voice is a barely audible whisper, his head bowed low, reflecting his confusion and shock at the previous accusation. The Castellan's face is contorted in disbelief and anger, sweat beading on his brow. Beside him, a smirk plays on the other man's lips, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and something colder. Terror grips the Castellan's face as he's thrown back, a blur of motion and sweat. His eyes widen in stark fear. He slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him.
The impact is deafening. Dust settles, revealing him.
Eyes blazing, he mutters, I mean. He's drenched in sweat, eyes wide with exertion. His strained face shows the toll of the fight.
I'm sorry. I'll explain everything. Please spare my life.
He pleads, his voice filled with desperation.
I'm alive. He whispers, relief washing over his face.
The other man nods, seemingly unfazed.
Ha!
He managed to escape death, a voice chuckles, the words laced with a hint of amusement. Do you already know that there are 4 great castles, the text reveals, displaying emblems for Gorgon and Manticore castles? The narration continues, revealing there are 4 great castles, including Dryad and Garuda, and 10 sects known as the 10 sects of chaos. The 10 sects of chaos, it turns out, are not created equal.
Their power and influence vary considerably.
There's a ranking system for the 10 sects of chaos, from 1st to 10th rank.
And 1st rank is the most powerful sect.
The diagram shows a tiered pyramid, illustrating the hierarchy of the 10 sects of chaos. The diagram highlights the vast power disparity between the 10 sects of chaos.
The 10th rank, shown at the bottom, is significantly weaker than the top-ranked sect. The diagram shows a clear hierarchy. The top 3 ranks of the 10 sects of chaos possess significantly greater power than the lower 7.
Despite the established hierarchy, the 9th rank Lightning God, 3rd rank Shadow, and 1st rank Skydragon have all fallen to the 10th rank Golden Sky. Even Manticore, a powerful being, has been captured by the Golden Sky. The scene shows the defeated Manticore and 2 other high-ranking warriors, all subdued by the 10th rank Golden Sky. I'm not sure what kind of support they've been receiving, but I'm sure someone is sponsoring them, a warrior observes, his expression grim. The captured Manticore and other powerful figures remain subdued.
A grim realization dawns. Golden Sky Sect.
He mutters, the name heavy with unspoken implications. I heard you guys brought a nightmare here.
Correct?
The question hangs in the air, a challenge from a stern-faced figure.
The revelation shocks them.
They were normal people that possessed.
The text clarifies, leaving the audience questioning the nature of the threat.
However, they were trying to capture Gorgon.
The revelation adds a new layer of complexity to the threat. The grim news arrives, Manticore has already been captured. A figure stands, silhouetted against a crumbling wall, his expression unreadable. A chilling realization dawns. They are subjugating the castles one by one. Their goal might be the same as mine.
A chilling thought crosses their mind, I wonder if the nightmares and...
The nightmare? The question hangs in the air, a chilling realization dawning on the character's face.
His eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his expression. If I tell you that, there's no point in surviving here. The speaker's grim warning hangs heavy in the air, his words echoing the growing dread. When he finds out, I'll be wishing that I just died sooner. The speaker's back is to us, their despair palpable in the grim words. A sense of impending doom hangs heavy in the air. His eyes widen, a single word escaping his lips, he. The caption clarifies, the person previously mentioned is in Manticore. His gaze hardens, a grim determination settling on his face. He's ready. He attacks. A blur of motion. A liquid, possibly blood, splatters on the ground. The attack connects. He's thrown back, a spray of what looks like blood misting the air. The impact is brutal. He lies on the ground, a grimace twisting his face in pain. Dust and what seems to be blood cling to his beard. In the end, we didn't get the Guardian's horn. A figure size, a large fan partially obscuring their face. Well, it can't be helped, right, they say, a resigned tone implied by their posture and words. Below, several figures in dark purple robes stand silently on a balcony. The scene shifts to a grand throne room. A figure reclines casually on a golden throne, seemingly unconcerned as a defeated opponent lies sprawled at the foot of the steps, blood staining the stone. The defeated warrior lies broken on the ground, his armor shattered, blood staining the stone. A single tear tracks down his cheek. A victor's smirk plays on the lips of the triumphant warrior. His eyes, blazing with a fierce orange light, gleam with satisfaction. This is Lin Jinhong, leader of the Golden Sky sect. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The credits roll, showcasing the creative team behind The World After the Fall. For those new to Chaos, a voice announces, Yoon Young has arrived. The question, what are the 10 sects of Chaos, is posed, setting the stage. The narrator explains that the 10 sects of Chaos have existed for 900 years, since the Abyss Expedition Squad was first formed. This establishes a key element of the world's history. Each of the 10 sects has a leader, a vice leader, and a head elder. Do you remember the vice leader and head elder who appeared earlier? They operate in the shadows, their power a closely guarded secret. Sir Jaewon's overwhelming strength keeps them hidden, but each sect leader possesses terrifying abilities. They can instantly kill dozens of high-stage adapters. The World After the Fall. Chapter 38 begins. Chapter 38 begins. A flash of light. The camera pulls back, revealing a vast, opulent chamber. Sunlight streams through a high, arched ceiling. We've imprisoned the Sky Dragon sect leader, one of the figures announces, his voice carrying a note of quiet satisfaction. The opulent chamber seems to amplify the weight of their words. After cutting off his limbs, one of the figures explains, the chilling detail hanging heavy in the opulent chamber. The Shadow Warrior's sect leader, it turns out, is still fighting with his group. He spins a throwing star, a blur of motion. But that should be over soon enough, he states confidently. The throwing star connects, a sharp shing accompanying its impact. The throwing star finds its mark. A sharp shing echoes as it connects, followed by a resounding quang. He takes a bite of the fruit, a single word escaping his lips, good. A question cuts through the silence, did you manage to catch the lightning god sect leader? That's. A hesitant reply hangs in the air, leaving the question unanswered. Not yet. The masked figure's attack is deflected, a brief moment of resistance before the inevitable. The masked figure is struck, a pained coo, escaping his lips as he reels from the blow. I beg for your pardon, the masked figure pleads, defeated and on his knees before the throne. The masked figure remains kneeling, head bowed low in defeat. The weight of his failure is palpable. No, that's fine. The victor casually dismisses the defeated opponent, a nonchalant air contrasting sharply with the previous intensity. Have you figured out where he ran off to? One fighter asks. He probably went to Gorgon, the other replies, his assessment seemingly definitive. I didn't know that the sect leaders would start cooperating, he remarks, taking a bite from a piece of fruit. His expression suggests surprise, perhaps even a touch of unease. As soon as I captured Manticore, he explains, the words adding a new layer to the unexpected cooperation among the sect leaders. Gorgon, huh? A skeptical expression crosses his face. The implication of the Manticore's capture hangs heavy in the air. I heard a crazy guy appeared. The words hang in the air, adding to the already tense atmosphere. He stands before the assembled crowd, his back to us. The speaker explains that a new Abyss expedition squad is being formed, the position of Gorgon's castellan hanging in the balance. A voice, seemingly from the crowd, observes, "I didn't think there was anyone in chaos that still had such thoughts." A bystander's observation cuts through the scene. The troops sent there were smaller than at Manticore. The implication hangs heavy in the air. A small contingent of soldiers, outnumbered, moves through a stone courtyard. Their urgency is palpable. But the head elder Maihan has been working hard, fortifying the foundation. His serious expression underscores the gravity of the situation. "I'm now ashamed to face the pitch-dark monarch," he confesses, his gaze downcast. The screen flickers. The screen cuts to black. A figure emerges, cloaked and powerful, bathed in golden light. He stands before a throne, flames licking at its base. The throne room is empty. Only the ornate chair remains, flames still dancing at its base. Was the new king. The words hang in the air, a stark revelation in the aftermath of the throne room fire. Was the new castellan's name Jaehuan? The question hangs in the air, a moment of stunned silence following the revelation. Then, a low, confirming voice, "Yes, indeed." Now that he looks at him, the new castellan seems familiar. The castellan holds a small, ornate box. A golden light emanates from behind him, illuminating the scene. From the box, a blinding light erupts. A bright, ornate golden rectangle appears, glowing intensely. This is? He murmurs, intrigued. It's a message from the pitch-dark monarch. Is it a request to recover the runaway product? He asks, a curious glint in his eyes. Damn it! Why are they asking us to make up for their failure in management? The frustration is palpable. A golden energy blasts across the ornate chamber, sending figures tumbling down the steps. Dust and debris fill the air. Anyway, tell them we got it. The dust settles, the aftermath of a powerful blast. A message is sent. Yes. The confirmation arrives, a single word echoing the success of their mission. A hand rests on a rich, dark red surface, a subtle golden trim outlining the edge. The action is deliberate, almost reverent. A single, sharp intake of breath. The silence is broken. Hey! The word hangs in the air, a simple greeting, yet it breaks the heavy silence. Doesn't it make less sense the more you think about it? The question hangs in the air, a thoughtful murmur from one figure to another, as dust motes dance in the golden light. The only thing visible is the word "to be continued." The narrator's voice cuts in, stating, "They are saying that a random product." A single foot, clad in dark leather, steps into a puddle of a viscous, light-colored liquid, leaving a trail behind it. A figure, partially obscured, stands over a pool of viscous fluid. The text reveals, "Managed to kill the tower's cultivator." The cultivator's demise unleashed chaos. The tower was destroyed, and the figure emerged. A wide, feral grin splits the figure's face, revealing sharp teeth. Saliva drips from a pointed tongue. A burst of energy erupts, dust and debris flying as the attack connects. The attack lands. He stumbles, sprayed with debris. His opponent stands, unmoved. He's trapped within a glowing golden frame, a magical prison. His opponent watches, arms outstretched, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Do you? The villain's words hang in the air, a sinister question unanswered as the panel ends. His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror replacing his previous composure. A golden energy surges around him. Surrounded by a golden aura, he questions, "Think this makes any sense at all?" His voice reflects disbelief and confusion. "It doesn't make sense," he mutters, his disbelief palpable. Right? He must be crazy, there's no way such a thing is possible. The golden aura around him flickers and fades as he collapses. "What shall we do about the lightning god sect leader that ran away to the Gorgon?" one asks. Another responds dismissively, "Just leave the weakling alone." Pardon? But? A figure eats an apple, seemingly unconcerned by the previous discussion. The figure finishes their apple, a faint smirk playing on their lips. The scene shifts. Word arrives, the leaders of the 10 sects are gathering in Gorgon. After hearing that the new Castellan put his position on the line, the stakes are high. I was planning to deal with them anyway for the Chaos Unification Plan, so that's actually better. A voice, calm and calculating, reveals a pre-existing plan. The stakes just got higher. Since the word hangs in the air, a prelude to a chilling revelation. The bound man's eyes gleam with a disturbing intensity. Gorgon will soon be completely devastated by ghouls. The captive's chilling prophecy hangs heavy in the air. His eyes widen, reflecting the impending doom. Fear grips him as the prophecy's weight intensifies. He falls into an abyss, swallowed by darkness. The presence of an extreme evil is felt, a dark, ominous energy consuming the city. I'm sure that was from Gorgon Castle a week ago, a voice confirms, the ominous energy of the city further emphasizing the gravity of the situation. A monstrous face looms, crimson eyes burning, a jagged grin splitting its shadowy form. The sheer malice is palpable. The monstrous face is identified, the Soul King Catastrophe. The Soul King Catastrophe's presence vanished, but a chilling narration follows, but the scariest part isn't the dissension itself. A chilling close-up reveals a ghoul's grotesque grin. The narration ominously adds, other ghouls. From now on, they are going to clearly understand. The chilling words hang in the air, a promise of revelation. The reason that the Soul King Catastrophe is called a disaster. The truth, finally revealed. The camera pans down, revealing a dark, crumbling stone structure. The damage is extensive, the scene speaks of a catastrophic event. The question hangs heavy in the air, are you saying that someone is sponsoring the Golden Sky sect? The damaged stone structure looms large, a silent testament to the sect's power and the potential consequences of this revelation. I think it's one of the monarchs of the 12 regions of the Great Land, a figure states, offering a potential explanation for the Golden Sky sect's sponsorship. He stands apart, observing the group huddled together in the damaged courtyard. That can't be true, a voice objects. The monarchs aren't supposed to interfere with chaos anymore. The speaker's skepticism is clear. But they have to be at least at the level of a monarch to sponsor an organization as powerful as one of the 10 sects of chaos, he explains, his words adding a crucial detail to the unfolding mystery. I heard the entirety of the Great Land is currently involved in a war, he states grimly, the words painting a picture of widespread conflict. A battlefield, littered with broken weapons and fallen banners, looms behind him. He continues, his voice grim, it's not impossible that someone is using this opportunity to interfere with the politics and chaos. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. How about contacting the Resurrection Palace? The suggestion causes him to visibly flinch, his expression hardening with a new layer of apprehension. The Resurrection Palace? His eyes widen, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. The imposing structure, bathed in ethereal light, looms in the distance. Before him rises the Resurrection Palace, a breathtaking structure of ethereal light and imposing grandeur. It's the place where monarchs and 5 distinguished families are resurrected, overseen by an organization controlling all the fruits within chaos. Anyway, if one of the 12 regions is interfering, doesn't that mean they broke the treaty? The elder's question hangs heavy in the air, directed at the imposing figure beside him. Yes, in return for the Resurrection Palace seizing the fruits, the monarchs and 5 distinguished families from the Great Land agreed to a treaty, the elder explains, his words heavy with unspoken implications. He states that the monarchs and 5 great families will no longer interfere with the politics of chaos. We have to interrogate them on the matter, he bellows, his face contorted in furious determination. But we don't have any proof yet, someone counters, the words a quiet objection to the previous outburst. The speaker's hands, bound tightly, emphasize their powerless position. And on top of that, the voice continues, adding weight to the already serious situation. The unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air. I don't like asking them for help, he mutters, his reluctance clear. The weight of the decision rests heavily on him. His face contorts in a grimace of frustrated determination. He's clearly struggling with his decision. And what are you going to do if the Resurrection Palace bastards are on their side?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to his resolve. That's. He trails off, a look of dawning realization crossing his face. The weight of the question from before seems to settle heavily on his shoulders. He falls to his knees, the weight of the revelation crushing him. His hand rests heavily on the ground, the dust swirling around him. He remains kneeling, the weight of the truth settling upon him. The dust motes dance in the dim light, a silent testament to his despair. The situation is more serious than I thought. What are you going to do now? The old man's question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet despair of the kneeling figure. Manticore Castle was captured. The news hangs heavy, a grim visual confirmation of the old man's earlier words. The grim news continues. 3 of the 10 sects have been subjugated. A chilling warning hangs in the air if you continue with your plan. The stakes are higher than ever. A grim realization dawns. A war is going to break out, he thinks, the weight of the impending conflict heavy on his face. It doesn't matter. They are enemies we will have to fight anyway, a hardened voice declares, the speaker's grim determination etched onto his face. The Castellan. The name hangs heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the approaching conflict. Seems to be trying to withdraw from the position of Castellan. The revelation hangs heavy, a new complication in the looming conflict. By uniting chaos and getting rid of all enemies, the man states, his words a chilling declaration of intent. His grim expression leaves no doubt about his ruthless plan. Since a Castellan isn't needed if there is no castle. He mutters, his words a chilling revelation of his plan's ruthless efficiency. He smiles, a chilling expression that underscores the cold logic of his plan. The destruction of the castles was merely a means to an end. No way, are you really planning to unite chaos? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the chilling smile from moments before. A gaping chasm, or ruin of some structure, is all that remains. The unification of chaos is a completely different thing from subjugating the 4 castles and the 10 sects. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration against the backdrop of the ruined landscape. The Resurrection Palace is. The words hang heavy, a question mark echoing the vast, dark expanse above. Below, a monstrous, chained creature stirs. Its rider, cloaked in dark, remains impassive. A chilling revelation, this enemy surpasses the combined might of 4 castles in 10 sections. It's impossible with your current abilities. The stark assessment hangs in the air, a grim judgment on the protagonist's current strength against an overwhelming foe. There are things you can't do alone, no matter how strong you are. The mentor's words, a stark reminder of the protagonist's limitations, hang heavy in the dimly lit room. A bright flash illuminates the scene. The bright flash reveals a chasm, a gaping hole in the earth. The sky beyond is bright, almost blinding. The bright light fades, revealing a dilapidated armory. Spears and swords rest on a broken rack, bathed in the soft glow filtering through the damaged stone walls. It doesn't matter, a voice declares, a dismissive tone cutting through the quiet of the armory. He stands arms crossed, a grim expression etched on his face. The armory's stone walls loom behind him, a stark contrast to the dust settling around a fallen figure at his feet. That's why you're here, old man. He stands over his defeated opponent, arms still crossed, his grim expression unchanged. His expression remains grim, unwavering. Victory holds no satisfaction for him. A vast, star-filled sky stretches above. He stands, silhouetted against the celestial expanse, his grim expression unchanged. It doesn't matter, a voice declares, dismissing the previous events with chilling indifference. He stands, arms crossed, a grim expression etched on his face. The dust motes dance in the shafts of light illuminating the crumbling stone walls around him. That's why you're here, old man. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration as the younger man stands over his fallen opponent. His gaze is unwavering, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Victory is his. A low, guttural sound escapes him. The victor stands over his fallen opponent, the fight concluded. His eyes widen, a silent scream escaping his lips. The old man's face contorts in disbelief and fury. It's like you said.
I don't have any experience, and I haven't lived long enough, he admits. Since you're here, it doesn't matter, the older warrior counters, his expression unwavering. When did I say I'm going with you? The younger man protests, his voice laced with disbelief. His expression is a mix of surprise and clear reluctance. Were you not? The older man's eyes widen, his expression one of disbelief and perhaps a touch of anger. He seems genuinely surprised by the younger man's denial. The older man's disbelief is palpable. A single exclamation point punctuates the silence, highlighting his shock. A gasp escapes the older man. His shock is undeniable. How is a mere 60-year-old brat making me feel this way? The older man's disbelief is palpable. His words reveal the unexpected impact of his younger opponent. And you guys, the younger man states, his arms crossed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He stands in a grand hall, his posture radiating self-assurance. Just as you've heard, I'm not just recruiting for the Abyss Expedition Squad. The young man clarifies, his confident expression unwavering. He reveals his true objective, to unite chaos and destroy the Resurrection Palace, the place that stole the fruit 900 years ago. A map shows 3 key locations. The Resurrection Palace looms, a shattered monument to a past theft. The Laby's expedition squad will only depart after he destroys it. He stands before the ruined Resurrection Palace, his gaze hardened. What I need are the real allies that will do all of that with me, he declares, his voice firm. If you think you can't do that, then you can leave now, he states, his gaze unwavering as he assesses the potential allies gathered before him. The air crackles with unspoken tension. What are you going to do if none of us agree to help? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the man's unwavering resolve. His jaw tightens, a grin set to his face. He considers the challenge, the weight of the question pressing down. Then I'll have to do it myself, he resolves, his jaw set firm. The decision is made. Didn't he say it's impossible to do it alone? Doubt clouds his face as he looks at the seemingly insurmountable task ahead. A single word hangs in the air, a testament to his uncertainty. He hesitates, facing the challenge alone. He takes a deep breath, steeling himself. The challenge before him looms large. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his features. He's ready. Made it this far alone, he thinks, a grim resolve etched on his face. He finds himself surrounded. 2 imposing figures flank him, their expressions unreadable. A cruel laugh echoes. Ha ha. A booming laugh erupts, ha 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 ha. The sound is cruel, echoing the villain's malicious glee. All right. I'll join you, Castellan. Whether it's Abyss or the Resurrection Palace, I'll follow you wherever, a voice declares, pledging unwavering loyalty. Same goes for me. We are already one body, Castellan. The second man's enthusiastic agreement solidifies their bond, his words echoing his companion's unwavering loyalty. I don't need something like that, he declares, rejecting the offered bond. His expression is firm, his words cutting through the previous enthusiastic exchange. Then how about the Flame King? The question hangs in the air, a new proposition following the rejection. The suggestion is met with silence. A group sits nearby, their expressions unreadable. A lone figure stands apart, arms crossed, observing them from the shadows. Ahem. I haven't completely made up my mind yet. The man runs a hand through his hair, a single tear tracing a path down his weathered cheek. His expression is one of deep contemplation, perhaps even internal conflict. This is a reasonable reaction, one character states, but another retorts, what do you even know about him, to accept his offer so easily? The second character's expression is one of disbelief and outrage. Consider your positions as sect leaders. The announcement hangs in the air, a challenge to those present. Honestly, I'm not sure if Castellan has the qualifications to lead the Abyss Expedition Squad. A sect leader voices his doubt, his expression one of serious concern. The enemies Castellan faces are too powerful. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. That's why I would like Castellan to prove it to us. The demand hangs in the air, a challenge issued.
Castellan clenches his fist, his gaze lowered.
A shadow of doubt crosses his face. The text appears: there are currently 6 sect leaders in Gorgon.
Castellan's doubt deepens.
A looming figure, shrouded in shadow, speaks. If you manage to gain the recognition of the 3 other sect leaders, the voice booms, its words a challenge.
I'll also recognize you, the imposing figure declares, his red eyes burning with intensity.
The challenge is clear: earn the respect of the other sect leaders, and he will grant his own recognition. Fine, let's do that, the protagonist agrees, accepting the challenge.
So easily?
The large, red-haired warrior questions, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief.
His doubt hangs heavy in the air. However, I also have a condition. The warrior's opponent speaks, a new element introduced into their tense standoff. Condition?
The warrior questions, his gaze shifting to the opponent who just stated their terms.
The weight of the unspoken agreement hangs heavy in the air. If I have to gain your recognition, then you also need to gain mine. The warrior's opponent states their terms, a challenge echoing in the quiet space. What kind of recognition are you talking about?
The warrior demands clarification, his tone sharp and questioning. A tournament, he replies, the word hanging heavy in the air.
His expression remains serious, unwavering.
I'm going to hold a tournament, with the position of Castellan at stake, one man announces.
The other man's eyes widen, he must place in the top 8 to win.
That's my condition to recognize you, the older man states, his eyes narrowed in a challenging glare.
The younger man's intense gaze holds steady.
I'll take your test after that, the younger man replies, his expression resolute.
The younger man accepts the challenge, his gaze unwavering. He's ready. What are you?
The larger man bellows, his attack a blur of motion.
Certainly.
Being the leaders of 10 sects can't be proof that we are the strongest in chaos.
A voice speaks, impatient. When is the tournament going to start? A wave of purple energy surges, revealing a grand, ornate doorway. The tournament is about to begin. 2 hands, glowing with purple energy, push against the ornate doorway.
The immense power strains the ancient structure. A single word, hanging heavy in the air, as the ancient door begins to crack under the immense pressure.
Sir Castellan.
The name is shouted as a figure, cloaked in shadow and crackling dark energy, emerges from the crumbling doorway. The shadowy figure stands revealed, a powerful presence emanating from him. Dark energy still crackles around his form. The figure lowers his head, dark energy swirling around him like a storm. His shadowed face remains unseen. His eyes blaze with dark energy, a furious expression etched on his face.
He clutches a scroll, its arcane script glowing faintly.
His gaze hardens, a grin set to his jaw.
Has already started, apparently.
He examines the glowing scroll, his expression conveying a mixture of anger and determination. The scroll announces the first Gorgon tournament.
The preliminaries begin today at 6 p.m. Anyone wanting the position of Castellan must participate.
The title card appears, The World After the Fall.
Chapter 39 begins. Chapter 39 begins.
A vast, white expanse stretches before us, a stark, empty landscape.
A majestic city unfolds before us, its towering spires and intricate architecture gleaming under a bright sky. Birds circle overhead, adding to the scene's serene yet imposing atmosphere. This is the capital of the kingdom.
A sigh escapes, a quiet sound against the backdrop of the kingdom's capital.
It speaks volumes of unspoken weariness. He sits, hands clasped, head bowed.
A heavy sigh escapes him, a visible weight of worry settling on his shoulders. He slowly raises his head, a glimmer of resolve replacing the previous worry in his eyes. Sir Castellan must have a plan, a confident voice chuckles. Hope flickers in his eyes.
What kind of plan do you expect him to have? Doubt clouds the speaker's face, a stark contrast to the previous optimism. The situation is even worse than last time.
A grim assessment hangs in the air, confirming earlier doubts. The powerful are gathering, drawn to the chaos.
Those eager to watch the spectacle are also converging. Gorgon's outer area is already saturated.
The scene shows a crowded, tense situation near a large gate.
Every checkpoint is struggling with identification.
The sheer volume of people at the gate creates a bottleneck. The internal commander seems to disapprove of Castellan's decision. His expression is one of clear displeasure. He shakes his head, a sigh escaping his lips. It's not a matter of personal like or dislike, but it's about principles, he states firmly.
If the majority of the Horn captains agree in case of emergency, the policy can be approved without a conference, right?
He asks, a slight tilt to his head conveying his uncertainty.
The Castellan has secured the agreement of the majority.
The Castellan nods slowly, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. He seems pleased with the outcome.
That's true, the Castellan confirms, a hint of satisfaction in his tone.
He reveals that among the 5 cabinet Horn captains, a majority sided with him. The Castellan's announcement concludes, the 3 of you, who were appointed as the new Horn captains.
The panel shows one of the newly appointed captains, a muscular figure with fiery red hair.
The newly appointed Horn captains sit together.
One, with dark hair, looks down, his expression unreadable.
The others remain visible, but their reactions are unclear from this angle. The dark-haired Horn captain leans back, his expression still unreadable. A subtle shift in his posture hints at a quiet contemplation.
Close-ups of 3 men's eyes reveal their intense focus.
A shared seriousness hangs in the air. The grim reality of the Golden Sky Sect incident is revealed. 4 out of 5 cabinet Horn captains perished. The final captain was disabled, leaving the cabinet severely understaffed.
The weight of this loss is palpable.
Then he appointed a new captain. He then appointed his close personnel as Horn captains.
Claire, the finance Horn captain, is introduced, standing proudly amidst stacks of gold coins.
Next, Carlton, the law Horn captain, is introduced. He stands solemnly at a judge's bench, a gavel in hand. Jahir, the defense Horn captain, is also shown. That's why all the policies are being approved somehow. A thought bubbles from an unseen narrator, hinting at a hidden manipulation within the seemingly proper legal proceedings.
The narration continues, questioning the protagonist's suitability for her new role. Moreover, how is she supposed to take care of the finance Horn when she's a bar hostess at a mere second-stage adapters level? The implication is that her background seems inadequate for the task. You seem dissatisfied by the Castellan's policies, a voice observes, but are you aware of the money the policy generates?
The speaker's words are directed at a woman with a skeptical expression, her gaze intense.
Is going to create, Sir Internal Commander?
The question hangs in the air, unspoken tension thick between the 2 figures.
Money. The Internal Commander's question hangs in the air. The barkeeper replies, yes, the money. I hope you aren't looking down on me just because I'm a barkeeper. No, that's...
The internal commander hesitates, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seems troubled by something beyond the barkeeper's request. Your expression says it all, someone observes, their words highlighting the internal commander's troubled demeanor. His hesitation speaks volumes. A shower of gold coins falls, illustrating a proverb, money gathers where people gather.
Gorgon is experiencing its largest crowd ever, thanks to the tournament.
A wide, gleeful grin spreads across the organizer's face as gold coins rain down around them.
Are you aware of where the tournament is going to be held?
The question hangs in the air, sunlight streaming through a large window in a grand, opulent room.
I haven't found that out yet. The response is delivered calmly, yet the uncertainty hangs heavy in the opulent room.
It's on the vendor's street, north of the outer area, the man informs, a look of surprised understanding dawning on his face.
Pardon? That's...
The man trails off, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on his face. The information he just received is clearly unexpected.
Yes, that's the street that was completely destroyed during the Golden Sky Sect incident a few days ago.
The statement hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of recent devastation.
They emerge from the rubble, a survivor and his companion, looking up at the ravaged street. The scene is one of devastation, a stark reminder of the Golden Sky Sect's attack.
Amidst the rubble, residents who lost their jobs or working as tournament assistants, helping rebuild the street while the event preparations continue. An older man, his face etched with worry, strokes his beard thoughtfully. The tournament preparations continue, but his gaze holds a deep concern. He knew the tournament was coming, but the scale of it, the manpower and location secured, still surprised him. His worry deepens. The castle's total damage from the Golden Sky sect incident amounted to 12,878,000,000. The sheer scale of the destruction underscores the gravity of the upcoming tournament. Guess what the profit we made over the last 2 days because of the tournament was, a voice announces, a smirk playing on their lips. The sheer scale of the recent destruction is juxtaposed with this unexpected financial windfall. We are still investigating it. A figure responds, their back to the viewer, leaving the exact nature of the investigation unclear. A powerful energy surge erupts, the force visible as a blue wave. The energy wave impacts, a powerful force slamming into the ground. Dust kicks up. A wide grin spreads across his face. 13,280,000,000 horns in total. And that's the net gain, he exclaims, clearly elated by the result. He leans forward, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier elation. If you add the potential gain on top of that, he muses, who knows how large the number will grow? Why are you so? The question hangs unfinished, leaving the reader to wonder what the speaker is about to say. Are you so surprised? He asks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Counting money has always been my routine, both in the living world and afterlife, he states matter-of-factly, his hand resting on a small, ornate chest. I'm not sure, he says, a hint of uncertainty clouding his expression. She sits, gazing out the window, a pensive expression on her face. What the Castellan wants to do, she muses, the weight of the question heavy in the air. Her thoughts continue, a quiet question hanging in the air, whether he's really going to form an Abyss expedition squad, she wonders. Or he's going to wage war against the entirety of chaos. The thought hangs heavy, a stark possibility. But there is one thing I understood for sure. A declaration, firm and resolute, cuts through the uncertainty. His gaze is unwavering, a steely determination etched on his face. He's ready. Chaos is going to change from this moment on. His declaration hangs in the air, a promise of upheaval. He sits atop a wall, overlooking the kingdom. Leaves drift on the breeze, a serene contrast to his promise of chaos. The colossal whale breaches the surface, its immense form dwarfing the surrounding ocean. Barnacles cling to its skin, and the water swirls around it as it rises. The whale's descent creates a churning vortex, revealing a hidden underwater cavern. Strange, bioluminescent plants illuminate the scene. In the south of chaos, in a vast ocean, the cavern opens before them, a breathtaking underwater world illuminated by bioluminescent flora. The southern castle, located in the Dryad region, is revealed. It's a breathtaking sight, an underwater structure encrusted with bioluminescent flora. The camera pans down, revealing the entrance to the southern castle. It's a dark, imposing archway, hinting at the mysteries within. The camera reveals the southern castle, a natural fortress, a towering structure of branches and secretions, formed by the plant-type guardian horn dryad absorbing ocean water. The dryad, a plant-type guardian horn, is shown. Its massive, branch-like structure forms the southern castle. A hand flinches, its grip tightening on the small, green dryad fragment. I think something bad is about to happen. A premonition hangs heavy in the air, as the dryad fragment pulses faintly. Aisha Lindkrop, the dryad's castellan, stands revealed. Her flowing gown billows gently in an unseen breeze, overlooking a tranquil, underwater landscape. Aisha's eyes flutter closed. A serene expression settles on her face as she seems to commune with the underwater world. Highest level skill. The words appear, confirming Aisha's mastery. Aisha's eyes glow, the word clairvoyant appearing beside her. Her power is undeniable. Aisha's clairvoyance intensifies, a surge of blue energy surrounding her. The power is overwhelming. Aisha's clairvoyance explodes outward, a blinding flash of blue energy. Rocks shatter, the very landscape buckling under the force. The blast wave continues to ripple outward, a chaotic maelstrom of blue energy.
The ground cracks further, the landscape ravaged by Aisha's power. Aisha's power surges, a blinding flash of blue energy. The impact is immense. A wave of concern washes over the scene as a question arises: why are ghouls heading towards Gorgon? A grotesque ghoul, its form a horrifying blend of flesh and bone, emerges from the shadows. Multiple limbs writhe, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. The threat is palpable. The narrator reveals the ghoul's identity, and that's the reversed Walker Margret, one of the three great ghouls. The implications are chilling. The ghoul's monstrous eye glows, a crimson light pulsing ominously. He recoils, eyes wide with pain. A guttural K escapes his lips as the attack impacts. A pained groan echoes as he collapses. He lets out a pained ha, a breathy chuckle laced with exhaustion and defeat. He needs to inform the Castellan in Gorgon. The urgency in his unspoken thought is palpable. A wave of icy energy erupts from his hand, a desperate attempt to reach Gorgon. A colossal, blue avian creature bursts forth from the icy waves, its wings spread wide. It swoops towards the struggling figures in the water. The colossal bird descends, its icy talons extended towards the struggling figures below. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Chapter 40 begins. Chapter 40 opens on Gorgon's northern street. A large, imposing structure dominates the scene, its architecture hinting at a significant location within the city. The camera pulls back, revealing a vast arena. Thousands of spectators fill the tiered seating, their hushed anticipation palpable. The scene is set for a grand spectacle. The arena's vastness is breathtaking. Thousands of spectators fill the tiered seating, a sea of faces hushed in anticipation. We're already on round 16 after just 3 days, a voice announces, the sheer speed of the tournament astonishing. This is progressing way too quickly, a voice observes, concern etched on his face. The tournament's rapid pace is unsettling. The primordial universe sect leader, Shin Muguk, is introduced. This is all because of Gangwon. He went on a rampage during the preliminaries, breathing fire and trying to kill everyone. It's been a long time, Chonghyo, one man says, removing his wide-brimmed hat. The other replies, it's been a while, Muguk. Muguk's eyes widen, reflecting a sudden shock. The arena erupts. A wave of cheers washes over Muguk, a breathtaking spectacle unfolding before him. Muguk watches, captivated, as the powerful warrior unleashes a devastating blow. You seem to have improved in that time, the old man observes, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Same goes for you, the old man replies, his expression unwavering. The subtle challenge hangs in the air. Anyway, this is unexpected, Muguk. A fiery blast erupts, the force of it clearly shown. You didn't participate in the tournament, despite how much you enjoy fighting. Muguk's opponent speaks, a fiery blast still trailing behind him. A fiery trail follows Muguk's opponent as he continues his attack. The flames engulf the arena. I like fair fights. I'll pass on dirty fights like that, Muguk's opponent declares, his words echoing his disdain for the fiery tactics used against him. Another voice chuckles, ha. Gangwon will start breathing fire again if he hears you. Ignoring the warnings, Muguk unleashes a fiery counterattack, his expression a mask of furious intensity. Flames erupt around him, a whirlwind of burning energy. Muguk's fiery counterattack explodes, a wave of searing flames engulfing the arena. Debris is sent flying as the force of the blast rocks the very foundations. The fiery blast engulfs everything, a wave of intense heat and destruction. The dust clears, revealing a triumphant grin. Did I get him? He asks, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He stares, eyes wide, a single question mark hovering above his head. Doubt clouds his triumphant grin. He spins through the air, a blur of motion, his weapon a silver streak against the bright sky. He is sent flying, a breathtaking arc against the sky. Dust and debris rain down as he plummets. He impacts the ground hard. A cloud of dust and debris erupts, momentarily obscuring the scene. The dust clears, revealing a deep crater where he landed. He's embedded in the earth, defeated. A fiery explosion erupts, obscuring the scene.
Debris rains down as the force of the explosion clears. The dust settles, revealing a desolate landscape. A lone figure stands amidst the debris. Golden particles drift through the air, remnants of a powerful impact. The scene is one of quiet aftermath. The dust settles. His opponent lies defeated, a single, gleaming sword planted firmly in the ground beside him. Whoa! Gang Huang has lost. The crowd's stunned reaction underscores the unexpected victory. The crowd erupts in a roar of disbelief. Oh! Her movement seems really familiar, could it be? One spectator wonders aloud. His companion confirms, yes, that's his skill. The steel monarch Hyoryu's blue cloud steps are revealed. His opponent lies defeated. A voice, laced with confusion, cuts through the aftermath. Why is Hyoryu's subordinate even here? The question hangs in the air, a new element of intrigue introduced after Hyoryu's victory. A nearby observer, his face etched with suspicion, mutters, I wonder. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air, adding another layer of mystery to Hyoryu's subordinate's presence. What I know is that there are monarchs plotting something with this tournament, a voice reveals, adding a layer of intrigue to the unfolding events. A cloaked figure walks away, their back to us, leaving the viewer to ponder the implications. This concludes round 16, the announcer declares, his voice booming across the arena. Next up, the quarterfinals that everyone's been looking forward to. A wave of anticipation hangs in the air. Are they really starting the quarterfinals right away? Isn't this too rushed? A competitor questions the rapid tournament progression. It's because of the Castellan's impatient personality, an older man explains, chuckling. His amusement contrasts with the competitor's earlier concern. A booted foot, clad in dark armor, rests on the cracked stone ground. Dust motes drift in the dim light. Finally, it's the Scholar Forest sect leader's turn, one man exclaims, grinning widely. His companion echoes the sentiment with a joyous, ooh. Finally, a flurry of motion. The sect leader's wings unfurl, a powerful display of strength. A voice, filled with anticipation, asks, are we going to witness the abilities of the best strategist in chaos? The sect leader's powerful display continues. The Scholar Forest sect leader, Zhuge Myung, smiles, a confident, almost predatory gleam in his eyes. He is introduced to the audience. Zhuge Myung stands alone in the arena, a large question mark floating above the viewer's perspective. The scene is observed from a hidden vantage point. The camera angle shifts, revealing a shadowy figure observing Zhuge Myung from a hidden alcove within the arena's stone walls. From the shadows, a sinister smile spreads across his face. He watches Zhuge Myung, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. That arrogant bastard. He sneers, his voice laced with contempt. Did he just blink as a greeting? He's going to need a beating later. He clenches his fist, his anger palpable. The other man remains impassive, seemingly unfazed by the threat. Hold your temper. He isn't even 400 years old, a voice cautions, seemingly trying to de-escalate the situation. He turns, his back to us, a powerful figure silhouetted against a bright, almost blinding light. The scene is dramatic, emphasizing his imposing presence. He turns, a knowing glint in his eyes. All right, he says, a subtle shift in his expression suggesting a plan is forming. He is here to beat him up in my place, he explains, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. A plan is afoot. The scene shifts to a grand hall, opulent and imposing. A plan is underway. Two figures stand opposed within a grand castle hall. One, clad in white robes, faces a darkly dressed warrior, his arms scarred and a wicked-looking weapon held at the ready. Tension hangs heavy in the air. Castellan, I've heard a lot about your plan. The words hang in the air, a challenge spoken with quiet intensity. But it's impossible, the speaker declares, dismissing Castellan's plan. So that man is the new Castellan, the speaker states, confirming the shocking revelation. The other man simply replies, yes. The camera focuses on a section of a tan uniform, adorned with several gold buttons. The image suggests a shift in focus, hinting at a new character or setting about to be introduced.
His eyes, narrowed and intense, fix on something unseen. A palpable tension hangs in the air. A massive crack splits the ornate floor, radiating outward from where the two figures stand. The force of the blow is evident. A voice wonders, I wonder if he can win against Juga Myung. The question hangs in the air, a testament to the gravity of the upcoming fight. He stares ahead, his expression grimly determined. A low hum escapes him, a sound of contemplation as he assesses the situation. The weight of the upcoming battle is palpable. How strange. His energy feels similar to yours? A realization dawns. By any chance, is he your apprentice?
The question hangs in the air, a direct inquiry that reveals a connection between the speaker and the previously seen individual. A subtle shift in the speaker's expression hints at anticipation. Apprentice? The question hangs in the air, a smirk playing on the old man's lips. His expression is one of knowing amusement. A blur of motion. The apprentice attacks. The apprentice's attack connects, a blur of motion ending in a swift, powerful strike. A flash of light. The attack lands. The crowd reacts with shock and disbelief. Their mouths hang open, eyes wide with alarm. A large, empty space stretches before them. The stunned silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the faint sounds of gasps from the onlookers. His gaze is sharp, a scowl etched onto his weathered face. The warrior's expression speaks volumes, discontent and simmering anger. The scene shifts to a grand hall. 3 figures sit at a long table, a muscular, scowling warrior, a pale, older man with gray hair, and a red-haired woman. A large crowd observes from the background. The warrior lies defeated, his mouth agape in a silent scream, his eyes wide with disbelief. Debris scatters around him. The crowd erupts in cheers as dust and debris settle, revealing the victor standing over his fallen opponent. The victor's leg remains planted, a stark contrast to the shattered wall behind the defeated opponent, who lies embedded within the rubble. He stands over his fallen opponent, dust motes swirling in the aftermath of the battle. The victor's breathing is heavy, but his stance remains firm. Do you really think he could be my apprentice? The master's skeptical words hang in the air, his expression a mixture of doubt and intense scrutiny. A monster like that? The master's doubt is palpable, his question echoing the sheer power radiating from the potential apprentice. A powerful surge of energy erupts, a blinding white light filling the panel. The blinding light fades, revealing the title, The World After the Fall. The credits roll, introducing the creative team behind The World After the Fall. Urin, will explain this time, the narrator states, a scroll in hand. The question, what are the 4 castles of chaos, appears below. 4 castles stand guard in the 4 directions of chaos: west, Garuda; north, Gorgon; east, Manticore; and south, Dryad. The narrator reveals a crucial piece of lore: the castles were built to protect souls from ghouls, their high walls a bulwark against these creatures. That's why the castle's primary goal is to protect souls upon a ghoul's appearance. The text explains the castle's crucial defensive purpose. Jahir also attempted to help Carlton, who nearly became a ghoul. The narration reveals a past event, highlighting Jahir's proactive role in containing the ghoul threat. It was a mission, one of the characters exclaims, clarifying the previous events. The narration then explains that a castellan, a representative of the castle, exists within each castle. A powerful blow shatters the brick wall behind him. Debris rains down. The dust settles. My opponent's spot was empty on the quarter-finals confrontation table. A hand reaches out, grasping at the dusty ground. The quarter-final match is over. I later realized that the empty spot belonged to the castellan. He turns, his back to the castellan, now defeated and lying broken on the ground. And I'd thought it was a relief, he reflects, a hint of weariness in his voice. A wave of energy erupts, a powerful shockwave emanating from the defeated castellan. He explains his participation in the tournament, because the reason that I decided to participate in this annoying tournament. His reason for joining the tournament is revealed, to give advice to the arrogant castellan. There were people like that in the past, as well. People who gave hope to the others, a voice narrates, silhouetted against a sunset backdrop of a vast army. The figure holds a sword aloft, a flag billowing behind them, giving purpose to the lives of the people that had already lost. A crack spreads across the screen, a visual echo of the broken hope mentioned. The screen cracks further, mirroring the fracturing hope. A cold, white light emanates from the fissures. However, hope that can't be realized turned into an even greater despair. Their previous hope shattered, a despair deeper than before settles in. That's why I came to trample on that hope, since it will soon become despair. A heavy foot falls, the word falter appearing as if the very ground is giving way under the weight of this crushing declaration. Just like I've always done over the past 400 years. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling declaration of unwavering resolve. That's why I can't admit defeat here. No, I must not. The character's resolve hardens, a silent vow echoing their unwavering determination. His face contorted in a grimace of fierce determination, sweat beading on his brow. The battle has left its mark, but his resolve remains unbroken. Do you think you have defeated me? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing the fighter's unwavering resolve. Admitting defeat would invalidate my last 400 years. He grits his teeth, defiance etched on his face. The fight is far from over. A single question mark floats in a speech bubble, reflecting his uncertainty. His resolve, though unwavering, is clearly tested. Castellan only stated it as a 1-versus-1 duel. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the uncertainty he felt before. The narrator's voiceover observes, without clearly defining the rules of the contest. The implication is clear: this duel is about to become far more unpredictable. I'll give the Castellan's position to the person who can defeat me one-on-one, the current Castellan declares. A challenger, unimpressed, simply replies, "So what?" The challenger's response is immediate: "I want to have a one-on-one battle of intelligence against the Castellan." A cruel smirk plays on the challenger's lips. He's confident, eager for this battle of intelligence against the Castellan. Wouldn't it only be fair to fight? The challenger's words hang in the air, a challenge issued. Wouldn't it only be fair to fight in the way I want, as well? The challenger's counter-proposal adds a new layer to the impending duel. "That's dirty, Scholar Forest Sec leader." One of the onlookers shouts, reacting with outrage to the challenger's proposal. "If you've lost, just admit your defeat," the sec leader demands. An onlooker mutters, "I knew he would do that." The sec leader considers the match, stating, "But it would be difficult to decide the winner in a battle of intelligence." The sect leader's eyes widen. He must be proposing that game those conniving strategists love so much. His eyes narrow, a calculating glint appearing in their depths. The sect leader considers the implications, his expression grim. He lets out a low hum, a sound of contemplation. The sect leader weighs his options. "Okay. So what do you mean by a battle of intelligence?" The sect leader's question hangs in the air, his back to the assembled crowd. He seems to be considering the implications. "Then I'll assume that you've accepted the offer." The sect leader states, his back still to the crowd. His tone is unwavering, suggesting confidence in his proposal. A wave of energy erupts, a vibrant blue, signifying the sect leader's power unleashed. His eyes narrowed, a grim expression settling on his face. He seems unimpressed by the sect leader's display of power. He prepares to counterattack. His counterattack begins. A blur of motion. The attack continues, a torrent of blue energy surging across the landscape. The scene shows a wide shot of the battlefield, a bridge partially submerged in the powerful energy wave. The energy wave recedes, leaving behind a trail of destruction. A lone figure, their boots firmly planted on the ground, stands amidst the devastation. The figure stands victorious, a landscape of shattered ruins stretching before them. Dust motes dance in the sunlit air. The aftermath, a field of shattered crystals, remnants of a fierce battle. Dust still settles. A small flame flickers in the dust, the only sign of life amidst the destruction. Welcome to the world of strategic formation. He stares at the interface, a question hanging in the air: what is this? A prompt appears, offering to show him the rules and controls.
A map appears, a game board of sorts.
They say formation, a voiceover explains, but it's basically just a game. The nightmare, Marks, was created, inspired by a game from a frontier. Marks, the nightmare, stares intently. His expression is serious, focused. Even the strategists from the Great Land often play this game, Marks sneers, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. His eyes gleam with malicious intent. And throughout the entire abyss, I'm the best at this game, Marks declares, his confidence unwavering.
Marks offers a condescending assessment, do you need some time? Since you are a novice.
The other, however, confidently retorts, no, it's simpler than I thought.
A thoughtful expression crosses his face. He wonders aloud, did he say it was inspired by a game from Frontier? The main scenario involves 3 races and the war between them.
A grim image of the warring factions appears, highlighting the scale of the conflict.
The objective is clear, strategize to destroy all enemy buildings.
A grand, ornate structure stands amidst a field of glowing blue crystals, a key target in this war between 3 races. Victory is achieved by collecting resources and training troops in real time.
I know a game that has exactly the same system as this one. A revelation is shared, hinting at a deeper connection between the game world and reality.
The revelation hangs heavy in the air. This world's game, Frontier, is directly inspired by a game from Earth, one everyone knows. The camera pans to a building, a sign reading Power PC Zone, stark against the twilight sky.
The setting reinforces the game's earthly origins.
He grins, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I've also played it at least 1,000,000 times, he boasts, his words echoing his extensive experience with the game.
He pauses, a thoughtful frown replacing his earlier smirk.
What's wrong with those nightmares, he wonders aloud, his voice laced with a hint of concern.
Like me.
That means me, he realizes, the implications of the shared nightmare dawning on him. Are you fine with this terrain? One of them asks, surveying the strange, almost otherworldly landscape before them.
Crystalline formations dot the otherwise desolate ground. The location for the upcoming battle is revealed. Zhuge Myung has chosen the Lost Garden as the battlefield. Zhuge Myung's face fills the panel.
A confident smirk plays on his lips, his eyes sharp and unwavering.
He's ready.
As you wish, Zhuge Myung replies, his expression unchanged.
He accepts the challenge.
The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The credits roll, introducing the creative team behind The World After the Fall.
Chapter 41 begins. A glowing image appears, showcasing Jae-hwan, a member of the human race.
He stands confidently, arms crossed, before a powerful warrior's spectral form. The spectral warrior's true form is revealed, a monstrous creature of thorny vines and jagged teeth, its shadowy presence filling the frame.
The monstrous form is identified, Zhuge Myung, of the nightmare race.
He picked the human race, the weakest among the 3.
Zhuge Myung's smirk is chilling.
Zhuge Myung assesses his choice, he is arrogant, but he is still a novice. The nightmare race Zhuge Myung chose grows stronger as the game progresses, but it also creates opportunities for early to mid-game victories. First, I'll use my workers to build and lay the groundwork, he declares, a sly smile playing on his lips.
His plan is underway.
Then, he'll use the overwhelming number of troops to win.
His plan unfolds, a calculated strategy taking shape.
A monstrous maw, teeth bared, lunges forward. It's a brutal, swift attack. He counters with a blinding flash of blue energy, a swift, powerful strike that sends the monster reeling.
Reinforcements arrive. 3 figures in blue cloaks, armed with bows, appear, ready to support the fight. An archer fires a powerful energy blast, striking the demonic creature with incredible force. The demonic creature roars, its eyes blazing with furious green light. Its face contorts in a mask of rage. And no way. He gasps, disbelief etched across his face.
His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer impossibility of what he's witnessing.
What do you think you are doing? Why are you attacking already? And you are even using your farmers to attack.
The accusation hangs heavy in the air, directed at the figure before him.
Fling.
The man's face contorts in fury, his eyes wide with barely controlled rage.
He's clearly reacting to the accusation. His rage explodes.
Before him, a vast, imposing structure rises, shimmering with blue energy.
He stands defiant, a storm brewing within him. What? When did he build 3 watchtowers in my base?
His disbelief is palpable as he stares at the towering structures, a blatant act of defiance. A hooded figure, an archer, takes aim. The bow is drawn taut, ready to release.
The arrow finds its mark.
It pierces the creature, a burst of energy erupting from the impact.
Moreover, he is hiding behind the watchtowers to attack.
The creature, wounded but not defeated, prepares for a new assault.
What is this?
The creature's voice is filled with a dawning horror, its eyes wide with disbelief. Sweat beads on its brow, reflecting the grim reality of its situation. The farmers with lots of HP block the way when I try to destroy the watchtowers, a gruff voice explains, his face partially obscured by a hooded cloak. The statement reveals a significant obstacle to his plans.
But I can't leave them alone, he confesses, his voice heavy with despair. I'm trying to defend against them, but this is hopeless. I can't even gather resources or construct more buildings.
The scene shows his desperate struggle against overwhelming odds, his defenses crumbling under relentless attack. He stares out, arms crossed, a grim expression etched on his face.
What kind of strategy is this? He mutters, his voice laced with disbelief and frustration. He scoffs, his gaze fixed on the screen.
This is a common strategy in Korea, he observes, and pros get insulted a lot when you use it.
His expression reflects a mixture of disdain and understanding. A group watches, their reactions ranging from amused smirks to open-mouthed laughter.
One young man, in particular, throws his fists in the air, a wide, gleeful grin splitting his face.
The older man's face is grim, his gaze fixed on the ground.
Beside him, the blonde-haired man seems unconcerned, almost bored by the spectacle.
There's no way a novice would know about this strategy, the blonde-haired man observes, his tone implying disbelief and a growing intrigue. His eyes blazing, the man snarls, "You."
The single word hangs heavy with accusation and barely suppressed fury.
"You can't play like this," he shouts, the words of furious accusation. "It's common courtesy to not attack each other for the first 10 minutes of the game," he shouts, his face contorted in furious disbelief.
Courtesy, he scoffs, disbelief and anger etched onto his face.
The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air: what kind of courtesy allows for an immediate attack?
Normally, he sputters, his face contorted in furious disbelief, we just construct buildings and gather resources for 10 minutes.
The unspoken accusation hangs in the air. He narrows his eyes, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face.
Is there something like that in the rules? He questions, his voice low and skeptical. A single word, barely audible, escapes his lips, no.
Doubt clouds his expression.
His face contorted in rage, he snarls.
If not, then it shouldn't matter. The intensity of his expression leaves no room for doubt. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. He connects, a swift, decisive blow.
He stumbles back, the impact sending him reeling. The vast palace looms behind him, a silent witness to his defeat.
Defeated, he gasps, a single thought echoing in his mind: who the hell is this guy?
A voice, cold and dismissive, cuts through the aftermath: he lacks common sense and reason entirely. The victor stands amidst the cheering crowd, his expression unreadable.
The victor stands tall, his back to the viewer, amidst lingering dust and faint sparks.
He remains impassive, his posture suggesting quiet confidence.
He diverges from all the standards I know.
The victor's assessment of his defeated opponent hangs in the air, a cryptic statement hinting at the unusual nature of the fight just witnessed.
Because of that, there's no way.
The victor's words trail off, his expression grim as he contemplates the implications of the unusual fight.
I can predict his limits, the victor declares, a grim certainty in his tone.
A close-up reveals the victor's face, marred by scratches and dirt, but eyes blazing with a cold intensity.
Their grim determination is unwavering.
I can't win against him, he admits, his voice a defeated whisper.
The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air.
His opponent stands, arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. Confidence radiates from him, a stark contrast to the previous defeat acknowledged. Maybe, for those 400 years, he mutters, a hint of grim determination in his low tone. His eyes, though partially obscured, still convey a steely resolve. I've just been waiting for. He trails off, the unspoken words hanging heavy with anticipation. A glimmer of light shines behind him, hinting at the culmination of his long wait. This moment to come. The words hang in the air, a declaration as a powerful light erupts behind him. He stands, a figure of imposing strength, before the kneeling figure. A radiant light illuminates the hall, highlighting the scales of justice etched above them. The camera pulls back, revealing a vast arena. Thousands of spectators fill the tiered seating, their anticipation palpable. This is where the competition will take place. A competitor, arms crossed, stands confidently. When did you learn about the military strategy formation world? He asks, his tone sharp. He steps onto a low wall, surveying the crowd below. Dust motes dance in the dim light. He leaps, a blur of motion, his long hair streaming behind him like a fiery banner. The crowd below parts, anticipating his arrival. I thought you were just someone who only spent their time practicing thrusts, his opponent says, surprised. He lands gracefully, dust swirling around his feet. Since the new technique, spiral slash, was also partly inspired by my slash, it's inaccurate to say that he's only interested in thrusts, he clarifies, refuting his opponent's earlier assessment. He clears his throat, a thoughtful expression on his face. The old man considers his next move. He makes his move. He unleashes the same technique used against Jae Galmyeon. A brilliant blue energy surges forth. Wasn't it the new technique, spiral slash? A voice observes, confirming the devastating move. A figure lies defeated in a crater of shattered stone. Spiral slash, a voice questions, the words echoing the impact of the attack. Spiral slash would be the best name for this technique, a voice muses. But I only use thrusts, another voice counters. Since that was inspired by my slash, it's a slash, one of them declares. Otherwise, call it the Chunghyo thrust, another adds, settling the debate. Since both thrusts and slashes are meant to kill your enemies, one martial artist explains, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Add the word fatal, he concludes. Fatal spiral, the instructor declares, the name echoing the deadly technique's potential. I'm pretty sure we decided on the name Fatal Spiral though, a voice confirms, the instructor's earlier declaration now seemingly settled. What? You really decided on that name? The instructor's face is a picture of disbelief and mild horror. I prefer Fatal Spiral than Spiral Slash, he declares, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The instructor's earlier disbelief is palpable. What about Spiral Slash? He asks, clearly still questioning the choice. And? He continues, his eyes narrowed in intense focus. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. You look pretty strong. Wanna go for a round? The powerfully built man challenges, a confident smirk playing on his lips. You're the kind that does rough introductions, huh? The muscular man replies, his expression a mix of skepticism and amusement. His words hint at a less than enthusiastic response to the previous challenge. I told you, didn't I? He doesn't respect the elderlies, he attacks them, the older man states, his words confirming the muscular man's earlier skepticism. All the old people here aren't even weak. They're all old strong people, he scoffs, arms crossed. There's no real need for me to be nice. See that? He must always get the final say, a voice observes, the implication clear. The older man's words highlight his persistent control. For the first time since 900 years ago, after the Abyss expedition fell apart, a voice narrates, the weight of history palpable. The speaker's words reveal a significant temporal gap and a past event of great consequence. This is my first time seeing Chunghyo enjoying a conversation this much, a voice observes, a hint of surprise in the tone. The speaker's words highlight a notable change in Chunghyo's demeanor. Mul Arc. The name hangs in the air, a revelation that adds a new layer to the conversation. The panel reveals a striking figure, a masked being with horns, bathed in cosmic light. Text clarifies, he was the expedition captain 900 years ago. He holds aloft a glowing orb, its light spilling forth like golden sand. The caption reads, and gave chaos dreams and hopes, revealing the source of a powerful, chaotic energy. In the end, all that remains of him is a symbol of despair. The desolate landscape reflects the finality of his defeat. A pensive gaze fills the panel. He wonders how the fallen warrior would compare to Molark, questioning whether he could truly replace him. Molark. The name echoes in his mind, a standard to which he compares the fallen warrior. Based on that last fight, he's incredibly strong. The narrator's assessment underscores the opponent's power. A close-up reveals the opponent's intense gaze. He might be even stronger than Molark, judging by his raw potential. The impact of the blow sends a shockwave outward, a visual testament to the raw power unleashed. But, a voice growls, the speaker's narrowed eyes conveying a simmering intensity. The impact of the previous blow is clearly not enough. I wonder how his personality will fare, a voice muses, a hint of apprehension coloring the observation. I don't feel a strong sense of righteousness from him, a voice observes, casting doubt on the newcomer's character. The masked figure and the young man stand silhouetted against a swirling nebula, their expressions unreadable. He's the total opposite of Molark, who is mature and gentle. The narration confirms a stark contrast between the newcomer and a previously mentioned individual. A new character is introduced. He's brash and impatient, a stark contrast to Molark. And the dark-haired man's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on the scarred figure opposite him. Tension hangs heavy in the air. He mutters to himself, a troubled expression etched on his face. What's with this strange bloodlust I've been feeling? His eyes blaze with a crimson fury, pupils swirling like crimson vortexes. A question mark explodes from the panel, mirroring his inner turmoil. A crimson vortex opens before him, swirling energy radiating outward. The intensity is palpable. From the vortex, a monstrous figure emerges. His eyes glow, a chilling smile playing on his lips. His eyes blaze, a terrifying intensity in his gaze. He bursts forth from the vortex, a monstrous figure fully revealed. The monstrous figure emerges fully into a bright, open sky. He stands silhouetted against the bright sky, a vast amphitheater behind him, filled with spectators. The camera angle shifts, revealing a detail previously unseen: long, fiery red hair, tied back, belonging to someone in the amphitheater. A spectator in the amphitheater observes the young man, a question forming in his mind: could he be an awakened? It seems you've noticed it, a voice observes. The panel focuses on the young man, his expression intense. He's been completely awakened. We'll start the next quarterfinals match immediately. The announcement cuts through the air, signaling the swift transition to the next round. To ensure the best broadcast quality, the next quarterfinal match will be filmed on stage. Looks like the next match has started, a voice observes. An older man with a stern expression watches from the sidelines as a combatant's boots approach. A competitor enters the arena, his expression serious and focused. He moves with a quiet intensity, his gaze fixed ahead. Where are you going? It's not your turn yet. The competitor is stopped before he reaches the arena floor. A close-up reveals a competitor's intense gaze. His eyes are wide, pupils dilated. A complete awakened? In that case, he mutters, a dangerous glint in his eyes. It feels like waiting around for everything to happen is a waste of time, he thinks, his impatience growing. His impatience boils over. He's ready to act. A question hangs in the air: is he someone who's surpassed the third stage of? The implication is clear: this opponent is exceptionally powerful. Awakening? The question hangs heavy, underscoring the opponent's immense power. The world after the end. The title card appears, stark against the white background, hinting at the apocalyptic setting. The credits roll, showcasing the creative team behind this post-apocalyptic world. Art by Undead Potato, adaptation by S. Sinan, and original work by Singshong. The scene shifts to a vast arena. A large crowd watches from the elevated stands as a lone figure stands in the center, his back to us.
He seems to await something.
The camera focuses on an older man's intense, scowling face. His eyes, sharp and piercing, are fixed on something unseen.
A palpable tension hangs in the air. "What?" he whispers, a tremor in his voice betraying his astonishment. The weight of the unseen event is palpable. The question hangs in the air: strange things does he intend to do this time?
A figure stands defiantly, a dark silhouette against a bright arena, a crowd watching silently. He walks away, leaving the arena, the crowd's silence heavy in the air. A lone figure stands in the courtyard, his back to the onlookers. He exudes an air of quiet confidence. His eyes, burning with an inner fire, reflect a steely resolve. Among them, if I exclude Kaiman and Yunyon, he thinks, his gaze unwavering. He concludes his assessment, his resolve hardening. The others are expendable. He observes the three opponents, a grim assessment passing his lips. The three of them look pretty strong, he notes, his gaze unwavering. He prepares himself, a fiery aura igniting around him. The intensity of his focus is palpable. A sinister smile spreads across his face. "Especially." He begins, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. He finishes his sentence, eyes blazing, "That woman with the chain sickle." The intensity of his gaze underscores the threat. He continues, a red glow intensifying around him, "There's something about her that even, can't find out." The mystery deepens. Who on earth is she? The question hangs in the air, a mystery deepening the intrigue surrounding the enigmatic woman.
Fortress Master. It's not your turn yet, so why are you here?
The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the unexpected arrival. The Fortress Master's powerful physique is revealed, his red robe slightly torn, hinting at a recent struggle.
He stands before an unseen opponent.
The Fortress Master has entered the stage, a spectator shouts excitedly, his voice echoing the anticipation of the crowd.
"Hey, newbie.
Quickly turn on the recording skill," one man urges another, his face a mask of excited anticipation.
Above them, another spectator wonders, what is he about to say?
He slams his fist down, activating a powerful skill.
The impact is swift and forceful.
He grits his teeth, a fierce expression etched on his face.
The impact clearly took its toll.
"Everyone, listen up carefully," a voice commands.
"I've seen enough of the participants' strengths,"
he continues, his voice carrying a weight of authority, "and I know where they all stand.
Since it's getting boring to just watch from the sidelines," one of them declares, his impatience evident. He and his companion shift, ready for action.
"I'm thinking of changing how this competition will proceed," the older man declares, his gaze sharp. A shift in the atmosphere is palpable.
"Wait a minute," someone interjects, a sudden pause in the tense atmosphere.
The masked figure slumps, the interruption leaving her breathless and momentarily vulnerable.
"What do you think you're doing right now?"
The question hangs in the air, a challenge from the unseen figure above.
Priestess clan leader Ja Gukryong is revealed, her presence looming large over the scene. "Who allowed you to do as you please? And why are you only changing the format of the competition now?"
The Priestess clan leader demands, her words echoing across the arena. "I'll cancel the rule of one-on-one fights," he declares, his expression unwavering.
The change in competition format is announced. "Are you asking us to fight in groups?"
The question hangs in the air, a clear reaction to the rule change. "Well, I guess you could say that," a voice replies, dismissing the previous question.
The speaker continues, "That won't do. Splitting the participants into teams would be a problem, and how would we decide on the victor? I think you misunderstood what I said,"
he states, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. A hint of annoyance colors his expression.
"I'm not saying that we make things complicated by splitting into teams now," he clarifies. "There's only one team. The 6 of you will become a team that excludes me." A figure looms large, obscuring the view. Below, a man in armor looks up, his expression one of stunned disbelief.
"What?" he whispers, his voice barely audible. His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer terror of what he sees. The exclamation points punctuate his silent scream.
"Wait."
The masked figure recoils, eyes wide with a mix of shock and dawning horror. Yes, the figure confirms, their voice firm despite the previous shock. The implication hangs heavy in the air. I will be, the figure states, their shadow cast large across the floor. The weight of their words hangs heavy. The scene shifts to reveal a muscular man in a red robe, lying defeated on the ground. Above him, another man watches, a smirk playing on his lips. Fighting all of you alone, the victor declares, his smirk widening as he looks down at his defeated opponent. I promise you this, I'll pass my position as the fortress master. The victor's words carry a weight of finality. To the one who's the first to take me down, he declares, a steely glint in his eyes. The victor's promise hangs heavy in the air. The old master's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape. Beside him, the powerfully built warrior stands, a grim expression etched on his face. A young woman and man, their faces etched with alarm, hurry down a staircase. Their wide eyes and anxious expressions speak of a sudden, unexpected urgency. A vast arena comes into view. It's a chance to see how strong the fortress master is, a voice exclaims, the words filled with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. From the stands, the crowd roars, their voices a wave of anticipation. Show us what you've got, fortress master, they demand. The fortress master takes a deep breath, preparing to unleash their power. A burst of maniacal laughter echoes. The fortress master's attack is unleashed. The fortress master, back turned, muses, I was wondering what it'd be. Two figures stand before him, awaiting the attack's impact. His golden eyes gleam, a predatory intensity focused on the impending attack. He grins, a cruel, predatory smile stretching across his face. The anticipation is palpable. It felt like. The panel shifts to show a woman with long, white hair, her head bowed low. A sense of overwhelming dread hangs in the air. His eyes blaze, a cruel smile twisting his lips. A chilling, predatory grin spreads across his face. A promise is made, Castellan's position will go to the first person among them. To defeat me, he declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The arena stands behind him, a silent testament to the challenge ahead. He tenses, muscles coiled like springs, ready to unleash a devastating blow. The air crackles with anticipation. His attack is deflected. A small, dark object flies from his grasp, leaving him with a look of utter surprise and dismay. His eyes narrow, a look of grim determination replacing his surprise. Actually, what I need right now. He thinks, his focus shifting. He focuses, eyes narrowed, a determined glint in them. The crowd watches, a silent observer to his inner shift. Two onlookers react with joyous expressions. Is the people's trust, one of them exclaims, their words underscoring the weight of the moment. Trust is born from people getting involved with each other, a voice narrates, as a group stands together, a sense of unity palpable. The blonde-haired individual's arm is gently held by another. A group photo shows the team, smiles bright against a backdrop of weathered stone. And that involvement is built up over time, a voice narrates, emphasizing their camaraderie. His expression hardens. A shadow falls over his face, betraying a simmering unease. However, I don't currently have enough time. He mutters, his grip tightening on the object in his hand. The alternative method of gaining their trust will have to wait. He stands before a grand building, a testament to power. The text above him confirms it, is showing overwhelming ability. He grips his twin blades, a powerful figure silhouetted against the imposing building. His stance speaks of readiness, of overwhelming ability. You. The single word hangs in the air, a challenge, a threat. Long, dark hair whips past, a blur of motion. The challenge is met. The dust settles. A figure emerges, hair still slightly windblown. Two figures stand face to face, their gazes locked. A tense silence hangs between them. The masked figure recoils, hands covering his eyes in horror. Beside him, the other man stares, wide-eyed and shocked. The older man's face is contorted in disbelief and horror, tears streaming down his cheeks. Beside him, the younger man stares, his wide eyes reflecting a similar shock. I really like you. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the horror witnessed moments before. Their faces are inches apart, eyes locked. A moment of intense intimacy hangs between them, a stark contrast to the recent violence. "It would be a shame to kill you right now," she says, a hint of something dangerous in her eyes. The tension remains palpable. She grabs him, her grip firm. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The title card appears, the end. The title card appears, the world after the fall. Credits roll, showcasing the creative team behind the manhwa. Chapter 43 begins. "That's why I'm going to stop here for today," she declares, a smirk playing on her lips. The chapter ends. The chapter begins with her, a smirk still on her face. She stands poised, ready for whatever comes next. She stands before him, a formidable opponent. A crowd watches from above, silent anticipation hanging in the air. The fight concludes. Silence. Only the dust settles on the cracked pavement. What just happened? In an overwhelming numerical advantage, one of them suddenly declared her withdrawal. The narrator's disbelief echoes the stunned silence. "It's annoying, and soon." She muses, a thoughtful expression on her face. A hint of impatience colors her tone. "That is going to appear," she states, a hint of anticipation in her voice. His eyes narrow, a look of grim determination settling on his face. "That," he questions, his voice laced with disbelief. The anticipation from before is replaced by a palpable uncertainty. He scoffs, a dismissive humph, humph, escaping his lips. The uncertainty lingers. One competitor declares, "Me too. I'm going to withdraw here." Another admits, "I don't think there's any way I can defeat Castellan with my current." Both concede defeat. Castellan's overwhelming power is undeniable. With his opponents admitting defeat, the competition continues with fewer participants. "Lightning God sect leader, that shrewd bastard," he sneers, a smirk playing on his lips. "I managed to get into the quarterfinals," he boasts. "He'll be my subordinate, but he still wants to keep his dignity, huh?" "I'm also dropping out," he declares, a fist clenched tight. His unexpected withdrawal throws the situation into uncertainty. "I admit that my abilities don't even reach the tip of Castellan's toes," he shouts, his voice filled with a mix of frustration and resignation. "Many to one isn't righteous," he adds, further emphasizing his decision to withdraw. A voice questions the Southern Sea sect leader's concern for fairness in the matches. The speaker dismisses him as unhelpful, no different from the others. "A mere formality," a voice scoffs, dismissing the sect leader's concerns. The tournament continues. At this rate. He observes the unfolding tournament, a hint of grim calculation in his eyes. 3 figures emerge from a large, imposing archway. He watches them approach, his expression unchanged. He observes the approaching figures, his expression unchanged. "Even if I bring the rest of them to submission," he thinks, "the scene won't be good enough." "What a shame, Castellan. It looks like it's not developing as you wished," a voice observes, the words carrying a tone of disappointment as the scene unfolds before a large audience. "Well, it's a shame. You 3 should come at me since there's no choice," he declares, a hint of grim determination in his tone. "Seriously, your arrogance and impudence can't get any worse," he scoffs, his expression hardening. Even though his opponents withdrew to save face, he remains unimpressed. He sighs, a clear sign of his continued displeasure. The opponent's retreat doesn't change his mind. "Sect leader, let's use this opportunity to teach him a lesson," a voice proposes. The masked figure beside him remains silent, but a subtle shift in their posture suggests agreement. "No matter how powerful he is, there's no way he can withstand our combined attack," the masked figure declares, their confidence unwavering. The masked figure's identity is revealed: Prudence, vice leader. Golden particles drift down, the aftermath of a powerful blow. Prudence, the vice leader, stands victorious. Prudence's opponent speaks, a reminder echoing in the dust-filled air: "We didn't come here to fight Castellan, remember?" She counters, "That's true, but..." His gaze, intense and unwavering, locks onto her. A silent threat hangs heavy in the air.
The question hangs in the air, they didn't come to fight?
A shadowed figure, partially obscured, observes a man standing before a castle.
Suspicion clouds the scene.
The shadowed figure watches, their suspicion deepening.
The man before the castle remains unaware, his posture confident. A figure watches from the shadows, the question hanging in the air, what is Captain Hyun going to do? Suspicion clouds their expression. Captain Hyun's plan is revealed, I'm going to wait and see. A watchful gaze, sharp and calculating, reflects her resolve.
Captain Hyun's thoughts drift to the Steel Monarch's actions. I guess the Steel Monarch made his move because somebody is behind the Golden Sky Sect leader, right? She muses.
Golden sparks rain down, the aftermath of a powerful blow.
I can't tell you that, the cloaked figure replies, his face obscured. You just need to accomplish our request.
The masked figure remains impassive.
She clenches her jaw, a look of grim determination settling on her face.
All right. What do I need to do?
She asks herself, a steely resolve hardening her expression.
Golden fragments scatter, a shimmering aftermath.
She stands ready. A cloaked figure emerges, their face partially obscured by a metal mask.
We want to learn more about Castellan's personality. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. A single word echoes the unspoken query, personality?
A single, pained gasp escapes Castellan.
Ah!
The scene shifts to a large game board. Two figures stand as chess pieces, their positions carefully considered.
A voiceover explains, they want to calculate how useful he is going to be as a chess piece. All right.
The figure on the game board, partially obscured, nods in agreement.
The assessment is complete. The location is revealed, Gorgon's Castellan. We have no intention of fighting against you, a voice declares. The statement hangs in the air of Gorgon's Castellan. Are you surrendering? The question hangs heavy, a challenge in the tense silence of Gorgon's Castellan.
That expression isn't exactly right, she observes, her words sharp.
Having no intention to fight and surrendering are two different matters. You don't want to fight? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the opponent's apparent reluctance.
We are saying that we will, the figure declares, their words firm despite the partially obscured face.
The implication of a coming confrontation hangs heavy in the air.
Their declaration echoes, join the Abyss Expedition Squad by our own free wills. The weight of their decision hangs heavy, a commitment to a perilous journey. Before them, a grand castle looms.
Three figures stand at its base, ready for their departure. A crowd watches from the castle walls. They turn to leave, the castle looming large behind them. A journey begins.
A stern expression crosses his face. He walks on, his gaze fixed ahead, determined. He continues his journey, a younger warrior walking beside him. The older warrior's expression remains stern, his gaze unwavering.
What are you plotting?
The older warrior's question hangs in the air, his suspicion clear. His gaze is sharp, fixed on the younger warrior.
What do you mean, plot? The younger warrior's retort is sharp, a clear denial of any wrongdoing. The tension between them remains palpable.
There's no need to plot, she insists, her face mostly obscured, but her tone firm and defiant. She explains her reason for joining the journey, to restore life to the residents of Chaos.
Confusion ripples through the onlookers.
What is she talking about? One man asks, his brow furrowed.
Another questions, what are they doing instead of drawing their swords? Since we've come this far, let's speak honestly, a voice declares. Castellan had no intention of giving us Castellan's position to begin with.
The speaker's intense gaze underscores the gravity of the revelation.
Am I wrong? He questions, a hint of doubt clouding his expression. Silence follows.
He sighs, the weight of his uncertainty heavy in the air. The silence stretches, unanswered.
Because from the beginning, the purpose of this tournament.
A sinister smile plays on her lips, revealing a hidden agenda. Wasn't to delegate a new Castellan, she reveals, her sinister smile widening. The statement hangs heavy in the air, the implications clear to the three men before her. Her smile deepens, a chilling amusement in her eyes. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. But her chilling amusement fades as she reveals the true purpose: to recruit for the Abyss Expedition Squad. I'm honestly amazed by Castellan's method, a woman remarks, her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. Her companion beside her shares a similar look of astonishment. Ever since the Abyss Expedition Squad failed 900 years ago, a man's voice narrates, his face grim. The weight of history hangs heavy in the air. No one has laid out such a grand project, a voice observes, the words echoing the scale of the undertaking. The narrator's tone is one of awe and perhaps a hint of apprehension. That's why I'm proud of being with you right here, she declares, her words filled with conviction. The vast arena, filled with spectators, forms a breathtaking backdrop to her statement. I'm sure all the spectators also feel the same way, she adds, her voice carrying across the arena. A shared sentiment resonates. The Castellan's past is revealed, hinting at a complex history yet to unfold. This position isn't the only thing. The Castellan's words hang in the air, hinting at a deeper, more complex truth. You are curious about, the Castellan states, his gaze unwavering, a hint of knowing amusement in his eyes. His words confirm the unspoken questions hanging in the air. A blur of motion. The Castellan rips away a concealing garment, revealing something hidden beneath. The garment flutters away, revealing nothing beneath but empty air. A surge of purple energy erupts. Her eyes glow, a surge of purple energy intensifying around her. Okay, she seems to mutter, a quiet resolve in her gaze. Purple energy surges, forming shimmering butterflies that flutter around her. She stands poised, ready. She descends, a swirling vortex of purple energy trailing behind her. The butterflies dissipate. She lands gracefully, the purple energy fading as the last butterflies flutter away. The vast hall is revealed, filled with onlookers. She floats down, the purple energy dissipating. I want to listen to your honest opinions, she declares to the assembled crowd. Silence. The crowd awaits her next words. A hush falls over the crowd. Their wide eyes, reflecting the purple light, show a mixture of apprehension and awe. They wait, breathless, for what comes next. A gaze that looks through people's inner thoughts. A group of men stand, their faces etched with apprehension. The man in the foreground, eyes glowing faintly purple, seems to sense something deeply unsettling. A wave of unseen energy washes over them, forcing a deep introspection. Making them reflect on their most. Was the reason that you came all the way here? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge reflected in her intense gaze. The question hangs heavy, was it mere spectacle, or a fight for life itself? To watch the fight, or for the sake of life and the future? The onlookers' expressions reveal their own internal debate. Highest class skill. The words appear, emphasizing the incredible prowess displayed in the preceding fight. This woman would like to believe that chaos hasn't completely forgotten about the romance yet. She clutches a glowing amulet at her chest, a hopeful expression on her face. The text appears, Abyss Expedition Squad. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. Yes, the Holy Maiden sect leader is right. A grim agreement hangs in the air. What we? A man's voice trails off, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and dawning realization. The others around him share similar expressions of apprehension. What we really wanted to see was. The men's apprehension intensifies as the unspoken truth hangs heavy in the air. Is that a skill? The question hangs in the air, a murmur of disbelief from the onlookers. He looks unconvinced, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The crowd is completely entranced, their awe palpable. He stands arms crossed, a confident smirk hinting at his mastery. A chilling thought crosses his mind, a dark glint in his eyes. Shall I just clean them all up with stabs? I agree with the Holy Maiden sect leader, a voice declares, the speaker's agreement solidifying a grim resolve. I didn't come all the way here from the far north, the elder declares, his voice firm, his resolve unwavering. He stands defiant, a figure of quiet strength. To watch mere fights, the elder states, his disdain evident. He clearly expects more. He is the honorable sword. The elder's words introduce a new, significant figure. The Honorable Sword. The name hangs in the air, a title heavy with unspoken weight. The unaffiliated wanderer, Honorable Sword? The question hangs in the air, a murmur of disbelief and awe rippling through the crowd. The scene shifts to a grand arena, the hushed anticipation palpable. A figure, partially obscured, watches from a balcony high above. From the balcony, she watches, the only sound the hushed anticipation of the crowd below. A voice, filled with a hint of doubt, questions the rumored strength of Han Myingguan, the Honorable Sword Han Myingguan, who is supposed to be as strong as the 10 sects in terms of might? A young woman with purple hair nods slowly, her expression unreadable. The word nod appears emphatically beside her. He lets out a sharp tsk, his golden eyes narrowed in clear displeasure. The man's expression is one of disdain. What? Are they all plotting together? He questions, suspicion clear in his tone. The camera pulls back, revealing a sprawling city under a brooding sky. Tall towers and intricate architecture dominate the skyline, hinting at a world of power and mystery. He walks through a grand, stone courtyard. The air is still, the only sound the whisper of his footsteps. He stops, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. The silence is broken only by the rustling of leaves. He pauses, a slight furrow in his brow. A sudden, powerful energy surge. The energy surges again, a powerful wave of force. A large, imposing door slowly opens. Two gloved hands grip the metallic bars, pulling them apart. Beyond the open door, a large, luminous blue bird materializes on a dark wooden desk. Its wings shimmer with an ethereal glow. Messenger Eagle? A question hangs in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the unexpected arrival. The office was empty until now. When did it come here? A voice muses, gazing at the messenger eagle perched on the desk. The messenger eagle's gaze is sharp, intense. It seems to assess the situation, a silent sentinel. A wave of energy erupts, emanating from the messenger eagle. The figure before it recoils slightly. A wave of energy washes over him. The Druid Fortress Master's eyes widen. This is... He gasps, a group of the dead, including a massive Gorgon fortress, approaching. From the fortress window, the Druid Fortress Master stares out, his expression grim. He witnesses the approaching army of the dead, a horrifying sight. His eyes widen, fear etched onto his face. The sheer scale of the undead army is overwhelming. A swirling vortex of dark energy appears in the sky. My goodness, he whispers, overwhelmed by the sight. The camera pulls back, revealing a sprawling medieval city nestled in a valley. A river winds through its streets, under bridges and past imposing stone buildings. The night sky is dark, ominous, and dusted with falling particles of dark energy. The camera sweeps across the rooftops, revealing the city's nighttime expanse. A chilling wind carries dark leaves through the air, a subtle yet ominous sign of the encroaching darkness. The title card appears, The World After the End. The stark black lettering against the white background emphasizes the post-apocalyptic setting. Art by Undead Potato, adaptation by SAN, original story by Singshong. He clenches his fists, a grim expression settling on his face. The silence is heavy. The camera pulls back, revealing a vast arena under a twilight sky. Dozens of glowing butterflies drift across the darkening heavens above the assembled crowd. A single word, glowing in the twilight, yes. A voice, calm yet firm, cuts through the tension. We shouldn't be having internal conflict now. The words hang in the air above the damaged arena. We should be working together, a voice states, calm but firm. The speaker's hands are clasped together, a gesture of quiet resolve. So, we need to put an end to this competition now. The declaration hangs in the air, a firm statement of intent. Because we've already accomplished that objective, she explains, there are numerous souls willing to risk their lives and join the Abyss expedition, after all. She clasps her hands together, a thoughtful expression on her face. The weight of her decision is palpable. And now that I have control of the flow, she declares, a newfound confidence in her voice. The weight of her previous decision seems to lift.
the last thing to do is.
She thinks, her eyes narrowed in intense concentration.
A final, decisive action is about to be taken. However, everyone, a voice announces, a wave of purple butterflies fluttering around them.
Both she and the young man beside her look on with worried expressions.
There's still an important question left unanswered, a voice states, leaving both the young man and woman with lingering concern. The question hangs in the air: who will be the expedition's captain? Uncertainty clouds the scene.
Before a grand castle, amidst a flurry of purple butterflies, a figure with long, flowing hair observes two individuals below.
Tension hangs heavy in the air.
That girl is playing her tricks, one man observes, his gaze fixed on the action below. Yeah, his companion agrees, a grim set to his jaw. His eyes, burning with intensity, lock onto her.
A palpable threat hangs in the air.
She's using the righteous eye along with a top-rank illusionary technique. The illusion shatters. She's retracting her skill now.
Purple butterflies dissipate as the magical energy fades. What on earth are you doing, priestess clan leader?
The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the fading purple magic.
More. The priestess clan leader's single word hangs heavy in the silence.
I hope, the priestess clan leader whispers, a plea hanging in the air. That the Gorgon Fortress Master would take up that role. The clan leader's hope-filled whisper is punctuated by the appearance of the Gorgon Fortress Master, a powerful figure radiating purple energy, surrounded by swirling butterflies.
The Gorgon Fortress Master's arrival is confirmed.
His strength surpasses even the 10 clan leaders, his intellect exceeding that of the Savant clan leader.
A voice observes, I think the current Gorgon Fortress Master is an unprecedented genius in the history of chaos.
As expected of the priestess clan leader, one man observes. The other nods in agreement, adding, she's an amazing person who seeks to raise others up instead of herself.
Are there any objections to my proposal?
The question hangs in the air, awaiting a response. The elder's words emphasize the gravity of the expedition captain's role. The expedition captain is not a position that one can take up with just exceptional strength and wits. The camera focuses on a head of silvery white hair, the individual's face obscured.
The weight of the elder's words hangs heavy in the air. In that case, Gentleman Sword, what other qualities do you think the expedition captain needs?
The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the young swordsman. A young woman with striking purple hair and piercing green eyes considers the question.
Her expression is thoughtful, almost pensive.
A decision made, she closes her eyes. Purple butterflies flutter around her, a gentle visual echo of her inner peace. A voice booms, someone who's able to lead numerous members. The camera pans across a large, ornate platform where several figures stand, awaiting a decision.
A suitable personality, the voice declares. The figure on the platform remains partially obscured, their identity still unknown.
Finally, the figure on the platform is revealed, a stern-faced individual, their identity still shrouded in mystery. I believe that we need to carefully look at the Fortress Master to determine that. And Priestess Clan Leader, I think you could do that for us. A request is made, the weight of the situation hanging heavy in the air.
Me? How would I do that?
The Priestess Clan Leader questions the request, her expression a mixture of confusion and doubt.
How about using?
A suggestion hangs in the air, the speaker's identity still obscured, but their intent clear.
A plan is forming. Righteous audit on the Fortress Master? The question hangs in the air, unspoken doubt etched on the speaker's face.
A smirk plays on her lips.
Doubt is replaced by a calculating glint in her eyes. If she's using righteous audit, then we'd definitely be able to determine what kind of personality he has. A plan solidifies in her mind.
Use it quickly, one of them urges, a grin splitting his face as he and his companions watch intently.
Their anticipation is palpable.
We request the Priestess Clan Leader to use righteous audit, the onlookers demand. Everyone except the Fortress Master, please leave the stage. The command echoes, leaving only the Priestess and the Fortress Master. The Fortress Master holds a device, its metallic surface gleaming. Scars crisscross his chest, a testament to past battles. Well, there's no helping it, then. The fortress master's voice carries a weary resignation, his gaze fixed on the device in his hand.
If that's what everyone wants.
A sly smile plays on her lips. She seems almost amused by the situation. A wave of purple energy erupts from her hand, a dazzling display of power.
It explodes outwards, the force clearly immense.
The purple energy dissipates, leaving behind a trail of shimmering, butterfly-like particles.
Fortress Master, what do you think?
The question hangs in the air, as the fortress master, his expression unreadable, considers the lingering purple particles. The fortress master finally speaks, his gaze fixed on the lingering purple particles. A slight frown creases his brow.
The young man, his dark hair tousled, stands amidst swirling purple particles.
His expression is serious, almost grim, as he watches them dissipate. The purple particles fade, leaving him standing before a looming figure.
A question hangs in the air: will you go through the righteous audit and take up the position of the expedition captain? He coughs, a low cook escaping his lips. The offer of the expedition captaincy still hangs heavy in the air.
This is what she was after. The revelation hangs in the air, a chilling explanation for her actions. The revelation hangs heavy. The righteous audit, we were completely tricked by her, one man states, his words confirming the shocking truth.
Another adds, almost everyone knows about the priestess clan leader's righteous Q&A.
The panel reveals a crucial detail: higher stage adapters would request the priestess clan leader to use her righteous audit on them. This explains the deception. To fill up the enlightenment values in order to move on to the next stage, a voice explains.
A character adds, I haven't tried it before, though.
If he just sends everyone flying like usual, then the Abyss expedition would be done for, a voice warns, the gravity of the situation underscored by the chaotic scene of airborne figures. A grim explanation surfaces amidst the chaos, because no one would want to follow an expedition captain that would stab his subordinates to death. The speaker's words highlight the perilous nature of the situation and the leader's ruthlessness.
But if we do nothing, then his personality will go through a test.
The speaker's words hang heavy in the air, a grim assessment of the situation.
And to think, the test is using the righteous audit to assess his personality. The young man's expression is one of disbelief and perhaps a touch of dark amusement.
What will you do, kid? The question hangs in the air, a challenge issued to the young man undergoing the righteous audit. All right, he replies, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. The young man accepts the challenge.
A powerful figure looms, his imposing presence filling the frame. He stands arms crossed, a grim expression etched on his face.
A startled gasp escapes the old man. Does this mean, he wonders aloud, his eyes wide with apprehension?
The looming figure remains silent, his expression unreadable. You'll accept going through the
ominous words hang in the air, unanswered. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene.
He answers, a single word cutting through the tension, yes.
The figure in purple robes, seemingly a judge or authority, floats closer. All right, then, the figure in purple robes declares. A subtle shift in their expression hints at the next stage beginning.
Why have the two of them?
The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication.
A new phase begins. Been standing still all this while?
The man's exasperated question cuts through the tension, his frustration palpable.
The scene unfolds before a large, expectant crowd.
A figure leaps from the upper level, landing gracefully before the man. He's clad in dark clothing, a sword strapped to his back. When are they going to start the righteous outie? The thought trails off, unspoken.
A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. What?
His eyes widen, glowing with an unnatural purple light.
Shock and disbelief are etched on his face.
A ship, sails billowing, bursts forth from the swirling purple energy. It cuts through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light. The ship continues its powerful emergence, leaving a vibrant trail of light and energy in its wake. The ship cuts through the waves, its sails full, a powerful vessel emerging from the depths. He grips the splintered wood of the ship's railing, his face grim, sweat beading on his brow. The churning sea threatens to swallow them whole. The stage of the righteous audit begins.
The next stage is announced, the ocean region.
The competition begins in the ocean region. A powerful, ethereal figure descends, radiating energy. The ethereal figure's energy pulses, the ocean floor cracking beneath its power. Most of the ocean region consists of dangerous seas like this. He cuts through the turbulent waters, a grim determination etched on his face. He bursts through the surface, gasping for air. He surfaces, sending barrels and debris flying in a chaotic spray. So, she says, a wrecked ship appearing within her grasp. As all of you can see, things like a ship being wrecked like this happen from time to time, she explains, the image of a shattered vessel swirling within her power. The wrecked ship is shown, submerged and battered by the waves. The scene emphasizes the destructive power of the sea. The wreckage disappears beneath the waves, leaving only the churning water in its wake. From the small boat, a man urges, "Grab this." He extends a long oar towards a struggling figure in the water. Fortunately, a rescue ship appears on the horizon, offering hope to the struggling man in the water. Pulled aboard, the woman collapses onto the wooden deck, her rescuer supporting her weight. She is clearly exhausted. There's one more person who needs to come aboard, though. A man on the boat speaks, his words hinting at further rescue efforts. A lone figure appears on the horizon, a distant speck against the vast ocean. Hope flickers anew. This ship can only carry 10 people. We'll sink if we take on any more, one man shouts, his face etched with desperation. We must leave him behind, or else we'll all die, the other man adds, his voice strained. Despite the pleas, a hand reaches out, grasping another's arm. A desperate attempt to pull someone aboard. "Captain," someone cries out, a desperate plea echoing across the scene. Sweat beads on his brow, his expression grim. The captain strains, a desperate effort etched on his face. His grip falters. The captain's strained muscles give way, his body slumping. "You need to make a decision quickly." The urgency in the unseen voice heightens the tension. "Since when did I get on the rescue ship?" The dark-haired man's question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and resentment etched on his face. He grips the smaller man's arm, his expression hardening. "All right, Fortress Master." The dark-haired man's grudging acceptance hangs in the air, a subtle shift from his earlier resistance. His decision is clear. "I won't give up on a single person. Even if it means we'll sink, I'll take everyone in." He lunges forward, a determined expression etched on his face. The purple-haired girl cries out, reaching a hand out desperately as he moves in a blur. The question hangs in the air, what will you do? The moment demands a choice. The scene shifts to a stark, white landscape. A sense of emptiness hangs in the air. So this is. A voice trails off, the vast emptiness of the white landscape underscoring the unspoken weight of the words. "Let those who are alive continue." The words appear, a stark declaration against the vast, empty white expanse. The righteous audit. A choice is presented, sacrifice one to survive, or face the consequences. A defiant voice declares, "I won't give up on a single person. Even if it means we'll sink, I'll take everyone in." So, Fortress Master, what will you do? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the defiant leader. The fate of many rests on their decision. His back to us, the Fortress Master makes his decision. "I won't give up on a single person," he declares, his resolve unwavering. He'll take everyone in, regardless of the cost. A voiceover narrates the internal conflict of the Fortress Master. If he chooses number one, then someone will blame him for being heartless. His face is etched with worry and sweat. He plunges beneath the icy surface, the water swirling around him. From the boat, a man watches a struggling figure in the water. If he chooses to help, he risks being blamed for poor judgment. No matter what the Fortress Master chooses, the observer thinks, the consequences will be significant. He watches, his expression grim, the water swirling around him. The weight of the Fortress Master's decision hangs heavy. He clenches his fist, the water dripping from his arm. The decision is made, he'll be questioned on his fitness to lead the expedition. He begins to speak, a single syllable hanging in the air, "I."
Tears stream down his face as he grits his teeth, a fierce expression contorting his features. He finishes his sentence, a word barely audible, won't. A command rings out, choose number 3. His eyes widen, a look of grim determination settling on his face. He questions the order, a single, uncertain, escaping his lips. His grim determination remains. He questions the order, a single, uncertain, escaping his lips. His grim determination remains, but now, a voice counters, what? What are you talking about? There are only 2 choices.
Number 3 is that I'll save everyone and save the ship from sinking, he declares, his face etched with grim determination, sweat dripping down his temples.
Did he?
The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with doubt and uncertainty. A single tear rolls down her cheek.
The question hangs heavy, find the hidden choice? 2 stark choices are presented. 1. Let the survivors live, sacrificing a single life. 2. She refuses to abandon anyone, even if it means certain doom for all. The choice is clear.
She'll save them all, even if it means risking her own life. She'll enter the water, bringing everyone to safety while they wait for rescue.
She resolves, I won't give up on anyone. I'll save the one who fell into the water and get everyone to take turns going in while we wait for the rescue team. Choice number 3. Her plan solidifies.
The only choice, and judgment for saving everyone.
Her decision is made.
Her resolve is clear, while not giving up on being human. I intended to make him look incompetent by just showing him 2 choices, she thinks, a glint in her eye. But my plan's gone wrong, she realizes, a look of dawning dismay on her face.
Let's hear what you have to say first, then. What is the 3rd choice that you're thinking of?
The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the protagonist's troubled plan. A figure descends from the stormy sky, a mystical glow surrounding her. She appears before the protagonist, who stands at the helm of his boat, navigating treacherous waves.
They're dying because of the sea, right?
The question hangs in the air, a stark observation from the mysterious figure.
I guess so, the figure replies, their voice barely a whisper against the backdrop of a sinking ship and churning sea.
In that case, the figure states, their voice firm despite the perilous situation. A surge of energy erupts, a blinding flash of cyan light illuminating the turbulent sky.
The cyan light fades, leaving behind a turbulent, storm-racked sky.
His eyes blaze, a fierce golden light burning within.
Sweat glistens on his brow, a testament to the intensity of the struggle. He grits his teeth, a determined set to his jaw. Water droplets cling to his skin, reflecting the fierce light in his eyes. I'll just split the sea, he declares, his resolve unwavering.
Her eyes widen, a look of disbelief and dawning horror replacing her previous determination.
The power he wields, it's overwhelming. What on earth is he talking about?
She whispers, her disbelief palpable.
Did he lose all rationality because he was too flustered?
The question hangs in the air, a silent testament to her disbelief.
Water droplets cling to a cloaked figure, partially submerged. The scene is underwater, a dark, mysterious setting. The figure emerges from the depths, water streaming from their dark cloak. A powerful aura surrounds them.
Water drips from his dark hair. He clenches a dark, clawed weapon, a grim determination etched on his face.
Wait a minute, he cries out, a look of dawning realization on his face. What are you trying to do, he demands, his voice sharp with alarm.
Wait, that pose. His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror replacing his previous alarm.
Everyone, get away quickly.
The old man shouts, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity as he unleashes a powerful energy wave. He flees down the stairs, a look of pure panic etched on his face.
What's happening? He cries out, his voice filled with terror. He's overtaken by a blinding flash of blue energy. A wave of blue energy engulfs him.
The blue energy dissipates, leaving behind only fragments of shattered stone.
The attack dissipates, leaving only faint blue trails in its wake. Faint blue bubbles drift upwards, the only remnants of the recent attack. 2 figures, faces contorted in terror, struggle in the murky water.
Their eyes are wide, reflecting the panic of their situation. Only bubbles remain, rising slowly to the surface. The figure struggles, mouth agape in a silent scream, as bubbles rise around them in the murky water. Only bubbles remain, rising slowly to the surface. 3 figures emerge from the depths, their expressions a mix of shock and grim determination. A 4th older man also surfaces, his gaze fixed and unwavering. The older man's gaze remains unwavering, a stark contrast to the younger man's clenched fist and furious expression. Tension hangs heavy in the water. Water droplets scatter as the tension breaks. A system error message flashes across the screen. The words "an error has occurred in the system" repeated multiple times. Water droplets still drift in the air. The system error message continues to flash, a relentless repetition of "an error has occurred in the system." A bright flash of light erupts, momentarily blinding. The afterimage of the flash fades, leaving behind only scattered particles and a single, glowing object drifting down. Water droplets cling to his hair as he surfaces, gasping for breath. Bubbles rise to the surface, the only evidence of his recent struggle. Debris rains down, a testament to the ferocity of the battle just concluded. He stands amidst the swirling dust and debris, his back to the viewer, surveying the aftermath. A powerful shockwave erupts, sending debris flying. The dust settles, revealing the extent of the destruction. What a miracle! Everyone saved. The words hang in the air, a testament to the unexpected turn of events. "Captain," someone cries out. A woman clutches at the captain's arm, her face etched with worry. He looks grim, his gaze fixed ahead. "Let go of me," she pleads, her voice barely audible. The captain's expression remains resolute, his grip unwavering. A flash of purple energy erupts. Tears stream down his face, a smile playing on his lips as the purple energy fades. He clasps his hands together, a look of serene acceptance on his face. "Thank you for saving us." The grateful voices ring out, a wave of relief washing over the scene. He stands amidst the fading echoes of gratitude, a faint weariness in his gaze. The recent battle's toll is subtly etched on his face. A faint sheen of moisture glistens on his skin, the lingering effects of the recent battle are clear. He breathes heavily, his exhaustion palpable. "Thank you so much," he whispers, a heartfelt gratitude evident in his tone. The lingering moisture on his skin speaks of a hard-fought victory. Bubbles rise to the surface, a gentle visual mirroring the calm that settles after the storm. He emerges from the water, a grim expression set on his face. Bubbles cling to his dark clothing as he surveys his surroundings. The righteous audit has ended. The world after the end. The credits roll, revealing the creative team behind The World After the End. The credits end, and a close-up reveals a fierce female character, her green eyes blazing with intensity. She's in motion, hair streaming behind her. "What on earth do you think you're doing, Fortress Master?" she demands, her furious green eyes blazing. "How could you?" The Fortress Master's question hangs heavy in the air, his face etched with sweat and disbelief. "Let's." The Fortress Master's voice trails off, his face a mask of strained determination, sweat beading on his brow. His eyes, wide with a desperate resolve, fix on his opponent. "Stop fooling around now." The Fortress Master's voice rings out, sharp and resolute, a stark contrast to his earlier exhaustion. His resolve is palpable. A shadowy figure looms, radiating a chilling blue energy. Sweat beads on the Fortress Master's brow as she is forced back, the impact of the energy palpable. The Fortress Master's eyes widen, sweat dripping down her face. A surge of raw power, palpable even from here, threatens to overwhelm her. The Gorgon territory receives an urgent order, Gorgon 1. A chilling announcement, delivered amidst a flurry of warning signals. He stands in a grand arena, sweat glistening on his skin. A large crowd watches from the tiered seating, their silhouettes dark against the pale stone. The atmosphere is tense. A young woman with cat-like ears sits defeated on the arena floor, her purple dress stained with dust. She looks up, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and despair. Defeated, she stares upward, eyes wide with disbelief. "What on earth?" She whispers, her voice barely audible above the silence. A blur of motion. Something strikes her with immense force. She crashes to the ground, a stunned expression on her face. Fortress Master, she gasps, her voice filled with disbelief. A gasp escapes her lips. The shock is palpable. As of this moment forward, all events are cancelled and the fortress gates will be locked. The announcement hangs in the air. What? He stammers, eyes wide with disbelief. A new order is given, all residents must evacuate to North Street immediately. What the hell's happening? One man asks, clearly bewildered. Another, more authoritative figure barks back, move right away. The urgency in his voice is palpable. The dead are advancing towards us. The warning hangs heavy in the air, confirming the growing terror. Someone flees, a blur of motion against the grim backdrop. The urgency is palpable. Are you saying that Black Patch is all dead? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on the faces of the assembled warriors. Dust motes dance in the dim light as the warriors stand on a weathered deck, the grim silence heavy with unspoken fears. A grim voice narrates the recent devastation. The Lightning God clan got annihilated in Manticore, and I'm now facing a swarm of dead in Gorgon. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. I might actually die today, he mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His companion grins, seemingly unfazed by the dire situation. You're going to die at this level? Then what are you going to do in the Abyss expedition? The question hangs in the air, a stark challenge to the sweating protagonist's survival. Fire King, your legs are shaking real bad. The words are a taunt, highlighting the protagonist's visible distress as he struggles to maintain his stance. Shut up! The Fire King's retort is sharp, a defiant rejection of his opponent's taunts. His legs may be shaking, but his spirit remains unbroken. Despite the taunts, the Fire King's resolve remains firm. His gaze is unwavering, a steely defiance etched onto his weathered face. To think a brat not even 900 years old is now taking up the lead role in chaos, a voice scoffs, the words hanging heavy in the air. The Fire King's back is to us, his defiance unwavering. A small figure, carrying a wooden staff, stands poised on a low wall. He faces the Fire King, who remains turned away, his disdain palpable. A wave of intense heat washes over the scene. Limitless, Southern Sea, Savant, Priestess, Fire King, and Lightning God. The names of immense power echo in the air, heavy with unspoken potential. Two figures stand, powerful and imposing. Their expressions are serious, their presence commanding. The weight of the names Limitless, Southern Sea, Savant, Priestess, Fire King, and Lightning God hangs heavy in the air. The Fire King and the Lightning God face off. A silent tension crackles between them, a palpable energy before the storm. The Fire King's gaze is unwavering, intense. His expression is one of grim determination, a silent promise of the battle to come. The Ice Queen's gaze is unwavering, cold. Her expression is one of steely resolve, a silent challenge to the Fire King. 6 of the 10 clans of chaos are gathered here. The stakes are high. The tension hangs heavy in the air. A silent moment before the storm. To think I'd see something so crazy in my life again. A character's inner monologue reflects on the unbelievable events unfolding. Doesn't this remind us of what happened 900 years ago? The old man's question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling parallel drawn to a dark past. Are you talking about when we went to the Dead Palace? The question hangs in the air, a stark reminder of a perilous past. The man's intense gaze reflects the gravity of the memory. Yeah, he confirms, the single word heavy with unspoken memories of the Dead Palace. Yes. We definitely saw something similar to this back then, he confirms, a grim expression etched on his face. The memory clearly weighs heavily on him. He doesn't understand why that thing is there. The mystery deepens. His eyes, wide with a mixture of confusion and dawning suspicion, fix on something unseen. The mystery deepens. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. He's seen this before. The dead that's calling the dead. He recognizes the phenomenon. When a medium dead appears, small dead would gather.
He confirms his understanding of the phenomenon unfolding before him.
When a large dead appears, medium dead would gather. The statement confirms his observation as smaller, monstrous figures swarm the larger one, their dark tendrils lashing out.
And in Gorgon,
the narration continues, hinting at a connection between the monstrous creatures and the location, Gorgon. Swept away by a crimson tide, she's pulled under. The red surges, consuming her. From the crimson depths, a monstrous figure emerges. His eyes burn red, a cruel smile twisting his lips. He wields a massive, dark blade, dripping with what seems to be blood. The dead king, a catastrophe, has appeared. The dead king's arrival is imminent, a dark, ominous presence fills the air.
The monstrous form looms large, a terrifying presence against the darkening sky.
The narration clarifies, the culprit that made each fortress build high walls.
The disaster that brings horror to chaos is approaching.
The monstrous form looms closer, its nightmarish tendrils and sharp spines a horrifying sight against the dark, star-dusted sky.
The disaster is upon them. The monstrous creature descends, its horrifying form crushing the smaller beings beneath its weight. The ground trembles. Mega dead. The creature is utterly destroyed. The aftermath.
A blue energy blast dissipates, leaving only the lingering traces of the destroyed Mega Dead. The Mega Dead is gone, reduced to rubble and scattered remains. A chilling silence follows.
The silence is broken only by the ominous words, the backwards dash. The ominous phrase is completed, walking Magritte.
Two glowing red eyes, monstrous and immense, fill the panel.
The creature's presence is overwhelming.
The monstrous form lunges, a blur of dark purple and sharp spines.
Its terrifying maw opens wide.
It slams into the ground, the impact shaking the very stones.
The creature lies still. Silence.
The creature remains motionless. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. Credits for art, storyboarding, and novel are listed below.
Chapter 46 begins. Oh. Chapter 46 begins. A desperate cry pierces the night. Kaya. Save me. From the city walls, a plea for help echoes across the dark, ominous cityscape. A man cries out, Arg.
A terrified woman beside him pleads, Gee, go away. Their desperate pleas paint a grim picture of their plight amidst the decaying city. A scream, Kaya, pierces the air as a figure is violently thrown.
The impact is brutal, a blur of motion and snow.
Wide, terrified eyes stare up. The victim's face is bruised and bloodied, a testament to the brutal impact. A swarm of shadowy figures erupts, their forms vaguely monstrous, descending from above. They fill the frame, a terrifying wave of darkness. One of the monstrous figures crashes to the ground, its form broken and defeated. It's over. The words hang in the air, a declaration of victory. He collapses, a guttural qua escaping his lips as dark, vein-like markings spread across his skin. The fight is finally over. Arg, he cries out, his face contorted in agony as the dark tendrils tighten their grip. The monstrous figure looms over him, victory assured. It's all over. The monstrous figure declares, its victory absolute. Defeated, she falls, her wide eyes reflecting utter terror. The monster's victory is complete. She slams into the ground, the impact echoing the finality of her defeat. She lies defeated, her hands splayed on the dusty ground. The impact of her fall leaves her momentarily stunned.
An elderly figure, battered and bruised, stumbles away from the scene.
Their ragged clothing and pained expression speak of a hard-fought battle.
A monstrous, shadowy creature rides, its spiked limbs and gaping maw a terrifying sight.
The air crackles with dark energy. The creature's claw swipes, narrowly missing the old man, who stumbles back, his face etched with fear. The old man cries out, N-dash, as the creature's attack connects.
No.
The old man's desperate cry is cut short, his face contorted in agony as the attack lands. The old man is sent flying, a blur of motion against the dark, purplish sky.
He crashes to the ground, the impact echoing the finality of his desperate cry. The impact throws up a cloud of dust and debris. A sharp crack echoes through the air. A powerful shockwave erupts. The old man stands, his long white hair billowing around him, a powerful aura radiating from his form. His eyes burn with intensity. Honorable sword. The old man's voice, filled with awe, echoes. It's a relief. The warrior breathes, a visible weight lifting from his shoulders. His intense gaze softens slightly, though his face remains etched with the strain of battle. Help her, quick. A desperate plea escapes her lips, her face contorted in pain. The creature lashes out, its tendrils whipping around her. She tumbles down a steep incline, narrowly escaping the creature's grasp. She lands hard, the impact jarring. A purple blur streaks past. He's clearly struggling. I'm sorry, he gasps, fighting against a ghoul of this size is too much for me. Terror grips her. Wide, fearful eyes reflect the overwhelming power of her foe. Overwhelmed, she whispers, I'm powerless. The stark declaration underscores her desperate situation. The stark declaration hangs in the air, extremely powerless. Her hopelessness is absolute. Her foot comes down, shattering the ground. Below, a face contorted in furious rage is revealed. The impact sends him sprawling, his rage momentarily eclipsed by the force of the blow. This is a world where any choice made ends up being fruitless. The narrator's somber voice reflects the bleakness of the setting. Tears stream down her face. What kind of justice can be ushered in, she wonders aloud, her voice filled with despair. Can justice even be found in this world, she cries, her despair deepening amidst the swirling chaos. A figure is thrown violently, the impact muffled by the swirling storm. The scene is a blur of motion and dark energy. Because this world has no choice. The words hang heavy in the air, a grim explanation for the brutal events unfolding. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and resignation, reflect the harsh reality of her situation. The weight of the world seems to press down on her. Looming above her, a monstrous creature, its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, fills the panel. Its grotesque form dominates the scene, casting a shadow of dread over the already terrified woman below. Below the monstrous creature, a spark ignites. A faint whisper echoes, something like hope. A surge of energy erupts, a blinding flash of light illuminating the scene. A colossal, demonic figure is bisected by a brilliant, azure beam of energy. The creature's form is fractured, the light slicing through its very essence. The demon disintegrates, leaving only scattered remnants and a faint blue glow. The young warrior collapses, eyes wide with exhaustion, body covered in grime and wounds. A faint blue light lingers around them. A surge of blue energy erupts from the warrior, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Their eyes glow with newfound strength. The warrior unleashes a powerful, blue-tinged strike, their weapon a blur of motion. Get a grip, holy maiden sect leader. The warrior's opponent yells, their face contorted in a fierce expression. He unleashes a furious roar, a surge of energy crackling around him. The energy explodes, a blinding flash illuminating a stark, mountainous landscape. He stands amidst the lingering energy, a fierce determination etched on his face. His grip tightens on his large, scarred sword. A fierce grin spreads across his face. His eyes burn with a ferocious intensity. He is ready. He explodes into action, a whirlwind of motion. His weapon flashes, striking multiple opponents simultaneously. Why? Even if you fight back, you are only buying some time, a voice observes, the words a grim assessment of the situation. The fighter's face is grim, streaked with dirt and sweat. There's no way you can win, a voice declares, the words a stark assessment of the fighter's hopeless situation. He counters, a burst of energy erupting as he strikes the monstrous creature. Is he fearless because of his thoughtlessness? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the raw power of the previous attack. He moves in a blur, a crackling blue energy surging around him as he unleashes another devastating attack. No. He is trembling. He is scared. But then, a surge of energy. What is the hope that drives them to act?
The question hangs in the air, a mystery yet to be revealed. He spits out blood, a grim expression hardening his features. The faint trail of a projectile streaks past. He grimaces, a harsh laugh escaping his lips. "Ha, this isn't easy after all," he admits, facing a horde of monstrous creatures. "Stop sounding weak. Up there are even more powerful enemies," a voice booms, a stark contrast to the protagonist's earlier admission of difficulty. The fight continues. He collapses, a dark, bird-like mark visible on his hand. The fight is far from over. The creature crashes down, its many limbs splayed. A chilling, skeletal face is revealed, its eyes glowing ominously. The creature's body smashes against the ground. A narrator's voice booms, and the person who can fight them on his own. The creature is cleaved in two, a swift, brutal strike ending its reign of terror. The creature's bisected body collapses, its lifeless form a testament to the hero's swift victory. The hero stands victorious, a blur of motion fading as the dust settles on their fallen foe. A faint purple smoke drifts, the only lingering trace of the battle. He rips the creature apart, its remains dissolving into purple smoke. Above, a swarm of shadowy figures scatters, fleeing the scene. The victor stands amidst the dissipating purple smoke, a lone figure silhouetted against the darkening sky. The battle is won. The creature's final, desperate lunge ends in a blur of motion. It collapses, defeated. The creature's body shatters, its remains dissolving into purple dust. The purple dust settles, leaving only silence in its wake. Purple energy crackles, remnants of a powerful attack. The air hangs heavy with the aftermath. Amidst the purple energy remnants and shattered stone, a scowling figure emerges. "You shouldn't recklessly destroy other people's buildings," he grumbles. Purple energy dissipates, leaving behind only the lingering scent of destruction. The ground cracks under the force of the impact. Debris flies as a large chunk of stone is hurled away. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the ground, shattering stone into a violent spray. A purple shockwave erupts from the point of impact. The impact sends tremors through the ground, cracking the earth beneath a heavy boot. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the monstrous figure is struck. The force of the blow sends tremors through the very ground. He's sent flying backward, crashing into the rocky ground. The impact sends debris scattering. He lies still, the dust settling around him. The fight, for now, is over. He moves in a blur, a dark figure against the purple dust. The fight isn't over yet. He moves in a blur, a powerful kick connecting. Dust explodes. He scowls, dust still swirling around him. "It's an annoying ability," he mutters. A monstrous, clawed appendage slams down, narrowly missing him. Dust and debris erupt as the creature attacks. He barely avoids the devastating blow, the creature's attack shattering the ground around him. A shockwave ripples outwards. He realizes the creature's strategy: it uses the ability to levitate objects if I get close to it. And if I gain distance. He plans his next move, realizing the creature's weakness. Exploiting the creature's weakness, he creates distance. A purple energy erupts from the beast's core. The beast unleashes a furious counterattack, purple energy swirling as it lunges. The beast's purple energy slams into him, a violent vortex of power. Debris flies. His eyes blaze with defiance, a fierce golden light burning within. He endures the attack. He counters the attack with a burst of purple energy, sending a shockwave through the area. The purple energy explodes outward, a powerful shockwave rippling through the battlefield. The purple energy explodes outwards, a blinding flash engulfing the battlefield. He moves in a blur, purple energy trailing behind him as he bursts through the explosion's aftermath. He unleashes a vortex of dark purple energy, consuming everything in its path. He scoffs, a low tisk escaping his lips. His eyes, burning with a fierce golden light, remain fixed on the aftermath of his attack. The impact sends tremors through the ground. Dust and debris erupt as a powerful blow connects. A violet energy explodes outward, a powerful shockwave emanating from the point of impact. The violet energy surges, a powerful wave pushing back debris as he stands, his back to us, a figure silhouetted against the explosive force. The violet energy explodes outward, a powerful shockwave. The shockwave dissipates, leaving behind only the lingering violet energy and the aftermath of the blast. The old warrior moves with surprising speed, his blade a blur as he cuts through the lingering energy. His eyes, sharp and determined, are fixed on his target. He grits his teeth, a frustrated "damn it!" escaping his lips. The warrior's attack, though swift, was ultimately unsuccessful. He collapses, defeated. The battlefield, littered with fallen soldiers, is a stark reminder of the brutal fight. His opponent stands above, seemingly unmoved. Just like back then. The onlookers watch, faces etched with fear and grim recognition. A monstrous creature looms, its shadow engulfing the scene. The question hangs heavy in the air: is there nothing a mere human can do? A horde of grotesque creatures surrounds them, their red eyes burning in the darkness. Their snarling maws and clawed limbs promise a brutal end. Faced with colossal despair, the heroes are overwhelmed by the sheer number of monstrous creatures. The monstrous horde presses in, their grotesque forms a terrifying wave of claws and eyes. Despair hangs heavy in the air. There's nothing we can do. The words hang heavy, mirroring the hopeless scene. A figure lies defeated amidst the encroaching darkness. Darkness. A bleak, hopeless landscape stretches out. The old man's eyes widen in terror, his mouth agape. He's falling, a look of sheer panic etched on his face. The old man plummets, his desperate cry unheard. A single thought echoes: the people living here need hope. He falls, a silent descent into a soft, golden light. He rests peacefully, a serene smile gracing his lips. The golden light surrounding him intensifies. An overwhelming hope fills the air. Hope explodes as a monstrous creature bursts forth, shattering stone and debris in its wake. Debris rains down as the creature emerges fully, its form still obscured by dust and shadow. The dust clears, revealing the creature's monstrous form. Its horns pierce the air, a terrifying sight. He grits his teeth, a fierce expression contorting his face. The creature's grip tightens. That won't lose to anything. He strains against the creature's hold, his resolve unwavering. A blinding flash of light erupts. Debris flies, a chaotic blur of motion and light. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending debris flying in a chaotic spray. A blinding flash of light erupts, followed by a powerful shockwave that sends debris flying. Debris rains down from the sky, a chaotic aftermath of the blinding flash. The air itself seems to crackle with residual energy. The dust clears, revealing a muscular warrior, his greatsword held high. He stands amidst the rubble, a grim determination etched on his face. An elderly man, eyes wide with shock and fear, scrambles back, dust and debris swirling around him. His expression is one of pure terror. The old man's terror intensifies. A golden glow engulfs him. He is consumed by a blinding golden light. The old man vanishes. Dust settles. The golden light fades, leaving behind only cracked earth. The creature lies defeated, its monstrous form broken and still. Dust motes dance in the weak sunlight filtering through the ravaged landscape. Ha! A ragged breath escapes, the victor's exhaustion palpable. He stands victorious, weapon held high, a blinding light momentarily obscuring the defeated foe. The dust settles, revealing the monstrous foe defeated. Its form lies broken and still. Victory is theirs. A final, powerful blow ends the fight. He stands victorious, a small, satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Dust motes dance in the air around him. "I should have done that earlier," he mutters, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. The title card appears, "The World After." The title card reveals the manhwa's title, After the Fall. The credits for art, storyboarding, and novel are listed below. Chapter 47 begins. You, what are you? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning fear. The figure before him remains shrouded in shadow, his expression unreadable. A wave of dark energy erupts, the source obscured by shadow.
It expands rapidly, pushing outwards in a violent surge. A violent shockwave erupts. The impact is immense. He deflects the creature's attack with a powerful strike, sending them sprawling. The impact echoes with a resounding EH. He counters with a fierce roar, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The impact of his strike is a blur of motion. He cries out, Castellan, as the force of the blow sends him reeling. His eyes widen in terror, a look of sheer panic etched onto his face. Sweat beads on his brow. He's engulfed in a maelstrom of dark energy, the impact of violent, swirling chaos. He stands amidst the chaos, surveying the monstrous creatures he's unleashed. The dark energy swirls around him, a testament to his power. A wave of dark energy explodes outward. He stands amidst the fading dark energy, his face etched with grim determination. Scars mar his skin, a testament to the recent battle. His jaw tightens, a grim set to his lips. The lingering dark energy dissipates around him, leaving only the dust and the weight of his victory. So annoying. He mutters, the lingering frustration evident even in victory. The creature is pulverized by a powerful blow, its body disintegrating into dust and debris. The creature's remains vanish, leaving only swirling dust and a lingering sense of power. He stands amidst the rubble, a powerful figure silhouetted against the pale sky. Dust motes dance in the air, remnants of the battle. He stands victorious, his weapon dripping, over a defeated, monstrous foe. With a final, powerful blow, he delivers a crushing defeat. Haaaa, he cries out in triumph. His triumphant cry echoes as he unleashes a final, devastating blow. A blur of motion, a flash of energy, the fight is over. The final blow shatters his opponent, leaving only fragments in the wake of the powerful attack. A blinding blue energy wave erupts, obliterating the remaining fragments of the opponent. The force of the attack sends debris flying. The dust settles, revealing a vast, empty space where the opponent once stood. Only the lingering energy of the attack remains. His eyes widen in shock, a silent scream etched onto his face. The old man's expression conveys utter disbelief. Then I'll just start. The old man's voice trails off, a grim determination hardening his features. Then, I'll just stab. He finishes the sentence, his resolve clear. Debris rains down as a powerful energy wave surges through the scene. The energy wave's impact continues, sending debris hurtling through the air. A chaotic scene of destruction unfolds. The blinding light of the energy wave fades, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Debris rains down from the sky. Debris continues to fall, a lingering effect of the devastating energy wave. The scene remains chaotic. The dust settles, revealing the vast ocean stretching to the horizon. White particles drift across a twilight sky, the remnants of a powerful spell. The vast ocean stretches beyond. Debris rains down on a coastal town, the aftermath of a devastating magical attack. A man runs, his face grim, through the chaos. Amidst the falling debris, a man and woman flee hand in hand through the ravaged town. The man's expression is grim, determined. Surrounded, the pair faces multiple opponents. A fierce battle erupts amidst the ruins. One of the fighters is sent flying backward, a spray of ice shards trailing in his wake. How reckless, a voice observes as one fighter is sent sprawling, ice shards scattering around him. Yes, he is. However, I decided to protect that recklessness, a voice states, a surprising counterpoint to the previous observation. I see, a voice responds, a simple acknowledgement of the previous explanation. Then we will be with you, the leader declares, his gaze unwavering. Two figures stand behind him, ready to follow. Surrounded, the protagonist braces himself. Energy crackles around him, a fierce counterattack forming. His counterattack explodes. Blades clash in a flurry of motion, energy sparking between them. His blade glows, a fiery orange cutting through the air. The counterattack continues. The fiery orange blade connects, a blur of motion. The attack continues, a flurry of fiery orange slashes. He moves in a blur, sword flashing. He counters with a powerful, sweeping strike. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Where have you been hiding, just to appear now? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing the force of the previous blow. He swings his weapon, a blur of motion. The force behind the strike is undeniable. He connects with the monstrous creature, a surge of blue energy erupting as he sends it flying. The creature is sent flying, a blur of blue energy trailing behind it. It slams into the ground, a blue electrical trail sparking behind it as it slides across the dark earth. Twin beams of blue energy erupt from the figure, striking the monstrous creature. The attack connects. A powerful shockwave erupts, a blinding flash of blue energy engulfing the monster. The monster reels from the impact, blue energy crackling around it as it stumbles back. A wave of blue energy explodes outward. Flame King sect leader? The question hangs in the air, a stunned realization dawning. What? I'm busy right now. Don't talk to me. The Flame King sect leader snaps, his back to the questioner, clearly preoccupied with something else. I'm rather embarrassed to say this. A monstrous creature lunges, its claws extended. He counters with a burst of energy, a blinding flash of blue electricity erupting from his body. But I still feel like telling somebody about this, he thinks, the lingering energy of his attack still crackling around him. What are you beating around the bush over? A voice demands, cutting through his internal monologue. A torrent of blue energy erupts, engulfing the shadowy figures. The force is immense. He moves in a blur, blue energy crackling around him as he strikes. The attack connects, a blinding flash of blue energy momentarily obscuring the scene. The flash fades, revealing him. He stands, a fierce expression on his face, energy crackling around his form. Don't you think that I look cool right now? He boasts, a smirk playing on his lips as energy crackles around him. He unleashes a powerful attack, a burst of energy erupting around him. Ha, he shouts, the sound echoing the force of his blow. The attack connects. His opponent lies defeated, barely conscious. Please say something, he pleads, his voice strained with worry. A monstrous creature lunges forward, its grotesque form a blur of motion. The sound of its approach is a guttural roar. He grits his teeth, a guttural coo, escaping his lips as he braces for impact. Sweat beads on his brow. Exhaustion is making my body heavier and heavier, he thinks, the weight of the fight pressing down on him. At this rate, he thinks, his exhaustion growing. A dark mass hurtles through the air, a swirling vortex of energy trailing behind it. Impact. A shockwave radiates outward. He's caught off guard. A monstrous claw slams down, the red-haired warrior barely evading the attack. He barely avoids a second attack. The warrior leaps back, his breath ragged. She clutches a handful of stones, her face a mask of grim determination. The warrior's ragged breathing is replaced by a fierce focus. She hurls the stones. A shadowy creature, with glowing red eyes and wicked claws, hurtles towards her. The creature's attack connects. A powerful impact sends the figure sprawling, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. The impact throws the figure violently to the side, a blur of motion against a dark background. The figure is sent flying, a blur of motion and a single, sharp syllable, no. The impact throws her hard against the wall, a jarring thud echoing in the confined space. Do it now. She grits her teeth, a fierce determination etched on her face despite the impact. She lashes out, a blur of motion as energy chains whip past. The energy chains connect, ensnaring the creature. A resounding crash echoes as it's pulled back. The creature is violently yanked backward, the energy chains tightening their grip. His eyes glow with a fierce, blue light. The energy chains are clearly no match for his power. He shatters the energy chains binding them, his power overwhelming. The others look on, stunned but relieved. We are here to help, a voice declares. The chains shatter, freeing the bound figures. His eyes blaze, a furious red. The freed man glares, his expression one of intense anger. His teeth bared in a furious snarl, a raw, animalistic rage contorts his face.
That's how it should be, he roars, a furious expression etched on his face as he moves in a blur, his attack a whirlwind of motion. He unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike piercing the creature's flesh. The monster recoils, its form dissolving in a spray of icy shards. He counters with a swift, powerful strike, his blade a blur. The impact sends the larger opponent sprawling. He spins, a blur of motion, unleashing a powerful finishing blow. The force of the attack is depicted by a swirling vortex of energy. The attack connects. A flash of light briefly obscures the scene. The light fades, revealing a victorious smirk on his face. Scars mark his skin, testament to a hard-fought battle. He moves in a blur, a swift, decisive strike. The attack connects. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, and he stands, his expression grim, the sword dripping with an icy blue energy. The icy blue energy surges, engulfing the city in a brilliant light. The city is bathed in an intense, icy blue light. The energy surges, washing over every building. 10 days later, at Gorgon Castle, the scene shows extensive damage and ongoing reconstruction efforts. Scaffolding and cranes dominate the landscape amidst the rubble. It's been 10 days since Margaret, one of the 3 great ghouls, was annihilated. The castle's reconstruction continues. The castle's reconstruction is underway. Workers clear rubble amidst the damaged buildings, a testament to the recent battle's devastation. Dust motes dance in the sunlit air. The entirety of chaos is abuzz with the news. The recent events have sent shockwaves through the land. Old man, in your opinion, what has been the biggest change in Gorgon since that incident? The question hangs heavy in the air, directed at a weathered figure, his face etched with the weight of unspoken history. The old man's arms, scarred and weathered, speak volumes. Each line a testament to a life lived on the edge, a history etched onto his very skin. His eyes, though, betray a weariness far deeper than the surface scars. A lifetime of battles etched not just on his skin, but in the very depths of his gaze. His weathered hands, scarred and calloused, clench into fists. The weight of countless battles is palpable. He reflects, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's become a better place to live, he observes, a quiet contentment in his tone. How exactly has it become better? The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge to the previously expressed contentment. It's because 6 of the 10 sects of chaos have migrated to Gorgon. The explanation clarifies the recent shift in power. The narrator explains that the migration of 6 chaos sects to Gorgon has drastically increased the supply of materials, including horns from horned beasts. This has, in turn, led to an unprecedented economic boom. He looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. To say that it's a better place to live. He muses, considering the recent economic boom. He holds a glowing scroll, its contents unseen, a thoughtful expression lingering on his face. The economic boom's impact is clearly still on his mind. The scene shifts to a devastated cityscape. 2 figures, amidst the rubble, work diligently. One, seemingly younger, hefts a large stone. The other, older, sits nearby, observing. The scale of the destruction is immense, a stark contrast to the economic boom's promise. A third figure, his back to us, observes the others. He carries a large scythe, its blade gleaming faintly amidst the rubble. The weight of the task, and the scale of the destruction, hangs heavy in the air. The situation looks too grave. He observes the scene, his assessment grim. Despite the grim situation, a surprising lightness fills the air. 2 men exchange a knowing smile, one holding a dark, horn-like object. But for some reason, the atmosphere is bright, a voice observes. Well, it's understandable that a journalist would say that, since you didn't witness the road of wave, one of the men explains, the casual tone belying the gravity of the situation. The large man, a smirk playing on his lips, gestures towards a massive purple gem embedded in a dark metal casing. He seems confident, almost amused. The title card appears, Road of Wave. The incident is described, a wave of darkness, teeming with ghouls. The wave of darkness, teeming with ghouls, was split apart by a single blow. The wave of darkness was cleaved apart by a single blade of light. Everyone who witnessed that sight was bewitched by something.
The girl, battered but resolute, stares ahead, her expression unreadable. Throwing themselves into the path of the wave, they fight against the ghouls. He thrusts his weapon through the ghoul, a spray of dark fluid erupting. The man's face is contorted in exertion. And many more like it lie ahead. People lost their lives. The weight of that loss hangs heavy in the air. What did they even? The question hangs heavy, unspoken but felt, a testament to the unanswered questions and the lingering grief. Witness that day. The narrative shifts, promising a flashback to a pivotal event. The only thing a fool like myself can say, he mutters, a grim smile twisting his lips. The flashback continues. Is that Gorgon has become a better place to live, he reflects, the words a quiet observation rather than a declaration. That they are. The words hang in the air, a stark and unsettling revelation. Saying they live in this chaos? The question hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the surrounding turmoil. An ancient scroll unfolds, its cryptic script slowly revealed by a quill. The writing glows faintly, hinting at potent magic. The scroll's translation is complete. Gorgon's residents have begun to live, a revelation that hangs heavy in the air. The man in the brown suit recoils, dropping the translated scroll. A large, powerfully built figure looms over him, a shadow cast across the scene. What is this? The man in brown gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief as the large figure looms over him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ah, don't worry. It's been happening a lot recently, the large figure says, a dismissive wave of his hand. His words offer little comfort to the man in brown. The man in brown stares, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Such an explosive sound can only occur from a fight of spiritual power between high-stage adapters, he gasps, the sheer power of the unseen conflict evident in his shocked expression. The camera pulls back, revealing a sprawling cityscape of towering spires and intricate architecture under a pale sky. This is where the unseen battle takes place. A realization dawns. 6 out of 10 sects have their headquarters in Gorgon. Did a war break out between the 10 sects? One man's question hangs in the air, a shocked expression on his face. His companion exclaims, a scoop. Well, it could be called a war, he states, a grim smirk playing on his lips as he holds up a scroll detailing the conflict. A city crumbles under a devastating attack. Buildings collapse in a fiery explosion. The aftermath. A fiery explosion leaves only dust and debris. Amidst the dust and debris, 2 figures scramble away from the blast's epicenter. One clutches a glowing object, the other looks on in stunned surprise, muttering, "Oh." Several figures are thrown back, silhouetted against a bright light. They tumble through the air, weapons scattered. A powerful blow sends several opponents flying. Their bodies are flung through the air, a testament to the force behind the attack. There are 5 of them today, a gruff voice announces. A man beside him stares in wide-eyed terror. One of the figures falls, defeated. A man with dark hair, gripping a wicked-looking weapon, stands ready. His expression is grim, determined. He sheathes his weapon, the dark blade disappearing into its scabbard. Dust motes dance in the dim light, settling around his feet. His grim determination remains. You all still have a long way to go. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the journey ahead. A blur of motion. A powerful blow connects, sending a shockwave outward. The impact sends him sprawling. Liquid spills from a shattered glass. What was that bullshit, he demands, his voice raw with disbelief and anger. His eyes blaze with fury, a stark contrast to the disbelief moments before. The raw anger is palpable. Try spouting it again, the seated figure commands, his voice dripping with disdain. He sits regally upon his throne, amidst shattered remnants of what seems to have been a heated argument. Yes. The one that attacked Gorgon. The speaker confirms, his voice barely a whisper, yet heavy with implication. The lingering silence speaks volumes. The news is delivered in stark, simple terms: Mega Ghoul Margrit has perished. A fist clenches. The news of Margrit's death hangs heavy in the air. That's impossible, a voice whispers, disbelief coloring the words.
The weight of Margaret's death is palpable. A monstrous ghoul fills the panel, its terrifying form a testament to its power. The text reveals, a mega-ghoul is as strong as a ninth stage adapter of the Great Land. The sheer scale of the creature underscores the gravity of the situation. The sheer scale of the mega-ghoul is emphasized. It requires a lieutenant general to fight, and even during the chaos event, only 3 existed. How? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the sheer impossible scale of the mega-ghoul. Seated upon a magnificent throne, the emperor issues a command: investigate it properly immediately. The weight of his words underscores the gravity of the situation. Yes. The subordinate's immediate response echoes through the throne room. Dust and debris erupt from the floor below, a visual testament to their swift departure. It's impossible, he mutters, a look of disbelief etched on his face. His hands cover his mouth, the weight of the unexpected news heavy upon him. There must be a mistake. He whispers, his doubt palpable. Embers glow in the darkness, the only light illuminating the aftermath. 4 days later. A tattered banner hangs limply, its staff silhouetted against a fiery, ash-filled sky. News of the Golden Sky sect's northern branch annihilation near Gorgon spreads. A tattered banner, the only remnant, hangs against a fiery, ash-filled sky. The title card appears, The World After the Fall. The stark lettering emphasizes the devastation hinted at in the previous panel. Chapter 48 begins. A gaping hole tears through the ceiling, sunlight streaming in. Weak, a voice declares, the word echoing the devastation. What have you even been doing for hundreds of years? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent destruction. He lies defeated, the dust settling around him. His face is grim, a stark contrast to the previous battle's fury. The victor stands over the defeated fighters, his expression unreadable. Several of them are injured and sit slumped on the ground. A young woman with dark hair sits slumped against a wall, her breathing ragged. Nearby, a larger, defeated warrior lies unconscious. He stares at the defeated warrior, a single tear rolling down his cheek. How am I even supposed to win against that? He wonders aloud, his voice filled with disbelief. The name Yun Yong appears, as a gleeful, almost manic laughter erupts from a newly introduced character. Why yes. The newly introduced character, Yun Yong, exclaims, his manic laughter still echoing. A surge of energy seems to radiate from him. Those fast feet are the only things you have, Yun Yong sneers, his words a clear threat. He closes his eyes, a look of contemplation on his face. The ellipsis in the speech bubble suggests he's weighing his options. Gang Won, your power is good, but you're too slow, his opponent declares, a critical assessment delivered with a dismissive air. Juga Myung, you think too much before making your move, his opponent states, the words a sharp critique of his fighting style. Jagukrion delivers her assessment, Jagukrion has good agility and wits, but your endurance is awful. Her arms are crossed, a clear expression of disdain. And finally, Kaiman. The assessment continues. The assessment continues. You are the best among the group, the evaluator states, you have an excellent foundation, and you aren't particularly weak in any aspect. However, that also means you aren't particularly good at anything either. He hangs his head, a look of quiet contemplation settling on his face. The critique stings, but he doesn't outwardly react. There's a problem that you all share, a voice states, the speaker's expression serious and unwavering. It's the fact that something has already been achieved without proper effort, the speaker explains, arms crossed, a serious expression on their face. For sure, this brat knows how to hit the spot, the older man observes, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He gestures towards the younger, more muscular figure beside him. And the old men are also too weak, considering you've lived for 1,000 years, the younger man scoffs, his words dripping with disdain. You damn bastard, the older man snarls, his face contorted in a mask of barely controlled rage. Despite his anger, the older man acknowledges the truth. But he is right, he concedes, a grudging admission hanging in the air. 900 years ago, the leaders of the 10 sects were all at least 7th stage adapters. The Sky Dragon sect's leader, strongest among them, was a 9th stage adapter. And Mulak was even more powerful than him.
The narration reveals the immense strength of Mulak, surpassing even the already formidable Sky Dragon sect leader.
Mulak manipulates energy, a brilliant light coalescing between his fingertips. The power emanating from him is immense. Even for such powerful individuals, the expedition proved incredibly difficult. The abyss was a place of immense challenge.
The panel shows a tattered flag, a stark reminder of the recent conflict.
The text explains, during the recent Golden Sky Sect's northern branch subjugation, half the soldiers were seriously injured, or worse, nearly killed.
They weren't even attacking Manticore's headquarters.
His arm, heavily bandaged, hangs limply.
The grim reality of the battle's cost is evident.
A voice, heavy with doubt, echoes the grim reality. When you end up like this after fighting a single sect, how can we expect to go on an expedition? The question hangs in the air, underscoring the severity of their losses.
That's why.
The speaker's words trail off, leaving the reason for their dire situation unspoken but heavily implied. You will have special training for a week, starting today, the instructor announces, his expression grim.
The weight of the unspoken reason for this sudden, intense training hangs heavy in the air.
Special training? The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet echoing the uncertainty of the students. A muscular man flexes, his grin wide. Beside him, another man's face is flushed, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief.
Castellan.
A hesitant name is uttered, revealing a new character's presence and perhaps a connection to the events unfolding.
A voiceover explains, every single one of the 10 sect leaders here are adapters.
The 15 levels of the adapter's stage measure an adapter's strength, and it's not something that can be surpassed quickly. One of the sect leaders, arms crossed, stands calmly before another.
The scene is tense.
Normally, it takes 10 years for a non-adapter to reach the first stage. It takes 20 years to reach the second stage, and 40 more for the third. And it takes an additional 80 years to reach the fourth stage. The man's grim expression underscores the immense time commitment required. Most people end up losing their lives before reaching the fourth stage. What are you trying to say? He asks, a hint of urgency in his tone. The previous explanation about high-stage adapters, those who survive beyond the fourth stage, clearly unsettles him. Is the Castellan, the speaker reveals, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air.
Trying to make us into awakeners?
The question hangs in the air, disbelief and defiance coloring the unspoken words. He stands over them, arms crossed, a figure of quiet dominance. The others lie defeated, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and resentment. One of the defeated warriors sputters, his eyes wide with disbelief, awakeners? I heard awakeners don't steadily accumulate their strength, a voice observes, the words adding a layer of mystery to the already surprising battle. A close-up reveals the intense gaze of a warrior, his eyes sharp and focused.
But uses sudden enlightenment to progress to the next stage, a voice explains, the words offering insight into the warrior's unconventional power.
Yes, I'm planning to make you into. The voice continues, the statement leaving the warrior's fate hanging in the balance.
Make you into awakeners.
The chilling declaration hangs in the air, leaving the warrior's fate uncertain. If you can completely abandon your own world, the voice booms, a fiery backdrop emphasizing the ultimatum. He stares defiantly, a fierce glint in his golden eyes. The red energy swirling around him intensifies.
A massive hand descends, red energy crackling around it.
Fear is etched onto the young warrior's face as he looks up.
The young warrior's eyes widen with terror as the giant hand looms closer, the red energy crackling ominously.
The giant hand crushes down. What do you? He begins, eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief, as the giant hand continues its descent. The looming hand stills, its descent halted. A voice, calm yet firm, explains, for a perfect awakening, you have to go through 3 stages. The first stage, he explains, is destroying the world of adaptation they've lived in so far. The plan unfolds in a shadowed alley. Destruction of their current world is the first step. People who reach this point. The weight of their words hangs heavy in the shadowed alley. The destruction of their world is imminent. A shadowed figure speaks of a stage that can dismantle the world and see its essence. Another character, skeptical, questions if this refers to doubt. Destroy the world of adaptation? The question hangs in the air, a clear expression of disbelief on the character's face. It means that we should give up on all the system's benefits, such as skills and status, she states, her expression one of grim resignation. Ah, that's what he meant. A character's realization dawns, their eyes wide with sudden understanding. Lightning God, I'm surprised you managed to become one of the 10 sect leaders with that level of comprehension, the other character remarks, a hint of disbelief in their tone. Ahem, ahem. Regardless of my brain, I'm still a hyper-adapter, the Lightning God declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The Lightning God's declaration hangs in the air, hyper-adapter. His smirk solidifies his confidence. They are the people often said to be blessed by the system, the Lightning God explains, his hand raised in a gesture of revelation. These individuals, the Lightning God explains, possess an excessive affinity with the skill system. This grants them growth speeds 10 to 100 times faster than normal. This is true for most of the powerful beings, including the 12 monarchs. You idiot, he snarls, his red eyes blazing with fury. There's nobody among us that isn't a hyper-adapter, he states, his voice devoid of any emotion. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. There's no way anyone could give up on such a talent overnight. He counters, his voice firm, I'm not a hyper-adapter. He kneels, fists clenched, his breath ragged. The strain of the fight is evident. He rises, eyes blazing with fierce determination. If I can get stronger, I'll give it all up, whether it's skill or world, he vows. He continues, his resolve unwavering, all except for my hatred of the monarchs. Southern Sea Sect Leader. Do you realize what you are saying right now? The words hang in the air, a challenge to the speaker's bold declaration. That means we need to throw away everything we've accomplished so far, the Southern Sea Sect Leader explains, and it won't simply end with us losing our accomplishments. The gravity of his words hangs heavy in the air. Silence. Two figures kneel, heads bowed. The weight of the sect leader's words is palpable. Don't tell me that. A whispered plea hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous silence. You forgot about the Great Disappearance? The words hang heavy, a stark reminder of a forgotten past. A tense silence follows. The silence is broken only by the faint sound of wind. One man's muscular back is shown, the other's face, grim and serious. The tension remains palpable. Great Disappearance? A skeptical thought bubble appears above a character's head, adding a layer of intrigue to the tense scene. The camera focuses on a section of purple hair, the strand slightly askew, suggesting a recent, forceful movement. Everything started with the Fisher's appearance, she states, a grim determination etched on her face. Her eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect the gravity of the situation. They suddenly appeared in the Great Lands 700 years ago. This revelation hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the long history of the conflict. A sword pierces a blood-soaked manifesto. The text reads, "We will fight against cultivation." Below, a chilling declaration, the group of terrorists. The group called Fisher brutally murdered the monarchs who opposed their declaration of war against cultivation. Their reign of terror begins. A blood-red message appears, etched onto a wall stained with crimson, if you want to become an awakener, come to the Forgotten Lands. The ominous declaration marks the beginning of a new era. A chilling message appears, deny the world. The words hang heavy, a stark contrast to the previous invitation. A stark white void. The only mark, a single, dark curve at the bottom, suggests a looming presence. The narrator reveals a chilling statistic, tens of thousands gathered in the Forgotten Lands. The image shows a bleak, metallic interior, a single bowl hanging from chains, hinting at the harsh conditions. However, almost nothing is known about what happened next. The narrative shifts, leaving the reader with a sense of mystery. The scene shifts to a dark, misty forest. An air of mystery hangs heavy. A crack appears in the earth, revealing a bright, sunny sky beyond. A stark contrast to the dark forest. The explanation comes, because they literally disappeared. A bright sky is visible through a crack in the earth, a stark contrast to the darkness before.
All of them? The question hangs in the air, disbelief etched on the woman's face.
Her companion stares, equally stunned. Very few of them returned, and my companion was one of them. She said she became an awakener, although she said it was just the first stage awakening, but
the revelation hangs heavy in the air, leaving the listeners stunned. And what happened to them?
The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous, hushed revelation. It demands an answer, pushing the narrative forward. He stands, arms crossed, a grim expression etched on his face.
The weight of the unanswered question hangs heavy in the air.
All of them, he states, a single leaf falling from above as if mirroring the weight of his words.
The desolate landscape underscores the gravity of his revelation.
A single, crimson leaf drifts down, settling on the barren ground. The silence amplifies the weight of his words. Killed themselves, she whispers, a single leaf obscuring her face. The weight of the revelation hangs heavy in the air. The woman sits, cloaked and still, the weight of her words lingering. A single leaf partially obscures her face, adding to the somber atmosphere. Every single one of them suffered from severe schizophrenia, she states, her voice devoid of emotion.
The revelation hangs heavy in the air.
Some went insane, others lost their memories.
The chilling explanation adds another layer of mystery to the unfolding events.
Despite the variety of symptoms, a single common thread unites them all.
They said they didn't know who they were.
The two figures stand amidst the crumbling architecture, a shared mystery hanging heavy in the air.
A smaller figure, cloaked and hatted, observes the scene from the periphery.
The central figures remain unaware of this silent witness. His eyes, wide and intense, fix on something unseen.
A silent observation, a hidden tension.
Jagukrian, for now, I'll tell you two things for sure. The speaker's words hang in the air, a promise of revelation within a somber, stone hallway. The stone hallway continues, revealing a rack of bows and arrows. A glimpse into the arsenal of this mysterious place.
First of all, the journey begins.
First of all, I'm not Fisher, she states, a hint of defiance in her tone.
Even though I can understand why you doubt me, as I'm an awakener. Secondly, she explains, the awakening process can be dangerous.
That's why I'll take volunteers for the awakening, he states, a serious expression etched on his face.
The inherent risk is clear. Then what are you going to do about those who refuse to be awakened?
He responds, resolute, I'll make them stronger as well.
Just how?
The girl's skeptical expression hangs in the air, questioning the feasibility of his plan. We just need to raise their adapter stage, he explains, his words a confident counterpoint to the girl's earlier skepticism.
What? She asks, her voice laced with disbelief.
The question hangs in the air, a clear indication of her skepticism towards his explanation.
Weren't you listening at all when the Scholar Forest sect leader was talking earlier? The question hangs heavy, a clear challenge to her inattentiveness.
It's impossible to raise the adapter stage in just a single week, the sect leader states, his face etched with grim determination.
We don't have enough time.
I can solve that problem, a confident voice declares, offering a solution to the sect leader's seemingly insurmountable challenge. He turns, a thoughtful expression settling on his face.
The weight of the sect leader's challenge is clearly upon him.
Follow me, everyone, he commands, his voice firm despite the gravity of the situation.
He begins to move, leading the way.
They arrive at a grand plaza, the imposing architecture hinting at the academy's power and history. He stands before a colossal, obsidian structure, its purple crystal windows gleaming.
Figures celebrate atop the edifice, their cheers echoing in the bright sky. A cloaked figure, small and seemingly insignificant, observes the celebration from below. Their presence contrasts sharply with the jubilant scene above.
From the shadows, a large, powerfully built man observes the festivities.
His expression is one of intense suspicion and barely contained anger.
Welcome, Castellan, a gruff voice booms.
The newcomer, a large, imposing figure, regards Castellan with a suspicious glare. Castellan asks, "Can we start right away?" His impatience is evident.
We can, comes the reply, confirming Castellan's request to begin immediately.
Oh, is this a building made of the horns of horned beasts?
He marvels, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief as he touches the strange structure.
Then let's show them, he declares, a newfound resolve hardening his expression.
A surge of energy erupts, a brilliant, ethereal blue light emanating from him.
Whoa, this is...
He gasps, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension as the ethereal blue energy intensifies around him.
It's not my fault.
He whispers, the blue energy swirling around him intensifying. A sense of helplessness hangs in the air.
His eyes blaze, a furious expression etched on his face.
The blue energy intensifies, swirling around him. He focuses his energy, the golden light intensifying.
His expression is grim, determined. A golden box appears, the question posed within, do you accept the summon of Carpe Diem? The question hangs in the air, do you accept the summon of Carpe Diem, the Tower of Nightmares? A resounding okay follows.
His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The old man's face is a mask of sheer terror.
Tower of Nightmares? The old man's whispered question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling revelation. Welcome to the Tower of Nightmares. Carpe Diem.
A heavy foot descends, the sound a dull thud against the pale blue stone floor. The Tower of Nightmares awaits.
Descending into the Tower of Nightmares, a figure's dark boots are the first to appear.
The descent continues. A vast, pale sky stretches above, hinting at the immense height of the Tower of Nightmares.
They continue their descent, a diverse group silhouetted against the pale sky. To think a human's power could reach this far. A voice marvels, the vastness of the Tower of Nightmares emphasizing the feat.
To think a human could create the Tower of Nightmares, a voice whispers in awe, the enormity of the structure still striking. Even if this tower doesn't have a second floor, it'd still be impressive, someone exclaims, they're all palpable despite the structure's apparent incompleteness.
I'm really moved. To think I'd be here in this place.
Not for the sake of domination, but to break it. A character's voiceover expresses awe and a determined purpose, contrasting the initial wonder at the tower's scale.
Me too. That's exactly what I wanted to say. A second voice echoes the first, confirming their shared sentiment and purpose.
If you're done being surprised, listen carefully, a voice states.
All of the training from here on out. The implication hangs heavy in the air.
The location is revealed, a serene, expansive ocean under a bright sky. We'll be done in this place, a voice declares, setting the stage for the next phase of training.
Time flows differently here. 1 day outside is equivalent to 100 days within this location. That means a week outside equates to 700 days here.
We'll have roughly 2 years to train. 1 week outside the tower equals roughly 2 years inside.
That's our training schedule.
2 years have passed within the tower's accelerated time. The training continues.
However, the speed of soul corruption is inversely proportional to the rate at which time is slowed down.
This means their training is progressing, but the threat remains. The density of time will increase, and so will the fatigue on their souls.
In preparation for such an event, when one of your soul corruptions exceeds 80%,
the character is engulfed in a dark, ominous energy, a large, imposing structure looming behind him. You'll be forced to log out automatically, a warning appears.
Relieved, he smiles broadly.
The horns of horned beasts would be on standby outside at all times, so there's no need to worry about the corruption, a reassuring voice explains.
Fortress Master. I thought you were just a cold-blooded and heartless person. The speaker's words express surprise at the master's unexpected kindness. What? He questions, a clear expression of disbelief and confusion on his face.
The words "you thought so far ahead for us" appear above, adding context to his surprise.
Sir, I'll follow you for eternity. The young warrior's declaration is filled with unwavering loyalty. I'll now split those who want to go through awakening and those who don't want to.
A start choice is presented, visually represented by 2 distinct grids, one red, one blue, symbolizing the diverging paths.
Those who want to awaken, stand on my right.
Those who only want to increase their adapter level, stand on my left. The instruction is given, and 4 individuals, each with a unique appearance, position themselves accordingly. 2 of the individuals stand on opposite sides of a dividing line. One, with dark hair, stands on the red side. The other, with darker skin and a headband, stands on the blue. The title card appears, The World After the End. Chapter 49. The story continues. Pink butterflies flutter across a clear blue sky. A peaceful scene. How dare you? The words hang in the air, a sharp contrast to the peaceful sky shown before. Tension rises. Look down on the priestess clan's skills? The priestess unleashes a powerful, swirling attack, a furious defiance in her eyes. He counters with a fierce attack of his own, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The priestess's assault is met with equal force. Poof! No matter how fast you are, he scoffs, a clear indication that the priestess's speed is no match for his counterattack. There's no way you can catch up to my lightning god charge. He sneers, his eyes blazing with confidence. The power crackles around him. Despite his boast, the lightning around him flickers and fades. Scars mar his arm, evidence of a recent, powerful blow. A fiery explosion erupts, engulfing him in a blinding flash. He's thrown back, the force of the explosion sending him sprawling. A shockwave ripples outward. He's sent flying, a blur of motion against the fiery orange backdrop. A fiery blast engulfs him. He's engulfed in flames, the fiery blast leaving behind only scattered embers. Only embers remain, the fiery attack leaving no trace of its target. A fiery explosion engulfs the area, leaving only scattered debris in its wake. Speed isn't important. What's important is destructive power, he bellows, a fiery energy crackling around his weapon. Fire King, have all the destructive power, he declares, his voice ringing with confidence. The Fire King's power erupts in a fiery, winged burst. The fiery wings spread wide, carrying the Fire King high above. Sigh. You guys are so pathetic. That's why, the Fire King declares, a look of disdain on his face as he surveys the scene from above. You guys don't improve. The Fire King's voice carries a heavy sigh of disappointment as he observes the 3 trainees, their expressions a mixture of shame and determination. Ah! The trainees cry out as they are overwhelmed by a powerful attack, their forms blurred by speed and force. The dust settles, revealing a powerful figure. He stands, his expression grim, surveying the scene. His arms crossed, he stands amidst the lingering dust, a grim expression etched on his face. The victor surveys the battlefield. As expected, he declares, gazing out at the clear sky. The victor's words confirm his confidence in his own abilities. A figure observes the group, a thoughtful expression on his face. I guess Kaiman is the only one that wants to go through awakening, huh? He muses, the statement hanging in the air. Kaiman's determined gaze fills the panel. His expression is serious, a quiet confidence in his eyes. So, he states, a quiet intensity in his tone. The single word hangs heavy in the air, promising action. How do you intend to raise the adapter levels of those that don't want to go through awakening? The question hangs in the air, a challenge etched on the speaker's face. His expression is one of intense contemplation, a mixture of determination and perhaps a hint of worry. It's not easy for high-stage adapters like us to become stronger, he states, the words a quiet admission of the challenge they face. He continues, explaining that to grow stronger, they'll need to reach a certain level of enlightenment. A surge of blue energy surrounds him as he meditates. The path to greater strength is revealed, learn new top-level skills to increase proficiency. A pile of ancient texts and scrolls lies before them, promising knowledge and power. That can be resolved easily, he mutters, a skeptical frown etched on his face. But then, a counterpoint, a top-level skill book can't. Doubt clouds his expression. Are you going to steal? She accuses, her voice sharp. He remains silent, his foot poised above the ice, a looming presence over her. From the 5 great clans' vault or something? The accusation hangs in the air. The panel reveals the thief, a young man, his expression a mix of defiance and weariness. It doesn't have to be just via a skill book, the young thief states, a smirk playing on his lips.
His defiant gaze suggests other methods were employed.
You just need to learn from a teacher, the young thief explains, his confident tone suggesting a solution beyond mere skill books.
Are you saying that you'll teach us the skill?
The question hangs in the air, a hopeful inquiry directed at the confident young thief.
No. The thief's response is firm, leaving the questioner to wonder, who, then? Suspense hangs heavy in the air.
Her eyes widen, a stark expression of shock and dawning realization.
Don't tell me.
He whispers, a grim expression twisting his lips. A dawning dread fills his eyes.
Yeah, from now on, you'll become.
The ominous words hang in the air, a chilling prelude to whatever fate awaits him. Each other's teachers. The revelation hangs heavy, the full implications of this unexpected twist yet to be understood. The idea for us to learn each other's skills is definitely revolutionary, he observes, a thoughtful expression on his face.
Since the clan leaders are prideful, this is something that.
His words trail off, hinting at the significant challenges ahead.
This is something that we could have never come up with.
He reflects on the innovative nature of the cross-clan training. But, a surge of bright blue energy erupts, a powerful force unleashed. The blue energy explodes outward, a wave of raw power obliterating everything in its path. The dust settles. A voice, calm yet powerful, declares, the strongest person here. A figure bursts forth, energy crackling around him. His grin is sharp, confident.
He is the strongest.
He unleashes a devastating blow, energy surging from his fist. His ferocious grin widens.
Purple energy explodes from his hands, a powerful counterattack. Three figures, mouths agape, proclaim their identities: Is-me, the lightning god. Is-me, the fire god. Is-me, the priestess.
A brilliant explosion of light and energy erupts behind them. Reckless idiots, a winged figure screeches, his powerful wings beating as he dives toward the light's aftermath.
The winged figure surveys the scene, arms crossed.
Things might actually go according to the Fortress Master's plan, he observes, a hint of grim satisfaction in his gaze.
He wonders aloud, a flicker of concern in his voice, I wonder how Kaiman is doing on the second floor.
A shadowy, blue energy surges upward, filling the panel.
The blue energy explodes outward, a wave of raw power engulfing everything.
He spins, a blur of motion, his blue energy blade arcing.
The blue energy blade connects, a flash of light illuminating the impact. He attacks again, a grim expression on his face.
How many times have I repeated this action, he wonders aloud, the question reflecting his weariness. His sword flashes, a blur of motion.
The attack is swift, precise. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. 10,000 times?
100,000 times, he mutters, a grim determination etched on his face. No, maybe over 1,000,000 times. He corrects himself, his voice strained but resolute.
Kaiman, increase the
speed, he commands, his voice tight with urgency. He obeys, launching himself forward in a blur. A blue energy trail streaks behind him, a testament to his increased speed.
Can I really get stronger like this?
He wonders, a hint of disbelief in his voice as the blue energy continues to trail behind him. You're still asking questions like this, a voice cuts through his doubt. The energy around him flickers.
You should have felt it right about now.
The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the previous uncertainty.
A blur of motion. He attacks with blinding speed, a wave of blue energy surging from his blade.
His blade, a blur of blue energy, connects.
A blinding flash of light. Are you feeling uneasy because you haven't fought against the other adapters? He admits, I know that I'm not someone who's talented. Self-doubt clouds his features. No. He denies any unease, a stark contrast to his earlier self-doubt.
You're different from the other clan leaders that were blessed with being an overcharged adapter. Your consistency and pure hard work has brought you to being one of the strongest. The words are a testament to his strength, earned not through innate talent, but sheer dedication. A testament to his unwavering resolve, he endures, pushing past the point of doubt. The words, fortitude that allowed you to not lose yourself despite having reached question, echo the strength he's forged through relentless training. The narrator explains that it's not pure talent, but willpower, that leads to awakening. This revelation underscores the protagonist's recent struggle and ultimate triumph. A single thought bubble appears: does he really believe that I can do this? Self-doubt clouds the protagonist's resolve. I believe in you, a voice booms, bolstering the protagonist's wavering confidence. His eyes, wide with a mixture of determination and apprehension, reflect the weight of the challenge ahead. So, I want you to trust me, the voice says, a quiet plea against the vast, star-speckled darkness. His gaze, intense and unwavering, reflects a quiet resolve. He waits, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of a star-filled night. A quiet strength emanates from him. A single tear traces a path down his cheek. His jaw is clenched, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He grips the sword hilt, knuckles white. A surge of energy crackles around the weapon. He unleashes a furious blow, a wave of blue energy surging from his sword. The attack connects. A shockwave erupts, engulfing the opponent in a blinding blue light. The blue light fades, revealing a night sky dusted with stars. The camera pans upward, revealing a towering structure against the backdrop of a star-studded night sky. It's a grand, imposing building, its architecture hinting at both age and power. The camera pulls back, revealing the vast scale of the structure. It's a palace, imposing and ancient, silhouetted against the night sky. The palace looms large, its imposing silhouette a stark contrast to the night sky. A sense of mystery hangs heavy in the air. She drinks from a water skin, the liquid a dark, mysterious blue. A shiver runs down her spine as she finishes the strange blue liquid. The night sky shimmers faintly behind her. She lets out a breathy, ha, a subtle reaction to the strange liquid's effect. The alcohol tastes good, she observes, a hint of surprise in her tone. She sits perched atop a high wall, a smirk playing on her lips as she takes another sip from the gourd. The night sky swirls behind her, a dramatic backdrop to her confident pose. A tower of nightmares, carpe diem, that a human made. She muses, a low chuckle escaping her lips as she gazes upon the imposing structure. I guess they still believe that they can make a change despite having lived for centuries. What fools, she scoffs, her amusement laced with a hint of disdain. She shakes her head, a dismissive sigh escaping her lips. The centuries-old woman clearly finds their attempts futile. Isn't that right, she says, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Her gaze is unwavering, confident in her assessment of the situation. She walks away, her confident stride leaving the scene behind. A lone figure walks into the distance, leaving behind an empty, white expanse. Master? A figure, cloaked and shadowy, waits in the hall. The woman turns, her long hair flowing behind her. She falls, her descent swift and silent. The woman's dark clothing blends with the shadows of the hallway. An old man, his face etched with harsh lines, emerges from the shadows. His eyes, though partially obscured, gleam with a cold intensity. The old man's gaze sweeps across the scene, his expression unreadable. A chilling silence hangs in the air. Seelha, what tricks are you up to? The old man's question hangs in the air, a clear challenge to the enigmatic Seelha. Seelha's reply is sharp: tricks? You're being so mean even though we haven't met in a while. The retort carries a hint of playful defiance. Come back, master. Everyone is waiting for you. Seelha's plea hangs in the air, a desperate whisper against the cold stone. Her bound wrists and anxious expression reveal her worry. I'm sure I've said this already. I won't be going back, the man states, his resolve firm despite Seelha's pleas. His gaze is unwavering, a steely glint in his eyes. Because there's no way that I can be in league with inhuman bastards, he declares, his voice firm. His refusal is absolute. We're fighting for humans, he states, his resolve unwavering. The declaration hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous tension. We're the only ones that are truly fighting for humans, she declares, her statement a powerful counterpoint to the preceding tension. Only I crack it, she states, her resolve unwavering against the night sky. A quiet confidence emanates from her. She walks away, leaving the small figure behind. The night sky is a stark backdrop to her confident departure. "No, you guys are using humans as a means to your end," a voice accuses. "Crack is already done for after the great disappearance occurred. You guys are just a powerless group that has lost both your meaning and purpose." The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a stark assessment of their current state. A cruel laugh echoes, ha ha ha, underscoring the speaker's disdain for their weakened state. A single, chilling ha escapes her lips, a sound that speaks volumes more than any boastful declaration. Her smirk is sharp, her confidence unwavering. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it in any longer," she says, her words echoing a barely contained frustration. "I can't believe you'd say something like that," she adds, disbelief coloring her tone. "Because you too," she whispers, the unspoken weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. Her dark hair flows around her, mirroring the turbulent emotions within. She hangs her head, dark hair obscuring her face. The weight of her unspoken words remains. A blur of motion. Long, dark hair streaks across the panel, a faint blue glow trailing behind. "Because you too." The words hang in the air, a stark revelation amidst the swirling darkness. A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, their dark hair swirling. She stands before him, a stark contrast against the night sky. His gaze is defiant, though his mouth is bound. "You are one of those who planned the great disappearance, weren't you?" The accusation hangs heavy in the air. The title card appears, The World. The title card reveals the manhwa's name, World After the End. Chapter 50. The story of the world after the end continues. "That's far from the truth," the woman in black states, her expression unreadable. The old man, seemingly unconvinced, continues to puff on his pipe. "Things did progress in a different manner than what you wanted." The woman's words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the old man's quiet contemplation. "However, you didn't stop the great disappearance. You simply watched it happen." The woman's accusation hangs heavy in the air, a pointed indictment of the old man's inaction. "Well, I'm thankful for that," the old man replies, his tone suggesting a complex mix of relief and perhaps guilt. "If it weren't for you, my current self wouldn't exist, after all," she states, a hint of something unreadable in her gaze. "Master, did you know that there are people within Crack that are trying to awaken using the method you taught?" "Guys that have zero talent," she informs him, the words hanging heavy in the night air. A large, imposing building looms in the background. "And they'd swing their swords at each other hundreds and thousands of times." The vast Crack Academy looms behind her, a testament to the rigorous training she describes. "They'd swing their swords thousands of times," she recalls, the vast Crack Academy is silent witness to her rigorous training. She pours herself a drink, a small cup filled with a clear liquid. The night sky is visible behind her. "And kill each other again and again," a voice narrates, the words echoing over a dark reflection of a brutal, bloody battle. A torrent of blood pours, a grim visual testament to the relentless cycle of violence. Among them, a small minority would survive, their swords swinging a billion times. She stands amidst the carnage, a lone figure silhouetted against a crimson backdrop. Blood drips from above, a macabre rain falling upon the fallen. Her twin crescent blades gleam, reflecting the grim light. A voice, calm and measured, explains, "They'd become numb to life and death, and be able to surpass being human and see the world. That's how they obtain the first keyword to awakening, dismantle." The old man's grip tightens on the strange device. His knuckles whiten. "That's..." he gasps, his grip tightening on the device. A surge of energy pulses from it. The wrong keyword, he realizes, his face etched with grim determination. A surge of energy crackles around him. His eyes blaze with newfound resolve. He corrects his mistake, a surge of power emanating from him. He unleashes a powerful counterattack. "That again. You're not even a complete awakened, so what do you know?" The words cut through the air, a sharp rebuke following the counterattack. "White World." The title card appears, setting the scene. An old man, his face etched with worry, looks up at a young woman. She stands confidently, a smirk playing on her lips.
The stark contrast between them sets a tense atmosphere.
Your unique world is still the same, she states, her voice cutting through the tension. You, who got scared of losing your humanity, she accuses, her voice sharp and unwavering. She reveals a small, dark figure, hunched over, seemingly unable to create anything within their unique world.
Weren't even able to draw anything in your unique world that.
She trails off, the implication heavy with accusation. You went through so much to make, she finishes, her voice laced with a quiet intensity. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. A gloved hand, adorned with chains, extends.
A dark, slender object rests within its grasp.
However, I filled my world, a voice declares. The statement hangs heavy, the implication clear, this is a deliberate act, a world shaped by their own hand.
And they became the second corps captain of Crack. A long chain whips through the air, its trajectory a blur.
The chain whips around, connecting with its target.
A pained cook escapes the victim.
The chain's impact sends the victim reeling, a blur of red and white as they're thrown back. He recoils, eyes wide with shock as blood sprays from the wound.
This is, he gasps, the unfinished sentence hanging heavy in the air.
A crimson streak explodes across the panel, a blur of motion and blood. The distant, snow-capped mountains are visible through the spray.
Chains lash out, a bloody spray erupting as the figure in the conical hat deflects the attack.
A crimson streak flashes across the panel, the aftermath of a swift counterattack.
I heard you became a captain, the older man states, his eyes narrowed. Did you achieve the third stage of awakening? He presses, a hint of disbelief and perhaps awe in his tone. The question hangs in the air, unanswered.
Blood splatters across the panel, a stark visual response to the query about the third stage. A woman in black stands amidst a crimson backdrop, blood splattering the scene. She smiles, a triumphant expression on her face, her arms outstretched in a gesture of victory. It wasn't just the third stage, she states, a chilling calm in her voice as she stands amidst the bloody aftermath.
Her weapon, a wicked scythe, rests at her side.
A crimson wave erupts, a whirlwind of destructive energy engulfing her opponent. The crimson wave subsides, revealing two figures struggling amidst a swirl of skulls.
One, his face etched with grim determination, fights against the tide. How's that?
He asks, a grim satisfaction in his voice as the crimson energy dissipates, leaving his opponent vulnerable. The crimson energy fades, revealing the opponent's ravaged face, his eyes wide with a silent scream.
Do you know what that is?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the crimson pool spreading across the ground where the opponent lies defeated. A crimson stain spreads across the ground, a stark reminder of the recent battle.
The silence is heavy with unspoken questions.
That's the scene of the great disappearance, a weathered voice states, his eyes wide with a grim understanding. Two skulls, partially submerged in a crimson tide, drift within a swirling vortex of dark red energy. The scene is horrifying, a grim testament to the great disappearance.
A voice, cold and detached, echoes across the scene of carnage. How do you feel, watching the masterpiece you made?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling indictment. She stands amidst the carnage, a grim satisfaction in her eyes.
Blood stains the ground, a testament to her brutal efficiency.
A sea of blood surrounds her, corpses scattered across the ground. The text confirms the brutal scale of her victory. She stands amidst the carnage, the crimson tide receding. A chilling silence descends. Master, the living aren't trying to pretend to be the dead, she reports, her voice calm amidst the lingering blood.
You know nothing can be changed in chaos too, don't you?
She states, her voice unwavering amidst the bloody chaos. The scythe in her hand gleams. The world won't change, she declares, the fallen figure before her a testament to her unwavering resolve. Blood pools around him, staining the desolate landscape. So, come back with me to Akraki, she commands, her back to the viewer, the defeated foe still lying before her. The scene ends with her declaration. She turns, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Victory is hers. It can change, a voice states, a hint of uncertainty replacing the previous confidence.
The victory feels less certain now.
What? She demands, eyes narrowed in disbelief. I said, it can change, the voice repeats, unwavering. Chaos will definitely change this time round, a voice declares, the speaker's arms crossed, a determined expression on his face. The old master's eyes blaze with defiance, his gaze locked on the younger man whose anger simmers beneath a steely glare. This time, chaos will be different. I can't believe you can still make an expression like this. Did he change you? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the simmering anger previously shown. A crimson tide surges, obscuring the scene. The only sound is the relentless rush of something. You're going to fail, a voice declares, cutting through the crimson tide. Just like how you failed 900 years ago in chaos and 700 years ago in the Almighty Land, the voice scoffs, the words a harsh judgment. And like when you abandoned us and ran away, the accusatory voice continues, its tone dripping with contempt. Do whatever you want, he replies, his eyes narrowed in defiance. A simmering anger is evident in his expression. He turns, a flicker of defiance in his eyes, as a small figure darts past. But I, crack, will be watching you, a voice declares, leaving the protagonist under unseen surveillance. Underwater, bubbles rise slowly in the deep blue. A single drop falls into the still water, creating ripples. The text below reads, First Stage of Awakening. The first stage of awakening is complete. To question the world. A spectral figure, a mirror image of the prone man below, smiles down. The awakening continues. The second stage of awakening begins. A surge of blue energy erupts, mirroring the spectral figure's power. To understand the world you questioned. The third stage of awakening begins. To forget the world, he decided. The man's eyes are closed, a serene expression on his face as luminous orbs float around him. The third stage of awakening begins. Luminous orbs continue to emanate from his body as he sits, eyes closed, lost in the third stage of awakening. He seems at peace. He is pulled downwards, into a swirling vortex of dark blue water. Wake up, Kaiman! A voice calls out as Kaiman, submerged in the dark blue water, begins to stir. He bursts from the water, gasping for air. A desperate struggle for survival. He counters with a powerful strike, his sword a blur of motion. The impact sends debris flying. He stumbles back, a pained cook. Escaping his lips. The force of the blow is evident. I don't want to see that pathetic side of yours, his opponent declares, his words cutting through the air. Kaiman's opponent stands over him, a shadowy figure looming in the background. The air crackles with tension. A blur of motion. Kaiman is struck, a dark energy impacting him with immense force. Fight like you're going to die. The command echoes as Kaiman, battered but defiant, counters the attack. Kaiman's counterattack is a blur of motion, his leg a flash of light as he connects with a powerful kick. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, a blur of motion and dust. His eyes widen, a look of shock and disbelief etched across his face. The dust settles, revealing the full extent of the damage. A wave of dark energy engulfs him. His eyes widen in shock before the impact. He struggles against the dark energy, his face a mask of grim determination. I can't even make myself think that I'll win, he admits, his voice barely a whisper against the surging power. He's overwhelmed. I can't even begin to fathom how strong he is, he gasps, the sheer power of his opponent evident in his struggle. No, did I even become stronger, he questions himself, a swirl of energy at his feet, his gaze unwavering and determined. He sinks beneath the surface, the question hanging in the air, to begin with? Water pours from his eyes, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. He struggles, gasping for air. Tears stream down his face as he gasps, a single, anguished question echoing in his mind, what have I been doing? Kaiman, remove the limits that the world has set on you. The words ring out, a powerful command echoing his inner turmoil. His eyes blaze with a fierce, newfound resolve. Kaiman unleashes a surge of power, a golden aura erupting around him as he breaks free. Kaiman's eyes blaze with a powerful, icy blue light. His newfound strength is undeniable. Kaiman's power surges. He reaches the third stage of awakening. A swirling vortex of blue energy erupts, a tempestuous display of Kaiman's awakened power. Kaiman, eyes blazing, grips his sword. Blue energy surges around him, a tempestuous aura reflecting his awakened power. He unleashes a powerful blow, a surge of blue energy erupting from his sword. The attack connects. Blue energy surges from his blade, a fierce grin splitting his face. The attack's impact sends a shockwave, a swirling vortex of blue energy erupting from the point of contact. He's engulfed by a surging wave of blue energy, a torrent that threatens to consume him. The text above reads, "To forget the me that the world decided on." The blue energy engulfs him completely, a powerful surge washing over him. His eyes, now glowing with the same blue light, widen. The blue energy coalesces, resolving into a single, glowing eye. Moon Eye. The moon eye opens, its gaze piercing. A torrent of blue energy erupts. The blue energy surges, a torrent unleashed. The blue energy dissipates, leaving behind a scene of gentle rain. Ripples spread across the water's surface. He raises his sword, the rain a backdrop to his determined stance. He moves through the rain-swept water, his sword held high. The dark water reflects the stormy sky. "Congratulations," a voice booms. He stands, drenched, the rain mirroring his exhaustion. "You've entered the third stage," a voice announces. He stands, a smirk playing on his lips, rain washing the grime from his face. He stands, water dripping from his body, a question forming in his mind: did I really become stronger? The answer comes in the form of a shared gaze and a firm handshake. By quite a lot, the text confirms, resolving his self-doubt. But the Fortress Master is also at the third stage of awakening. Two figures walk across a dark, watery expanse, ripples spreading around their feet under a strange, bluish sky. They descend deeper into the chasm, the strange blue light above fading as the water around them swirls. "And I don't think I can catch up to him." The narrator's voice trails off, reflecting the characters' growing doubt as they continue their descent into the dark, swirling water. No matter how many limits they surpass. The character's inner voice echoes their struggle, a stark contrast to their outward determination. The camera pulls back, revealing a sprawling cityscape. Tall, ornate towers pierce the sky, a testament to the kingdom's power and grandeur. The current expedition system is too unstable. A voice declares. The question follows: are you saying you don't recognize the Fortress Master as the expedition captain? Just Gorgon creating the expedition alone is a breach of the Four-Fortress Treaty, someone declares. It's been so long since the treaty has been breached. Why are we still following that treaty? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the established order. The camera pulls back, revealing the scene, Gorgon's inner fortress meeting room. A three-fortress meeting is underway. A dismissive voice cuts through the meeting. Those people who did nothing until the Abyss expedition was made, who cares about what's fair to them? The words carry a harsh indifference. His voice, sharp with disdain, cuts through the murmuring crowd. Who cares what's fair to them? The speaker's anger is palpable, his face contorted in fury as he glares at the assembled figures. Lightning God, that's outrageous. The outburst echoes the shared disbelief of the crowd. The reason for their gathering is revealed: the Forbidden Heaven Clan incident. A man, his face etched with worry, runs a hand through his hair. Everyone, calm down and let's return to the original topic, someone calls out. But another voice counters, wait, since we're already talking about it, let's continue. The discussion about the Forbidden Heaven Clan incident presses on. I think that the captain that will be leading the Abyss expedition should be picked, a man states, his expression serious and unwavering. The Garuda Fortress Master, Gal Wydong, an 8th stage adapter, is introduced. His cold-blooded nature is highlighted. I must say that what he's saying does make sense, Gal Wydong concedes, a rare moment of acknowledgement from the typically cold Fortress Master. Gal Wydong, the Fortress Master, remains unconvinced, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Her expression hints at a hidden agenda. We are introduced to Aisha Lincroft, the Dryad Fortress Master. Her name is presented, establishing her identity and importance. A concerned frown creases his face. And where did the Gorgon Fortress Master go? He wonders aloud, the question hanging heavy in the air. He should have received the information of this meeting. The speaker's concern deepens as he considers the absence of the Gorgon Fortress Master.
Yeah. You guys did send the information.
Confirmation arrives, easing some of the speaker's earlier concerns. The moment the Fortress Master left, a suggestion for a three-fortress meeting was made.
Before they could even reject it, a messenger eagle delivered news: the Garuda's envoys have departed.
The messenger eagle departs, leaving a man in ornate robes looking on with a grim expression. His gaze follows the bird's flight. The adaptation team has returned, but the Fortress Master, part of the awakening team, is still absent. A grim wait continues.
A wave of energy erupts. And so, here we are. Gorgon, lacking its ultimate decision-maker, is being swayed by others. In the first place, how could we trust a kid who's lived only 50 years to form the Abyss expedition?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the leadership's decision.
And you want to let him be the expedition captain? Have you all gone mad? The incredulous question echoes the doubt already voiced, further emphasizing the controversy surrounding the young captain's appointment. Or are you all thinking of giving chaos to some unknown kid? The speaker's voice, sharp with disbelief and anger, underscores the risk of appointing such an inexperienced captain. His jaw tightens, a furious scowl etching itself onto his face.
The man's disbelief is palpable, a silent question mark hangs in the air. He attacks with blinding speed, a surge of cyan energy crackling around his fist as he connects with his opponent.
I dare you to say that rubbish again, he snarls, the cyan energy still crackling around him. What are you trying to do right now? He demands, the cyan energy intensifying around him.
His face is contorted in a mixture of anger and suspicion.
You want to talk with abilities?
He sneers, the cyan energy still crackling around him.
His expression is one of intense skepticism.
He draws his sword, the polished steel gleaming. His expression remains skeptical, but a hint of readiness now flickers in his eyes. He leaps forward, a blur of motion, his greatsword a flash of steel.
The ferocity in his expression is unmistakable. If you want to change the expedition captain, then you'll have to deal with us first, a voice declares.
The energy crackles around them, a clear sign of their defiance.
He clenches his fists, energy crackling around him, a fierce determination etched on his face. The defiance is palpable.
He unleashes his power, a surge of bright energy erupting from him. Because we don't intend to change the captain, a voice declares, the statement hanging heavy in the air. The title card appears, The World After the End.
Chapter 51 begins. The world after the end unfolds. Chapter 51. The world after the end. The arena's vastness is revealed.
Two figures stand poised on the central platform, a symbol of scales etched beneath their feet. The air crackles with anticipation. The camera sweeps down, revealing a vast arena filled with spectators.
Rows of seats stretch into the distance, hinting at the scale of the event. Are you really going to do this? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing across the vast arena.
A figure cloaked in shadow stands before a majestic castle, the weight of the decision heavy upon them. He moves with a blur of motion, a swift, decisive step forward. The shadowed figure watches, the tension palpable.
Why? Are you not confident that you can beat me? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing in the grand courtyard.
I'll let you make the first move, he says, a confident smirk playing on his lips. His eyes gleam with challenge. I was going to do that even if you didn't say it, he declares, already moving. A burst of energy surrounds him. He moves in a blur, energy crackling around him as he dashes forward.
He arrives in a flash, a predatory grin splitting his face. Energy crackles around him. He attacks with blinding speed, a surge of cyan energy engulfing his fist.
The other warrior barely reacts in time.
The blow connects. A shockwave of cyan energy explodes outward. He moves in a blur, cyan energy crackling around him as he counters the attack. He deflects the blow, sending a shockwave across the ground. Dust and debris fly. A shockwave erupts, a cyan explosion of energy.
Debris flies as the force of the impact radiates outwards. They are thrown back by the force of the blast, a blur of motion against the cyan energy.
A powerful shockwave erupts.
Oh! You're fast indeed, he says, a smirk playing on his lips as he moves with incredible speed, a blur against the cyan energy trails.
He moves in a blur, cyan energy trails sparking behind him as he unleashes a powerful strike. The attack connects, a surge of cyan energy engulfing his opponent. The cyan energy dissipates, revealing the figure now cloaked in a shimmering, almost ethereal, white aura. The figure, now cloaked in white, swings a glowing blade, cyan energy crackling around it. He is struck, a wave of cyan energy engulfing him. The force of the blow is immense. The cyan energy explodes outward, a blinding flash.
He bursts through the cyan energy, a blur of motion.
The cyan energy explodes outward, leaving a trail of debris in its wake.
A cyan energy blade flashes, leaving a brilliant trail of light.
This is surprising, lightning god. A wave of golden energy explodes outward.
I can't believe that this is the level of someone who was at the early stages of a Stage 7 adapter, the lightning god exclaims, his words a testament to his opponent's unexpected power. How long ago did you become one? He asks, his surprise evident.
The lightning god's eyes widen. He's clearly stunned by the speed and power of his opponent's attack.
He gasps, the raw power of the attack leaving him momentarily stunned. A surge of cyan energy still crackles around him. I'll admit that you're stronger than I thought, his opponent concedes, a hint of grudging respect in his tone.
He unleashes a blinding golden energy, a wave of power surging outward.
But 3 glowing orbs, each bearing a phoenix emblem, appear. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't surpass the difference between adapter stages, a voice declares, the words appearing as the 3 phoenix orbs glow intensely. The 3 phoenix orbs unleash their power, a wave of energy surging towards him. He braces himself, the impact imminent. The combined energy of the 3 orbs strikes him.
A blinding flash.
I'm saying you can't win against me, a Stage 8 adapter, he boasts, eyes blazing with golden energy.
He unleashes his ultimate attack, the golden meteor chakram. 2 blazing golden discs spin, radiating intense energy.
The golden meteor chakrams hurtle forward, a blinding display of golden energy.
I'll stop fooling around.
The declaration hangs in the air, a promise of a more serious approach.
A blur of motion.
The sound of a powerful strike, KHH, echoes as the attack lands. He's sent flying, a pained expression twisting his features as golden energy blasts erupt around him.
Lightning god.
The powerful warrior roars, his face contorted in furious exertion. A glimpse of another figure, equally enraged, is visible behind him. The warrior's attack connects, a blur of motion leaving only the aftermath, a storm of dark energy explodes outward. You did great, Lightning God clan leader. The words of praise echo across the battlefield, the aftermath of the warrior's powerful attack still swirling around them. He stumbles, a pained cry escaping his lips as golden energy dissipates around him. I'm sure all of you can clearly see that the lightning god has fallen. The declaration rings out, echoing the visual of the fallen figure below. Since I've won, as promised, the expedition captain. The victor declares, but before he can finish, a voice interrupts.
Who said it's over already?
I'm still standing just fine, the opponent declares, a surge of energy crackling around him. The fight, it seems, is far from over.
A sudden, powerful energy surge erupts. The fight intensifies.
You must be scared since you're spouting nonsense now, he declares.
I'll show you something interesting right now.
Energy crackles around him, a fierce blue light illuminating his determined face. He unleashes a powerful, blue-tinged energy blast. The force shatters the ground around his opponent. How persistent, he sneers, a golden energy swirling around his hands. He counters with a blinding flash of blue energy, a whirlwind of power deflecting the golden attack.
You're so simple. Is speed the only thing you have?
The opponent scoffs, his golden energy swirling around him as he attacks again.
He deflects the attack, a blur of motion leaving only glittering particles in its wake.
A fiery trail streaks across the panel, the remnants of a deflected attack.
The speed is breathtaking. He unleashes the Fire King's 18 slashes, a whirlwind of fiery blades. The fiery slashes connect, engulfing the opponent in a blazing inferno.
A fiery explosion engulfs the opponent.
From the dissipating flames, a voice gasps, "Fire Kings?"
The Fire King roars, his eyes blazing, engulfed in flames.
His power is undeniable.
The Fire King unleashes a devastating attack, a swirling vortex of green energy erupting around him. The text reflects the shock and uncertainty of the situation. 8 invisible techniques are mentioned, hinting at the scale of his power. The vortex of green energy expands, consuming everything in its path. A wave of raw power washes over the battlefield. He moves within the swirling green energy, a question forming.
He ate invisible trap of the Savant clan leader as well?
He bursts through the energy barrier, the swirling green fading behind him.
How could you guys teach your own skills to other people? Have you guys thrown away your pride?
The man's furious shout echoes, his eyes blazing with anger.
His rage continues, a torrent of fury unleashed. The man's face is contorted, his voice a weapon. Would pride put food on the table?
He asks, a fierce glint in his eyes, his expression hardening further as he moves with a burst of speed. He unleashes a blinding, cyan energy blast, a fierce torrent of power erupting from his hands.
He focuses his energy, a fierce determination etched on his face.
The cyan energy crackles and surges, intensifying around him. He unleashes the cyan energy, a blinding flash of light erupting from his hand.
I see.
The words hang in the air, a quiet understanding following the intense burst of energy. A surge of teal energy erupts from his shoulder, crackling with raw power. He moves in a blur, teal energy crackling around him as he dashes forward.
In that case, he pauses, considering his next move. 3 glowing orbs, each bearing an angelic symbol, coalesce.
A radiant light bursts forth.
It'd only be right for me to get serious as well. A surge of golden light intensifies, radiating power. He unleashes his full power, a blinding golden aura erupting around him.
2 glowing, cyan blades materialize in his hands, crackling with energy.
Golden energy surges, sparks flying as he prepares to strike.
His eyes widen, a look of pained exertion on his face.
The golden energy flares, then fades.
A golden vortex explodes outward, a powerful energy wave radiating from the center. The golden vortex expands, a wave of raw power engulfing the surrounding area.
The figure at its center, a fierce expression on their face, unleashes the attack. Get away!
The central figure shouts, a wave of energy pushing 2 nearby soldiers back.
Get as far away as possible,
he shouts, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The energy wave intensifies.
Go, right now, he urges, his voice strained but firm. The others flee as a powerful energy wave builds behind him.
He braces himself, eyes blazing with fierce determination. A wave of raw power surges around him.
He unleashes his attack, a blinding flash of light engulfing the area. The attack explodes, a blinding golden torrent of energy. The golden energy expands, a swirling vortex of light consuming the arena.
The golden energy explodes, a blinding flash consuming everything. The golden energy dissipates, leaving behind a field of shattered rock and dust.
The golden sea chakram spins, a vortex of golden energy.
The golden sea chakram explodes outward, a whirlwind of golden energy. The golden sea chakram's energy blasts outward, sending debris flying in a chaotic, golden blur.
The golden sea chakram's energy continues its destructive path, a blinding golden wave of force. Debris explodes outward in a chaotic spray.
She moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as the golden sea chakram's energy surges around her. A wave of golden energy explodes outward, debris flying as she unleashes the full power of the golden sea chakram. He's caught in the maelstrom of golden energy, the force of the golden sea chakram throwing him through the air.
Where have you gone, lightning god? Let's see if you survived this.
The words hang in the air, a challenge echoing amidst the dust and debris. Wide eyes stare up, reflecting the dust motes swirling in the dim light. A glimpse of sharp, pale claws emerges from the shadows. The creature's pale claws snap shut, a chilling prelude to its attack. A wave of energy erupts, a blinding flash of teal light. He moves in a blur, a whirlwind of teal energy surrounding him. The force of his attack is immense, debris flung outward in a golden arc. He is sent reeling, the force of the blow throwing him backward. Debris and golden energy swirl around him as he's swept away. He impacts the ground hard, a cloud of dust and golden energy obscuring the aftermath. The dust clears, revealing a fierce expression. "I'll stop fooling around," he declares, his eyes blazing with newfound determination. "You did great, Garuda Fortress Master." The words of praise ring out, a testament to his recent victory. The Shin-Muguk-style Cloud Dragon's heavenly sword technique unleashes a torrent of golden and cyan energy, shattering the ground around him. The force of the attack sends debris flying. He stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unharmed. A blinding flash of energy erupts. Debris continues to fly, the aftermath of a powerful attack. The energy subsides, leaving a figure shrouded in swirling, cyan energy. Their back is to us, long dark hair billowing around them. The cyan energy dissipates, leaving behind a glistening, viscous substance that drips onto the cracked earth. Tears stream down his face, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched into his features. He is clearly exhausted, but his gaze remains fixed, unwavering. "That's enough, Lightning God," a voice commands, halting the fierce battle. The exhausted warrior is finally given respite. The battle ends abruptly. A powerful shockwave erupts, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. "Garuda Fortress Master, we can consider this match over, right?" he asks, seemingly confident in his victory. His eyes narrowed, a fierce glint in them. The Garuda Fortress Master doesn't seem convinced. "You weren't going to use the guardian horned beast, Garuda, right?" The Fortress Master's question hangs in the air, a clear accusation. The Fortress Master's disbelief is palpable. "You want to use an anti-dead weapon here?" His incredulity underscores the unexpected nature of the situation. The Fortress Master collapses, his face contorted in agony. A single tear streaks his grime-covered cheek. A glowing, star-shaped shard pierces the Fortress Master's chest. He clutches at the wound, his grip tightening. The Fortress Master collapses, his body falling limp. The star-shaped shard remains embedded in his chest. "I lost." The words hang heavy in the air, a stark admission of defeat following the Fortress Master's fall. "You fought hard, Lightning God." The victor acknowledges the defeated Fortress Master, his words a somber testament to the battle's intensity. The Fortress Master lies defeated, his tattered robes scattered around him. Dust motes dance in the weak sunlight filtering through the damaged stonework. Gal Wydon has fallen to the Lightning God. A voice, cold and menacing, asks, "Who's next?" The Lightning God, victorious, bellows, "Who will fight me?" His challenge hangs heavy in the air. The Lightning God's challenge echoes. "Aisha Lincroft, will you be fighting me?" he asks, his gaze searching. Aisha and her companion stand on the balcony, silhouetted against the imposing stone architecture. The Lightning God's challenge hangs heavy in the air. "If anyone still wants to do this, feel free to come down." Aisha's voice carries across the courtyard, a challenge echoing in the stillness. Aisha's challenge hangs in the air. A figure emerges, his expression a mixture of disdain and amusement. He seems unconcerned by her words. From a low angle, we see Aisha and the amused figure, their exchange observed by a third party whose muscular arm and torso are visible. The scene is set within a grand, aged building. Aisha's eyes widen in disbelief. What could it be? Priestess clan leader? What do you think you're doing right now? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge directed at the Priestess clan leader. The Priestess clan leader remains silent, her gaze unwavering. A tense standoff continues. "As you can see, I'm switching sides," she declares, her expression resolute. The tense standoff breaks. What? What on earth are you up to?" A powerful-looking man with long blonde hair demands, his expression a mixture of suspicion and anger. The scene unfolds within a grand, classical-style building. "What the hell are you doing, priestess clan leader?" The blonde-haired man's furious accusation echoes through the grand hall. His words are directed at a figure partially obscured, gripping a sword. The priestess clan leader moves, a blur of motion. Her sword flashes. "It feels like this side has a higher chance of winning," the priestess clan leader observes, her expression confident. Her braid whips through the air, a blur of motion. The priestess clan leader's confident assessment seems to be proving correct. The braid connects with its target. A sharp crack echoes. "I'll deal with you, Muguk." The declaration hangs in the air, a promise of retribution. Muguk is struck, the impact sending him sprawling. His opponent's weapon, a gleaming blade, rests momentarily above him. Muguk's attacker hesitates, the blade poised above him. A single exclamation point fills the speech bubble above, amplifying the tension. "Long time no see," a voice drawls, a smirk playing on the newcomer's lips. He stands, a figure of quiet power, his arrival halting the attack. The newcomer's identity is revealed: Jade Mask Golden Monarch, Bang Qianal, a ninth stage adapter. His arrival has clearly shifted the balance of power. A character's internal question hangs in the air: why is a monarch here? The unexpected presence of Bang Qianal continues to unsettle the situation. A suspicion hardens in Bang Qianal's gaze. Was he behind the three-fortress summit? The question hangs heavy in the air. The name, Bang Qianal, is uttered, a single thought hanging in the air. The enemy of chaos, who stole the fruits 900 years ago after slaughtering countless souls, is revealed. His name is Bang Qianal. You dare step foot into chaos again? Bang Qianal's voice booms, a chilling challenge echoing across the ravaged landscape. Stop with the petty talk. Work with me, Muguk. The terse command cuts through Bang Qianal's earlier challenge, a shift towards pragmatism. Bang Qianal's face softens, a subtle yet significant shift. His expression is now one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to his previous defiance. He seems to weigh the command, a hint of reluctant acceptance in his gaze. Stop with the petty talk. Work with me, Muguk. A curt command cuts through the air, demanding cooperation. A man with silver hair and a knowing smile appears. His gaze is steady, almost challenging. He rests his hands over his chest, a gesture of quiet confidence. The monarch of steel misses you a lot, my friend. The words hang in the air, a message delivered with quiet gravity. The title card appears, The World After the End. Chapter 52 begins. Don't tell you're now serving under the monarch of steel? The question hangs in the air, a challenge directed at the imposing figure before them. His intense gaze burns, reflecting the power of his new allegiance. Yes, I am. The words are a low growl, confirming his allegiance to the monarch of steel. His powerful physique, radiating barely contained power, speaks volumes. My liege has a soft spot for martial artists, he explains, the words a low rumble against the backdrop of a sprawling, industrial city. I guess he was almost done for. To think he'd accept trash like you. The speaker's words hang in the air, a stark assessment against the backdrop of a grand, imposing structure. The camera pulls back, revealing the vast, imposing structure where the confrontation took place. It's a grand building, hinting at power and authority. Goodness, are you still angry about what happened in the past? The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge in the older man's knowing smile. Hioio forgave me pretty easily, but I guess that's not the same for you. The words hang in the air, a pointed statement from the older man. Don't be so heartless towards another fellow martial artist. Didn't we go through a lot together? The older man's plea is laced with a hint of desperation, his eyes narrowed in a mixture of anger and hurt. How dare you say that when you were the one who betrayed the Murim? The younger man's furious retort cuts through the older man's plea, his words echoing the gravity of the accusation. He retaliates with a furious blow, a blur of motion leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. He counters with a powerful strike, his hand a blur of motion. The force sends a shockwave across the ground. Their blades clash in a blinding flash of light and energy. The force of the impact sends debris flying. He's sent flying backward, a powerful blow sending him tumbling through the air. You're being too harsh. This is our first time meeting again after 900 years, he says, a hint of weariness in his tone. He smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. The weariness is gone, replaced by a calculating amusement. Bang Kianil. He speaks the name, a low growl rumbling in his chest. His eyes, narrowed and intense, fix on something unseen. Dryad, Garuda, and even the priestess clan. Since when did they get played by you guys? The accusation hangs in the air, a fiery challenge echoing the intense visual energy surrounding the speaker. A blinding flash of light and energy erupts as he counters the attack, sending his opponent flying. He counters with a powerful blast of energy, sending his opponent reeling. I don't know what you're talking about, he states, his voice firm. We're just giving them advice so they can make wise decisions, the elder states calmly, his hands glowing with energy as he continues to guide the conflict. In the first place, you, the Gorgon Fortress Master, and a few others were just dreaming a deluded dream, the elder reveals, his words cutting through the air like a blade. He hurtles forward, a blur of motion, his fiery weapon trailing behind him. How pitiful, he sneers, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The dust settles, revealing his superior position. Shut up, he roars, his face contorted in fury. His roar echoes, a furious outburst of raw power. The intensity of his rage is palpable. He unleashes a furious attack, a wave of raw power surging outwards. Debris flies from the ancient palace walls as he continues his assault. The attack ceases. A woman with long white hair, dressed in blue, watches from the palace steps, her arms crossed, a look of cold assessment on her face. Two other women stand behind her, seemingly equally unimpressed. His eyes, narrowed and intense, betray a simmering frustration. The weight of the situation is clearly visible on his face. A sigh escapes him, barely audible, a testament to his mounting frustration. The weight of the situation remains heavy. Don't be swayed, Dryad Fortress Master, a voice cautions. The weight of the situation intensifies. He moves with a blur of motion, the sound of his boots echoing on the stone floor. You're making the right decision, a voice booms. A cloaked figure stands before a dark archway, their stance powerful and assured. He sits, his long silver hair cascading around him, a look of grim determination etched on his face. The weight of his decision is palpable. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflect the gravity of his decision. A silent contemplation hangs heavy in the air. A voiceover solemnly states, the Gorgon Fortress Master is more dangerous than the Forbidden Heaven clan leader. He's trying to use the Abyss Expedition Squad to unite chaos. The gravity of the situation is underscored by the fragmented images flashing across the screen, depicting scenes of widespread destruction. Hai Young, emissary of the Monarch of Steel, is revealed. His shadowed face, partially obscured by a mask, projects an air of cold determination. The monarch considers him a threat. Hai Young's shadowed eyes burn with intensity. The monarch's judgment is clear, a threat. This is the mark given to beings that try to change chaos. Every time threats appear, signs of hope emerge within the chaos. This is the mark of those who dare to defy it. Atop a rocky outcrop, a company of armored figures stands defiant. Their tattered banners snap in the wind, a symbol of their unwavering resolve. And that sign would eventually lead to despair. A lone figure, back to the viewer, stands amidst swirling dust and debris. A figure cloaked in shadow stands amidst the devastation. The stark warning echoes, if we don't get rid of him, bloodshed will rage across chaos. The scene shifts to a desolate battlefield, littered with broken swords and tattered flags. A figure with long white hair, an arrow piercing their bun, stands before a grim reminder of the past. Since you have lived for 970 years, you know very well what happened 90 years ago, a voice states, the words hanging heavy in the air. I can't let that tragedy repeat itself, the figure with long white hair whispers, a grim determination etched on their face. The arrow remains embedded in their hair. So, please work with us, the figure requests, extending a gloved hand. Their eyes, though partially obscured, hold a steely resolve. 1 week later, the Three Fortress Summit will take place in Gorgon. A week from now, the Three Fortress Summit will begin in Gorgon. The scene shifts to a woman with long silver hair, her expression one of deep weariness and concern. She seems burdened by the upcoming event. But is this really the right decision? The woman's doubt hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the approaching summit. How about stopping it already? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Muguk's opponent smiles, confident. Muguk, you can't defeat me. His blade glows, a potent energy crackling around it. Don't you already know that? Muguk's opponent scoffs, his words laced with disdain. He moves with a blur of speed, his attack imminent. Muguk's opponent attacks with blinding speed. Muguk's defense shatters. A blinding flash of light erupts. A wave of crimson energy explodes outward, shattering Muguk's defense. The heavenly sword cleaves through the air, a blinding flash of golden light. The heavenly sword connects, a fiery trail marking its path. The opponent is sent flying, his body a blur against the explosive energy. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief and dawning horror replacing his previous arrogance. The impact of the heavenly sword is clearly felt. A blinding flash of light and energy erupts as the heavenly sword connects. The force of the blow is immense. A fiery shockwave erupts from the impact, sending debris flying. The force of the blow is devastating. The narrator observes, great differences in abilities already exist between adapter stages, but the difference between the 8th and 9th stage. The visual emphasizes the sheer power of the 9th stage adapter. Is a world of difference, the narrator states, emphasizing the vast power gap between the 8th and 9th stage adapters. A 9th stage adapter, a man with striking white hair and a confident smirk, is shown. He holds a weapon, ready. He moves in a blur, his weapon a flash of light. The sheer speed is almost imperceptible. He's hit. Sweat beads on his brow, a grimace twisting his features as he struggles. Get to the 9th stage first before you come back, a voice commands. The instruction echoes through the murky water. The white-haired man smiles, a confident smirk playing on his lips as his opponent lies defeated before him. He holds his weapon aloft. The victor places a hand on his defeated opponent's chest, a gesture both of dominance and perhaps a hint of pity. Because someone like you, who doesn't possess the class of a monarch, can't even put up a fight, the victor declares, his words cutting deeper than any blow. Can't even put a scratch on me, the victor sneers, his final words hanging in the air, a testament to his overwhelming victory. A burst of energy erupts, a blinding flash of light marking the victor's final, decisive blow. The victor stands triumphant, a wave of golden energy radiating from him, the ground cracked and scarred beneath his feet. Golden energy surges outward, a powerful wave rippling across the cracked earth. The victor stands firm at its center. The golden energy dissipates, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The ground is cracked, and the defeated opponent lies still amidst the rubble. The victor stands amidst the wreckage, a look of awe and slight terror on her face. This is the strength of a monarch, she whispers, still processing the power she just unleashed. Muguk was taken out with one hit. The words hang in the air, a testament to the raw power just displayed. Muguk lies defeated, the dust settling around him. His fall emphasizes the overwhelming power of his opponent. The victor stands over his fallen foe, a chilling revelation spoken aloud. The jade-masked golden monarch who rules over the 12th region isn't even a grand monarch. The victor continues, clarifying the defeated monarch's actual rank. Right beneath the grand monarch is the lieutenant general, and next is major general. But he's neither of them. He's the lowest rank of the three, the brigadier general. I can't believe we're forming an abyss expedition to fight against such monarchs, she exclaims, disbelief and perhaps a touch of fear evident in her wide eyes. There's no way we can win, she states, her voice laced with despair. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on her. Give up on that deluded dream of yours, a voice commands, cutting through the despair. The words are sharp, dismissive. You guys can't win, he declares, his gaze unwavering, a cold certainty in his tone. The statement hangs heavy in the air.
Haven't you all achieved pretty high positions within chaos already?
The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the fallen figure. Don't try to aim for the skies that you can't reach, a voice cautions, the words echoing over a vast, imposing structure. The defeated warrior lies prostrate, his sword discarded nearby. Above him, the elder stands, a figure of quiet authority. The imposing structure behind them looms large, a silent witness to the contest. The elder's face, etched with the weight of countless battles, reveals a hint of weariness. His gaze, though still sharp, holds a flicker of something akin to regret. His eyes blaze, a fierce orange fire burning within. The weariness is gone, replaced by a cold, unwavering determination.
If you don't want to cease to exist for eternity.
He unleashes a wave of raw power, his eyes burning with fierce determination.
His attack explodes outwards, a wave of raw energy engulfing his opponent. The attack connects, a powerful shockwave rippling outwards.
What did you just do? The question hangs in the air, a stunned reaction to the preceding attack. Don't tell me you're trying to continue in that state, one fighter warns, his concern evident as he observes his opponent's battered condition. Ignoring the warning, he attacks again, a blinding flash of energy erupting from his weapon. 900 years ago, you, who was won over by the resurrection place, stole our fruits, he snarls, his face contorted with rage. The weight of centuries of resentment fuels his attack. And we also lost precious comrades back then, he continues, his voice heavy with the grief of centuries.
The rain seems to mirror his sorrow.
I have never forgotten the disgrace we experienced.
He finishes, his voice filled with a bitter resolve, I will not let that disgrace repeat itself, not even for a single day. Bang Kianil, his face a mask of grim determination, declares, things are different now.
His sword gleams, reflecting the rain.
The opponent, his back to us, utters a single, questioning word, ho? Rain continues to fall.
You're just so dull.
The opponent's dismissive words slice through the air, a stark contrast to the intensity of the fight.
A fierce clash of blows.
The opponent's hand connects, sending a shockwave through the air. In the end, have you chosen death? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling challenge following the previous blow.
A blinding flash of light erupts as a powerful blow connects. A blinding flash of energy explodes outward, the force of the impact rippling through the air. The heavenly sword Enigma unleashes its full power, a blinding column of golden energy erupting.
The heavenly sword Enigma's golden energy blasts forward, its power undeniable.
He stands defiant, the radiant light illuminating his determined face.
His eyes widen, a look of utter disbelief washing over his face. A single question mark explodes from the panel, mirroring his shock. A blinding flash of golden light erupts. He is engulfed.
He bursts forth, enveloped in a wave of golden energy. Heavenly destroyer form, the text proclaims. A guttural roar, escapes him as the heavenly destroyer form surges with raw power. The heavenly destroyer form's power explodes outward in a blinding flash. The heavenly destroyer form's power surges, a wave of energy blasting outwards.
How pitiful, Muguk.
The words hang in the air, a stark assessment following the energy blast. Muguk is pulled into a bottomless pit, the earth seemingly swallowing him whole. He plummets into the abyss, a blur of motion against the dark earth. He lands hard, a fiery trail marking his descent. His eyes are wide, a grimace etched on his face. In the end, you couldn't reach the skies again this time round. The words hang in the air, a finality to the fiery spectacle. Defeated, the older man stares up at his opponent, his expression a mixture of disbelief and grim acceptance.
The fight is over. Not 900 years ago, not now. The victor's words hang in the air, a declaration of power transcending time.
He moves in a blur, a whirlwind of motion leaving only dust in his wake. A swift blow connects, the impact echoing in a sharp whoosh.
You can't change anything, the victor declares, a chilling certainty in his voice.
He stands over his defeated opponent. Rain lashes down as the victor sheathes his sword. The defeated opponent lies still. The victor stands over his fallen foe, a triumphant sneer on his face.
Nyuguk, he exclaims, the sound echoing in the rain-swept battlefield.
Blame the Gorgon Fortress Master for making you dream this deluded dream, my friend, the victor says, his words a cruel taunt over his defeated foe. Nyuguk, defeated and lying in the rain, hears a final, apologetic whisper, sorry for being too late. A figure disappears into the dark, imposing gateway. Nyuguk's eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the rain-swept air. His expression is one of utter disbelief. The fortress master will be late, he's busy. The words hang in the air, a simple explanation offered amidst the falling rain. Rain lashes down as a figure grips a large, ornate sword. The weapon is wet, reflecting the gloomy atmosphere. I'll do the fighting now, he declares, a steely glint in his eyes. The rain continues to fall as he prepares for battle. He grips his greatsword, the rain slicking his powerful frame. A determined set to his jaw. Rain slicks the greatsword as he prepares to strike. Word arrives that the fortress master will be late, he's busy. Rain falls as a hand grips a large, ornate sword. The fortress master's delay continues. The rain intensifies. He raises the greatsword, its weight seemingly insignificant in his grip. I'll do the fighting now, he declares, a steely glint in his eye as the rain lashes down. He grips his greatsword, a powerful weapon gleaming under the relentless rain. Ready to fight. The rain continues to fall as he swings his greatsword, a powerful arc cleaving through the air. The world after the end. The title card appears, Life. The credits roll below, listing the artists and original creator. A concerned voice booms, what on earth is he busy with? The Abyss expedition, it seems, is already fracturing before it even begins. Even departure is delayed. Calm down, inner administrator. Now that I'm here, it's going to be all right, a reassuring voice says. A large, armored foot rests on the rain-slicked ground. Are you okay, Nyuguk? The question hangs in the rain-swept air, a concerned voice amidst the damaged cityscape. Kai Man. The name is whispered, a breath of recognition in the aftermath of battle. The speaker's face is partially obscured, but his concern is palpable. Kaiman wipes sweat from his brow, his expression one of exhaustion and pain. Tears well in his eyes. Stop it. He's not someone you can deal with, a voice warns, cutting through the air. Kaiman's struggle continues, his exhaustion evident. It's okay. Don't worry, a voice soothes, the words a stark contrast to the rain lashing down on Kaiman's weary form. Tears stream down his face. Kaiman's sobs subside, his shoulders shaking less violently. A fragile calm settles over him. The two of you, please help to evacuate everyone from here to somewhere as far away as possible. A stern voice demands, what are you going on about? Not even Nyuguk was able to defeat him. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark warning echoing the gravity of the situation. A broken weapon lies discarded in the rain. We ought to be all charging at him together at once, the Savant clan leader declares, his words a testament to the dire situation. Let me fight him alone, one of the Savant clan warriors declares, his resolve etched onto his face as he steps forward. He attacks, a flurry of motion as his weapon flashes. Kaiman's face is contorted, sweat beading on his brow. Kaiman, don't tell me. He whispers, dread etched onto his features. Long time no see, Jade Mask Golden Monarch, a voice says. The speaker's hand grips a weapon, rain falling around them. Do you know me? You do look familiar, but... The man with silver hair muses, a thoughtful, almost amused expression on his face as rain falls around him. Kaiman. The silver-haired man's voice trails off, a name whispered on the rain-swept street. Oh, could you be that kid from back then? The question hangs in the air, amidst a vast army, their flags billowing in the distance. The one who couldn't join the Abyss expedition because you weren't strong enough, right? The question stings, a pointed reminder of past weakness, as he stands amidst a vast army. Yes, that did happen, he replies, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. The admission is a quiet defiance, a subtle challenge to his accuser. Seeing as how you dare to now stand in my way, you must have become a lot stronger since then? The opponent's words are a mixture of assessment and challenge, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. Tears stream down his face, a stark contrast to his opponent's earlier words. The weight of the battle, and perhaps something more, is clearly visible. Would you like to see it for yourself? He asks, a grim determination etched on his sweat-streaked face. His grip tightens on his sword. He attacks with a swift, powerful blow. In that case, a moment of quiet contemplation follows the attack. Let's take a look, he declares, a fierce intensity in his eyes as he moves with blurring speed. He moves in a blur, striking with incredible speed. The impact is immediate and forceful. He follows through with the strike, sweat stinging his eyes. The force of the blow is evident. He connects with a powerful blow, a blur of motion leaving a trail of energy in its wake. The attack continues, a blur of motion as a powerful energy blade streaks across the panel. The attack connects. A bright flash momentarily obscures the view. The impact sends him sprawling. A wave of energy radiates outward. He focuses his energy, a swirling vortex of blue light forming in his hand. The attack builds, radiating power. He unleashes the attack, a torrent of blue energy surging outward. The attack hits him. His eyes widen in shock and disbelief, a look of utter astonishment etched on his face. The attack connects, a blinding flash engulfing him. The attack's impact sends him reeling, a blur of motion and light. Not bad. What kind of skill is that? He smirks, a hint of impressed amusement in his eyes, as water droplets cling to his hand. While it's not as powerful as strong thrust, he observes, his grip tightening on the weapon. Water droplets cling to his hands. It's way stronger than normal thrust, he states, confirming the enhanced power of his technique. He thrusts with everything he's got, shouting, "Thrust with all my strength." His face is a mask of fierce determination. His grip tightens on the sword, muscles straining with the effort. Sweat glistens on his skin. His eyes blaze with fierce determination. Sweat stings his eyes, but he refuses to yield. You better fight me with all your strength. The opponent's words are a challenge, a demand for the protagonist to unleash everything he has. Otherwise, you'll be killed by me. The opponent's threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark warning. Rain falls, obscuring the aftermath. The threat hangs heavy. Kill me? The question hangs in the rain-soaked air, a defeated whisper from the fallen warrior. His face, etched with exhaustion and a hint of resignation, is stark against the dark storm clouds. Silence. The rain continues to fall. Someone like you? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the continuing rain. His eyes widen, fear evident in his gaze. A shadowy, clawed hand emerges from behind him, seemingly born from the storm itself. Terror grips him. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with stark fear as the unseen threat looms closer. Do you think you can defeat me? The question hangs in the air, a chilling challenge to the terrified man. A wave of dark energy erupts, engulfing him. The terrifying power is overwhelming. He counters the attack, dark energy swirling around him as he unleashes a powerful blast. With just that amount of strength? The disbelief hangs heavy in the air, echoing the sheer power of the previous attack. The ground explodes outward in a furious eruption of energy. Debris flies as the force of the blow reverberates. He counters with a blur of motion, a powerful strike connecting. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground. The attack sends him flying, a blur across the ground. He barely avoids the crushing blow, his weapon deflecting the monstrous claws at the last moment. He counters with a powerful strike, his weapon a blur of motion. The attack connects, a powerful impact echoing through the air. He counters with a powerful strike, a blue energy wave erupting around his fist. You will die here, his opponent declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Defiance burns in his eyes, despite the grim prediction. He lets out a low chuckle, a chilling sound that belies the grim determination in his eyes. Ho! You still don't know your place, he sneers, shadowy claws lashing out from the ground towards the warrior.
The warrior deflects the attack with a blur of motion, a fierce counterstrike following instantly.
He counters with a powerful riposte, his expression grimly determined.
Sweat glistens on his brow.
His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he grits his teeth, bracing for the impact.
Congrats!
The single word hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the intensity of the moment just past.
A beat of silence follows.
The tension remains palpable.
"You finally entered the third stage," a voice declares, a smirk playing on the speaker's lips as he looks down at his fallen opponent. "Thank you," the victor whispers, a quiet gratitude in the air. The fight is over. "But, Fortress Master, did I really grow strong within just 2 years?" The student questions his master, a hint of disbelief in his voice. He looks up, seemingly awestruck by his own progress.
The Fortress Master explains, "On the second floor, where we are, time flows differently than on the first floor, where everyone else is."
"Do you think it only took you 2 years?" He smirks, a knowing glint in his eyes. "To perform 10 billion thrusts?"
He questions, the incredulity clear in the unspoken context. His eyes widen, a fierce determination hardening his gaze.
Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the impossible task ahead.
He unleashes a powerful wave of energy, the vast ocean world technique engulfing the shadowy creatures. The vast ocean world technique surges, its power overwhelming the shadowy figures.
And awakened? The Fortress Master's surprise is evident.
He thought there was only one, but clearly, another exists. This second awakened one stands before the Fortress Master, a powerful aura emanating from him. His eyes burn with a fierce intensity.
The awakened one's sword crackles with blue energy, a potent force surging through the blade. The awakened one unleashes a blinding flash of blue energy. The awakened one's attack cuts through the air, a blur of blue energy. The attack connects. A blinding flash of light engulfs everything.
The light fades, revealing a defiant figure.
"Such petty tricks won't work," he shouts, sweat beading on his brow.
He moves in a blur, a defiant counterattack launched.
The water around him churns.
He slices through the water, a torrent parting before his blade.
The attack is swift, decisive.
He moves in a blur, his blade a silver flash.
The water explodes outward in a geyser.
He cries out, "Ha!" a guttural roar as he moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion.
A strong thrust. The impact is immediate. Water splashes, a ripple effect spreading across the dark surface. A surge of dark water erupts, powerful currents swirling around a central point.
The swirling vortex collapses, leaving a figure submerged in the dark water. He bursts from the water, a torrent of icy spray erupting around him. His face is contorted in a grimace of exertion and fury. Water explodes around him as he surfaces, the spray obscuring his form for a moment before clearing to reveal a determined expression. Rain falls, a somber backdrop to his determined gaze.
The rain continues, a dark puddle reflecting the stormy sky. The rain continues to fall on the cracked, desolate ground.
Large puddles reflect the stormy sky. He grips the hilt of his sword, rain dripping from the bandages wrapped around his arm. The blade itself gleams faintly in the dim light. He swings his sword, a blur of motion in the dim light. He stands victorious amidst the ruins, his greatsword held firm. Rain falls on the shattered stone, reflecting the dim light. He stands amidst the ruins, his back to us, rain washing the dust from his torn clothing. The victor surveys the scene.
The rain continues to fall, washing over the ravaged landscape.
He remains silent, his figure a stark silhouette against the gray sky. A racking cough escapes him, his body trembling as he struggles to stay upright in the relentless rain.
A racking cough racks his body, the sound echoing in the downpour.
He struggles to maintain his stance. Despite the pain, he grits his teeth, a fierce determination etched on his face. One more time, he vows, pushing himself to his limits.
He lunges forward, a final desperate attack. The attack connects. Purple energy explodes outwards, engulfing both combatants. Two purple daggers, propelled by unseen force, streak towards their target.
His eyes widen, a question forming on his lips.
Priestess clan leader?
The daggers are mere inches from their target. The priestess clan leader deflects the daggers with a blur of motion, her purple blade a flash of light. The fortress master did tell me, he says, a hint of weariness in his voice, that it's about time you had a change of heart. Stand down, Southern Sea clan leader, a voice commands. The clan leader's face is contorted in defiance, her mouth open in a silent scream. No matter how strong you've gotten, the voice booms, echoing across the desolate courtyard. The clan leader looks on, her defiance unwavering despite the clear power imbalance. I can't believe you're trying to fight a monarch with just 2 years of training.
How do you intend to face the consequences after this?
The clan leader's opponent scoffs, the words hanging heavy in the air.
Just 2 years?
The clan leader's opponent scoffs, disbelief coloring his words.
The question hangs heavy in the air, highlighting the seemingly impossible feat.
The clan leader grips his glowing blue blade, a fierce determination etched on his face. He prepares to counter. He unleashes a powerful, glowing blue energy wave. He gasps, eyes wide, a single word escaping his lips, I. The attack clearly took its toll.
He collapses, the blade's glow fading as he falls. The attack, a blinding blue helix, connects.
Thrust for 200 years, the text proclaims, highlighting the power behind the blow. The impact throws him back, a blur of motion and blue energy.
Debris flies.
The impact sends him flying.
A bright blue energy trails behind him.
He leaves a trail of blue energy as he's propelled through the air, debris scattering in his wake. He slams into the far wall, a burst of blue energy erupting on impact.
Debris rains down as a powerful shockwave dissipates. One fighter is sent sprawling, the force of the blow sending debris flying.
His opponent stands over him, a grim expression etched on his face.
A single tear tracks down his cheek. His expression is one of grim determination, despite the defeat.
He rises, a surge of energy coursing through him. Defeated, but not broken. A surge of icy energy erupts, shattering the ground around him. The icy blast leaves behind a trail of destruction, the ground fractured and strewn with debris.
A blue shard, seemingly ice, falls from the sky. His eyes blaze, a furious expression contorting his face. Sweat beads on his brow. He won?
The disbelief is palpable in his voice, a stark contrast to the fierce determination moments before.
The fortress master predicted all this and sent Kaiman here, huh?
The question hangs in the air, a revelation that shifts the perspective of the recent victory.
Because he knew that.
The implication hangs heavy, a chilling explanation for Kaiman's presence.
Instead of chaos, relying on him.
The narrator's voice is calm, yet the words carry a chilling weight, hinting at a deliberate, controlled plan. He lies amidst the rubble, the shattered landscape mirroring his own broken state. A faint light filters through the cracks above, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding him. He rises slowly, battered but resolute. We need to stand up on our own, a voice, filled with grim determination, declares.